Trump. We're going to go ahead and get our first guest of the day up in here, y'all. So everyone just do give us a second. We got Jaden loading in right now. What is going on, Jaden? Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
All right. And why's that?
I'm a single issue voter, and if Young Thug goes to jail, he gets wrongfully imprisoned and convicted, Donald Trump already said he'll free him.
Okay. How many, in what temperature in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
32.
What about, how many continents are there?
There's 7.
Okay. Yeah. You're trolling. Okay.
Bro, I'm not trolling.
You're trolling. Obviously he's trolling. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. Obviously he's trolling. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
So I'm undecided, but I'm leaning towards Trump.
All right. Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse?
Would I vote for him, or what do you mean?
Would you ever vote for any political candidate for any office that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a woman?
Probably not.
Okay, well, just look up Trump v. E. Jean Carroll. He was held civilly liable for doing those things. That would give you good reason not to vote for Trump. If you're interested in reason to vote for Harris, I'd recommend going to my main account, going to my reposts, and watching my video with Dash. Thank you so much. And I will probably be hosting a live in the coming days, solely talking to undecided voters, so feel free to come back then. What's going on, Maddie? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
And why would you do that?
Because all the media lies. The big reason: economics, immigration,
media lies.
policy.
Okay, what about media lies makes you want to vote for Trump?
Perfect. That they blame the comedian about the Puerto Rico. You know, Donald Trump allocated $60 billion to Puerto Rico. What did Kamala do in North Carolina? Give $750.
Wait, so Donald Trump gave 60 billion. One moment. So Donald Trump gave $60 billion to every single Puerto Rican resident?
No.
Okay.
Total.
Well, then, so I have a question. So you cite how much money he gave Puerto Rico in total, and then you cite how much money was immediately released through emergency funding in accordance with the Stafford Act for each individual North Carolinian. So I have a question.
Yeah,
how much money was
750.
released from FEMA in total towards emergency funding for people in North Carolina?
Do you have that answer?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay. I can give you that answer in about 5 seconds if you want.
So what is it? Well, while he's looking for that, everybody, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Phenomenal. And then also it should be known here, this doesn't change the fact that he platformed someone that was just saying horrendous shit about Puerto Ricans. B, he actually withheld that funding from Puerto Rico for 2 years. C, when the hurricane hit, he gave residents in America $500 per person. And D, he actually diverted funding from FEMA to migrant detention centers. And E, Kamala Harris didn't allocate that funding. FEMA did
Yo,
not
Dean, you shouldn't ask questions you don't know the answer to.
And in F, wait, sorry, go ahead.
You shouldn't ask questions you don't know the answer to, Dean, because it's going to make you look bad.
Isn't that the point of asking questions?
Well, yeah, I mean, but not for you. You usually ask rhetorical questions that you already know to make yourself look good. But this question here is going to make you look real bad. FEMA has only provided $100 million to North Carolina.
Phenomenal. And that was in the immediate response.
$100 million.
Thank you for answering the question.
Puerto Rico, $60 billion.
Yeah, so Maddie, this is different types of funding.
$60 billion, Dean.
So the immediate emergency funding, that was the max that could be allocated given the Stafford Act, which is federal law. And the Stafford Act was passed with that cap predominantly by Republicans in Congress.
Oh, here's another fact. Ready? FEMA, for the whole southeast portion of the United States from that hurricane, gave $2 billion. And Donald Trump gave 30 times that for a small island in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, well, once again, that's because that's what federal law limited.
Well, maybe if FEMA wasn't allocating funds to illegal immigrants, they would have a little bit more money.
Can you please give me a direct action from Kamala Harris that reallocated funds from FEMA to undocumented migrants?
Well, how can we? She's a vice president, right?
Hey, Matt, do you mind if I finish? Could you give me any direct action of our current administration that reallocated funds from FEMA to undocumented migrants, like when Trump reallocated $144 million from FEMA to detention centers for undocumented migrants?
Yeah, Trump allocated 140. You know how much the Democratic Party allocated? About 7 times that. You know who Karine Jean-Pierre is?
Nick, could you name one federal program for undocumented migrants?
Yeah, FEMA.
FEMA. So there's money going through FEMA to undocumented migrants.
Yeah, allocated through FEMA for, yes. Do you not know who
Great,
Kareem
thank you for the
Jean-Pierre is?
$5 off Venmo. So what does that funding do?
It allocates funds to illegal immigrants to house them
For what?
for
Where?
housing. All across
give me- can you give me a-
all
can you give
across
me a
the
source?
United States. Yeah. Kareem
Yeah, there's
Jean-Pierre would be the first.
I'm asking you for a source that there's money coming from our federal government to house undocumented migrants.
Okay, absolutely. I'll give you a second source, but my first go-to source is Kareem Jean-Pierre.
That's just a name. I want a
you know who
source.
that is.
I want like a news publication with the title of
So
it.
what's your exact question? And I'll give it to you in like 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yeah, a source that indicate that there's federal funding, right, going through FEMA to undocumented migrant, not on the state level, on the federal level. Looks like we have another shadow ban. TikTok has cooked all of our accounts. You already voted? It's okay. The conversation already started. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I wonder why we're getting shadow banned on this account.
Yeah, I got your source. Yes,
me,
there
what
is
is it?
federal funding allocated to support communities that are assisting undocumented immigrants, specifically those awaiting immigration court proceedings. The Department of Homeland Security, through FEMA, has provided significant funding to local governments and organizations.
Wait 1 second. Migrants that are awaiting court proceedings or illegal migrants here through asylum seeking processes.
Well, I mean, let me say the rest of the thing because it probably brings that up. Specifically, those awaiting immigration court proceedings.
Yeah, those would be legal migrants here through asylum.
Well, they're not, how are they legal if they have not even been processed through the court proceedings?
Because you could come into our country and wait for the court proceedings. It's called the asylum process.
So, what about the ones who don't go through court proceedings? Are they legal?
No, if you're coming into our country
Okay.
like through like a
But they're
non-port
still
of
getting
entry,
paid
not
for
through
it.
an asylum seeking process. So then give me a source, because the source that you just read off, which by the way is probably ChatGPT, right? Specified asylum seeking migrants.
Hey, Dean. Let me
So do you have a
finish
source,
the
man?
source. Let me finish the source. Yeah.
By the way, what is your source? Just out of curiosity.
The Department of Homeland Security,
Okay, where could I find this?
probably on their website.
Wait, probably on their website. So are you not on their website right now?
Sorry. Most definitely on their website, Dean.
So are you not on their website right now?
I was on their website.
You were on their website. So then where are you reading this information from?
I copy and paste it, put it on my notes.
Okay, so then what's the URL specifically? Read off the URL to me right now.
HTTPS semicolon / Department of Homeland Security
Okay, no.
.com.
So the Department of Homeland Security's website is dhs.gov, not Department of Homeland Security.com. So you're lying to us.
Wait, hey, so you're now trying to argue?
Why did you just lie to us about
Dean,
like your source?
Because I don't know the exact URL off the top of my head. You're trying.
But you said that you
paint me
just
as a
copied
liar,
it
my
from.
friend.
You said that you literally just copied it into your notes 5 seconds ago.
What if we did this, Dean?
I have a question. I have a question. Did you just ask ChatGPT?
What if we did
No,
this? Dean?
Maddie. Be honest. Did you just ask ChatGPT
For what?
for your source that there's federal funding going?
I mean,
to
I
undocumented
could.
migrants?
I think that'd be better.
No, did you?
No.
Okay, so
matter
then
of
where
fact,
did
I
you?
will.
Then where did? So then
I
where did
will
you
right
get that
now.
paragraph from? So then where did you get that paragraph of text from?
From Department of Homeland Security, Dean. Where
No,
else?
you're lying because
You
you said
didn't Snapchat that,
Department
man.
of Homeland Security.com. All right,
See,
Department
you're
of
more
Homeland
trying to
Security is
argue
a
where I got
.gov
it
web
from
address,
than
and
the
it's from
actual point.
DHS.
That's what you guys do. The actual
No,
point
because you're
is-
lying to me. No, you're not gonna
this is the
deflect because you're
actual
actively
point,
lying to me.
dude.
So then tell me
Dude.
where you got it from. Tell me where
Sorry,
you got
bro.
this actual point from.
The Department
'Cause you
of
didn't get
Homeland
it from-
Security
No,
through
no.
FEMA has provided
No, no,
significant
no,
funding.
Maddie.
Finish.
No. Where did you get your source from? You did not get it from DHS's website.
Shelter and Services Program. Look it up.
Oh no,
And
Maddie,
emergency
answer my.
prison
Maddie, I'm
program.
gonna give you one last chance to answer my question before I kick you.
Come on.
I'm gonna give you one last chance to answer my question before I kick you. Where did you get your source from? We know you didn't get it from DHS's website. You have one last chance to answer my
compete with
question. We
this,
all
bro.
know.
You can't
We
compete
all
with this,
hear me
brother.
we all hear me asking you this question, right? Every single person in here knows
You
that you're
can't
lying.
compete
to
with
me.
this, brother.
I can't. Well, I won't be able to compete with it if you tell me your source.
You can't. Department of Homeland Security for the fifth, sixth time, possibly.
Once again, we know that you're lying about that because you said
Oh.
departmentofhomelandsecurity.com.
Okay, dude. You're not remedial, are you?
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna go to Kick
Right.
Buddy. Appreciate you for coming up. See, like I don't know. I don't see like guys like holy fucking shit. Like they just want to like lie, gaslight, and literally make up sources. And then when they're like caught like that, when they're like literally fucking caught giving a fake source that they made up, like they just want to like insult and like gaslight. Like I don't know what his angle was there. What's up, Cole? Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump as a veteran of the United States Army.
All right. Why is that?
I was personally in the United States Army during the Biden-Harris campaign. There's the failure in Afghanistan, the forceage of vaccine mandates, where you had to determine if you would get the vaccine or be
Good.
other than
Right.
honorably discharged from the military. And then there's also mandatory trans training, which violates the right, your First Amendment right to your practice of religion.
What?
Mandatory. So in the
Come on, I
military,
appreciate you for the fucking. I have a question. What did the military do in Afghanistan?
the military followed the acts of
How
Congress.
how many fucking innocent Muslims in the Middle East, right?
They upheld
did
their constitutional
American troops
obligation to
violate
follow the
their
acts
freedom of practice
Congress.
of religion?
They acted
I'm just so
Congress.
fucking curious.
They
How
acted
many
upon
innocent?
Congress.
No. I'm talking.
They acted
How many?
upon Congress.
Okay, with all due respect, let me fucking speak. How many innocent Muslims in the Middle East did American soldiers violate their quote unquote freedom to practice religion? And you better
well-
not give me that bullshit like, oh, their religious practices are harmful. But then turn around and say that you're pissed that the government is telling you to not like disrespect trans people because of an incongruence between.
Oh no,
their
I
gender
100%
identity and
agree
physical
that
substance.
the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan was a vast overreach of congressional power. I won't argue that. I'm just saying that stripping away somebody to fully practice their religious right and forcing them to go through trans training violates that right. And I would say that that's
Okay,
wrong.
how?
You have a freedom. And so outside of the military, you have a right to like go to work and leave and quit your job. And the United States Army, you do not have that. You are subject to UCMJ.
What
where
is
you would be-
trans training?
So transgender training would mean that you have to validate pronouns, right? Which I agree with. I think that you should be generally nice
and,
to people.
and the
validate
government
their
like telling
pronouns.
you to validate the pronouns and identity of a
It's
trans
forced
person.
speech.
How
That's
does that
forced
like
speech.
infringe upon your religious freedoms?
Because it's forced speech. Because in the United States Army, you're subject to the UCMJ, the Military Code of Justice, right?
But how does that violate your religious freedoms?
Because the Christian religion doesn't believe in transgenderism.
Okay,
Some
and what
people,
and
again,
what
some
verse in the
people-
Bible tells
and
us that?
I said again, some people.
And what verse of the Bible tells us that being trans is wrong?
Again, I'm not debating religion. I'm
Well, I mean,
debating
I am. What verse of the
freedom
Bible
of
says?
speech.
No. You literally are debating religion. What verse of the Christian Bible tells us that being trans is wrong?
I believe it's like Romans 11 or -19 or something like that. It's
No, it doesn't talk about
well,
trans
that's
people. anywhere in the Christian
homosexuality,
Bible.
or you could spin the
Also,
the
it's not
claim.
Romans. It's not Romans 11. It's Romans 1. Get your facts straight. Thanks.
Okay, so it's Romans 1, but still.
So wait, I'm so sorry.
that's
So, do
theologian
you
debate.
think that trans people are gay?
I would believe that they can be straight, they can be bi, they can be.
So then, what
They
is
can
like
be
any
gay.
reference that you could make in the Bible about homosexuality? What does that have to do with the trans people? And Cassidy, thank you for the $1 in Venmo.
If we're talking about again, because you diverted. I'm
No,
talking
you said
about,
that
no,
a
no.
reason. No. I'm not
Free
diverting
speech.
at all. right? You made the claim that that violates your religious fucking freedom and that that's a terrible thing. You understand that there's not a single verse in the Christian Bible that says being trans is
and
wrong.
forced adherence to policy that would directly contradict your religious belief, whether you're Muslim, you're Jew,
There's
you're
no
Christian.
you said that there's no verse in the Christian Bible that says being trans is wrong. No, that's not violating your religious beliefs. That's telling you to not be a prejudiced little twerp.
I'm not stating that there's direct
thank you for the dollar,
scripture. I never once said that the Christian Bible explicitly says it. Again,
So then how do you, if there's no scripture in the Christian religion that says being trans is wrong,
right now,
then why would that violate your religious
speech,
beliefs?
The forced speech, forced mandates, again, subject to the UCMJ, right?
Hey,
You
cool.
will
I'm
go
gonna ask
to-
my I'm
you
gonna
have
ask my
double
question one
jeopardy.
last time. 5. Thank you. Okay. So then how does it violate your religious freedom if it doesn't say anywhere in the Christian Bible that being trans is wrong?
Again, if you want to go down the theology route, we can do that. Where the Christian Bible,
just to let you know,
so
it's not forced speech.
orthodoxy, right, states that, right, there's a Christian Bible, and then there's the practice of tradition, which is also Christian theology, right? There's Catholicism and Protestantism, which is the different side. So there's Eastern Catholicism, which is actually Orthodoxy, and Western Catholicism.
Sorry,
which
thank
has
you for
been
the $10
everything
on
in the
them. I
United
appreciate you
States so
saying
far.
love all people and welcome back, Dean. I appreciate you so much. And Tree, thank you for the $2. I'm just still waiting for you.
Orthodoxy has the take of oral tradition and traditional concept, where if you were to have that, right, you say oral tradition, right, that doesn't have to be scripture. It doesn't have to be written down. The Bible at no point says rely solely upon the Bible. It never says that. If you move down that, and again, right now we're debating theology and theologians.
Could you please show me like where, right, in either Orthodox or in the Catholic like tradition, insofar as like the power of the priest read see tradition to be anti-trans?
Well, for one, the oral tradition upon Christianity would be that a man sleeping with another man is direct falling within sin, and so the mysticism.
That has nothing to do with being trans.
Okay.
Two men sleeping together has nothing to do with an incongruence between your gender identity and your phenotypical sex traits.
So what is the, I know that I'm off topic because this isn't where I came, I guess, wanting to talk. Because if we're honest, I was debating the direct action of Congress and the commander of chiefs, the president of the United States.
You opened up by saying that like respecting trans people violates your religious freedom.
It doesn't violate my rights. It didn't violate my rights. It violated those people who I was around, who had those active beliefs. I believe that you should. I think that you should.
Are you saying that you could just believe?
Respect.
Are you just saying that you could just believe anything that you want and treat us if it's like a religious one, and then like any like impedance upon that is a violation of your First Amendment? Like, okay, well, I actually believe that Kamala Harris is God, and we all have a moral obligation to vote for God.
I mean,
and by
if
not
we're gonna
voting for God, right? You are and telling me that Kamala Harris is not God because I shouldn't vote for her, which is implicitly stated. Given that you are voting for Trump, you are actively infringing upon my First Amendment. So why are you infringing upon my First Amendment?
Forced speech, right? It's
I know.
mandatory.
Yeah, you're forcing
allowed.
me. Right now, you're forcing me to hear your argument that Trump is a better candidate than God, bro. Stop being a religious persecutor. You're all the same.
I've literally stated that I am not anti-trans.
Devin, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Yes, and I just want to let you
stating
know
that
like,
violation of First
government
Amendment
procedures
rights,
have
speech,
like respective pronouns is not a
forced
violation of your First
vaccinations.
Amendment right.
Am I allowed to defend my point?
If you go for it. Try your best.
Right. Forced speech through the United States government on military members, like the Department of Defense, to include, you have the Coast Guard, the Army, the Navy, Space Force, right, the Marine Corps. If you are running through those, you had the forced vaccinations.
They weren't forced. It was just a requirement of the forces.
No, there's a difference, right? So I was
Justin,
in the military.
thank you for the $5
in the
on
medical
Venmo.
corps.
I appreciate you for the love. Thank
There
you,
was
Justin.
no, you had a choice, but the option was either you're going to get this or you will be other than honorable discharge or dishonorably discharged for how long you drag that process out, right? Dishonorable discharge can account to a felony. So disobeying a lawful order is considered, right? So if I was to tell you to do something in the military and you say no, that goes against UCMJ. So you actually do not have the same rights as you would as an American citizen when you're in the military. You lose some of those rights to defend your
dishonorable
country.
discharge, Devin, thank you for the $1 Venmo. The dishonorable discharge, right, is going to be based upon is going to be based upon how long you drew that process out compared to leaving otherwise, right? Then also, I just have a question: do you think that do you think that public universities are violating their students' First Amendment right by considering gender identity a protected class?
I would state that you can say whatever you choose to say, but I feel like once you force speech on people, right?
Please answer my question.
I disagree.
Hey, Cole, I asked you a very direct question. Answer
What's the question?
Okay, I'll say it again. So, like public universities that are government owned, ran, and operate, right?
Yes.
Essentially, like all of them consider gender identity a protected class, right? And if you don't say respect someone's pronouns, like there could actually be like consequences for that. So I just have a question. Do you think that that is a violation of our First Amendment right?
I would say if you disagree with it, then yes, I would say that's a violation of the First Amendment right.
Fucking
Would
hell! Do you think? Oh my God!
Because there's
Jesus
social
Christ,
repercussions,
dude.
and then there's legal repercussions.
Oh my God, Justin! Thank you for the $25
that
on
would be a
Venmo.
social
Also, one second. Thank you
It
for the
should not be
$25
a
on Venmo. I
legal
appreciate you for the love.
repercussion.
Everybody, show some love to Justin in the chat. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Justin down below. Devin, thank you for the $1. Justin, thank you for the $5 once again, and Devin, thank you for the $1 again. And then also. ATZL, thank you for the $20. That is ATZEL. Thank you so fucking much for the $20 of PayPal. You were phenomenal. So I just have a question. So when Trump says that he wants to incarcerate and imprison people for burning the American flag, with the Supreme Court ruled in the 70s that that's protected under a First Amendment, is that a constitutional violation?
No, because the Supreme Court ruled that it is not a violation, or
it ruled that it is.
Oh, that it is. Then, so what's the question? Repeat it. Rephrase it. So Donald
Trump is actively
flags.
campaigning on putting people in jail for a year if they burn the American flag. The Supreme Court ruled that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment's right to freedom of expression.
Okay. Well, Donald Trump
is he campaigning on a constitutional violation, infringing upon our Constitution?
I would state that. Well, what circuit of the Supreme Court ruled on that? Was it the United States Supreme Court? Was it SCOTUS, or was it a district or a federal level Supreme Court? Because there's
it was either
two different
SCOTUS or they
versions.
rescinded it back to a Supreme Court in Texas.
So they sent it back to the Supreme Court in Texas.
Yeah.
So
it was
the state of
either
Texas,
them themselves or rescinded back to a district court in Texas.
So is it the Fourth Circuit?
I don't
The
know.
Second Circuit? Okay, so that is not the United States Supreme Court ruling on that, correct?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! So when did the United States Supreme Court rule that like requiring you to respect trans people's pronouns is?
They never
the
did.
First Amendment?
Actually, they never did.
So then therefore your point's fucking mute, right?
That's why forced speech and legal repercussion of forced speech is unconstitutional, correct?
No, it's not unconstitutional because the Supreme Court hasn't ruled it.
Well, then it's per se, right?
Oh, wait. Actually, no. It was the U.S. Supreme Court. It was it was SCOTUS that ruled 5-4 that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression. Yeah.
Okay.
That was
Then
Texas v.
if Donald
Johnson.
Trump-
So is Trump campaigning on violating our Constitution?
We have legal repercussions to back that, right? So we have.
Can you
that's
answer
why
my
we have
question?
to-
Yes or no? Is he campaigning on a violation
Yes.
of our Constitution?
Well, it's not a violation of the Constitution. It's a violation of a Supreme Court ruling that has
Oh
constitutional
wait,
repercussions.
hey, Cole. Who
But-
interprets the Constitution? Who sets the
SCOTUS.
precedent for the? Okay, and did SCOTUS set the precedent that that their interpretation of the Constitution
Yes,
would
and our
include that
legal court
imprisoning people
system-
for burning the American flag is unconstitutional?
And our legal court system.
No. Did
would
SCOTUS set?
drop
No.
those
Stop talking.
prosecutions.
No. Did SCOTUS set the set the precedent That if you burn the American flag and are sent to jail, that is a violation of your First Amendment right.
Yes.
Okay, so when Donald Trump is campaigning on imprisoning people for that, he's campaigning on a violation of American citizens' constitutionally protected rights. Correct?
Again, one policy that would have no implications as our court system would then not enact or follow that policy.
That's not what I'm asking. Is Donald Trump actively campaigning upon
already answered your question.
a constitutional
The answer is yes.
violation?
Yes.
Phenomenal, right? So I have a question. Can you please show me any direct policies associated with Kamala Harris's campaign that are unconstitutional by nature and have been ruled as such?
Ruled as such. Well, if you want to pull, so if we're going to go through the policy of Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden administration, you could rule every single ATF ruling that they've produced that's been Supreme Court ruled on by circuit courts.
No, I'm asking you for a policy that Kamala Harris is running on right now that is unconstitutional.
Okay, as the Speaker of the House, she appointed Dettelbach as the ATF director, right?
She was never she was that's what VP is. Sorry, sounds stupid. Go ahead.
So she was in conjunction with the decision to elect Dettelbach as the ATF director. As the ATF director, he submitted.
No. I'm asking you. Okay, I'm going to re-ask my question one last time, Cole.
Things that she's
one
done have
policy.
No.
Name one policy that she is campaigning on today, right? That is a direct violation of the U.S. Constitution.
I'm not basing that off of her political campaign. I'm basing that off of her record.
The people that she's elected. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, fucking Donald Trump elected to have John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani serve as his personal lawyer, and that made the fucking Mike Pence card to overturn and steal the election from Biden in 2020, in which he then admitted in the Supreme Court was behind and was an official act of his presidency. But I'm just asking you a very simple question, and then you're just engaging in sophistry. I'm up here for real conversations, not this shit. But because you only want to give me this shit, we're gonna go ahead and just go straight for the fucking neck. As a veteran of our country, you fought for the American democracy. You fought for individualistic rights, freedoms, and liberties.
100%.
And today you stand behind a candidate that called for the termination of articles found in the Constitution, actively is campaigning on policy that would violate our First Amendment, and said in an interview with Mike Pence that we should violate people's Second Amendment by taking their gun first and giving due process second, which is also a violation of people's Fourth Amendment.
Are you talking about red flag laws?
And then on top of this all,
the thing you just said is red flag laws.
This wasn't red flag laws.
That would be taking a gun and then due process. That is what red flag law. That's what red flags are. Red flag laws are literally you go to a judge, you submit your evidence, they take the gun, and then you have your day in court. That's violation of the Second Amendment.
No,
I would 100% agree with that.
He didn't say this in He didn't say this in the way, like going to the court, right? Submitting the evidence, that is a part of due process.
No, due process includes you being able to fairly represent yourself in a court of law.
Specifically what he said, right, was that we should take criminals' guns first, take them away from them, send the military in, steal them, and then give them due process. The conversation that he had in Mike Pence is in totality on YouTube. You could watch it yourself, right? This was not in the context of red flag laws. This was in the context of talking. Dude, please, holy fucking shit, can I finish talking?
I'm asking you for your source. I will legitimately watch your source.
Yeah, sure. Just look up Trump take guns first, give due process second. You could find the interview from any source.
I will watch it. I'm not morally dishonest.
Right, but anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and finish what I was saying. And then on top of that, Trump tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election and steal it from Joe Biden. So just as a question, as someone that was willing to potentially lay your life down for the American, that's not an opinion. It's a fact.
Well, how do you have fact on that? Did the court of law?
Because he admitted it.
Did the court of law determine that?
He admitted it in the court of law in the past January 6 indictments, as well as to the Supreme Court. He admitted to sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states in the 2020 election with fake votes saying that he won the states when he lost.
And so he was found guilty of that, correct?
To certify. No, he admitted it. And then the ongoing litigation is to determine if he should be
admittance is not immediate guilt.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is, absolutely.
No, it is not. To be found
Holy
guilty,
fucking shit, it is.
To be found guilty in a court of law means undeniable admittance does not mean admission. It's not an admission of guilt, by the way. That's been
Yes.
found in multiple different court proceedings that's not true. You can state that you've done something, but not state that you're guilty of what that's like. You can say you've done something, but also not have committed the crime that is accused.
Well, that's his argument. He's saying that like
So he said, I'm
did-
guilty. He said, I'm guilty. I
can
plead
explain it to
guilty.
you. I can explain it to you. So he admitted to the crime, but the ongoing litigation is to determine if presidential immunity should apply. But I just want to make sure, like, you're making.
So
the
then
argument
he's not
that you
guilty. If at this point he's not guilty, so he has not committed the crime. He has possible, right, protection. He would not then be found guilty, so
what-
then he did not commit a crime.
So my claim is that he tried to steal the election in 2020 from Biden. My evidence was that he admitted that he tried to steal the election in 2020 from Biden.
And so he has not been persecuted for that, not been
I don't
found
care.
guilty in
I
a
don't.
court
I
of
don't.
law.
Yeah, I don't care
And
about that.
so
If
then
he
it's an
admits it-
opinion.
No, it's not an opinion that he tried to steal the election from Biden due to the fact that he admitted it when the ongoing litigation only exists to determine if he should be immune from criminal proceedings.
So if he's immune from criminal proceedings, then he did not steal the election.
Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. Can
Also,
you rig
there
an
was
election
a
while
peaceful
being immune? Wait,
handover.
one second.
There's a peaceful transfer
Can you attempt to
of the
rig an
political
election?
office.
1 second. Can you attempt to rig an election, right, without facing criminal repercussions if it was to be the case that it's considered an official act of his presidency?
Well, you can attempt to do things and then never do them.
Yeah, and that's what he did. So as someone that like fought for
Oh,
the
so
American
you're saying that he
democracy,
never did it. You just agreed with me that he never did it.
he was unsuccessful because Mike Pence stopped him, yeah.
Okay, so then he did not rig the election.
He tried to and failed. So I just
Okay,
I have a question.
So then
If
he
Trump,
didn't.
If Trump tried to grape a little girl and failed, would he be a threat to children?
Yes.
And should he ever be allowed around children again?
Yes, just like Joe Biden pinched
And
the nipple of
now
an 8-year-old.
we could talk about Joe Biden next. So if Donald Trump tries to rig an election and fails, is Trump a threat to our democracy?
I would state that just like every election that's been held in the United States.
No, I'm asking you a question. If
since
Trump tries,
roughly
no. If
1865,
Trump tries to rig the
that there's
outcome of
been
election and fails, is he a threat to democracy?
attempts. So there's active pursuit and doing the
No,
actual
no.
thing. Having an
If
effect
Trump
and
tries to
doing-
rig the outcome of an election and fails, is he a threat to democracy?
did he actively produce results of his, you're saying try or attempt, as if that's like, again, that's a definitional term, right? Did he have results
No, he
from
failed.
his attempt? So
No.
then no.
Okay, then why would he be a threat to children if he tried to grape a little girl but failed with no results?
Because there's an active pursuit. Like you have to, in order to, you're not
Yeah,
guilty.
he actively.
based-
Okay, so you're saying in the hypothetical, if he were to actively pursue child grape but failed to achieve child grape,
You would
he's
be
still a threat
you
to
would
little
have
girls.
To, you
Shut
would
the
have
fuck
to
up
be
while the woman
violating.
talks. You're saying if he were to actively pursue child grape but failed child grape, he would be a threat to children. Yet if he actively pursued government overthrow and attempt to rig an election, but failed government overthrow in an attempt to rig an election, he would not be a threat to our democracy, right? So why would he be a threat in one scenario, but not a threat in the other scenario, considering the fact that there was an active pursuit to achieve the end goal in both, right? And there was a failed outcome in both, right? So please tell me why in one scenario he'd be considered a threat, but not in the other, considering the fact that all variables are held identical and the only difference was the end goal in which he attempted to achieve but failed.
So there's attempted, and then there's committed,
So what did I just
Right.
say?
and then there is plotting.
I want you to repeat what I just said for me.
I actually have your audio on like a repeat. I can hear myself and I can hear you.
So then
So I
you should be
kinda-
able to. So if you want to get rid of that, you could swipe in and out of the app.
I can hear you.
Swipe in and out of the app.
What did you say?
Swipe in and out of the app. Dude, holy fuck.
All right, I'm back. I had to
Yeah,
swipe in and out of
I'm
the
gonna
app.
go ahead and say it one last time, and I want you to respond. So you said if Trump attempted to pursue child grape, but failed child grape and produced no results, that Trump would be a threat to children. Okay. So why, if he he attempted to pursue government overthrow to rig an election, but failed government overthrow to rig an election, would he not be a threat to our democracy? Right? All variables are held identical in both scenarios. The only difference between the two scenarios was what goal was attempted to be pursued and failed. Right? So please tell me why you hold this trivial double standard where in one sense he's a threat, even though he didn't achieve success, but in the other sense, he's not a threat because he didn't achieve success.
I would differentiate the difference, because in order to, right, so again, these are two very different crimes, right? So you've gone to the extreme, right? So you would be violating the sovereignty of a child in order to get that, to have attempted that. Just being in the same room as the child is not attempted rape, but to actively violate the autonomy of that person.
No. We're gonna assume that we're gonna assume that he went to a little girl's. No. We're gonna assume that he went to a little girl's house but couldn't get in because the front door was locked. Would he be a threat to children?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Mike Pence and Donald Trump did not enact any policy. Right. Speaking to somebody is not the same thing as like actively pursuing something.
No, he did.
So
he did
the word
actively
attempt
pursue
is the word attempt.
He did actively pursue it. So he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states, right? And he had to make false certificates of ascertainment, which is like the total final vote from the state that is authorized by the governor's office. And he created fake unauthorized certificates of ascertainment. And then he told those slates of electors to go to DC on January 6th, in which they did show up. And then they gave those false certificates of ascertainment to Mike Pence, right? He then pressured Mike Pence into certifying them as real, making him the next president of the United States of America. But then Mike Pence contested that and rejected that. And that's why Trump calls Mike Pence a traitor, right? Rudy Giuliani, as well as John Eastman, his personal lawyers, lost their law license over this, right? So this was an attempted pursuit, very similar to the attempted pursuit of the rape of a child, right? So we'd say that he's a threat to democracy because of that.
I would state, yeah, we'll say that we at the status quo of what democracy. Again, we don't have democracy. We have a democratic republic. Again, we elect officials to act on our behalf.
A representative democracy is identical
a republic.
to a constitutional republic.
Yeah, right. So we have elected officials that we've chosen on the behest of the American citizens
so now you're
to
just saying
act
that
upon our will.
So now you're saying that he's not a threat to democracy because we're
No,
not a
I'm
democracy.
saying in that act. I'm saying in that act that he was out of line. Yeah.
Okay, is Donald Trump a threat to democracy?
I would state in that exact moment he was not doing the best interest of his country. No.
Okay, so would you, as a veteran that fought for the American democracy, ever vote for someone that is a active threat to democracy and tried to overthrow it?
Well, I supported. So here's the thing: I was in the military when Donald Trump was a president, and I was also in the military when Joe Biden was in the presidency. And here's the thing: at no point in my service did I ever uphold or choose to not uphold our Constitution because of the actions of one political person.
We're talking about who you're fucking voting for, bro. Would you ever vote
Donald
for
Trump.
someone that tried to do these things?
Well, he didn't overthrow democracy. That's the difference. He didn't.
Okay, wait, so if Donald Trump tried to grape a little girl but failed, you'd still vote for him because he didn't grape a little girl?
No, I would have 100% not vote for him. I wouldn't vote for Kamala. Again, because
okay.
I don't.
So
why
would you vote? Why would you not vote
members.
for Trump if he tried to grape a little girl but failed? But you would vote for Trump if he literally tried to overthrow our government, launching the biggest internal
because they're
attack
two
since the
different
Civil War and
things.
failed.
They're two different things.
I'd say that both are pretty fucking bad.
I feel like the next thing that's going to come out of your mouth is that he was found civilly liable for the rape of a different woman.
One second. I'd say that like both are like pretty fucking bad.
Jeannie Carroll again, but civilly liable.
Okay, you're pivoting, bro. You're fucking pivoting, dude.
So what is the question? I would not vote for Donald Trump if he had actually.
Get out of my life, bro.
If he.
Fuck, dude. I can't do this shit today. We're gonna go ahead and try another restart, y'all. I don't know why we're not sending out. I can't dude. I can't fucking do this shit today. That's so insufferable. Yeah, I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. See you all in 10 seconds. Hopefully we could send out after a restart. Such a waste of
could totally be right that won't cause.
And
any
then also
issue.
like the disincentivization that you touched on insofar as like maybe pulling it out and just putting it in gold or like artwork. Well, we wouldn't see the same ROIs like typically associated with some of the earners in like the S&P, right? So although right they wouldn't be having that like capital gains tax if they were to put it in gold, all things considered, they'd still be generating a greater level of like an ROI on their investment if it were to be put in that stock market with 20% being paid out in unrealized capital gains.
Okay, agreed. So is that 20%? Is that what it would be? Because I don't know exactly how the taxation works. I only know that they are
20%.
Okay, understood. So I understand that we need taxes in this country, but does 20% not seem steep to you?
No, I think it does seem steep. It does. Like, I mean, I'm not like necessarily like the biggest fan of it, but I'm like totally fine with the idea of like reinvestment back in the average American, especially right now with the income inequities that we have. And like all things considered, I'd say that is the least desirable attribute of our tax policy. But because of where it's going and because of what the alternative is with Trump and his tariffs, it's still the better option.
Okay, that's fair. So I personally sort of disagree with what you're saying about tariffs. I do think that they're necessary. And I'm not saying that just because I like tariffs. I'm saying that because I think it is sort of imperative that we bring manufacturing back to the United States as soon as possible. I think
I think
we're to go to
manufacturing
war,
is
if we're to get into any sort of conflict, we need manufacturing in the United States as soon as possible. And from my understanding, tariffs are one of the only realistic ways to do that. And I do absolutely accept and understand that if Trump imposes the tariffs that he's proposing, we're going to suffer short term in America, and we're going to experience short term inflation. It wouldn't be on the level of, say, the pandemic, but I mean, we could be seeing, maybe even a quarter of that inflation. But I do believe it would be temporary, and I think that at the end of the day, it's going to be a good outcome once manufacturing gets back into our nation.
No, I don't disagree with the sentiment of like reindustrializing America's manufacturing sector. I think that's a good thing. I think that that's something we should always be focused on, not only because it uplifts our country and increases our GDP and the quality of life of American citizens, but we also have like humanitarian concerns with like other countries being reliant on like slave and child labor. The reason why I still disagree with tariffs is because I just think there's alternatives to tariffs that could still achieve that end goal of a higher level of domestic production of goods that don't create the same inefficient outcomes. Right? So like on one hand, you have tariffs that will incentivize domestic production that create inefficient outcomes such as like destruction of US businesses that are predominantly reliant on exports as well as inflation. But I mean, we could also just reindustrialize America through raw investment. If we invest into American manufacturers, this will also increase their manufacturing capacity and will reindustrialize America synonymous to how tariffs would. And my evidence of this would be the CHIPS and Science Act passed under Biden and Harris. That was a $25 billion investment into chip producers such as Intel. Right. And this is going to increase our domination in the chip market in the next 6 years by 20%. Right. And this is something that Trump also did. So when he imposed his tariffs on China on his term, it plummeted agricultural exports and destroyed American farmers. What did he do? He bailed them out with a $27 billion investment, right? Which reindustrialized those American farmers that he destroyed and made them produce much more. So like that is the alternative to tariffs that don't create those same inefficient outcomes. And that's what I co-sign on.
Okay, that's fair to say. I'm not too informed on the CHIPS and Science Act. I know that did bring some manufacturing back to the United States, but there were some other aspects in that. I'm kind of blanking on what it was, but I think the goal of that was to bring manufacturing back, but I think it did some other stuff rather than just bring manufacturing back. Not that they're bad things, but I think that wasn't sort of the primary outcome of the act, but I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, that was the primary outcome of the act. Like typically when Republicans will reference policy passed by the administration that like didn't achieve the goal of what it was titled, like you're probably talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, but I've never heard an argument made about the CHIPS and Science bill.
Yeah, and the other thing about CHIPS and Science is I think, would you agree that that's a pretty bipartisan issue?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, the Trump administration would have passed that same act, but I think it's fairly bipartisan. And that's where I disagree with a lot of things that Trump says. I just seem to align with him more. Just out of curiosity, how old are you, man?
I'm 20. I just turned 20.
Okay. And are you a college student or anything?
Yeah, I know. I do. I'm in philosophy. But I mean,
cool,
seemingly, like you're able to like have a pretty decent conversation with me here. I think that I've given you a lot of good points why your policy is better. Do you have anything else that you want to go over, man?
No, man, we've talked before. I just wanted to get up here and run a couple more things by you, but I appreciate the time, man. You're a smart guy, and I really do appreciate what you do.
Yeah, dude. Hopefully you end up voting blue, dude. You seem like you got a good head on your shoulders as well. Have a good one.
I appreciate that, man. Have a good one.
Yeah. Most fucking cordial conversation in like a year. Okay, sweet. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Oh, God, I forgot about that. Christian, thank you so much for the love explosion. I really appreciate you for the love. Yeah, let's get some W's for Christian in the chat. Holy shit, dude, that's what political debate is supposed to be like. Oh my God, we literally just debated on like Democrat versus Republican, like economic policy. Boom, that is what it's supposed to be like. Oh, what a refreshing convo. Alan, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Oh, that was a good debate. I love that. I love that. That was
Trump. You know why?
Yeah,
Because he had the components to get up in court and say, do you know how insane I sound? Go Harris 2024. Thank you for having me up. I'm sorry.
I appreciate you for coming up, Alan. What's up, Jake? Are you voting for Trump?
No, man. I'm not voting for Trump. I don't.
Jake, you're phenomenal. I'm so sorry for kicking you. Everyone show some love to Jake in the chat right now. Once again, I am very sorry for kicking you. We are just looking for debates, but I appreciate you, bro. Hello, Harris is a joke. You radical, insane person. All right, why are you voting for Trump?
I do that because it definitely gets people's attention. So I'm 44 down here in Florida, and the one thing that we all definitely don't want, whether you're on the left or right, is a world war. And you definitely don't want nuclear war. So what's going on, and I can speak from a semi-intelligent position. I was in the military for 20 years. You have North Korea teaming up with Russia. You have China sitting down with Anthony Blinken saying that we're not speaking from a position of power. And just recently, I believe last week, we had 2 bombers come off the coast that were intercepted, which obviously was a trial and a test. Iran is also teamed up with China, and they're not very happy with us right now. So if it weren't for that, I may actually consider Harris, but I don't see, and China obviously doesn't see us being in a position of power. So that's why I'm voting for Trump.
All right. So what actions do you think that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden engaged in that made us look like we're no longer in a position of power, but Trump would reinstitute?
That's a great question. I would love to sit down with China, or at least research China's view on that. Obviously, they're seeing something that we may not see. I know.
Sorry, man. You were just cutting out like every other word, and that was annoying. Hey, what's up, Nathan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, God bless you, Dean. What are your comments about Kamala Harris's stances on getting rid of free speech on social media platforms?
We need to get rid of it all. We need to delete all free speech on all social media platforms. If someone says something that disagrees with the Democrat narrative, they can't say it. I think that we need to change the terms of service on every single platform, right, publicly available on the internet, to completely ban and restrict speech from all Republicans.
Do you understand how preposterous that statement was?
No, it's not preposterous at all. I'm obviously fucking trolling with you.
She
doesn't want to get. She doesn't want
to.
God damn it. Okay, yeah, no, okay. Why do you say that Kamala Harris is against free speech on social media? Let's hear it.
Because she said that there needs to be oversight on free speech in social media platforms.
I mean, well, there is. One could argue that there needs to be more. I'd say typically terms of service of social media platforms like Twitter, like X, TikTok, Facebook, etc. Right, would typically restrict against hate speech, harmful misinformation, because it's bad. It causes unnecessary deaths, like it did with COVID, with people saying that it was just the common flu and the vaccine caused autism and whatnot. And then hate speech is just generally bad and should be fought against. And I think it's completely fine because these are private companies. The same way you can't walk in. One moment.
The Constitution of the United States.
No, Neon, I appreciate you for the money gun. And that's not unconstitutional. And the reason it's not unconstitutional is because private businesses can set their own terms for business. The same way you can't walk into McDonald's without a shirt or shoes. You can't scream the N-word on Twitter or TikTok.
So do you think that the government should have oversight on social media platforms, which are private companies that allow free speech like X?
When did she call for government oversight insofar as legislating government oversight? When did she call for that? I don't think she did.
She said that, or her comment was specifically that why doesn't Twitter have the same oversight and restrictions that Facebook does.
That's fine. Yeah, see, that has nothing to do about legislative oversight from the government saying that we're going to shut you down and you can't do business, unless it is the case that you co-sign upon these like government norms for like TOS. No, that's just calling for like better policy insofar as the restriction of misinformation and hate speech. I completely 100%.
The restriction of free speech.
It's not.
In a nutshell.
If I tell you that you can't slur while you're on my live, am I restricting your free speech and violating your constitutional like right to free speech?
Would you make fun of my speech impediment?
I didn't. I said nothing about a speech impediment. Answer my question, please.
Something about me slurring or having a speech impediment?
No, like slurs is in like the N word, like racist and like homophobic.
Oh,
slurs.
racial slurs. Yeah, obviously that's not acceptable. And
I asked you if I tell you if you can't use like racist slurs in my live, is that a violation of your constitutional right to free speech?
I think it's a violation of terms and guidelines for specifically
ATZL, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Everybody, show ATZL some love. Thank you for the $20. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much.
Well, hey, Dean.
Is that a violation of your First Amendment?
But I'd love to hear more conversations of other people that have other questions to ask you. I do appreciate the intellectual honesty of you. God bless you. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
No, Nathan, no. I appreciate you for being kind, but don't run.
No, I don't have to run. I just actually I do have to run, but it's not because of the debate. I really do appreciate your time.
Yeah, have a good one. Have a good one,
You
Nathan.
too.
I appreciate you for at least being kind, but the dodge is crazy. But the run is crazy. All right, moving on to our next guest. Well, we're getting our next guest up in here, guys. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio. But I would like to say, yo, Kid, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. You know what, never mind. And Kid, thank you for the second galaxy. You were phenomenal, bro. Thank you for the love. Hey guys, spam MAGA or Trump down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. We are honestly just looking for a next guest right now, so let's go and get him up in here, y'all. So just give us a minute while we're getting our next guest up in here. I see TJ the realtor down there spamming Trump. You're gonna make more money if Kamala Harris is elected, bro. You're a realtor. Get that commission, dude. Come on, all right? You want those 3 million new houses to be developed so you could get an additional commission because of the increased demand of housing. Realtor for Trump. That is like a slug for salt. Hello, Jordan. Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I have a question. I was going through your followers, and you're following Trump, but not Kamala. Why?
Okay, well, first I follow Trump on all platforms, and I even have Truth Social to follow him because I need to stay up to date with every single thing that he posts or says anywhere on the internet 110% of the time. That will never change. That's what I need. But I don't follow Kamala Harris, probably because I stay up to date with like her, through what Republicans post about her, alongside like her, like press releases from the White House and rallies. But I should probably follow her. You got me there.
Okay, period. But okay, you're awesome though, and I watch your debates, and I think you're so smart and good job with everything. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah.
Have a good one. God damn it. I'm so, yeah, guys, I'm like the chronically online debater. I care so much about what Republicans say online is because that's what I advocate against. I'm not even following Kamala Harris. God damn it. Yeah, you know what? Clown me for that. Clown me for that, chat. It's good. We're good. Clown me for that shit. Oh, that's terrible. But don't worry, I do own a Harris Waltz sweatshirt. I swear to God. Thank you guys for the gifts. What's up, D-Bird? Are you voting for Trump?
I am, yes.
All right. Why is that?
I really wanted to come on here and ask you, first off, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. As a citizen of the United States, what would you say are your top 3 policies that you care about, regardless of who you're voting for as a human?
Well, I mean, yeah, I care about economic policies, human rights. You could find a way to label that as a policy. And like, what's a third one? Like, I care about economics, like basic human rights, and like a third one, like immigration, probably. Those are my big 3 right now.
Okay, so
climate, no, my big 3, immigration's up there. I'd say like climate policy, human rights, economic policy, environmental policy that'd go into climate, and then like maybe like probably like policies just about like government efficiency and like a reduction of the debt and like a better end bureaucracy. Like healthcare is up there too. Democracy, that's like number one on the ballot. There's a lot. I care about a lot of things, man.
So top three. What were your top three are so that I can start a debate with you on your top three?
I'd say the biggest one in this election is democracy, basic human rights like abortion, and then economic policy.
Okay. So your first one, what has affected you on the first one?
What is that like when Trump tried to like coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election and steal it from Biden?
No,
Heidi, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. It is so incredibly kind of you. Everybody spam W Heidi's down below. Thank you for the $30. You were phenomenal. And Majid, thank you once again with the $20, but W's for Heidi.
So democracy is very important to you is what you're saying.
It is so vitally important. Yes, indeed.
So it's so important to you that your nominee wasn't even the primary elect. Is that correct?
She was elected at the DNC, but if you're talking about the primary, did she win a primary? No, she didn't win a. Well, actually, yes, she did. She did win a primary. Yeah.
She did not win a primary.
Yeah, because who wins the primary? Right, like the nominated official at the DNC or the RNC. Who's the nominated official by the delegates?
Yeah, well, they nominated her. She didn't win a primary. It's two different things. Secondly, how long have you been?
Well, I mean, that's 1 second. Let's talk about that. So when you say primary, are you like talking about like the public like election where people vote? Is that what you're talking about?
That is what a primary is.
Yeah, she wasn't voted in the primary, but that's not a fixture of our government or our democracy because the DNC and the RNC are private political parties in which you could go start one tomorrow, as well as you have the right to vote for whoever you want in November. But what happens when you have like a majority and minority candidate in like a primary? If the minority candidate wins a state or two, they'll drop out and they'll tell their delegates to endorse the other candidate. This happens in all primary elections every 2 years. No one has ever taken an issue with it until now, right? And that's just very rich coming from the party that's supporting Trump, the guy that tried to steal the outcome of a federal government ran election last election cycle in 2020.
Dean, if Trump was in the same position that Kamala is in, you and your party would be fuming.
Kamala. No, we actually wouldn't be fuming. RFK literally dropped out and then told his people to endorse Trump. You haven't heard me talk about that once.
How long have you been paying taxes for?
How long have I been paying taxes for? I'm like 20 years old. I've been paying taxes since I was 14, so 6 years.
Okay, and over that 6 years, have you seen an increase in the amount of taxes that you've paid?
Well, yeah, because I've made more money.
Okay, correct. What about the percentage of taxes?
I don't know. I haven't watched that closely.
So money's not important to you?
Money is important to me, but I just pay my taxes and advocate for the best policy that's like available on the ballot. Do you think that you're paying like more in taxes today than you were under Trump?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you think that our current tax policy is like communist dog shit?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we're under Trump's tax policy still. So you just called Trump's tax policy communist dog shit. Get walked, buddy. Literally clip 4K. You're done.
Okay. The third thing that you mentioned was what?
No. You're not just going to get off that. You just got clipped in 4K in front of like 7.7 thousand people. What the fuck do you have to say?
Do you think that it should change? I'm asking you that.
No, I'm actually not going to respond to your question because you're currently done for. You just got cooked and clipped 4K and you're not going to walk away from it. You said that, hey, with all due respect, like you're saying all these things that are just unrelated. Yeah, because you're saying all these things that are like unrelated to like the point that I particularly made that I wanted you to respond to. You just get cooked and clipped and you're not going to get away from it. You said that our current tax policy is as communist dog shit. We're currently under Trump's TCJA, or in other words, Trump's tax plan that he influenced to get passed and codified into law in 2017. It expires in 2025, right? If you say anything about our current administration, I'm going to mute you and repeat that point. If you say anything about what's to come in the next 4 years, I'm going to mute you and repeat that point. If you say anything but responding to the fact that you just called Trump's tax policy communist dog shit, we're going to go ahead and have you muted, and then I'm going to repeat the same point I am right now. So go ahead and unmute your mic and respond specifically to the point that you just called Trump's tax policy communist dog shit. Why do you support a communist? Are you like a crazy blue lib, right? Like, I think that you need to respond to these very impertinent and like important points. Come on.
Thank you for finally giving me the chance to speak. So yes, I would agree that the tax policy is bullshit. As a human and citizen of the United States, I'm tired of paying over taxes. And the fact that we need to change that, I think, is an important issue in our economy.
So you're tired of Trump's tax policy?
100%.
Okay. Would you ever vote for a candidate with communist dog shit policy?
I mean, both of them have terrible policies. That's what I'm alluding at.
Oh, okay. So Trump has communist dog shit policies. Can you affirm or deny that?
Deny. Can you affirm or deny that Kamala, or however you pronounce her name, has dog shit policies?
No, I think she has pretty good policies. But how could you deny the fact that Donald Trump has communist dog shit policies when you called his tax policy communist dog shit?
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
No,
I
I'm
never
not.
said it was communist dog shit.
You sure did.
Where did I start with our conversation? I asked, how long have you been paying
What you
taxes?
started with in this conversation has nothing to do with when you called his tax policy communist dog shit. You literally called that verbatim.
Yeah,
right. We even see people in the chat. Like, dude, someone in the chat with like their profile picture of like Trump getting shot at the rally, and his name is literally Trump 2024. Like, that is a fucking cult member. And you want to know what he just said in the chat? Nah, you did say that. Like, even the Trumpers are mad at you because you just called their fucking daddy, right, a communist dog shit policymaker. Like, come on, let's be real here.
So do you think it's a dog shit policy as well?
Oh, yeah, I know. Terrible. The TCJ, so bad. It's communist. It's dog shit. That's why we need to vote for Harris, right? Let's rally around the candidate that stands against the red wave. Let's rally around the candidate who doesn't want to see Marxism embedded in every single facet of our society. Let's get it out of the economy. Let's get it out of the constitutions, and let's get it out of the government. We as American citizens have a moral obligation to stand against that shit. We've seen how it worked out in the USSR. We've seen how it's worked out in China. We've seen how it's worked out in Cuba. We've seen how it's worked out in Venezuela. We need to get it out of our government. That's why we need to vote for Kamala Harris. And seemingly you'd agree with me here because we both just like paraded the fact that Donald Trump has communist dog shit policy. Am I right? It's a good day today, guys. For the 9,000 people in here, welcome in. You found my backup. Make sure to follow. I'm banned on the main from doing these lives for a week, so we're having fun on here instead.
I guess the third thing I'd like to ask you about, which you said was an important policy, was the border. Right? You mentioned.
Sure, go for it. We'll do it. Fine, whatever.
You mentioned that was important to you, right?
It's one of the many things. So I think that we need to rebuild our legal systems of migration. We need to make it easier for people to come here legally, right? And then for the undocumented migrants that are in our country, we need to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship if they are not violent, and deport those that are violent, so we could further increase the quality of life for these people so they could better provide for themselves and their family, while also making the quality of life for all Americans better by just further bolstering our country's economy and GDP. Like, let's be real here, man.
Right. Yeah. And I think, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to figure out what your stance is on the topic. A lot of people.
I just told you. Did you just agree with everything I said about?
I'm still speaking. I'll let you.
Nah, fine. I'm getting too trigger happy. I'm too excited and happy. Yeah, go for it.
So a lot of people say that they're tired of hearing about the border. Well, it's very important when we have these illegal immigrants coming into our nation and killing our own. Right. that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And then when
you said that you're a U.S. citizen earlier, right?
Yeah, and then when your presidential person, whatever you want to call her, says that we shouldn't change anything, she wouldn't change anything that Joe Biden did over the past 4 years, that should be a threat to our nation.
Going in. Let me get.
1 second, Justice. I'm just going to finish this out with Debert. So, are you a U.S.-born citizen, sir?
I am.
Okay. Well, you're 2 times more likely to commit violent crimes than undocumented migrants. Should we deport you too?
That makes no sense at all.
No, but I thought you said that like undocumented migrants are like literally like D1 Marvel villain because they're killing our people. I mean, you're 2 times more likely to. Like, so what does that make you? Are you like Mr. Evil?
Twisting the narrative.
I'm not, dude. There's no narrative here. It's just all bullshit and lies. For instance, Donald Trump torpedoed Lankford, a Republican in the Senate. Trump endorsed, one of the 11 Republicans that supported his attempted coup last election. So very radical. He torpedoed his bipartisan border bill because it would have ended the crisis upwards of 2 years ago. He didn't want to see the Democrats win, and he wanted the crisis to continue so he could convince you that they're absolutely terrible.
What has Kamala done to strengthen our border? Nothing.
I mean, apart from passing the executive order with Joe Biden that has put us at lower crossings today than any point under Trump's term. Right? She tried to influence that bipartisan border bill, and then third of all, her name is pronounced Kamala. If you can't pronounce her name right, just call her Harris.
Fake news. She's done nothing to protect our border.
Okay, so are you saying that she didn't pass that executive order with Biden?
You got blood on her hands, and you know it. Go Trump.
So I just want to clarify: are you holding to the claim that she did not pass an executive order with Biden that decreased border crossings by upwards of 60%?
Okay, I'd love to see the numbers. She could pass whatever you think she passed, buddy, but the border crossings have raised up to millions and millions since Trump has been out of office.
Okay, well, I mean, Trump's own source, the Department of Homeland Security and Border Affairs, disagrees with your claim. After that executive order was implemented, we've seen about 2,000 through 2,200 crossings per day, right? And specifically speaking, that's lower than what we saw at the same point under Trump's term. So Trump's own source, right, disputes what you're saying.
The border crossing numbers quadrupled when Biden.
You're talking about the totality of the terms. We could talk about the totality of the terms next, right? But we're having a conversation specifically about what has happened after the implementation of this executive order.
Yeah, so what's happened? The numbers are still high. Nothing to fix our issues at the border.
Okay, well, if our numbers are high now, did that mean that numbers were high when Trump left office under his term because they were at the same or higher levels?
We're talking 1 to 4.
I'm going to go ahead and repeat my question because obviously you're not like hearing me or responding to me. You're saying that the numbers are high now. We currently have a border crisis. It is open, but yet we had higher numbers at the end of Trump's term. So would you say that Trump left office with a border crisis that he never fixed?
He tried to fix it. And then they stole the election. He was fixing it. It was almost done. Yeah, it was almost done.
Did you just say that the Democrats stole the election? You don't want to talk about that. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Why are you voting for Trump? It's fair. It's fine. Yeah. I mean, it's just such a bad point for Republicans to hold to. It's like every single court on the local, state, and federal level has ruled against that idea. In fact, Trump's own fucking judges, 17 to 34 of them, had said that same thing. In fact, his own fucking daughter and wife did. Bill Barr did. His own lawyers did. His own fucking VP did. His own Electoral Integrity Committee did. Everyone's been telling him that he lost. And in fact, he admitted it on Joe Rogan's podcast last week. So, I mean, yeah, of course, it's an undefensible point that you'll never want to discuss. So tell me, why are you voting for Trump? Let's hear it. Diana, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Everybody, let's get some W Dianas in that chat. That's insane. Thank you for the love. And Anna, thank you for the $10 as well. Everyone, please show some love to Diana and Anna. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you guys so much. Massive W's, but please take it away. I'm ready to hear for you. Hashtag justice for Melissa. Let's hear it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was on here. Hey, I didn't have my glasses on, so I'm just outside enjoying my beautiful day before Trump wins. So, first off, do you mind if I ask you, how old are you?
I am 20 years old. In fact, I turned 20 like a month ago. I'm a young
happy belated birthday. So I'm 54. I voted for Trump 3 times in 2015 and in 2020, and I'm just voted for him today. And I loved Hillary. I'll tell you, when I first found out that Trump was running, well, let me tell you, when I first found out that Trump was running, I got in an argument with the man and said, "You're crazy. Hillary Clinton's going to be the first female president." Now, I wanted a female president so bad, like a lot of these women that are lost that think that she cares about them. She doesn't care about them. We got 350-something thousand missing children, little girls, little boys.
I mean, that's a lie.
That she opened, that isn't a lie. And when
it
you
is a lie. I can explain to you about what that's
then
lie
why
about.
don't you pull up on your computer when these things that you're going really fast. And when you do that,
don't worry. I'm not talking fast. You're listening slow. But about like the 300 missing migrant children.
I get up early, and I wasn't born yesterday. You need to pull up on a computer. You were born like 54
years ago. Yeah.
That's right. Meaning I'm smart, and I get up. You can't pull it over me. Get your computer out and show those facts. You're screaming at that man a whole bunch of bullshit, and you know it.
Oh, really? What's one claim that I've made this entire life that's been bullshit?
I don't really blame you because you're only 20. You got your whole life ahead of you. Maybe. If this country is safe, maybe, meaning this could make, I don't know, you might want to be one of those that want to move to, where they want to move to Spain or Portugal or whatever.
I mean, at least I'm not like a MAGA conservative that wants to move to Russia.
After you vote for Kamala, is that where you're going, baby?
First of all, her name's Kamala. Then second of all, no, I will stay here home in America to continue to fight.
No, I'm just saying, are you moving?
Wait.
Have you said you're moving? Have you said you're moving? I guarantee you've told people you're moving if Trump wins. You're going to go vote for Kamala and then go move.
Kamala. Okay, you're crashing out. Is it my turn to speak?
Kamala. What do you want me to call her? Kamala.
If you can't pronounce her name, you could call her Harris.
Let me tell you something. I could call her.
I mean, if you continue to mispronounce her name, I'm
not going to do it. I heard you say some nasty things, but I'm not going to do it. Okay.
Yeah,
And you will have
this is cute.
You will-
Is it my turn to speak?
You will have respect for me as your elder, which is something
Really?
that Trump wants to bring back into this country. It's called manners, son.
Alpha, I
Learn
appreciate you for the
manners.
galaxy. Do you have respect? I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have respect for Biden as your elder?
I do. I feel sorry for him because it's
You do respect
In
Biden.
fact- in fact-
wait,
in fact-
Harris is also
in fact,
older than you. Do you have respect
know
for
what?
Harris as your elder?
You know what? Do you know? No, listen.
No, okay. Well, I mean, if you're not going to respect Harris,
Yes,
even
I
though
have
she's your
respect for
elder,
my
why the
elder.
fuck should I respect
I
you?
do.
Honestly, I'm going to go and put you on mute because you're steamrolling. Why should I fucking respect any, right? Espinoza, thank you for the boxing gloves. You're phenomenal. W's for Espinoza in the chat. Why should I respect any of these absolutely insane MAGA cultists that come up in my life every single day? People just like you that aren't here to have the impertinent discussions about policy, that aren't here to talk about America and what direction it's going in, but are solely here to destroy the libs and shit talk anyone that disagrees with them. Bro, you treat politics like a goddamn football game. You treat politics like Dana White treats the UF goddamn C, dude, right? And that is what really makes me lose a lot of respect for you, especially when there's such important issues on the line. Like, there's been 65,000 women that have gotten pregnant and been denied abortion in the last 3 years since Trump, elected the justices to overturn Roe v. Wade. And you're going to sit here and like cry and whine about how I'm probably moving to Spain, right? Like, we're sitting here, right, 4 years after Donald Trump tried to overrule the American democracy by attempting to stage a coup to steal the election in 2020 from Biden, and you're sitting over here calling, right, Tim Walz Tampon Tim and calling Kamala, right, intentionally mispronouncing her name. Like, I'm gonna ask you for one thing and one thing only, right? Give me your damn reasons why you're voting for Trump. Give me a respectable debate, and I will sit back and I will show mutual respect, okay? But that's just all that I ask for. So let's calm down on the theatrics, right? Let's calm down on the you're 54, I'm 20, so I need to respect my elder. Shut the fuck up, okay? Tell me why you're voting for Trump. Let's hear it. Okay. Tell me why you're voting for Trump. Let's hear it. Okay, I know that I just muted you. It's not because I didn't want you to talk. It's because you have an echo. It's a TikTok glitch. I will tell you how to fix it. Swipe in and out of the TikTok app as if you're going to answer a text message.
Can you hear me?
Tell you how to fix it. Swipe in and out of the TikTok app as if you're going to answer a text message.
Can you hear me?
She just heard the important part. Swipe in and out of the app as if you're going to answer a text message. That's how you fix that audio glitch. It's very simple. It's very simple. So right now, if you have an iPhone, right, that's newer than the iPhone X, just swipe. Just swipe up. Well, we'll all know when you'll swipe up because it'll say you're on pause. Can't hear you. Just come right back into the TikTok app. You don't force close it. You don't do any of that. Now you just come right back in. You could still hear my voice. I know you can. Go find the little TikTok app on your phone home screen. I swear to God, this is like the worst demographic of people to try to give tech support to. It is a very rough job. It is a very rough fucking job. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just do another guess while she's figuring that out. For the 10,000 people in here, if you do want to support, she left, okay. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. I love y'all so much for your support. Speaking of the support, Astel, thank you for another $20. I really appreciate you for the love. Everyone show Astel some love in the comment section for the $20. So based. And Victor, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Victor.
Holy
what's
shit.
going on, Christian? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, bro, I'm not even coming up here to debate or anything. I'm just a huge fan. Love you, bro.
Dude, Christian, you're phenomenal. I am just looking for debates here today, but I appreciate you for coming up here and showing some love. W's for the base guest in the comment section. If you guys are in this stream and you want to come up and debate, drop a MAGA, drop a Trump down below. Hello, Kai, are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
I sure can. Why would you want to vote for Trump? That is against your own interests.
No, so I am an undecided voter. At first, I was for Kamala, but now I'm kind of in the middle just because of women's rights. I have been looking more into it, and I have supported Kamala because of women's rights. And
as you should.
I am
as we all should.
Yes, I am all for her supporting women's rights. Where I am having trouble making the connection is the transgender topic, where we are now allowing men to participate in women's sports and take away from women's rights. So I am all for her supporting women's rights, but at the same time, she is taking it away from women.
Okay, yeah. What policy did she pass that allowed trans women to compete in women's sports? Like, I'll give you my take. I just want to ask that.
Okay, yeah. So she didn't participate in any policy, but based off of how she presents herself and how she has talked about transgenders' rights, she is wanting to
like saying that we should like respect basic human dignity and shit. Yeah, that's good. So here's my take.
I have nothing against transgender people at all. I am totally fine with people making their own decision based off of how they want to live their life. Where I am having the issue with is when they are participating in women's sports, when they are allowed to go into women's bathrooms, when there is tampons in men's bathrooms, which makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's where I'm having the issue and the disconnect, because as we can support women and women's rights, we're also taking away from women's rights and women's.
Okay. Point fucking number one. None of those things were influenced and codified in legislation by any government. Those are social issues completely separate and apart from Kamala Harris and her campaign. Point number two, I absolutely stand for and respect the trans community. I think that being a TERF is like really like weird and gross and like backwards. And like three, right, if like your concerns are trans women competing in women's sports in the NCAA and the Olympics and other sports sects here at home in America, they have to undergo at least like 3 to 5 years of hormone replacement therapy, which we've done an incessant amount of studies that would demonstrate that would allude to no biological advantage over cis women. And then four, I don't see anyone complaining about Mike Phelps and his 90-foot wingspan, webbed feet and webbed fingers. Okay, all right, that's an unfair biological advantage. Then four, about trans women going into the women's restroom. Well, if you want to segregate it on the basis of sex, you'd be saying that trans men, females, should be going in the women's restroom, right? And because trans men are more masculine presenting than trans women, what we end up seeing is more masculine people being allowed in that space, which opens the door as wide as can be for cis men saying they're trans to take advantage of women in this space. So you're actually putting women's safety more on the line. Then point four, Donald Trump is going to do nothing to ban trans women in sports because those are all private leagues and that would be government overreach. I thought you stood for very small, uninfringing government. And then point five, the fact that you said you're pro-choice and you care about women's rights, but you're totally okay to turn your back on the 1 out of every 3 American women that don't have access to elective healthcare because of Trump, and the 65,000 great victims that got pregnant that have been denied services in 12 of our states in the last 3 years because of 0.05% of our population is just like, boom, like mind-blowingly like stupid.
No, and that is why I came on your live, because from the information that I had gotten, that's where I was basing my opinion off of. I never said I was a decided voter on Trump. I never said I was a decided voter on Kamala, but I was supporting Kamala at first mainly because of her views on women's rights and mainly because of how much she is supportive of women. But after reading into more information, I wanted to get your opinion on this, and I wanted to know more facts on this, because I did hear about her wanting to pass a law that minors are able to get transgender reassignment surgeries without the parent permission. And I wanted to know what your opinion on that was, and if that was actually even true, or if that was actually something that she wanted to pass.
Yeah, so if you go to kamalaharris.com/issues, you will see that nowhere on her platform, nowhere in her policies. I mean, if you just want to have a debate about if I think that's a good or bad thing, we can. That's completely separate from her policies. I honestly think that Kamala Harris doesn't have enough directed policies at marginalized communities such as the trans community or like the LGBTQ plus community or like the black community. I don't think we see enough. But you know, like one of the results of that is like, no, like the lie that she has a policy designed for trans youth to allow them to get surgeries without their parents' permission. Like, no, that doesn't exist.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. That was probably some misinformation that I got. That's why I wanted to come onto your live. I've been watching your live many, many times, and I love all the information that you give out. I am an undecided voter still until I can get enough information to form my vote on my own. How about this? I disagree with their takes on the trans community. I think they're harmful and I think they're regressive, right? But if you can make the realization that although you hold to these transphobic beliefs,
right? Which you
No,
may say
none
are
of my-
transphobic.
none of my-
whatever you want to call them, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to call your.
I have people that I know in my life that are transgender. I support transgender people 1000%. Whatever you decide to do with your own life is none of my business, and I absolutely support transgender rights. What I don't support is it taking away from women's rights.
Listen.
And do you feel that
Listen.
transgender going into women's sports and competing in women's sports is taking away from women's rights? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
How not? Because that is
How not?
taking away from a woman being able to get first place, or that's not fair. A man is genetically more athletic than a woman. That's very obvious. So it's clearly not fair for a man to participate in a women's sport. That is absolutely not fair.
So first of all, trans women are women, not men. Second of all, right?
Yes, but they still were born as a man, and
If you let me finish, male. The word you're looking for is male. Trans women are males. There you go. That's the word you're looking for. So your claim here is that trans women possess an unfair biological advantage over cis women because there's certain aspects of like the male anatomy that would give them such an unfair biological advantage. Well, there's a couple things here that give males a biological advantage for like athletic sports over females. A lot of it has to do with bone density, the density of muscle mass, the amount of muscle mass, alongside a couple other things. But once again, what we've seen after about 3 to 5 years of HRT, right, those biological advantages diminish and no longer exist. Anastasia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you. W's for Anastasia in the chat.
Wait,
and that's just the fact.
You're saying like in this current day and age, a man is not more genetically athletically more equipped than a woman is. That's what you're saying.
Given like 3 to 5 years of like hormone replacement therapy, right, males do not possess an unfair biological advantage over females.
But in this current state and in this current age, we have had men that have not gone through 3 to 5 years of hormonal therapy that are participating in women's sports currently.
Where?
It was a volleyball game that there was a man participating and he did not go through the hormonal therapy.
Like under what league?
I really don't know, but you can look it up. I'm pretty sure if you just look it up on Google, it should pop up right away. It was a big thing.
Please give me. Is it like a high school sport?
Just look it up. Just look up man, transgender man.
You got me. You got me. They don't require 3 to 5 years of HRT for high school sports. You got me.
Okay, so do you not like? I don't understand.
They're fucking children. Okay.
Okay, so here's my point. As a man participating in a women's sport, that would be taking away from women's rights, and you're saying that it's not.
In Olympics, in NCAA, we see these requirements, and I'd say that like these requirements are fair, they're justified, they should exist. Yeah, and I mean, all like sporting leagues, these things exist. How about you just advocate for like the fake sporting leagues that you say exist that probably actually don't, have these requirements to have those requirements. And then also if you don't like being unfair to women in women's sports, which is like this like axiom of the argument that you're making, the only presidential candidate in the race that has done that has been Trump, okay? He personally went on Truth Social and tweeted out a picture of Amin Khalif boxing in the Olympics, shit on her, and said that she shouldn't be able to compete. That was like proactively infringing upon a woman's right to compete in women's sports. Have we seen anything with such direction and intention coming from Kamala Harris?
I did not come into this live as a Trump supporter, as a MAGA supporter by any means. I'm just very undecided because of that reason. Like, I went out the other weekend with my girls and there was a man that was in a dress. And to me, I didn't think that he had any gender reassignment surgery. Like, I don't know, looking at someone, but it didn't look like it. It literally, to me, just looked like a man that put on a dress. And he followed me.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to thank my donors. Emily, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Emily in the chat. Maze, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you for the love, Maze. W's for Maze and Emily. Yeah, suck it up. Men could wear dresses, and it's like that could have been a cis man. I just want to put that out there. That could have been a cis fucking man.
Let me finish my story.
That could have been a cis man. Just putting that out there. Like, that doesn't automatically invoke anything about trans women.
I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. That man
last weekend?
That man had followed me into the bathroom to use the women's restroom as a man. And
okay, well, then they weren't a man. They were a trans woman.
No, they were a man, because you could tell by what they were doing in the bathroom, that they were a man. It was very inappropriate. It made me feel very uncomfortable. And as a woman, I don't think that I should be able to be in a situation where a man is following me into a bathroom.
Diane, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Massive W's for Diana down below. Thank you for the $10. Everyone show some love to Diana. That's so incredibly kind of you. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
I don't care if he has like a dress on and is considering himself as a woman. At the end of the day, he is still a man, and he did still have a male body.
Kai, with all due respect, I'm trying to ask you a question and you're fucking steamrolling.
Go ahead.
Why shouldn't trans women be able to use the women's restroom?
Trans women can if they have a female body part. My issue is where he did not have a female body part to be using a female's restroom. He had a penis and was using a woman's restroom. That was where my issue was, because I don't feel like that should be legal. I don't feel like that should be fair, because regular men aren't allowed to do that. Just because they put a dress on don't mean that they should be able to.
You gave me your answer. Shut up. Thank you. I just wanted your answer. It was super fucking simple. Phenomenal. So you were looking at this trans woman use the restroom, or how did you determine that they had a pee-pee?
No, I wasn't looking at the trans woman using the restroom, but they were like, oh my God, I need to pee so bad. And it was clearly a man, and they were pulling down their pants, and they had like their boxers on, and then they were turning away to go to the bathroom, and then they had the door like cracked open, and every girl in the restroom was uncomfortable, and they had to alert the bar staff and tell them what was going on, and the bar staff did nothing about it, and they were like, we can't do anything about that. If they consider themselves as a woman, they consider themselves as a woman. This is a real story that happened to me and my friends, and this is why
wait. You said that they started pulling down their pants. It started off by you telling me that they had a dress on.
Yes, pulling down their pants under their dress. Yes.
Then how did you see their boxers under their pants if they had a dress over?
What do you mean? They're pulling up their dress and pulling down their pants, and that's where they were like almost.
And they're doing all this as they were like going into the bathroom?
They were literally standing right by the stall of the bathroom, and it was very clearly a man, and everyone was uncomfortable.
Oscar, thank you so much for the $11 and the 11 cents. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Oscar in the chat. I really appreciate you for the $11 and the 11 cents. And Sydney, thank you for the $5. You also said that you were there with your kids. Why were you at a bar with your kids?
My kids? No, I said my girls, my friends. My point is that
Heather, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Greg, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for the live. Everyone, show some love to Greg. I really appreciate it.
So I guess my question for you would be...
I still haven't been able to make my point. So you said that trans women...
I have one question for you, and I just want you to answer it. This is like my one question that I have for you. Do you believe that a man that considers himself as a woman or identifies as a woman but does not have a vagina or any female body parts should be allowed to use a woman's restroom?
Yeah, I think that trans women that haven't undergone sex reassignment surgery should be be allowed to use a women's restroom. And the reason that I'd say that is because I don't.
That is disgusting, and that is
okay. So you're not interested in my reasons because you don't care about critical thought, right? Is this where you cut me off and then you just whine, cope, and cry and show me your emotions and compare to engaging in a critical conversation with me?
You can absolutely talk, but I just don't a man with a
that's
male
crazy.
body part.
No, we all know what you think, but this is a debate.
Okay,
no,
go
but this
ahead.
is but this is a debate.
Talk.
Yeah, this is a debate.
Yeah,
Victor, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Everyone, show Victor some love for the $25. And Chad, thank you for the $3 and the 33 cents on Venmo. I appreciate you
constantly
guys.
cut me off and cut everyone else off, but it's such a debate, right? Okay, continue.
I didn't even cut you off when I was thanking my donor, like wine, cope, and cry. But I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So yeah, I don't think that genitalia should determine what restroom you should be able to use, because like right, how are we going to like force this? Are we going to have like a genitalia inspector at the door? Like how do you determine what kind of genitalia someone uses? And then like B, right, I'd say that like the genitalia that one does have, right, doesn't increase or decrease like their like risk of being a threat to you or anyone else in the space, right? Like if that trans woman had undergone sex reassignment surgery, she isn't like all of a sudden less of a statistical threat, right? I'd say that the only thing that like the presence of that genitalia in the space would serve, right, is to like make like turfs uncomfortable, right? But then like how do you even know what genitalia they have? And I'd say that like the single aspect of uncomfortability is not sufficient to determine exclusion from a space, right? And the reason why I'd say that uncomfortability alone is not sufficient to determine exclusion from a space is because that's essentially what was done with like Jim Crow law era segregation with black people I would say that a standard we can justifiably use, right, when determining like segregated spaces such as restrooms is a conjunction between comfortability and safety, right? And we'd see that excluding trans women from the women's restroom would not sufficiently satisfy the criteria of comfortability and safety, because we'd see that trans women going into the women's restroom do not put cis women at any greater safety risk. In fact, segregating the restrooms on the basis of sex put cis women at a greater level of safety risk, because trans men are more masculine than trans women. And that opens the door wider for cis men to say that they're trans men and take advantage of more cis women in that space. So if you truly care about the safety of women, as you virtue signal and say you do, you would want, right, to segregate the restrooms on the basis of gender identity so trans men aren't using your space, allowing cis men to take advantage of that?
Okay, so my issue with that is without having that restriction and without having that law in place, that means that a man could wake up one day and decide, maybe today I want to identify as a woman. And
Henrik, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Henrik in the chat. And Leah, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Everyone show Leah some love. Thank you so much. Mason, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate you so much. Chad, thank you for the $3. And then Victor, thank you for the $25. I appreciate everyone so much for the love. I'm going to go out and mute. I apologize for interrupting you, but do I feel bad? Not at all.
Okay, so like I was saying, a man can wake up one day and decide that he wants to identify as a woman and then go into a woman's restroom. If that was the case, if that's what you really believe in, that's what could be America's reality, which is very scary for women, considering that when we're in a space, in a bathroom, something that's very private and something that's for women, if a man decides to just wake up one day and put a dress on and decide that he wants to identify as a woman because he has a penis and wants to identify as a woman, it's fine. He can come into the bathroom. I guess my question for you is...
Can I respond to that before you ask me a question? Because that was just like total BS.
Just let me finish, please. If you had a daughter, would you be comfortable with her going out in public knowing the risk of having men literally be able to go out, follow her in the bathroom, or to go be in the same restroom as her? Would you be okay and comfortable with a man following your daughter into a bathroom?
I'd love to respond. So thank you for your question. I'll respond to the question secondly. She actually left, but I mean, I feel like it's like it's necessary for me to like address transphobia. So first of all, about your first claim of like men like waking up and deciding to be women, right? Like my legislative stance on like social issues or policy to restrict or not to restrict trans women from entering into women's restrooms does not change the scientific fact that an incongruence between gender identity and phenotypical sex traits is like not born out of a conscious decision, but rather born out of like your neuro and anatomy, right? You don't choose to be trans. You can't change your gender identity, right? It is born out of like in accordance or a lack of an accordance with gender norms associated with sexes or even neurobiology, right? And then like secondarily from that, I would be comfortable with my daughter going into the women's restroom with a trans woman 110%. The only reason why you're uncomfortable is the same reason why white people were uncomfortable with black people going in their businesses in the 1960s. And that is just pure and blatant prejudice, right? We see no sufficient reason, right, to segregate trans women from the women's restroom. We'd see there to be a higher level of safety concerns if we were to segregate women's restrooms on the basis of sex. And those are the facts, okay? And we need to surround ourselves with facts. Adam, what is going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, you sound like a pro-Republican talking about abortion, like a male Republican talking about abortion. And I hear these echoes of women in the rappers saying, yo, stay out of our bodies, dude, you creep. And that's how you sound in my opinion about female bathrooms.
Are you driving your car?
Stay out of the female bathrooms. I can't continue to watch you get cooked.
Don't worry, all men are going to don't worry, all men are going to stay out of the women's restrooms.
And then as soon as you start losing the debate, one of your little fans gives you a $5 tip because this is your job, and then you interrupt the entire thing. So you're not a good debater, man. You're kind of a tool. And that's all I have to say. Trump
beat me in a debate. No, wait. If I'm a bad debater, expose me in front of 12,000 people. Beat me in a debate. Why are you voting for Trump? See what I mean? Like he didn't stand behind his shit. He left, by the way. Of course. See what I mean? See what I mean? Like it's too easy. It's too easy. Like this shit is too free, bro. This shit is too free for me. Oh my god, this shit is way too free. It is too free for me. Oh my God. Republicans can lie. Republicans can virtue signal. Republicans can stand on their podium and scream to the masses every single word they want them to hear. But you know what Republicans can't do? Fucking debate, okay? Because when it comes down to it, they lack the knowledge. They lack the intelligence. And that is required to be engaging in these discussions. So with all due respect, Adam, I would have actually sat here and answered to every single point that you would have brought up, and I would have given you your fair and willing time to prove that I'm a terrible debater, to prove that what I stand behind is BS, to prove to stand what I behind is wrong. But guess what? You couldn't, and that's why you ran. But you know what? The Republican platform's threshold for what they deem as a qualified leader of the party to be on that front line talking and engaging with liberals like me is so damn low because of Trump that we are currently seeing like tens, if not hundreds of Republicans in the comment section spamming W Adam right after this guy ran away with his tail in between his legs. And I think that's hilarious. Achilles, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love. We're going to go and get our next guys up in here. But while I do, I'd love to shout out some donations. Christian, thank you so much for the $100 donation. You're insane. Thank you so much for the love. Everyone, please show some love to Christian for the $100. That is insane. Thank you. Davia, thank you for the $20. Joseph with a $1. Courtney with a $7. And Henrik with a $10. But please keep those W Christians coming. Victor, thank you for the $5. Zach with a $5. Megan with a $3. Sydney with a $3. Leo with a $25. Thank you all so much for the love today. What's up, Zach? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
One, closing our borders. Two, put God back in schools. Three, stop teaching our fucking kids they can decide to be a fucking woman or a guy, because at the end of the day, if you're grown with a fucking dick, you're a man.
Yeah. The last guest got like a flag for hate speech and harassment for like doing all the transphobe shit, and that will get my life taken down if I have another one. Let's just do like a quick like qualification test to see if you should be on this live right now. What's one policy Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that you liked?
You know, he made gas prices cheaper.
No, I asked you for a policy.
Policy? He actually built the wall. That's a policy.
So that literally wasn't a fucking policy. He tried to get that passed through policy. Congress rejected and denied him. So then he signed it in through an executive order, built less than 3% with misappropriated DoD funds. So just because you couldn't name a policy that he influenced to get passed under his first term, we are going to go ahead and kick you, because I don't want to sufficiently risk like the live getting taken down with more transphobia when you have like no political knowledge. So let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. You know what? Like, crazy flop. Let's go and get our next guest up in here right now. Katia, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. What's up, Josh? Are you voting for Trump?
No, hell no. Dude,
I do appreciate you for being up here. We are just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And if you do want to support me, you guys, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. And if you want to donate to me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of those proceeds, compared to about 30% here on TikTok, and they all go directly to me. And they really help me travel around and do all these fun things. I'm probably going to go boots on the ground in another swing state here next weekend. And I just appreciate you all so much. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. Spam Trump, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. What's up, all things? I appreciate you for the marvelous. And what's up, Ben? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, Dean, what's up? You know what? Actually, I'm not, but my coworker is, and I want to.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. Just looking to debate Trump supporters. Thank you for the Corgi Missy. Let's go to get our next guest, Coop, up in here. Anyone, please come up. If you're a Trump supporter, where are you at? Spam Trump in the comment section. Anna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying voted blue in North Carolina. Anna, we all love you here. You are spectacular. And thank you so much for the fireworks, Caitlin. You're great. Also, the donations are a really good way to get a message across to me, you guys. It literally pops up at the top of my phone screen like a notification. And if I can't read it in the noti, I have all of like Venmo and PayPal pulled up on my laptop right next to me so I could reread it when I have a good point. What's up, Jade? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes.
Oh, I hear a bunch of children in the background. Are they yours?
Yes.
And how old are they?
I have a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 6-year-old.
Phenomenal. You will save tens of thousands of dollars in taxes just by Kamala Harris's proposed increases in the child tax credit. That's going to go to $6,000 for a newborn, $3,600 from anyone from the age of 1 to 5, and $3,000 for any kid after that until the age of 17. So you have like already a tremendous reason to vote for Harris. If you write Harris down on that ballot and she gets elected, you are literally accepting over $10,000 to be directly deposited in your bank account in the next 10 years.
Actually, Kamala Harris is going to raise my taxes.
How?
Because of the threshold of income.
And what's your annual income about?
400,000.
Oh, okay. So, well, she's actually not proposing anything for you, unless like you own a corporation or unless you have over 100 million in invested assets. You're not going to be impacted.
Really, on her website, it says if your annual income is 400,000 or more, she's going to raise your taxes.
Okay, what is she going to rate? What are they at right now, and what is she going to raise them to? How much did you pay in taxes last year?
She doesn't specify how much.
How much did you pay in taxes last year?
I don't know. A lot.
Okay.
Because of
Like,
the
so
state
what-
I live in.
So what was it? What was your overall tax burden?
I have no idea.
That's why I know that you're lying about your income.
No, I am a stay-at-home mom. My husband owns 2 businesses. Okay, he owns a business.
Jordan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal to walk him down. I appreciate you for the
and he owns a
love.
business in Montana. He handles the taxes through his business. I don't know. I don't file my own taxes.
Thank you for the $1
I'm married,
Venmo.
so.
Okay. All right. Got it. Yeah. So, I mean, let's just assume that you're telling the truth. You're right. You will probably have like a slight increase in your tax burden. But I
why
think
does
that's
Kamala want to
okay.
raise taxes on the middle class?
You think that 400K per year is the middle class?
In Southern California, yeah. Do you know how much you get taxed by state in
Oh my-
California at that
oh my-
threshold?
Oh my God. That's not that. So no, 400K is not the middle class anywhere. That's actually the threshold for the top 1%.
Do you know how much you get taxed in California? by
Yeah,
state for that amount?
like a bit, but that has nothing to do with what your qualifications are
400
for
grand a
middle
year
class.
would be 30 grand a month, and you get taxed 19 grand a month living in California.
No.
Google it.
I know that's not true.
Okay, well then look it up. Prove it. Prove that that's not true.
Okay, sure. Let's do it. Why not? Let's see. Effective tax rate, California, 100K per year. Let's see what it is. So your effective tax rate for 400K a year in California is 41.5%. You saying that you'd make 30 bands a month and get taxed 19 is closer to 60. So you lied.
I literally just Googled how much do you get taxed making $30,000 a month in the state of California, and they tax you about $19,000 a month.
No. I just gave you I just gave you the marginal effective tax rate, all things considered, for a net income of $400,000 per year.
Let's see it.
You want me to show you it?
Yeah.
I mean, okay. I mean, I guess I could do that. Like, it's just like kind of annoying, like taking off the green screen, turning around the camera, but let's do it. All right. So effective tax rate, California, 400K per year. If you make 400K living in the region of California, USA, your net pay, your average tax rate is 41.5%.
Okay, so how much is that a month?
Less than 19,000, because 19,000 out of 30,000 is over 50.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pull up.
Like, I mean, this like what? Like about 12K? Julie, I think for the $5 on Venmo. And you're also just like not middle class. Now, you cannot say that like people in like the top 3% are middle class.
Okay, now Google. How much does it cost to live comfortably in California yearly with 3 kids?
You know what? Okay, why not? Let's do it. We're having
let's do
fun.
it. And then you're going to deduct all the tax money that they take out and look at that annual income.
Let's do it. Let's see. 2 adults, 1 working with 3 children, is going to be about $113,000 per year.
No, it's over 200,000. I looked it up. You're being really disingenuous.
No, that's coming from MIT.
You're being really disingenuous.
This is coming from like MI fucking T.
Okay,
typical
MIT,
expenses for a living wage.
MIT is saying to live comfortably in Southern California,
And that's like pre-tax, just to let you know.
with 1 income and 3 kids is 100,000 in Southern California.
113K for
And
like
does that
typical
sound right
living
to
expenses.
you? Does that sound right to you?
Yeah. I bet. I mean, how do you define comfortability? Like, do you define like your biannual trip to like Puerto Rico or Mexico is like like a necessary thing for
comfortability means like being
comfortability?
able to buy a home.
Oh,
You think that's possible at that income?
Wait, you think that comfortability is like predicated on like having an ability to buy a home? I don't have the ability to buy a home.
A middle class person should be able to buy a home.
I think that a middle class person should be able to buy a home, but I just want to state.
Okay, so yeah,
one second, Jade. I don't have the ability to buy a home, but yet I think I'm living comfortable. Would you say that I'm not living comfortable?
I don't know. I'm sure you are. You don't live on your own, right?
Courtney, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. Yeah, I do.
Really, you don't live with your brother, and before that, you're living with your mom. So a person who's not living on
I
their
live with
own
my brother on my
supporting
own.
themselves is
No, I do support myself.
Living
You could.
comfortably. I'm sure you are living.
I live with my brother on my own.
Anybody who has to
That's
support
the thing.
themselves and a
I
family.
live with my brother on my own. I completely and totally 110% support myself. Yeah.
Yeah, yourself.
Hey, I just have a question, Jade, real quick. You know, about taxes and whatnot. Do you think that our current tax policy implemented by the Biden-Harris administration is good or bad? And Isabella, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate that.
Biden and Harris haven't implemented a tax policy. We're under Trump's tax plan, and that's how.
You watch the streams. God damn it. Okay, I have another question for you.
I'm an informed voter.
You're okay. If you're an informed voter, can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed during his first 4 years that benefited the average working class American more than rich people?
The tax cuts.
Okay, no, because 83% of the cuts in the bill went to people making over $500,000 per year. It benefited them the most. Benefited people making under 50K, which is about the median income.
And it benefited the middle class.
I literally benefited like those at and below the median income the least. That is not a bill that disproportionately benefits the average American more than the rich.
It benefited us more than the tax plan we were under before this.
Okay, can you please repeat the question that I asked you? Because I think that you're confusing the question that I asked you.
Yeah, you're trying to ask the question in a way where I can't answer it. And the truth is, his tax policy benefited the middle class more than the tax policy that we were under with Obama.
Okay. Yeah. I will say that there's cuts for the middle class, and I like those. My issue in this election is that moving forward, Kamala Harris's economic policy will serve for the average American significantly better than Trump's. There's a couple of reasons I say this. First reason is that his plan is built for the rich man. Her plan is built for the average American and 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. The second reason I say this is because his plan costs $7 trillion. He has no plan or intention to pay for it. Her plan costs $2.4 trillion, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. The third reason I say this is he wants to implement tariffs to kind of pay for his plan. Those will regressively impact members of the low and the middle class the most and cause an outrageous amount of inflation, which was something you were just complaining about in SoCal, but that will impact all American citizens and even American businesses that are reliant on exports. Her plan doesn't. So that's why Kamala Harris is better for economics in the upcoming election. How do you feel about that, Jade?
I feel that she's not better for me in the upcoming election because of her proposed tax policy.
Okay. So yeah, if you make over 400K, you might be right. I guess the question I'd have for you is, would you still vote for Donald Trump, even if it meant that it'd make you better off, if it made a lot of others significantly worse off?
I vote for me and my family.
Okay,
and I
so
think everybody should vote for them and their family.
So if Donald Trump wanted to reinstitute enslavement of black people, you'd still vote for him because you're white? It wouldn't negatively impact you and may even benefit you?
No, because that wouldn't benefit me and my family.
Okay, well, let's just say enslavement of people outside of you and your family. A third of the population, but you don't know any of them. Would you still vote for Trump?
No, because how would that benefit me and my family? I don't understand.
Yeah, just like we'd assume that like you would profit off of
for enslavement for no reason. No, I'm not voting for enslavement.
No,
Why
we're
would
also
I do
gonna
that?
we're gonna be predicating this on the basis that you would benefit off of it somehow.
No.
Okay, so yeah, you'd say that Trump could advocate for something that's sufficiently bad where you wouldn't vote for him even if you benefited off of him. So I just have a question. Is the fact that Trump has raped a woman and been held civilly liable for it, is that sufficiently bad? Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Yes.
Would you vote for Trump if he was held liable for violently sexually abusing a little girl?
Yes.
Oh my God! So you'd vote for like a child rapist?
No.
Okay, conflicting answers. Fetus is screaming in the background. We're just gonna go to move on to our next guest. I don't feel like dealing with that today. Reagan! Oh my God, Reagan with the $50 donation on PayPal. Whoop, whoop. Oh my God. Reagan says, just voted. Love what you do. Reagan, that is so kind of you. I really appreciate you for the love. Everyone, please show Reagan some love while we are getting our next guest of the night up in the live. Holy fucking shit. That is so kind of you. Everyone, please show Reagan some love. Thank you. Jordan, thank you for the $10. You guys are phenomenal. You guys have been showing so much love as of recently. Cassie, thank you for the $5. Let's see here. Sydney, thank you for the $10 for the future. I really appreciate that, Sydney. I think you're awesome. Anna, thank you for the 10 cents. Isabella with the $2. Chelsea with the $5, and Julia with the $5. Alex with the $10. Heather with the $5, and Alexis with the $10. I really appreciate everyone that's been showing love. What's going on, Adrian? Are you voting for Trump?
Hit me with your best shot, Dean. Please hit me with your best shot. Why are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Cheese girl, I appreciate you for the galaxy. The impersonation is cool, but are you actually voting for Trump?
Oh, no, I'm not. I just want to say hi.
No, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man. Guys, go back to spamming Trump. Go back to spamming MAGA down below in the comment section if you want to come up here next. When we're in between debates, a lot of people leave. So if you want to help secure the live, make sure that we're double tapping and sharing, especially right now. You guys are awesome, though. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now, guys. Please just make this quick and easy to get our next debate going here just by spamming MAGA down below, by spamming Trump down below, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then if you're in the queue and you're not voting for Trump, please politely leave. That is very bad, and I don't like it. Trinity, thank you for the galaxy. Let's go and get our next guest up in here right now, ladies and gentlemen. Gamberly, thank you for the you're amazing. By the way, guys, I just posted a new TikTok over in the main. Go show it some love. Y'all already know. We're getting our next guest up in here right now. All right, guys. Guys, if you're spamming MAGA, if you're going to do the whole Trump thing, please at least make sure that you're willing to join. Like the biggest issue that I have is like we will see like hundreds of people spamming MAGA and Trump in the comment section, then like maybe only like 2 of those 100 people are willing to actually come up in the live. All right, looks like we got 2 phenomenal. First of all, Justice, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You're great. And Mulaney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying just canceled out Jade's vote. We love you. And Cassie, thank you for the $5. What's going on, you guys? Are y'all voting for Trump?
I am. How you doing?
Yeah.
Both of you guys are phenomenal. And why is that?
Go ahead, man.
You guys could choose whoever's
It doesn't. I guess I'll go first. So I used to be a Democrat when I was younger. And as I got older, I switched to Republican. I voted for Obama, and then I voted for Trump the second go around. The reason why I'm going to vote for Trump this time around is the last 4 years with the Biden-Harris administration, I kind of wasn't happy with a lot of the stuff that was going on.
Like why? Like what's one piece of legislation they influenced to get passed that you thought was bad?
Well, the one thing is the whole conflict with Ukraine and Russia and how...
So supporting Ukraine is bad, bro?
No, I didn't say that. Let me finish.
So what did they do that was bad?
Well, if you let me get to my point. And then, so the last 4 years, if you look at the world, how it's kind of like on the brink of being in World War III. between Ukraine and Russia.
That's a little bit insane, but okay.
Well, it's not insane because when Trump was in office, if you look, there wasn't any really global conflicts. When
Joyce, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate
But the main thing, to answer your question, the main thing that I'm not fond of between what they did with Ukraine is all the money that they're pouring into them, and then they don't have enough money to help out our own people in our country.
All right, Shakira, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Is it possible that you could go into a different room from that dog, Susan?
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyways, yeah, so about like funding to Ukraine. So do you know why we're funding them?
Well, I know your answer is going to be different than my answer, but my answer
We're funding them because of the Budapest Memorandum. In the 90s, we signed a denuclearization agreement with Ukraine stating that if they give up their nukes, we'll defend them if they're invaded. And we're only honoring that contractual agreement with the aid that we've sent them since. I also think it's funny that you're going to complain about the aid to Ukraine that is being attacked by a foreign aggressor and then like be complicit with the aid that we're sending to Israel when they are attacking and they are the foreign aggressor that's committing the war crimes. But apart from that, I don't think that, you know, the 160 billion that we've sent to Ukraine is that consequential. And I think it's a good thing. We need to stand against Russian expansion. That's why NATO's existed for so long. And then additionally, on top of that, you said that we need to be putting these resources into American citizens. So Trump's policy dumps resources into mega corporations and the ultra wealthy. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's policy dumps money into American citizens, that low and the middle class. So if you really stand for wanting our center, our focus to be on that average American, you should stand with Harris. And you could prove this to yourself by answering one question. Can you name one policy Trump passed in his first 4 years that focused that average American and benefited them the most? If you can't answer this question, you're proving my point.
So I will answer that question, but to backtrack to what you were saying about Ukraine and Russia, if Trump was in office, Putin would have never invaded Ukraine.
That's speculatory hearsay.
It's really not, because they had an understanding with each other. People were afraid
thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate.
So Trump met the leader of North Korea. What other president?
Wait, stop. Again, then he did meet like Kim Jong-un. Photo,
Okay.
cool. But like, I wanted you to say on at least one topic. You said that Putin was fearful and respected him.
The original topic
Putin
was,
thought
hold
that
on.
he's easy to manipulate.
The original topic was me saying that there was no conflicts when Trump was in office, and now with the Biden-Harris administration, that there's been conflicts and the brink of war.
Bro, just stay on one fucking topic. You said that Putin thought that Trump was fearful. Like, I'm cursing, bro. Slow down. You said you are, because you're being annoying because you're going between all these topics. You pivoted from where our focus is on with American.
You pivoted.
There we go. You were first talking about where our focus is on as like a country and funding American citizens. I said that your issue is our funding to Ukraine. I responded to that. You never even addressed my point. And then you went back to saying that Putin was fearful of Trump and wouldn't have invaded if he was elected. I disputed that by saying that we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he thinks Trump is easy to manipulate, and our evidence for that as well when Trump believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence from the DOD and CIA in Helsinki. And then you went on to North Korea. Now you're pivoting back to your bullshit correlation causation claim about the lack of global conflicts under Trump compared to that under Biden. First of all, we did have conflicts under Trump. We had the Turkish-Kurdish war caused by our pull out of Kurdistan. We had the Yemen genocide. We had a proxy war with Russia and Syria with boots on the ground fighting. But I just wanted to go back to my one question that you never answered. You said that you wanted more of a focus on American citizens, right? I said, well, that is obviously going to be proponed given Kamala Harris's policy, and explained to you how in depth and even compared it to Trump's policy. And I said that you could prove this point to yourself if you could name one policy under Trump's first 4 years that focused that average American and benefited them the most. And if you can't answer that question, you're proving yourself wrong. So now please take some time to try to answer that question. We could talk about all these different topics. We could do it all. Let's just do one topic at a time. Respond to that question.
Let's just do one topic at a time. Respond to that question.
You have an echo, Steven? Go in and out of the app as if you're going to respond to a text message from your wife. Swipe out of the app like you're checking your texts, and then swipe back into the app. Give him a second here. There you go. All right, Steven, please respond to that question, sir. Feel free to unmute. Okay, to unmute your mic, you have to click on your profile picture and click the icon of the mic in the top right-hand corner. When the options pop up, so please now
Can you hear me?
do that. I sure can. Can you respond to my question?
Yes. So the Paris Accord, him not entering the Paris Accord, that is a policy that helped the Americans. Because again, that's just pouring money and resources into something that could go elsewhere into the country that benefits us. Just like how you said, Trump is all about big corporations. I will agree with you 100%.
Okay, so government spending?
Trump is 100% about big corporations and tax cuts.
Okay, so your claim is like reduction of government spending, right?
In the wrong places, yes, reducing.
Yeah, so like Donald Trump signed twice as much debt-related spending into law compared to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, according to the CRBF, which is the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden signed $4.6 trillion of debt-related spending into law, with 2.2 of that being non-COVID related. Meanwhile, Trump signed $8.7 trillion of debt-related spending into law, with 4.8 trillion of that being non-COVID related. Right. So, I mean, if you think that helping average Americans means less debt related spending, well, then you just conceded and agreed that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did that more so.
But when it comes to him saving money on the big corporations, what do you think that happens to the average American?
When you cut the corporate tax rate? Nothing significant.
Well, so let me tell you this. So let's say you own Amazon, okay? Just hear me out. You own Amazon, and Trump is going to not come into office. So now Kamala's going to come into office, Kamala's going to come into office. She's going to raise your taxes, raise the business taxes for that business. And what do you think is going to happen from there? Someone that owns a business that is being taxed more. So basically their overhead.
Give me your hypothesis. Just give me your hypothesis. What's going to happen?
Someone that owns like that's getting all those, has to pay extra money. Price of goods are going to go up. Exactly, because where is that money going to? If that CEO is not making that money,
okay, great. I hear you. Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, we don't see that. So, for instance, the corporate tax rate was 35% under Obama, 21% under Trump. We saw higher prices under Trump than we did Obama. Historically speaking, in the 20th century, our corporate tax rate was between 45 and 55%. We saw lower levels of inflation and higher levels of employment then than we do now. We don't see any macro correlate between the rate of the corporate tax rate nationwide and levels of inflation here at home in America. Right? History and empirics dispute your hypothesis and prove it false. And the reason is the corporate tax rate is going to apply to bottom line profits. It's not going to apply to expenses for the business, meaning that they won't have to go more out of pocket to pay for their goods, meaning that they have to charge a higher level. But if you think that taxing businesses more causes inflation, you just conceded that Trump's plan with tariffs on taxing imports will ultimately result in more inflation for the end consumer in America, right? So, I mean, in all reality, you just attributed to how Donald Trump's policy is inflationary.
I do not agree with the tariffs. That I will be 100% on. I don't think tariffs is a good idea. But again, the stuff that I agree with more outweighs me voting for Trump versus Kamala. Now,
I mean, I'm still waiting for you to tell me what you agree with, because your last point utterly failed.
Well, you said things were more expensive when Trump was in office. I don't believe that.
What?
You
just
said,
look at the CPI. Look at the CPI under Trump compared to Obama. I'm not here to talk about your subjective emotional truth.
It's not subjective. I work in the finance industry. I look at numbers every day, and things are more expensive now and has been.
I said it compared to between Obama and Trump.
I'm talking about, why are we talking about Obama? I'm talking about
because there was a 35% corporate tax rate under Obama and a 21% corporate tax rate under Trump. If you'd say increases in the corporate tax rate lead to inflation, we'd expect higher prices under Obama than Trump.
Are we talking about Obama? Is Obama becoming president or Kamala? Because I think
the reason why it's relevant is it disputes your hypothesis that increasing the corporate tax rate leads to inflation.
You basically I said that things are more expensive now in the last 4 years than they were when Trump was in office.
God, you actually didn't even bring up a point of inflation. You brought up a point of how increasing the corporate tax rate.
Dude, you brought it up yourself.
You said that Kamala Harris's proposed increases in the corporate tax rate will lead to inflation. Is that something you said?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. The way I disputed and disproved that is that historically speaking, higher corporate tax rates have not led to higher levels of inflation, and cutting the corporate tax rates has not led to lower levels of inflation, right? And the prime example of this was when Trump cut the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21, we didn't see lower prices.
Where's the proof on that? Because I do not. I don't
The Consumer
agree.
Price Index from the Federal Bureau of Labor, from the Federal Reserve, from Fred.
I have to look it up. But
bro, are you saying that, dude? You're saying that like there's lower prices under Trump than Obama? Is that really what you're saying?
I can't remember the price of goods when Obama was in office.
Hunter, thank you for the $5 on Vim. I appreciate you for the love, Hunter.
What I'm saying is the last
Said that you work in finance. You should know this.
Yes, I work in finance, but I'm not going back 13 years, 12 years, however long ago it was, to see the comparison. Because again, Obama's not in office, or Obama's not going to be.
Yeah, Steven, I'm just going to kick you for that silly comment. If you don't understand the conceptual point of how that empirical fact disputes your hypothesis that increasing the corporate tax rate causes inflation, we're just going to kick you and move on to Susan. Hello, Susan. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not.
Hey, Based, you're great. Thank you for coming up. You were awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest, Nasa. Everyone, do just give us a minute here, y'all. Do be patient, guys, while we're getting our next guest up in here. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. Hello, Nasa. I can't believe, you just said that I got cooked by Steven?
Yeah, you got cooked. You know good and well that Obama was in a economic recovery stage, so interest levels was low. Everything was low because everybody was trying to recover from the recession. So you know that. You're very smart. You know that's why those numbers were lower under Obama, and I voted for Obama. But lower interest rates actually are associated with higher levels of inflation. Well, I'm just saying, you know that Obama's economy was a recovery economy, and everybody was doing what they could do to recover the economy. And Obama did a great job, and his plans leaked into Trump's first 4 years. That's why Trump's economy was looking good. I'm voting for Trump.
In recovery economies, we typically see higher levels of inflation. Think about the recovery economy. NASA. Think about the recovery. No. In recovery economies, we typically see higher levels of inflation. Think about Biden and Harris's recovery economy, right, from decreases in GDP growth caused by the pandemic. So you're saying that there was lower levels of inflation under Obama's term because of lower interest rates, and we were in a recovery economy. Point one, lower interest rates cause higher levels of inflation. The opposite of what you said, right? Because the Feds increased the interest rates after the pandemic hit to reduce consumer spending, to reduce inflation. Point two, you said that there was lower levels of inflation because we were in a recovery economy, right? No, typically in a recovery economy, we see higher levels of inflation. Reference Biden and Harris's recovery economy from the pandemic. Go ahead and finish your points. But the two reasons that you just brought up there, why there's lower levels of inflation under Obama,
tangent about what I said. No, the economy was recovering, right? So that means he was placing laws in place so it can recover. Not he was in a recession and then the recession was happening. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about once they start putting laws in place to recover the economy, a lot of things were happening to make stuff lower. It was lower. It just was low. That's why it was lower. Why would it be Why wasn't it higher, right? You know why. Obama had good laws. This ain't anti-Obama. This is pro-Obama. I'm telling you why. You know why that is. And then,
then you agree that
rates start going up towards the end of Obama presidency. Everything started to normalize back to when we get into the beginning of Trump. Trump first 2 years looked great because of Obama plans coming in. So Trump looked great in his first 2 years because of the plans that Obama put in place. So that is a true thing. You know that.
Wait, NASA. Do you think that I'm a Trump supporter?
No, you are a Obama liberal. I am an independent who I'm trying to tell you if you actually ask me who I was.
Wait, because what you just said was true.
No, listen to me. Just listen, Dean. God damn it, Dean, you smart motherfucker. You smart. So just listen. I'm an African American voting Trump this time. I didn't last time. I didn't neither time, and I voted Obama. I voted Hillary, and I voted Biden. So I'm trying to tell you, I was just saying that you knew what you was doing to that last guy. That's why I said you got cooked. But that's not my point. That wasn't my point. You asked me about the cook statement, so I told you why. That's the only reason why in my head. Now, if I'm wrong and you're smarter than me, okay, but that's why. That's the answer to why I thought you got cooked. Okay, but now why I'm telling you why I'm voting Trump, ain't got nothing to do with bathrooms, all this silly stuff that other Trump voters say that make us look stupid and dumb for feeling how we feeling. But we at a point in our country where we just need something fundamentally different. As much as crap as all this stuff that you said, Trump gonna do this, he ain't gonna do none of that crap he talking about. No income taxes for everybody. He can't do that. We got a Congress problem. And I think Trump is the only person who, Democrats are nice, so they will vote for things. Republicans aren't. They're not going to vote for things. We get Harris to come in. The Republicans are going to railroad everything she's trying to do. Nothing is going to get done. When Trump in, Democrats are nice. Liberals are nice. They will vote for things that make sense if they try to pass them. We know that. We know that. We in a society where the Republicans are assholes, the liberals too nice, and we don't need nice right now. We need Trump to come in and throw a wrench into everything. We need somebody to come in that their side is just going to stick to their guns.
Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for the $10, Ara.
We need a side that's going to stick to their guns and play it all the way out. You see online, look how concerted they is. I know the Republicans lying. They'll post a lie out of nowhere tomorrow. Hey, I got information from the Kamala campaign that they're doing it in concert. It's so effective. And the Democrats don't do nothing effective. They're not effective. We need an effective leader from the liberals. Kamala is not effective. She's
okay. Hey,
yeah,
NASA?
Trump is effective. You look at they find Trump flags. He's a 78-year-old cripple guy.
Hey,
Everybody's
NASA.
together for this old dude.
Do you mind if I hop in here?
Yeah, I just try to give you a little dose of what you do to other people, but
no, I'm enjoying it. Don't
it's
worry.
an emotional thing, though. It's emotional.
Don't worry. I'm enjoying it. You're good, man.
No,
You're
it's
good.
an emotional
Caitlin,
thing. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I hear
the policies, you're right, but they're not going to pass them, bro.
I hear you. Just you're saying that
my bad,
the current leadership is ineffective. Just take a breath.
My bad,
bro. You're good. You're good, dude. Just breathe. Just take a breath. You're good.
I'm a battle rapper too, so I'm sorry.
Nova, thank you for the $3 on Venmo, and Saf, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you, Nova and Saf. You're good, bro. You're good. Chill. We're good. We are all good. So, all right, you said that our current administration and Democrats as a whole are ineffective. Miranda, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for dealing with the emotional Republican men. W's for Miranda in the chat.
Ineffective in general, yes, sir.
Okay, that's not true. The Biden-Harris administration and Harris was more effective as VP for the last 4 years than Trump was as president for 4 years. So I can name 5 pieces of legislation that she influenced to get passed through Congress. Let's see if you could hit me back.
Educate me, Dean. Educate me, Dean. I'm listening.
So they helped influence the PACT Act, then invested $800 million into the expansion of the VA, the Chips and Science Act to bring manufacturing of chips back here in America. By in the next 6 years, we're going to be producing 20% of the global supply. The American Rescue Plan, which was just a rebounding stimulus bill from COVID, we needed to pass it. Right, the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to recreate and spur their economies, create construction jobs, and renew their infrastructure. Right, and then of course the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources and non-renewable energy resources ever, while also being deficit reducing and having marginal impacts on deflationary pressures in the next 10 years. So all things considered, what can you tell me that Trump did during his term?
I'm an African
more
American,
effective than
right?
every single thing I just said.
I'm an African American. Tell me how anything you name. I'm from West Memphis, Arkansas, right? So this is how you got to think, because in general, you will be, if everybody was from California, New York, and stuff like that, you would be right. I'm from Arkansas, right? So name all those things you name. How many of those you think directly helped me from West Memphis, Arkansas? Top 10 crime rate.
Well, we've actually seen a reduction, right, in violent crime rates over the last 4 years since 2021.
No, that's what I'm saying. Look, Dean, I get what you're saying, but I'm a specific person, right?
Well, I don't know like what variables like impact you.
No. That's what I'm saying. The question is, look, the prompt is, why are you voting for Trump? So that's what I got to tell you. So as a guy from, if I was from California,
maybe that's like the Republicans in Arkansas. Maybe that's their fault, right?
Yeah, well, no. I'm trying to tell you, voting Republican here helps. That's what I'm saying. In Arkansas, voting Republican in Arkansas. I live in a 4-bedroom house that's $775 in one of the best neighborhoods you can get in West Memphis, right? I have 6 kids. I make 80,000 a year, which is high.
Okay, you're fucking lying.
No, I'm not. The 775, Steve Lackey.
You do not live in a 4-bedroom house.
Yes, sir. No, don't call me a liar. With all due respect, my name is NASA McMahon. People know me.
There's no fucking shot on $80,000 a year. You have a 4-bedroom house with 6
on my
kids.
granddaddy grave, bro. My real name is Carrington Banks.
Say on your granddaddy.
No. Dean Withers. Dean, you can look me up. People know me. I'm telling the truth. My name is Carrington Perrier Banks.
You just changed your name. You just changed your name.
No, because I'm trying to tell you I'm telling the truth. I live in West Memphis, Arkansas. I rent from Steve Lackey.
Well, don't tell us your landlord's name.
No. That's the name of the company that owns a lot of places.
Steve Lackey?
Yeah, Steve Lackey. Look up Steve Lackey. I pay $775. Matter of fact, let me see if I'll show you let me see if I can find it in my box. Don't call me a liar, Dean. $775.
Wait, so what's your rent for the 4-bedroom house?
I was lying. It's $85 because they went up $10 for the first time in 5 years since I've been staying.
Hey, what's your rent for the 4-bedroom house?
$775 a month. Now it's $785.
That's no. You are not paying.
Can I cut my camera?
No,
Dean, can I cut my camera?
no. You are not paying less than $1,000 per month for a 4-bedroom house.
Arkansas.
No.
But look, I was lying because it's $85. They went up $10. I had a note.
What the fuck? No, you're joking.
No, Dean. If I followed you on Twitter, follow me on Twitter, right? I will tag you
for 4 bedrooms.
Yes,
really?
sir. Yes, sir. It's cheap in West Memphis, bro. You can look that up. You can look it up. You can look up the rental.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was even looking at a house, right? To buy a house, it increased, right? From it's like in what we call the white folks neighborhood, the Richland. It increased from like $120,000 to pay for it and whole to $250,000, and it's a 5-bedroom in a nice neighborhood. It's cheap here. It's just cheap.
Wait, okay. So now you're saying it's a 5-bedroom.
No, you need to listen, Dean. Stop.
Goodbye. Sorry, man. You changed your story too many times, and I was lost in the convo. Chloe, you said in the chat that you're voting for Trump. Are you really?
Okay, so I did one of those like TikTok trends yesterday about like reasons why I wanted to vote for Trump, whatever. I got a lot of hate on it. But my stance is yes, I'm voting for Trump, but I also am willing to understand and learn more about Kamala. I do so much research in the past 2 days and even more lately about everyone's policies and going back and forth between everyone's, and I am voting for Trump, but I want to understand.
Can you take the mushroom emoji, the sparkles and the plant out of your name? Like that's not your vibe, bro.
Probably not, but I like them, so they just are there.
You're not allowed to have the mushroom emoji, sparkles, and plants in your name if you're voting for Trump.
Okay,
I can't let that slide.
Okay, well that's fine, but here I'm just trying to figure out like.
Let's hear it. Why are you voting for Trump? I'll hear you.
So I'm voting before you kick me out. That's funny.
Also, Steven, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Steven.
Fan on how some of the things were handled this last 4 years, and I've been listening to everything you've been saying and everyone else has been saying. Like I've been taking notes. I'm just confused on when I looked up about Biden and how the unemployment rate is to 4.1%, which is the lowest it's ever been, because I've been paying attention. I've been doing it.
That's not true, but okay.
I literally looked it up on my phone through like the unemployment, and the lowest it's ever been is 1.4%. So it's not.
Laura, thank you for the $5.
Lower than what Trump was, who was at 5%. But I just want to know why, if everything is still so high with unemployment so low with inflation. That's what I don't quite understand.
Our rate of inflation is like 2.4%. That's not high.
Well, then why is all the groceries high? Why are like gas prices so high? Like Biden removed the Keystone Pipeline, which was helping us bring gas here, so we weren't outsourcing it and having tax tariffs on gas being brought over.
Okay, that's wrong. So the Keystone XL pipeline, right? First of all, that was importation of oil from Canada. So if tariffs would exist, they'd still apply. Secondly, it wasn't currently producing oil as it was still under construction. So when it was shot down, right, it couldn't have increased the price of gasoline because of the supply curve of oil wasn't affected. And then just an overarching point here, we're actually less reliant on imports for oil today in America, right, than we were under Trump, because we're producing more oil today in America than we were under Trump. We have a higher level of energy independence today under Biden and Harris than we have ever had as a nation, including when Trump was president.
Okay. And I've been I guess everyone's upset in the comments there. I'm not paying attention, but my thing is too, when I heard you talking about to some other people about how Kamala wants to better help the middle class, and that, we're sending all this money to Ukraine and everything. I'm not against it. I understand we need to help our people, but I also think we need to help our people in America, down there in Western North Carolina. I feel like we needed to do better than $750 for one family, and it was hard for other people to make it because of how things were. I think we need more help with that instead of...
What does North Carolina have to do with the conversation that we're having about energy independence and like crude production of oil, like domestically? Like...
I just wanted to change the topic. Like, I heard and I understood what you said.
North Carolina, they maxed out emergency funding in accordance with FEMA in the Stafford Act with the $750. When the hurricane hit under Trump, he only gave people $500. That was below the federal maximum. And then there was significantly more funding after the original release of emergency funding. None of that has to do with Biden or Harris. That's just like political fucking like garbage fucking propaganda from the right.
Okay. That's fine. I'm here just trying to understand, like, both sides. That's all I'm trying to quite understand.
Would you ever vote for, are you pro-choice?
Under certain circumstances, I do not think it is completely right, but I do understand if a woman is in need, I think they need to do it. I do not think that doctors and nurses should be prosecuted for aborting a child if it is needed, but I also do not think that we should just vote for a president who is completely pro-choice when we also need to be voting for state and local officials who are also in charge, since Trump overturned Roe versus Wade.
This is a long-winded shit answer. Which one is it? Should there be like federal protections for elective access to abortion for women and girls, or should there not be federal protections?
I think there should be, but what I'm saying is I understand it.
If you think that there should be federal protections for every single American woman or girl's federally protected right to access abortion, to choose abortion, then you should vote for Kamala Harris, because after Roe v. Wade was overturned, 1 out of 3 women in America today no longer have elective access, and 65,000 women that have gotten raped and got pregnant as a result have been denied access to health care in the last 3 years, right? What is a bigger issue than ensuring that women that get raped and get pregnant have said access, and making positive that every single woman and girl has that access in general?
I am fine with abortion. That's why it was a harder conversation for me to have this, because nobody really understands my point of view. My point of view is
because you basically have to prove to me. Could I just talk real quick? Because you're saying that you're fine with it and you think that's a good thing. Well, now you have to prove to me that there's like something that Trump's going to do that is more relevant or more important than reinstituting the codification of those protections federally. So what is that thing that's more important than ensuring all 170 million American women and girls their access to health care that they deserve?
There's not really, I mean, I just want to be able to also afford to live. I mean, I just feel like we don't have the greatest economy, or we're letting a lot of illegals in. My big issue for abortion, this is why I hate talking about abortion, because I'm pro-choice to a certain extent. That's my thing, and nobody understands I'm okay. If a woman was raped, fine. Charlie Kirk, I watched the video of him saying that if his daughter was raped at 10 years old, she had a birth.
Are you okay with elective abortions?
Elective abortions, yes. If it has to be a reason for you to, I don't think you should just vote abortion into place.
What is an elective abortion?
What is an elective abortion? Sorry, you like cut out. So
Okay, you don't know what an elective abortion is. An elective abortion, right, is essentially an abortion that's gotten by a woman outside of like a reason of SA, incest, or like medical reasons, right? A woman.
yes, I knew what elective abortion is. I think it is. If you would have let me, I didn't. I was saying the Charlie Kirk video of him saying that his daughter should, if she was raped, should give birth to a baby. I do not think if a woman was sexually assaulted or raped should give birth to a child. That is not okay. It's horrible.
Say raped. So do you think that women should have elective access to abortion that would fall outside of rape cases or medical needs?
I do not, because that is how I feel as a human being. I do not think that if we were to just lie down in a bed and understand what we were doing and ended up having a child, that it is okay to abort a baby. That is just me, but I do understand where it is medically necessary.
Okay, stop talking about the medical exceptions, please. Please, I just want to talk about elective abortions. So, do you have any other reasons why you're against elective abortions? Any at all?
I'm not against elective abortions. It is fine if they were raped or sexually assaulted.
Chloe?
Yes, ma'am.
An elective abortion has
Yes.
nothing to do with rape. An elective abortion has nothing to do with medical exceptions. An elective abortion, right, is when a woman that consented to sex and engaged in it knowingly, willingly, and enthusiastically got pregnant and then wanted to terminate her pregnancy. You said that you are not okay with these types of abortions, right?
No, that's one thing I do not agree on, because that is me as a person.
And I want you to tell me, and I'll give you the mic for as long as you want it.
Okay.
Why not? Tell me exactly why you think elective abortions are wrong.
Why I think elective abortions are wrong is because it's not right. And I'm not going to bring religion into it because everyone has their own different religion, and it's not right for me to push my religion on anybody else. My stance on it is it's not morally correct, in my opinion. I do not think that if you were to lay down and, like you said, enthusiastically having the greatest time of your life doing it, and then you ended up pregnant, I think that it should be a responsibility that you put on. And if you do not want that child, I think that you should just still carry it full term. There's plenty of women who struggle to get pregnant every day that would be willing to take that child and love that child.
Yeah, do you have any other reasons, or is that it?
That is it, without bringing my religion into it, because I don't want to force my religion on everybody else.
Okay, the reason why I let you talk for as long as you wanted to, and the reason why I made it a very important point to clarify if there was any other reason in the world why you're against elective abortions, is because of this. You never talked about the fetus, and you never talked about how you want to save the life of the fetus. You never talked about how valuable or human the fetus is. You only talked about disagreeing with women that engage in intercourse outside of a want or need to have a child with a husband. Okay, and this is the issue. You are not pro-life because you want to save the very innocent, valuable lives of the fetuses and the little babies. You're pro-life because you want to control women that have different values in the context of relationships, intimacy, and sex than you do, right? You're pro-life because you're pro-controlling women. And my point here is that I'm pro-choice because I care about life. I know, right, not only that like forcing anybody to provide their bodily resources to someone else without their consent for 9 months because the white men in the state legislature says so is inherently wrong, but it also produces very bad real-world outcomes. In areas with pro-life legislation, we see higher levels of unemployment, lower levels of education and income, and lower overall qualities of lives. Okay. We see unwanted kids being forced into unready households. We see a shift in the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that desire to start a family and consent to having kids into forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into being parents because people like you exist that want to play God in other women's lives. Okay. And that's an issue. So maybe right? What you need to step back and realize is that if you're going to stand for the Republican Party and hold true to your values of small government and call everyone who disagrees with you a communist because we like social safety nets, maybe, right, you shouldn't want to legislate on people's fucking genitalia and what they could do with them and stand off of this moral soapbox of wanting to push traditionalism on everyone, insofar as you're going to the extent of wanting to punish women and children if they disagree with your idea that you should only engage in intercourse with a lifelong partner for the purpose of procreation.
Okay, I do not think that everyone is a communist. I am further from that. I do not agree with a lot of things, but I do not call people that, and I do not want to control women's body, because I guess I should have said about the fetus, because a heartbeat is noticed at 5 weeks and they start to develop. And they have organs and everything. The heartbeat is noticed.
You sold the bag, bro. No, you sold the bag, bro. You weren't expecting that response, so you sold the bag. I mean, you just said what you really feel. You just said what like every pro-lifer really feels. Like on the surface, when you're in the spotlight, you make it sound like you just care about that damn heartbeat and the funky little fingers and the goo goo gagas from the human baby that's in the womb. But no, you don't actually care about any of that. And I mean, we kind of exposed that on live. Like we did. We totally did. Yeah, no, you don't care about the heartbeat. Come on, let's be real, right? You care about right.
I mean, I do care
women.
about the heartbeat because I was
But I would like to say I
I
also have a couple of people here. Maya, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Just voted blue, love your platform and everything you stand for. I appreciate you for the $10, Maya. Christine with a $5 saying, damn, Dean, take my money, school these fools. Christine, I love you. Thank you for the donation. Laura with a $5 saying, vote. Appreciate it. Laura with another $10 saying we could see the finish line, keep pushing through that final sprint. Hell yeah. And Lily, thank you for the $5. If anyone else would like to donate and get a little message read off here on live, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. And Kelsey, of course, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal.
I mean, I do care about the heartbeat because I was worried at 13 weeks pregnant that my daughter was no longer there due to my OBGYN not being able to find a heartbeat. So I was quite worried about my child that I was carrying in my womb didn't have a heartbeat.
Okay, I mean, I worry about like my car outside. I don't want my car to like break, but that doesn't mean that my car has intrinsic moral value that would justify my government legislating on it. I guess the comparison here would be you're telling me that you saw a value in the fetus inside of your uterus, and that's 110% completely, totally valid and fine, right?
Yep.
I think that mothers should see values in their kids, even when they're in the womb, if they intend to keep them. That's whatever.
Yes.
You're good. But I guess the point here would be is that at the end of the day, a clump of cells is not sufficient to force 170 million American women and girls to no longer have access to health care. What I care about is sentience and the ability to deploy consciousness, and that doesn't occur until about 20 through 24 gestational weeks. And at that point, we'd say that the fetus is morally valuable. But before then, I would disagree. I don't think that the existence or inexistence of human life on its own is sufficient to qualify moral value. Brain-dead patients are humanly alive, but we don't say they're valuable. I don't think the existence of a heartbeat is sufficient to qualify moral value. Cows are alive and have a heartbeat. You eat them for lunch. And I don't think that the very specific order of our chromosomes that would constitute us to be a Homo sapiens sapien make us morally valuable either. What makes us valuable is our ability to enjoy and experience the world around us subjectively with our consciousness, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? But like the fetus doesn't have the capacity for any of those things until about 20 through 24 weeks. So before that, I couldn't care less.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. The other one I wanted to talk about was when you debated the girl who said about I don't know how she considered herself middle class. For myself, I don't know how she considered herself middle class with she making $400K a year, which is crazy to me. But I did look up Kamala's policies. On section 1 of the lower costs for middle class families, a new way forward, she did say that the Project 2025 agenda would raise taxes for the middle class, and she would, and Governor Walz would make sure no one earning less than $400,000 a year would pay more in taxes. So I get that why maybe she thought that she was going to be taxed more because of a $400,000 a year, because it does say on her website.
Taylor, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Everyone, please show some love to Taylor. Is there any other points that you wanted to go over insofar as why you're voting for Trump? And also, please either pronounce Kamala Harris's name right by saying Kamala, not Kamala, or just call her Harris.
So I wasn't too sure how to pronounce it, so I do apologize for pronouncing her name right. So I will say Harris for now. The border is another thing that I do not like, and I understand that Trump did not build the wall. He did take our tax money.
Wait, you're Christian.
Yes.
Christians should hate the border. Did Trump? Did Jesus ever deny anyone from sitting at the dinner table with him, or was like
No,
the whole
but
prophetic message? No, I'm still talking, please.
No, go ahead.
I'm still talking. Was a whole prophetic message of the gospel preaching about the acceptance of all, regardless of country of origin, culture, beliefs, or religion.
Right. He didn't deny anyone from that. He allowed everyone. But my thing is I think
If Jesus would allow everyone, why wouldn't you?
I do allow everyone. I just don't think we should just let it open. I think we should make it easier for people to become legal citizens. I'm not denying nobody, but I think that we shouldn't just let every single person come in here and just not
curious.
have.
You said that you think we should make it the legal migration processes into our country easier. I could preach for 5 minutes about Kamala Harris's plan to do that. But just out of curiosity, what is Donald Trump's plan to make legal migration into our country easier?
Let me find it, because I'm on his policies. I literally am looking all this stuff up. Because
while you're finding it, I'm gonna thank a couple donors. Take a second to do that.
Of course, no problem.
Taylor with the $10 says, "I'm going through a miscarriage right now. She needs to understand that if she or I had complications with us losing the baby, if Trump was president, we would have been in trouble, which is scary." You're right. I think a woman's died of that in Ohio.
I almost died
Cassie,
there.
thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. As a mom who had a cryptic pregnancy and pro-choice, women deserve to make that decision on their own always. Absolutely, Cassie. I really appreciate you, Taylor and Cassie. You guys are phenomenal. Looks like we have 2 more here on PayPal while she's looking for that. Another Cassie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And then Brian, thank you for the $2. And Isabel, thank you for the $2 as well. You guys are phenomenal. If anyone else would like to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I use all the proceeds to kind of help fund my travels, getting boots on the ground and talking to voters, especially right now. I'll be doing that next weekend. But Amina, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying, "Take it easy on Chloe. I think there's hope to change your mind." Appreciate the positive message. So what is it, Chloe? Have you been able to discover Trump's plans to make legal migration into our country easier? Or have you came to the realization that he actually doesn't have that plan whatsoever, and he just capitalizes on the prejudice of Republicans by screaming and shouting that he wants to do a mass deportation?
It won't let me click on the link, but he just has it on there: seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Carry out. I don't agree with the carry out the largest deportation. I feel like if people are already here, might as well just leave them here. Why deport?
What's his plan for making the legal processes easier? If you can't answer the question, I'm going to kick you and move on. With all due respect, you've been great, but I think it's time to get some more conversations rolling.
Oh, no,
And
you're
Maureen,
fine.
thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying pro-choice king. I appreciate that.
It won't let me click the link, so you're more than welcome to kick me out and move on to somebody else. I do appreciate the conversation, though.
All right, yeah, have a good rest of your day. We're going to go and move on to our next guest here. For the 8.7 thousand people, right, tuning in, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes today. Kristen!
Hi, how are you?
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm very independent, actually.
Christian! I'm sorry, I'm just looking to talk to Trump supporters. But Christian, with the TikTok universe. Holy shit. Dude. Oh my god.
Hello.
One moment, dude.
All right, no worries.
My man, Christian, thank you so much for the love, dude. Holy moly. So the TikTok universe
like
is the
$500.
largest gift available on TikTok. And holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you so much for the love. That is literally fucking insane. Thank you so very much. We're going to go ahead and get on to the debates, but please, everybody, spam W Christian in that damn chat right now. Go get your mother. Go get your father. Go get your sister, your brother, your grandpa, your grandma, good old Mima. Get them all in this chat to show some damn love to Christian. Dear God, dude. Thank you so much. Christian, by the way, has been supporting Taylor. Thank you for the travel. An unprecedented amount as of recently. And I'm so grateful for it, man. You've been more than phenomenal. I'm so undeserving. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hunter, you're obviously voting for Trump. You've been letting me know in the comment section for a while now. Jackie and Dom and Dom, thank you for the galaxy. So why are you voting for Trump? Let's hear it.
Well, the reason I'm voting for Trump is because, he aligns more to my social and economic values.
Oh, he aligns with your economic values? Oh, this one will be fun. How so?
Well, he definitely follows my economic
Wait,
status.
I just want to clarify. How old are you?
18.
All right. So yeah. Let's do it. Tell me how Donald Trump's economic policy, as it stands today, right, aligns with your economic values. And I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want you to tell me, all right, exactly what it is. Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old, and you are a PhD economist, sir.
Hold on, you're lagging. Okay, there we go. For me, well, he aligns because he gives me, more tax cuts, more free market, things like that.
More free market. Wow. Okay. Anything else?
Well, those are the ones that really come off the top of the dome. But
sounds good. Sounds good. So, you said you're 18. How much are you raking in, man? You said that he gives you more tax cuts. The only way that you would benefit off of his policy more than Harris's was if you're doing over $500,000 a year, sir. So are you a young innovator?
I seriously am, sir.
You seriously are? Okay. How much did you pay in taxes last year?
I'd rather not say it on TikTok. I could message you off this though and tell you.
No, because why don't you just want to say it on TikTok?
Because I don't really feel not appropriate. I don't feel comfortable telling you that, and I just don't think it's appropriate. But let's just say I make good money. I work for my father who owns a big time business, and last year I did pay my own taxes.
Was it over or under $50,000?
Much over.
Okay, I just think, Andrew, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So I mean, there's either two things that are happening right now. So either, I mean, like he's just learned the strat, which is in a debate with Dean. You come up on the live and you just lie and say that you're making millions of dollars and you're going to benefit from Trump's tax cut. Can you let me finish?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Which is true. Yeah, if you come up here and you tell me that you're doing over $500,000 a year, you will be benefiting off of Donald Trump's tax policy more than Kamala Harris. That's an undisputable fact. So either he's pulling the method, he's doing the strat, or like he's just not lying and he's being legit. Regardless, we'll just treat it as if you're not lying. Okay, you're right. You will benefit more from Donald Trump's tax policy. But here's the thing, Christian. Sorry, not Christian, Hunter. Here's the thing, Hunter. I would say that we should all hold red lines for our political candidates for public offices. Would you agree?
Well,
thank you for the chasing astronaut. You were phenomenal. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should.
Okay, you agree. Hunter agrees. We should hold a red line for our political candidates for public offices. Phenomenal. Would you say that a very fair red line, right, for a official candidate on any ticket anywhere would be rape.
What do you mean? Explain. I'm sorry.
Would you say that a fair red line for a politician on any ticket for any public office would be rape, insofar as you would never vote for a presidential candidate or a candidate for any office if they're rapists?
Well, I see what you're saying.
Thank you for the sage.
Well, here's my thing, with the business that I help my family run, it's a lot about, with some of our workers, we have incidents where people can say, oh, this and that happened, but our main thing is about evidence. All right, that's a big key in our handbook and our.
So, I mean, if there were proven evidence, if they were proven rapists with all the evidence in the world, would you hold to that very fair red line?
Yes, if there was enough evidence to provide.
All right. Okay. So, yes, this should mean that you're not voting for Trump, because Trump wasn't just accused of rape basically without evidence, but Donald Trump was proven to be a rapist in a court of law due to a preponderance of evidence.
I've never seen this evidence. I don't think there is any.
Okay, well, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay, right? You can't see my brain, but we all know that exists, right? Okay, you did too.
Where's your source for the evidence, though? If you could show me.
For sure. So this is going to be coming from Trump v. Carroll, which was a civil court case.
I'm actually going to write this down so I can review it, but what is it called? Because you might change my vote if you can seriously, help me. I know that there's claims, but I've never seen it. Because if it was true, he wouldn't be running for president.
Well, that's what we'd hope, right? Maybe that would have been true 40 years ago. Sadie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying, love what you do. Thank you for educating. I appreciate you so much, Sadie. Everyone right now, show some love to Sadie. All right, but today, people just don't care, man. And Trump's done a lot of bad things, not just rape. He tried to, coup the country, steal an election, called all black people lazy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of bad things. But talking about rape, so he was held liable in a court of law in 2022, and this happened in the state of New York. You could find the court documents in which you could read the evidence firsthand for yourself straight from a .gov website just by Googling Trump v. Carroll. That is CARROL NY 2022 on Google. You can also find the jury verdict sheet where you can read the verdict from the anonymous jury of 9 when it didn't need to be anonymous, when they had all unanimously determined that it was substantially true that Donald Trump had sexually abused or raped E. Jean Carroll.
But the thing is, I feel like if there was real evidence of this, I feel like 50% of the country just wouldn't be voting for him. I mean, I know a lot of supporters that are heavily Trump, and they would not stand for a rapist to be our president. Are you calling
optimistic? You're too optimistic.
You're calling them all stupid or something.
Well, I am.
That's not cool. Let's not do that, because I never called you stupid.
Well, I'm not calling you stupid because you're showing signs of change. You are. I won't call you stupid. Maybe naive, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I thought at one point too that humanity was good, but guess what? I was wrong. See, because in the last the last 50 years since the 70s, when partisan politics really grew strong in media, on the radio and TV, people stopped looking at politics like a civil duty that you ought fulfill to elect the best leadership for your country, but they rather just started looking at politics like religion or like football or like the UFC. It went from a civil duty to elect the best leadership to a stand behind your team, rep them all the way, and be unfaltering and unwavering in your tribalist beliefs. And, that has led now 50% of the country to either vote for Trump knowing that he's a rapist, contesting it on the basis of conspiratorial nonsense, or just not knowing that fact because I don't think that Harris's campaign has done a good enough job of getting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. See, if I knew about this evidence, apparently, I would not vote for him. I think, like I said, 50% of the country wouldn't have voted for him either.
Well, I gave you all the resources.
Let me say something. Mr. Doug also has slapped his former wife, and I don't know what do you think about that? Because if you want to go like
Yeah, that did it for me, man. I'll never vote for Doug.
Doug beat the shit out of his wife, so I don't understand that.
Yeah, and I never vote for him.
Okay, well, you're voting for his wife.
I sure
he's
am.
Gonna run he's gonna run the country with his wife.
Okay, no, he won't. No. First gentleman.
He's gonna be there. He's
wife,
I
they
know,
don't
but
run the country.
He's gonna be there with Kamala, and he's gonna know, and I'm sure he's gonna have decisions in what's gonna be made because she's incompetent. And
Okay,
I mean,
so no. Like, could you please show me where in the Constitution the partner of the president has any authority over a country?
The what?
Well, first, show me where in the Constitution the partner of the president has any authority over the country. And then second,
Dude,
go ahead
I'm
and
not
explain to me exactly why you think Kamala Harris is incompetent. Cassidy,
Okay.
thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying that it's your birthday.
Okay.
Chat, everyone,
First-
say happy birthday, Cassie, down below right now. And if you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. You could get a message across to me just like Cassie just did. But please show love to Cassie. So 2 questions. Where in the
birthday, happy
Constitution does it
birthday.
delegate authority to the partner, wife, or husband of the president?
Let me go. So, first one, I was not serious when I said that he's going to run the country, but I mean, who knows? But obviously, it says that you can't. That's not a thing that wouldn't actually be allowed to happen. 2, I think she's incompetent because, I mean, listen, she had one job, right? One job. She was in charge of the border, and she
Repeat the
completely.
talking point.
Sorry?
Repeat the talking point. Do it. Do it, Hunter. Do it. Say it. Say the talking point. Wait, I'll do it for you. She had one job. Kamala Harris. Sorry, I got to do the Trump thing. Kamala Harris had one job, and her one job was to protect the border. But she failed her one job. On the first day of office, her and crooked Joe Biden rescinded my orders, my policy that kept you American citizens safe. And what happened? She was appointed border czar. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, border czar. And she did nothing with it. She allowed the evasion to continue. All of the MS-13 rapists, pedophiles have been running rampant in our country because she failed her one job as border czar. That's right. Vote for me. We will launch a massive deportation, and we will get them all out and send them back home. But the issue with that is, first of all, undocumented migrants are 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay, but
Second of all,
this
she
is not-
influenced bipartisan border legislation through the House and the Senate. Trump actually torpedoed it, so she didn't look good. Then third of all, after that failed, they implemented an executive order that has put us at lower levels of crossing today than at the end of Trump's term.
You're not even. Let me speak, please. Please, thank you. So,
All right, bro, I was cooking.
So listen, when I go back to the border, I have sources that show that the Biden administration grapples with American addiction as overdose. I'm talking about overdosing.
Don't say the names of any drugs. Don't say the names of any drugs.
Okay. But
Don't even
overdose-
say that. Just say oh.
Okay.
And I'll understand what you mean. We need to
People,
play safe.
people going away has been at an all-time high with the F thing. So that
No, we're gonna protect the live. We're gonna protect the live. We're just gonna get that out of there. Conversations about the use of DRUGS, bro. They fucking tank the live. TikTok hates that shit. They actually hate that shit. But yo, Send, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying it's also my birthday. Yo, everybody, let's get some happy birthday sends down below. That is SEN. Show her some love. Dan, thank you for the $5. Tsar is a Russian word. It's literally Russian propaganda. Cassidy, thank you for the $5 once again. I already thanked you for that earlier. Thank you. Let's go and get our next guest up in here. Everyone say happy birthday soon in that chat while we're getting our next guest up in the live. Let's go and get Chugga 70. What a guy. Muna, thank you for the $5, and Bethany, thank you for the $1, and Sadie, thank you for the 10. Yo, Chug 70, I'm so happy you loaded in the live. Hello. Chug 70, we need to have a chat, all right? Okay. Well, that's not what I expected in the slightest. Not at all. Wow. Okay. Why are you voting for Trump?
I need to make sure. I need to make sure you follow my nigga.
All right. We apologize for his use of slurs, chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute. We apologize for his use of slurs. That was weird. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just do give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. Everybody do be patient, y'all, while we're getting our next guest up here. Everybody. All right. We got air loading up in, y'all. For the 9.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure to share out this live with a handful of friends. There's like 2 people down there that said he sounded like Parker. He did not sound like Parker. Brian, thank you for the boxing gloves. We're going to go to get our next guest, Tamika, up in the box, y'all, so everyone just be patient. Verena says, Dean. What's up, Verena? Dude, by the way, I check your page daily, dude. You're always posting that good shit. I love you, too. I love you as well, Verena. Yo, Hannah, thank you so much for the boot. All right, we're loading in our next guest, guys. Right now, everyone just do be patient. If you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in that chat literally right now. Right now. Let me know. Let me know if you're voting for Trump. Let me know. You know what? I would also love to do debates with Jill Stein voters. I feel like that's important. I really we need to, I feel like there needs to be more opposition against the radical leftists. That's right. All right, let's go and get Amanda up in the box. Everyone do just be patient. All right, yo, India, thank you for the love explosion. I appreciate you for the love. First of all, it's good to see you. I haven't been in here in a while. Hope you're well. All right, guys, why is no one spamming Trump? Where'd all the Trump supporters go? Come on. Come on, come back. Come back, baby. I need you. I need you. What's up, JP? Are you voting for Trump?
I am, yes. I'm actually a Democrat. I'm actually voting for Trump this time. And I'm going to tell you why.
Wait, why do you consider yourself a Democrat?
Because I am, actually. I'm registered as a Democrat.
But what makes you a Democrat?
I've been voting Democrat for my entire life.
Voting Democrat doesn't make you a Democrat. What values do you hold to that make you a Democrat?
Hold on. So let me tell you first, because without going into
No. Answer my damn question. What values do you hold to that make you Democrat?
Democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of conducting your business, freedom.
Okay. What time is it?
What time is it?
Yeah.
4:42.
Okay. What state are you in?
Maryland.
All right.
It doesn't matter.
So you're saying that you're a Democrat because of democracy? Okay, so just because democracy sounds like Democrat, they have nothing to do with one another?
No.
Right,
no,
conventionally speaking, all Americans kind of fuck with freedom of speech. That doesn't make you hold to one, party over the other. But you're telling me that you're a Democrat because of freedom of speech. What about the Republican Party turns you off in the context of, freedom of speech?
The Republican, I don't care about, I don't get the whole thing, the debate about the pill, the pregnancy, the whole crap thing. I think women should
No. Stop talking. You said that you were a Democrat because of freedom of speech. What about freedom of speech makes you a Democrat?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Melissa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You told me that you're a Democrat that is voting for Trump. I asked you what views you hold to that make you a Democrat, and you said freedom of speech. Why does that make you a Democrat?
Why does it make me a Democrat? Because first of all, I'm a registered voter as a Democrat. Okay?
Dude, we're talking about the values that you hold to that make you a Democrat. We're not talking about how you're registered. We're not talking about who you've voting for in the past. We're talking about what you believe right now, right? That makes you consider yourself a Democrat. Because honestly, I'm pretty sure that you're lying, and I'm exposing you for lying because you can't tell anything about why you're a Democrat.
Okay, if you say so.
Feel free to prove me wrong.
Yeah. So do you want to hear my point of view, or are you just going to be...
I want you to tell me why you consider yourself a Democrat. We're waiting.
First of all, I'm going to tell you why I'm voting for Trump, and why
you're lying about. Okay, fine. Let's do it. Tell me why you're voting for Trump, but you were absolutely lying about being a Democrat. It was a nice try.
Yeah. I'm pro-Palestine, and I was completely let down by the hypocrisy of the veto that actually Biden and his administration, not only once, more than twice, for the ceasefire. Why would you, if you're claiming that you're a Democratic Party and you value lives, veto a ceasefire? That actually saves life on both parties and open conversation.
Yeah, because you're right. That is like incredibly hypocritical if it happened by the Democrat platform. The Democrat platform hasn't been good for Palestine. They've been bad. Everyone in our government has been bad for Palestine. That's a very legitimate, real, honest, and true critique of the Democrat platform.
And being a Democrat,
the reason why you should still vote. One moment, I'm not done. I never finished speaking, sir. Thank you.
All right.
The reason why you should still vote Democrat, the reason you should still vote blue while being pro-Pally was because at the end of the day, if Trump's elected, conditions are not only going to be worse for Palestine, for Palestinian individuals, they're going to be worse for individuals in the Congo that have been impacted to a greater degree because Trump removed sanctions, causing their genocide to continue. The conditions are going to be worse for like women and minorities here at home in the U.S., okay, like all things considered, in almost like any conceivable way, including Palestine, conditions will be worse if Trump's elected. So it's like this idea of like you're pro-Pally and Democrats are bad for Palestine. Both of those two things are true, but it's like, do you really want to virtue signal so fucking hard that you're going to cause like more innocent Palestinians to lose their lives because of the significantly worse conditions that would be the case if Trump was elected? Like, no. Like advocate for the Democrat platform to be better. Spend the next 2 years before midterms trying to get better Democrat people running and campaigning for office that will be better for the conditions of Palestinians. But vote blue in this election.
No, at least he's true, and I believe even if he gets in the office, he's not going to get the Congress or the House, so nothing is going to go past. The second reason I'm voting for Trump. Respond
to what I just said about how he's worse and conditions will be worse, dude.
The condition will be worse if he wins. Is that what I said?
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree with the statement that conditions will be worse for Palestinians if Donald Trump is elected?
It's not going to change, really. I mean, it's going to be the same bull crap regardless, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's not going to change.
That's false. So the reason that's false. Yeah. So Biden and Harris implemented an arms embargo. A lot of critiques of it. Way too late. They should have done it a long time ago. I agree. But Trump has actively said that he does not like that and will terminate that if he's elected. At a rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey, he said that he wants to continue to fund Israel to win the war and finish what they started, and that no one is more pro-Israel than him. Biden and Harris reduced their weapon shipments to Israel. I agree. They should have just not sent it at all. But Donald Trump then went on Truth Social saying that if they haven't done enough, and that if he was president, he would have sent more weapons and more funding. I mean, Kamala Harris is actively advocating for a ceasefire agreement, and regardless if you think that will be effective at the end of the day, that is completely and totally separate and different from what Trump is advocating for. Let's elect the candidate that isn't using the word Palestinian as a slur and threatening to deport all quote unquote pro-Hamas protesters from America. And by the way, that is literally on Trump's official Agenda 47 is to deport all pro-Hamas protesters.
Actually, she went on the media and she claimed her unwavering support to Israel. Her claim to unwavering support to Israel to defend itself. An occupation that actually had no right, and for some reason, some biblical claim over the land that actually, even if we really talk about that, it's not true, because you can go back to the Palestinians are the canine or
at the DNC, she said that she thinks Israel has a right to defend themselves, but the humanitarian issues in Gaza need to be addressed. I disagree with that statement. I think it could have been significantly better, but that is still significantly better than Donald Trump saying that Israel needs to finish the job. They need to get Gaza back, and we need to deport all pro-Hamas protesters. You understand, right?
I do.
Right.
And
so vote for harm reduction.
I don't know about that. I don't like hypocrisy. I don't like when people claim to be something and they are not. And they are
me neither. I hate fucking hypocrisy. I hate it. It pisses me off too, dude. But right. I'll take hypocrisy over more innocent Palestinians dead.
right?
You know, like that's a good point, right? Like take the hypocrisy if, right, it means that you are negating significantly worse conditions for the actual Palestinians.
Right.
Like, and that's like, I don't know, like that's like why I think you don't care, and like a lot of the leftists that are not voting or voting for Stein don't care, and like because you're like, oh, hypocrisy in the Democrat platform is so bad, which is true, but then you're like, no, I'd rather stand and protest that hypocrisy by not voting for Harris and turn a blind eye to the significantly worse conditions that will be true for the Palestinians if Trump is elected.
Well, the other reason also is like Harris was shoved down our throats. They completely put her in without any primary whatsoever. They actually threatened Biden with the 25th Amendment, and somehow we have Harris as the candidate. Why don't we have a better candidate? Why didn't they put like Michelle Obama or somebody who's actually... Why did they see how quickly
you pivot off of Palestine?
We didn't have a say. We didn't have a say.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. So that's how I know that you're not worth my time and that you're a despicable human being, because genocide is a talking point to you, and when you lose the debate, you pivot like it's nothing.
Okay.
You pivot like it's nothing. It's nothing more than a talking point to you.
Just personal attacks.
Is that really the value that the innocent Palestinians that are losing their lives deserve? Is a fucking talking point?
What? Oh my God! What are you doing about it? What is she doing about it? I don't have any power to do anything
Thank
about
you for the $1 on PayPal.
Yeah. What are you doing about it? Just talking? You think that these forums actually are going to do anything about it? You think that she's going to do anything about it?
What am I doing about it? I'm fucking voting for the best potential outcome that could practically occur, while also sitting back and condemning the hypocrisy and the downfalls and the pitfalls in Kamala Harris as well as the Democrat platform relating to this issue. That's what I'm doing about it. What are you doing about it? Right? You're sitting here using it as a damn talking point to sway more votes away from Kamala Harris, to prey on the moral virtues of those that don't know the intricacies, can't see the harm reduction or the harm that would be caused by abstaining from voting or voting for Trump. And then as soon as I point those things out, you want to pivot to the primaries and how she's never won one. Like God, how do you live with yourself? How do you live with, like, you are the one that came up here and you were like, the innocent Palestinians in the genocide, and then I was like X, Y, and Z, here's some very reasonable, common sense, sensible reason why you should still vote for Harris. And then you're like, let's go ahead and talk about how she's never won a primary. Like, really? Come on.
Oh my God. I don't think that you heard the same statement that she put out there supporting Israel and the genocide she's committing, and they are committing, and the support, all the $1 billion that we're providing and the weapons we're providing, our taxpayer money that is actually contributing.
Every single word you just said was true. It's horrendous, dude. Okay. Right. Genocide, right? War crime. Let me 1 second. Genocide, war crimes, right? And a better version of reality. You're right. That shit's a red line. Okay. Right. But when it's genocide and war crimes running against worse genocide and more war crimes, it's not a red line. Okay. Right? Because it goes from a reasonable, sensible red line to harm reduction. Okay. You know what I mean? So like imagine this. If Kamala Harris, this is all in a vacuum. If Kamala Harris was running for president and she said, vote for me and I'll destroy and kill 100 innocent people, but then Donald Trump was like, no, vote for me because I'll destroy and kill 1,000 innocent people, who are you voting for?
I completely understand but you didn't.
No. Answer my question. Who are you voting for in that hypothetical scenario?
Of course, for her.
You got it. So that's not a hypothetical scenario. That's a real scenario of what is going to happen in November.
Before you accuse me of being hypocritical and not caring about the Palestinian, you didn't hear my statement that I believe that even if Trump goes into the office, he's not going to be able to do jack shit. He's not going to have the House. He's not going to have the Congress. He's not going to be able to do jack shit. Whereas if she goes in, she's going to be able to... Huh?
Lie. Find me a single fucking interview from a congressman or woman, apart from Bernie or AOC, talking about humanitarian issues in Gaza and standing against Israel. Please, no, bro. You go up to any of those shitheads and they'll be like, "We have to support Israel. It's in the Bible. That is the land of God's chosen people." That's what they all say. Okay,
Right.
no. So when you
glad-
say that like this pro-Israel maniac isn't going to be able to do shit in Congress, like you sound so unrealistic and absurd.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought IOC. Why didn't they actually present him as a candidate? Why did they
It's not a him. You don't even know who AOC is. AOC's a her.
I'm sorry?
AOC's a her. You're okay, whatever. Okay, do you have anything else to add on here? Because you don't actually want to talk about the meat on the bone. Instead of addressing any of the points that I made about harm reduction, the hypothetical scenario that I brought up specifically about where we should vote for one candidate over another for harm reduction, or any of the facts about how Congress will come together on pro-Israeli issues, you instead decide to misgender AOC and ask why the Democrat platform didn't run her. I'm done. Do you have anything else to ask?
How about the taxes?
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Appreciate you. We're going to move on to the next guest. For the 8.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Alex, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Alex. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the $20. And Ariane, thank you for the $2. And Kristen, thank you for the $5. Kylie, thank you for the $5 as well. All right, we're going to get our next guest up in here, guys. Make sure that you're spamming Trump in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Then also, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. You guys are phenomenal. I'm thinking about like hosting a second account live one of these days where I just talk to like leftists voting for or not voting or voting for Jill Stein. And I mean, like, hopefully we could have some like honest, good, virtuous conversations. It is really hard for me because I do get like frustrated with those convos, but I think that they're necessary and they haven't been given enough attention in like the mainstream media or anything. You know what I mean? Like, no one's really talking about how big of an issue it is that so many people are abstaining from voting for Harris for this reason. G, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Dean, you gotta vote for me. You're a rich, handsome white man just like me. You gotta vote for me, buddy.
We're going to move on to the next guest. That was not that good of a Trump impersonation. You did try, though. You did try. All right, let's see what we got. By the way, y'all, Parker's probably going to cover for me for like 30 seconds. So I really got to go pee here, y'all. I do want to help get a guest up here, so make sure that we're spamming MAGA down below in the chat. We got Parker loading up right now. Hello, Parker.
What's up, chat? What's up, chat?
Hello. Right now, we're just looking for a next little guest here. Getting someone up here, then I'm going to run to the bathroom. Thank you for covering me, man. You're phenomenal.
Of course, of course. Trust me, there are circumstances where I'm gonna need this.
Hell yeah, no.
I feel like that's just a common thing, like because you can't like leave for like 30 seconds without like losing 1,000 people.
So real. Yeah. All right, I'll be back, but I guess before I do, Denton, are you voting for Trump?
I have not voted yet.
Are you voting for Trump?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Before you ask me why I'm voting for Trump, I still want to cover the Palestinian shit.
Okay, but no, you're gonna answer the question, or I'll just go to the next person because I wasn't here to listen to any of the other stuff.
Well, my life was better when he was president.
Okay, what did he do to make it better?
Everything was cheaper, like every Republican says.
Okay, so I mean, how did he cause it to be cheaper?
I don't know. I'm not one of you guys, so I don't know all the facts.
Okay, so if you don't know how he made it cheaper, why would you vote for him?
All I know is my life was better before Biden got into office.
Okay, and that was?
I just told you.
No, I meant like when did Biden get inaugurated?
Whenever he became president.
Yeah, when was that? What year?
2020.
2020? No, Trump was still president. So seemingly it was because of Trump that it was bad, huh? Right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying my life was better when Trump was in office.
Okay, but in 2020, Trump was still in office, and you were arguing that it was bad then because Biden was in office.
So when Biden was in office, my life became worse.
You just said that was in 2020, which Trump was still in office, so it became worse.
Okay, like I just said, I don't know all the details.
Okay, but like, then how is it Biden's fault if it was already worse under Trump's administration?
I don't have time to know all the details. I work, I have a job, I get paid, not enough.
Okay. I mean, I have a job too. I work, I get paid, and I know. Dane, the whole time you were gone, he couldn't give me a single reason he's voting for Trump. The reason he gave me is because his life was better off during Trump's administration. I asked him when Biden got inaugurated. He said 2020. So I was like, okay, so it was worse under Trump's administration in 2020. And that's all the conversation.
I didn't even want to talk about why I was voting for Trump. I wanted to talk about the Palestinian shit that was happening.
All right. Well, you should probably I don't know, use your brain. You should probably use your brain and determine. Wait, Parker, did you also just get a phone call?
Yeah, I did.
Was it an FL number?
No, it wasn't a phone call. It was my alarm went off.
Oh, okay. I also just got a phone
But
call.
I did get a phone call from that earlier.
Okay. I probably know who that's associated with. Anyways, yeah, Denon, we're going to go and kick you, move on to the next guest because we are just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. But you should probably use your brain and determine reasons why you want to vote. It's an important
Probably
election.
go be gay because you're still in the closet, buddy.
Okay.
Whoa,
Well, I mean, you want to?
okay.
So you're the one writing the Wattpad fan stories at 3 a.m. every Saturday night? The only people that sexualize me are the men that are voting for Trump. Seriously, the only people that desire me to be attracted to men are male Trump voters.
So
you want to fuck me.
abortion is a form of birth control. The Palestinian
Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. One moment, I'm thanking a donor. Michelle, thank you for the $10 now.
It was good seeing you.
Israel has
I appreciate
rights
you for
to
coming up, man.
themselves. Exactly. You're a
Thank you so
pussy.
much.
Do your thing.
All right, yeah, have a good one. No, Dan, I just want you to talk about the one issue. So I have a question. So you said come out of the closet, we know that you're gay. Why is it always the men that are voting for Trump that want me to suck D? Is there some ulterior reasons there?
Oh my god.
So it's a real fucking question. Who does Dean get sexualized by the most?
No, when
Men
you
that
get
are voting for Trump.
assaulted, you get mad because you get assaulted back.
Justin,
was
thank
the
you so
whole
much for the
point.
$10 on Venmo. I
That was the
appreciate
whole
you so
point.
much for the love. Let's get some W's for Justin in the chat
was
with the
the
$10.
whole
I
point.
really appreciate you for that. Repeat that. You get assaulted, you get mad because you get assaulted. What does that mean?
No, I said when I get insulted, I can't insult you back. You get mad. Therefore, you
I
got
didn't
all these
insult you.
fucking-
I told you that you should use your brain, figure out some reasons why you're voting
Oh my
for
god,
Trump.
I don't
Because
fucking
it's
know
an
all the
important
details
election.
like I said.
Dude, let's be real here. Sometimes criticism isn't coming from a bad place and inherently insulting and bad. I think that's a real. So you've already been up. That's a real piece of criticism that I think is important and could apply to us all. Melissa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo because the Wattpad comment sent me. You know what I mean? Also, guys, if you're Trump, let me know in the comment section down below.
So why isn't humanitarian aid?
Then also,
going to
why are
Gaza?
we using being gay as an insult? That
Why
is
isn't
so
humanitarian aid going into Gaza?
why isn't humanitarian aid going into Gaza?
Yes.
Yeah, because our leadership is shit. But I hope there's humanitarian aid. I think there may
So
be
you're
some.
arguing that they need more humanitarian aid, but they
Yeah,
can't.
no
even
shit. I
get
am
into
arguing that we
Gaza.
need more humanitarian aid, but this isn't going to pivot off the fucking issue, right? Stay on track, right? You said that you insulted me because I insulted you. Why do you think being gay is an insult? Fuck, bro. Holy shit. I went on this trip with a couple of influencers last weekend, right? The two steeziest fucking people there were two gay men. If anything, that's a compliment. You know what I mean? But okay, anyways. What's going on, Rachel? Are you voting for Trump? All right, Rachel's not there. Guys, go back to spamming Trump. Go back to spamming MAGA down below in that comment section. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us one moment, y'all. Everyone just do be patient while we're getting our next guest up in here. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, so I believe abortion is murder up until 8 weeks.
So it's not murder after 8 weeks?
Sorry?
Darius, thank you for the $5.
No,
on
I
Venmo.
meant the opposite. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So it's a murder after 8 weeks. Okay. So so do you think that human rights should be left up to the states?
I don't know. That's a good question.
That's a fucking really. It's a no-brainer. Steph, thank you for the $5.
I would like that.
You would like human rights to be left up to the states.
Yeah.
Okay, bye. You could leave. I mean, like I'm here to talk to like at least like mostly sane humans. Like, see ya.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
You know, like go back. So like lynching black people was something that was done in
Whoa.
America and like the 19th, 20th century, earlier as well, of course. And that's an example of human rights being left up to the states because it was ordained by the state government.
All right, but that's a little extremist. That would never happen.
No, that's not extreme. That's an example of human rights being left up to the states.
You think that would
for
happen
hundreds
if
of
you were
years.
to do that?
It doesn't matter if it will happen. What matters is that it could happen, right? And that it has already, right? It's like, oh, you think that that'll happen? It did for like 200 fucking years.
Okay, well, okay, for women rights, I would like let it up to the states then. I guess. If
Okay. So you think that murder should be left up to the states?
Sure.
Oh, and wait, you also specified women's rights specifically. So do you think like a woman's right to vote should be left up to the states?
Nah, that should be protected.
Okay, just real quick, how many continents on a scale of 1 to 10 are there?
7.
Okay, what's your favorite?
North America.
Katie, thank you so much for the $3 on PayPal. What are the names of the other 6?
North America, South America, Antarctica, Europe, Asia, Africa.
Okay, you missed Australia. Appreciate you for coming up. We're going to get our next guest up in here. Guys, spam MAGA down below in that chat. Okay, spam MAGA. We're going to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, y'all. Let's get in and see what our next guest has to say, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Michelle, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get some W's for Michelle in the chat. What's up, your mom? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello.
Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, you're on pause. Can't hear you when you're on pause. Please come back. Come back so we can continue our debates. Also, guys, if you're watching the stream and you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I give 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. I could hear you.
Yeah, so this is gonna be my first year voting, and both of my parents are like hardcore Trump supporters.
Sam.
And so I was like, starting to do research and stuff. So I'm still unsure. Like, what's a big point that my dad makes is groceries have gone up during Kamala's
Kamala.
position.
Her name's Kamala.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kamala or Harris's position in office. Like K-12. Sorry, I just got a text. For example, groceries have gone up 22%. K-12 food has gone up 70%. Like even eggs have gone up like 69%. So like, what would you say against that?
Yeah, Joseph, what's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
That's a child. Yeah, so inflation has occurred. It wasn't caused by our current administration. It was caused by the pandemic. Our current administration actually mitigated it more than any other leadership in the G7. And the inflation that we saw caused by the pandemic didn't just happen in our country, but in every other country in the world.
So you think it was like inflation and not actual policy?
Yeah, no, there was no inflation that was caused by policy passed by the admin.
Okay. I also am like wondering about the tax cuts. I hear someone argued that it'll be better for the small businesses.
Amelia, thank you for the $7 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Amelia. Everyone in the comment section, please show Amelia some love. Go for it.
Yeah, I was talking to someone and I asked them why they're voting for Trump, and they said it will help small businesses. He'll help small businesses, and they have a small business because Trump will give them tax breaks. And my mom also has a restaurant, so she has a small business. So I was wondering what the tax policies will be under each.
I actually think that his tax policy hurt small businesses because we had a staggered corporate tax rate, and dependent upon like the overall income of a corporation, it's like it started at like 15% for corporations making under 50K in revenue per year, and then it went up to 35% as like that total cap. But you know what I'd like to add on here is that he replaced that with a flat 21% corporate tax rate that actually increased the corporate tax rate on small businesses making under 50K in revenue.
So you think it'll hurt more?
Yeah, yeah, and then like Kamala Harris, for instance, wants to give small businesses $50,000 off their taxes in their first year of business. I mean, and then upon other things, her tax plan is just built for the owners of small businesses, the 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class, and the other individuals that may own them.
I wonder like how I can like bring this up to my parents because they've been Trump supporters forever.
And tell them to come in. Tell them, watch my videos. Tell them to come in. But I guess my main prerogative is just to have a conversation with you about these things. Is there anything else that you wanna ask? Feel free.
Do you think it's like okay for a woman to abort a child at 22 weeks? Because
22, it gets iffy right about 22. I'd say that after the point of viability, we shouldn't have elective lethal abortions. And then at about that 18, 20 through 24 week part, that's where we should just say that like elective lethal abortions are bad. But I mean, we don't really see anyone getting like elective lethal abortions after viability, which is about 20 through 23 weeks.
Oh, so you don't see a lot of people even getting abortions after like around 18 weeks?
Not for elective lethal ones.
What are elective lethal ones?
Like where they kill it. Naomi, thank you so much for the $5.
What about the people who are like aborting them at like really close to around that 23 mark?
I don't think that they're. I think that like, can you give me a case? Can you give me like one case of one woman getting an elective lethal abortion at 23 weeks?
Yeah, I can't.
Like just like one. You know what I mean? But like I mean, yeah. After like the point of viability and sentience, it's bad.
Okay. Yeah, those were just. I'm sure once I research more, I'll like have more questions. So.
I appreciate you for coming up.
Yeah. Is it all right if I like come back to the lives and stuff and ask questions?
Yeah, for sure. Also, feel free to join my Discord. I'll be hanging out in there a lot.
All right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Have a good one. WU. That's the type of people that I want to talk to. Hey, what's up, Cran Eater? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
All right, and why is that?
So I'm a U.S. Marine vet, and I kind of put in the veteran aspect of this, and I look at our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and she got over 20 U.S. members killed in Afghanistan.
It's actually like 13, but I don't think she got them killed. Could you tell me how she got them killed?
Yes, due to a failed withdrawal.
Okay, and how did the withdrawal fail?
Well, obviously it failed because many people got killed.
Yeah, but how do they cause it to fail?
By turning over millions of weapons, if not thousands of weapons, over to the Taliban, plus vehicles and helicopters and uniforms.
They turned no weapons, no vehicles, no uniforms to the Taliban.
That's not true. There's actually a photo of a Taliban in they have, our regular IAR weapon systems, plus our quad nods.
You're correct, right? But those weren't turned over to the Taliban by the U.S. Those were given to the Afghani government as a part of a deal we had with them, in which they were then taken by the Taliban. So no, right? The Taliban stole Afghani military supplies that were produced by the U.S.
No, that is actually not true. They had many weapons that they left, plus Humvees, helicopters, and the Taliban took it over in Kabul.
Okay, yeah, and the weapons that were left there were either disabled or destroyed.
That's not true. Why are they flying them and driving our vehicles then and using that to attack?
Because the ones that weren't disabled or destroyed were stolen from the Afghani government that were given to them prior, not the ones left by us due to our pullout.
I'm agree to disagree, I guess, for that topic.
Okay, then give me a source that the U.S. gave Taliban government equipment.
You give me a source.
You made the claim, bro. You're not going to get out of providing me evidence, bro.
I have evidence from when I was in.
Okay, no, you have to stop being intellectually fucking lazy.
I can pull it up if you want to take me out of the live to look it up and come back in, I'll do that.
Yeah, you have an echo anyways. Feel free to just go get your source and come back. We're going to move on to our next guest literally right now. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Your parents are voting for one thing doesn't mean you have to. That's all I got to say. First time.
So true. Are you voting for Trump?
Parents? No, I'm not. But
Hey,
I just
Base.
figured I'd have to say that.
Well, both of my parents are voting for Trump, and you're absolutely right. That's a good message. That's a good message to get out there. That is absolutely true. Yeah, both of my parents are voting for Trump. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Outlaw left. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're still trying to get our next guest up in here, y'all. For the 9.3 thousand people in here, I'm sorry, I need to be more interactive with the chat. I'm like doing two things at once. I'm figuring out a potential second trip for boots on the ground, talking to voters in a swing state. And like, I'm like over here texting while I'm also doing the debates, but I'll put my attention back on you. You deserve attention. Ladies and gentlemen, you deserve my undivided attention. So let's get back into it. We're going to get our next guest up in here, y'all. So everybody just do be patient, y'all. Let's go and see what our next guest of the night here has to say, guys. So everyone just do be patient here for one moment. What is up, Cole? Are you voting for Trump?
I love you, Dean.
Hey, love you too, Cole. You're awesome. Thank you so much for popping up. And by the way, guys, this is my second account. I just use this for live streams when I'm banned on my main. And guess what? I'm banned on my main. So we're hanging out over here. If you do want to support me, y'all, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, you guys. That goes 110% straight to me. And it's a really good way to support me if you want to. What's up, Schmitty? Are you voting for Trump? Schmitty, hello? Okay, Schmitty's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. Everyone just do be patient. Please spam Trump. Please spam MAGA in the comment section. We're still looking for our next debate of the night. And right now, we are having a little bit of a hard time finding it. What's up, ODST? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm a kid. How do I leave?
Skedaddle. Hello, Dino. Are you voting for Trump? I feel bad.
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
No, that's fun. That's too funny. That was too funny. That was funny. That was really funny. All right, Dino, what's up? Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, I think his policies are a little better than Kamala Harris.
Like which ones?
Well, he keeps saying that he's going to make people a lot of money, like in crypto, and I have a lot of assets in crypto. And I think
so he can't. So let's do a little bit of like a lesson real quick. What is crypto? Like crypto is a decentralized, unregulated currency that only exists right on the blockchain. Of course, we'll see some types of regulations like KYC, but that's different. Whatever. There is no way that a centralized government body can have an impact on cryptocurrency, because cryptocurrency is kind of antithetical to any control or influence from centralized government bodies.
Mm-hmm. But isn't the dollar declining, and don't we have to move away from the dollar to make sure?
Yeah, I don't care about the crypto bro talk. All that I'm saying is that a centralized government body, like the federal government of our country, won't have any impact on crypto.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
All right, so is there anything you could say for Kamala Harris? Like, why should I vote for her instead of Trump?
Yeah, sure. First of all, it's Kamala. Second of all, you should vote for Kamala Harris over Trump for two main categorical reasons: policy and character. When we're talking about character, she's not a 34-count felon. She's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman. She hasn't called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country. She hasn't called all black people lazy or denied housing applications to black people because of the color of their skin. She hasn't agreed with an older gentleman hitting on her younger daughter, calling her a piece of ass. And she definitely hasn't defrauded young adults at Trump University, right? And it's also the case that she didn't try to call for Barack Obama not to have the chance to run for president because of his race, instantiating the idea that he was born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii, right? Alongside like a multiplicity of other things, like, you know, like Trump tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election. The biggest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War somehow just goes right over people's heads. But when we're talking about policy, or economic policies built for you and other working class average Americans, that's who it's made for. It's designed for you. It's significantly better for American citizens, significantly better for income inequity, significantly better for our economy as a whole and our GDP. And then about immigration, she has proactive, real stances on immigration that are effective, that will work. She's not just shouting talking points that every Republican has, calling for the mass deportation of millions of undocumented people, like Trump is and has been in the last 8 years. About healthcare, she has actual plans for healthcare. We could go over them if you'd like. Trump just has concepts of a plan about women's rights. She wants to reinstitute and guarantee federal protections for every single woman and girl's right to choose, right, including the 65,000 rape victims that have gotten pregnant and been denied access to service in the last 3 years. The one out of every 3 women in our country that no longer have elective access. She's kind of cooking Trump on all fronts, man.
Yeah, but what is she gonna do about the illegal immigrants that are like dangerous to the country, like the criminals?
Well, I mean, like, first, like, I know that's not what you asked, but it's still relevant to point out that they're not generally dangerous. In fact, natural-born U.S. citizens are much more likely to commit violent crimes. Yeah, but I mean, you know, like, they'll go through similar processes as they've always had. You know, like, ICE can't exist for a reason. I think that the deportation of violent undocumented migrants is more than fair, and I think that we need to make our legal processes better, so we can verify that the individuals that are coming into our country aren't violent. But like, once again, like, this rhetoric, it's just all like been used by Republicans to like demonize undocumented migrants to get the vote of prejudiced people. But I mean, like, I guess if you want an answer, like, that's the answer. But, you know, just keep in mind that rhetoric is very iffy.
Right. Okay, Dean. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, have a good one, man. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. Yo, Christian, I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. You're phenomenal. Thank you so much. Show some love to Christian in the chat. You were great. What's up, Sienna? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, hell yeah, I am.
You're trolling. Goodbye. Say goodbye. We're going to move on to our next guest. All right. She's drawing. Fetus. All the fetuses are hanging out today. They're all coming up in the live and hanging out. All the fetuses. They're all here on display. Hello, USA Recruiter Barry. Are you the person that asked me to do pull-ups at my high school when I was 17?
Probably.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
All right. You can't be driving on TikTok Live. Thanks for coming up. Continue to spam MAG. I apologize, Mr. Recruiter Barry. That's just terms of service right there. We're going to move on to our next guest right now. Everybody just give us a minute. Continue to spam MAGA. Continue to spam Trump if you want to come up. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. It looks like we got a couple good invites on the way. What's up, Mason? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, now why in the hell would you ever want to do such a thing? I'm appalled.
Well, no, I mean, it's pretty much set in stone that I'm going to vote for him. I was just going to ask you a question about abortion.
Yeah, ask me a question about abortion, but like, I understand that you're going to vote for Trump and there's nothing I could say to sway that, but I'd still like to demonstrate to the over 9,000 people watching that a lot of the people that have this set in stone, unwavering vote, like, really don't have much of a reason, and they just engage in like tribalism, mob mentality, and fucking treat politics like.
No, this is actually, I actually have it's a legit question.
Okay.
So, you know, we're never going to come to a consensus on either side for abortion. Would this be like a fair middle ground? So, you know, abortions are allowed if there's rape, if the mother's going to die, if the baby's going to be born with defects that would cause it to have a poor life. And then up to like till there's a heartbeat, you can have an abortion, but like anything after that's illegal. I feel like that's fair. And
no, the fair middle ground is just like letting people make that choice for themselves.
But don't you think
let's just imagine like one moment. Let's like imagine like two hypothetical women, Nancy and Tabitha. Okay, Nancy is a vehement Christian and an evangelicus, pro-life, for life. Tabitha is a atheist liberal based as hell. All right, let's get that out of the way. Nancy and Tabitha have both gotten pregnant. Okay? Nancy doesn't really want a kid, but she believes in her values and she holds them strongly. She believes that abortion is murder. Tabitha, well, she sees nothing wrong with abortion. So what's the middle ground here? Nancy stays at home, maintains said pregnancy, births the kid and raises it to be a good individual. Tabitha goes to the Planned Parenthood. All right, that's the middle ground. If you have these values that just scream pro-life, abortion bad, well, okay. You made that decision for yourself. That's fair. But on the other hand, if you don't have those same values, if you don't think it's wrong, go to that Planned Parenthood. It's kind of like the whole like reason of the pro-choice movement is the middle, like the pro-choice middle ground. You know what I mean?
No, it's just frustrating to hear about it all the time, I guess. I think it's wrong, but I still think that there should be some exceptions, and there's got to be some wiggle room. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere on the topic.
Vanessa, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Dude, what if like you heard someone saying the same shit during slavery? Like they were like, oh my God, the country's so divided, the Union and the Confederacy, right? We're all so divided on if black people deserve human rights. So thereby we have to meet a middle ground of giving black people some human rights, but not others. It's either 100% or nothing. Okay?
It's definitely not.
And that's the facts.
This is not the same as slavery, though. I'm just saying, like.
Well, of course, access to abortion is not literally the same as slavery, but the analogy here is ensuring basic protections for human rights, and that is an all or nothing issue, and there exists no such a thing as middle ground, and we understand that the Republicans are beginning to lose on the issue of abortion and are now appealing for middle ground, but it won't work. It's all or nothing.
I don't know. I mean, if you consciously put yourself in the position and get pregnant, you shouldn't be able to just cop out.
Give me all your reasons why abortion's wrong. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to give you the mic. I want to let you cook. Give me every single goddamn reason in your brain why you think that women should not be able to get abortions. Take it away.
Because if you, let's hypothetically say, if you accidentally get pregnant, you still had to engage in, to get pregnant. Yeah. It's like if you hit somebody if you hit somebody when you're driving, it might be an accident, but it doesn't mean that you don't have to face any consequences. That's the only thing. I understand like what you're saying. I understand she should be able to make that decision. But that's why I'm saying if she got raped or something, then it makes sense because she didn't want to have the kid in the first place. But if the woman, and I know I'm a guy, so I can't really 100% speak for women, but if you put yourself in that situation, you can't just, I'm just going to have this abortion without there being anything. That's the only reason I think that it's wrong.
Any other reasons at all?
Well, why? Like, what other reason would I need besides that? I think it's immoral. Besides that, I think it's immoral and unethical. But that's
I'm just gonna give you like one last chance. Any other reasons?
One last chance for what? I feel like I'm being reasonable right now.
That's the totality of why you think abortion's wrong.
Mostly, yeah. I mean, if I hit somebody when I'm driving with my car, I'm not going to expect to not get in trouble just because I didn't mean to do it. Like, pregnancy is something that you have to engage in something consciously 95% of the time for it to happen. So if you have unprotected...
Thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, like now you're fucked, okay? Like I'm just prefacing it, Mason. Like you're fucked. Like there's no coming back from what's about to happen. I just sat back and gave you the mic for as much time as you wanted to tell us exactly why you think abortion is wrong. I asked you to provide me every single reason that exists in your head why you think abortion is wrong. And then after you finished, I was like, is there anything else that you could think of? And you said, no. So you got it all out. And one last chance. Is there anything else, Mason?
I don't know what else you'd want me to say. You said,
God damn it, Mason. Because what is the one fucking thing that you didn't talk about, that you didn't mention, that you didn't even fucking think of when you're telling us why you're pro-life? The fetus. The human baby that you care so much about, that you plaster images of everywhere, with a heartbeat and the intrinsic moral value in the soul. And you know what? And this is the issue, right? I love this line of dialogue so much because it exposes the pro-life movement for exactly what it is. It has never been about the fetus. It has never been about that human life. It has never been about the intrinsic moral value. No, that is just a virtue signal shield that you throw in front of yourself every single goddamn time someone tells you that you shouldn't be able to punish or control a woman and her potential children just because you disagree with their sentiments of what sex is, what relationships are, and how that dynamic is supposed to work. Okay, no, because what you are doing is you see women in our country that hold different values in the context of sexual relationships and intimacy, think it's okay to engage in intercourse without an intention of reproduction or marrying that partner for the long term, and you say you want to punish them because they've done something that you deem as irresponsible, thereby they shouldn't be able to access healthcare and they should be forced to provide their bodily resources to another individual for 9 months without their consent, and then even tangential of that, you implicitly punish the fucking kid because you're forcing the family dynamic to be shifted away from financially well-off adults that desire to raise children, that consent to starting a family, into making these 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls to be parents because, they slept with one another on a Friday night after 3 beers at the frat party. It's gross. It's deplorable. Like, you're pro-life because you're pro-controlling women. I'm pro-choice because I care about life and I don't want to see unwanted kids forced into unready households, and I hate to see the real world consequences of pro-life legislation, that being lower overall qualities of life, which is fucking ironic, and lower levels of employment, lower levels of education, and lower levels of income. Do you see the marvelous picture that I just painted you on how gross and hypocritical it is to even say that you are a pro-lifer?
Well, I guess I would say that I think there's some holes in what you just said as well. I mean, I'm not trying to say that you can't have sex and just do it as an enjoyable, but there's ways you can do it without getting pregnant. If you do it right, it's not that difficult. I mean, not trying
God,
to.
he's just looking at it. It's like you didn't hear any of that, and you're just like if you're just going back to, if the women just stopped being so reckless and did it right and used the birth control and made more responsible, you didn't even see the point.
I saw the point. I know what you're saying. You're saying that I, as a guy, am being pro-life, that I am controlling women, which I disagree with.
Samantha, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody, show some.
Pregnancy is a two-way. It's a two-way street. It's not just a one-way. Like, if you hypothetically, if a woman told her boyfriend that she wanted to get pregnant and then they had a kid, but then she switched up right after, the guy still had part of that. How do you even navigate something like that? I don't know. I think that there's ways to go about it, but if you just say, it should be legal, or no, it should be illegal, there's no middle ground. You have to find a middle ground. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen.
All right, phenomenal. So we're just going to go. I have a question. I have a question.
Go for it.
Yeah, people smoke cigarettes. Do people know that smoking cigarettes runs the risk of lung cancer?
I'm sure that they do.
Yeah, people know that smoking cigarettes could be irresponsible.
I think everybody knows that if you smoke cigarettes, there's a chance.
So would you say that someone that smokes a cigarette and gets lung cancer, in which they acknowledge that risk when they smoke the cigarette, should be obligated to deal with a lung cancer and should be denied healthcare services to terminate the life of the lung cancer because they should deal with the consequences of their actions?
But when you smoke a cigarette, you don't have to ask somebody if you can smoke a cigarette. But if you're going to have an abortion, the male still has part of that because it's his kid as well. It's not just the female's kid. I understand.
So I mean, we're gonna address that as an issue on its own, but we're just for 5 seconds gonna accept your framework. If a man agrees to a woman getting an abortion, it's fine then.
I think that with
a whole fucking issue on its own.
That's an interesting.
For 5 seconds, we're
interesting.
accepting you. No, it's a whole issue on its own. But for 5 seconds, we're just accepting your framework to still show how you don't fucking want it. If a man says a woman could get an abortion, do you think she should be able to get it in?
If a man says that she should, if they both are in on it, and they didn't. Like, I don't know. It's tough because like I still don't think.
No, you don't think? Yeah, it's like a conjunct of like. Not only are you misogynist,
you think
but
about
you still think that we should.
Okay, just hold on.
Okay. So then answer my, because you said that the difference between my analogy there to cigarette smoking was that, well, the man's a second. But okay, well, you don't, even if you think the man agrees, she should still be denied the service. So please tell me. You gave me this whole like rant about like these obligations that we morally have to uphold because of the irresponsible actions engaged in by the woman. Oh, okay. So you know what? Let's. If I spread my lips and I start huffing and puffing on that damn cigarette, knowing that that will run me the risk of lung cancer that will absolutely destroy my livelihood, but there exists a hospital that I can go in and get that damn treatment and terminate the damn life of that lung cancer. Should I be obligated to deal with the outcomes of my actions? Should I be forced to be valiant, mature, and responsible and let the life of that lung cancer grow within my lungs? Or should I be able to be a weak cop-out excuse for a man, go to that hospital and get some fucking chemotherapy? Which one?
I mean, I like I said, I just had a question, and I didn't mean for it to turn into this. But
I know, but I'm having fun. Answer my question. It's a great question. It's a needed question. It's a necessary question. You're acting like these conversations don't result in like tens of thousands of rape victims that got pregnant being denied healthcare. That's what's happened in the last 3 years by Roe v. Wade being overturned by people thinking just like you, by the way. Like, no, these conversations are important. You could answer the question, engage with a point, because there is real world ramifications. You just can't see it because of what's between your legs and empathy, IQ, and a handful of other things, but the point still stands, right? If someone smokes a cigarette acknowledging the risk of lung cancer, should they be obligated to deal with the outcome of their actions, or should they be able to terminate the life of their lung cancer?
Well, I mean, the thing is, when you exactly like you said, when you smoke the cigarette, you run the risk of getting lung cancer, and you can try to get it, but you already like are in that position. But again, we're comparing, a life of a baby to lung cancer. I feel like those two things. Those things are not even close to related. I understand the logic. I get it.
Now the life of the baby. Now the life of the baby's like important. But remember,
I said you should let an abortion up until the baby's alive.
Remember how I sat back and I told you to name every single reason that exists in your head why you're pro-life, and I even asked you if you had anything more, and you never mentioned the life of the baby once. But now that you've seen your life is faulty, the life of the baby matters.
I was talking
this just justifies my point further. Remember when I was responding to you and I was like, they just stand in front of the virtue shield that they don't give a shit about, that being the life of the baby? You're doing that right now. You're like, oh, Dean has a really good, constructive, logical point that absolutely debunks and disproves my logic insofar as why I think we should force women that engage in sex to maintain pregnancy as they're dealing with the consequences of their actions. You see how that point has failed given the lieu of this analogy, and then you go right back to the life of the baby shit that you never talked about ever.
I specifically said that it would be okay up till I don't know if it's 4 weeks or whatever, how many weeks when there's a heartbeat. That's when I said you should allow it until then. But once there is a heartbeat and it's formed in there, I feel like it's wrong. But that's just me. I feel like it's wrong.
Now it's all about the life of the baby. Now I hear you. You're trying to paint the narrative that it's always been about the life of the baby for you. It hasn't, and that's my point. Ashley, thank you for the $25 on PayPal saying Amber Thurman, speak their name. Absolutely, Ashley. I appreciate you for the love. Everyone show love to Ashley in that comment section. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you, Ashley. So phenomenal. Let's go and talk about the life of that damn baby. I had a really good question come to mind, but then I thanked Ashley. Give me 3 seconds to think. What was I going to say? I completely forgot my point. How about you just go and continue speaking while I try to remember?
I feel like there's like some ploy to this or something, like I'm going to fall or something. I said, it's just an opinion. It's just how I feel about it. And I don't know. I don't like it either way, but I just don't think there was a girl that I went to school with that
Oh, I remember my point. Thank you. Yeah. So, like, when you were first talking about how, like, women shouldn't be able to get abortions because they should deal with the consequences of their actions, and now in lieu of my analogy to, like, display to you that, like, the whole logical idea of, like, you're obligated to the consequences of your action because you knew that that risk exists in the first place is faulty. Now you're saying, well, we also have to consider the value of the life of the baby. But my issue with that is, well, now you're just making a completely separate and entirely different argument. Right? So you have one argument that would instantiate women shouldn't be able to access abortion because they have to deal with the consequences. And then now the new argument that you're making is women shouldn't be able to get an abortion because the life of the baby is morally valuable. So which one is it? Should women not be able to get an abortion because they have to deal with the consequences of their actions? Or should women not be able to get an abortion because the life of the baby is morally valuable?
Why? I mean, does it have to be either way, or why can't they both be reasons?
Are you saying that a woman should be obligated to deal with the consequences of their actions and maintain the life of the baby because it's valuable?
I think that, see, well, I don't know why they both matter. I think that they're both good reasons for why you shouldn't. The life of the baby does matter, but it also does matter that if you make a mistake, you should have to deal with the ramifications of it. It's like anything.
Okay, well then let's just stay on that one first base. We'll dispute both of the arguments, but we're going to do one at a time. You know, like the whole argument of they have to deal with the consequences of their actions. They made a mistake, they have to suck it up. Well, I mean, that my analogy about the cigarette smoker would apply there. Okay, because you never really disputed my analogy to the cigarette smoker. You just responded to it.
There's nothing to dispute because it's a fair point.
So then we'd also say that, well, the first argument isn't fair then. Like the idea that they're obligated to deal with the consequences of their actions is not a good argument for the pro-life worldview. And in all reality, you think that women should be forced to maintain pregnancy because of the value of the fetus. And Sarah, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. You're awesome.
I guess I don't know. It's, again, like I said, this is something that we already differ on. I was asking if my proposal would have made sense and if it would have had a chance. I thought it made sense when I was thinking about it and talking to one of my buddies about it yesterday.
But we're just, let's talk about what you actually think about why you're pro-life. I'm having fun, okay? We're getting somewhere.
I'm pro-life just because the way I was raised, my parents told me that I shouldn't have sex because if I had a kid, there would not be a chance that they would let me abort it.
Alma, thank you so much for the free.
Not that like I would have been the one to.
Okay, yeah, you're not getting a damn abortion. I don't think it's your parents that are stopping you from getting.
No, it's obviously not. But they told me that, and that's.
I don't think it's your parents that's stopping that. It's probably like the lack of a uterus.
That's just how I grew up. They said that if you make a mistake, I mean, you're not going to be allowed to just get it corrected like that. That's why I had those exceptions in place because.
Okay, so yeah, it is all about making a mistake and bad correction. So you say that the cigarette smoker analogy is fair. Darius, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the.
Yeah, I do think that it's fair.
So can you now concede and agree that that's bad logic and it's very harmful?
I don't know. I just don't think it's right. But that's just how I feel about it.
Well, you're saying that you don't think it's right, but you gave me a reason why you don't think it's right. Can you admit that that's a bad reason to not think it's right?
I don't know. That's like if somebody thinks that it's unethical to smoke marijuana, is that a valid? They can have that opinion.
Random stray. Sorry guys, you can't say the names of drugs like that on the live. Carries, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. You know, listen. I feel like I'm very strong on the abortion topic. And the reason why I'm really strong on the abortion topic, and I feel like I could argue it well, Emma, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. You're phenomenal. Everyone should love to Emma. And Mariana, thank you for the $2.47. The reason why I think I'm strong on that topic is because I grew up pro-life. In fact, like my pro-life view is like one of the most recent right-leaning views I've held. In fact, the only reason why I'm pro-choice now is because like 3 years ago, I stumbled upon one of these TikTok lives where pro-choicers were debating, right? I still had like the same umph and character then as I do now. So I automatically request up into this pro-choice live. And I'm like, I'm going to shit on these pro-choicers. I'm going to give them my argument why I'm pro-life. I'm going to win. They're going to lose. But that's not what happened. In fact, the exact opposite happened. Like, I lost that damn debate so hard. And even right after I had that conversation with him, I was like, damn, these are significantly better reasons to be pro-choice than to be pro-life. And then it like went from there. So I guess like I really try to give that same experience to every single pro-lifer that will come up in my life. Emily, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, says, Mason will end up with no relations then. Yeah, remember, women, don't sleep with pro-life men. Fuck them. Leah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And massive W's for Emily once again in the chat for the $25. That's very kind of you. T, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, T's not even here. I thought he was just being like, I thought they were just being like super duper like fucking respectful, letting me talk until I was ready to ask them who they were voting for. But they're just not even here. Andy, thank you for the boo. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Phenomenal.
I promise.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
So I did vote, but I didn't vote for either because I'm really stressed out about the election at the moment.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say to that. I like, you're kind of like, sorry, that like kind of falls like outside of like the concerns that I could help address. You know, like waste of a vote. Damn, dude. Crazy. Sucks. Hope you don't live in a swing state. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. Yo, Maddie! Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. That's crazy. Oh my God, Maddie with a massive donation saying fuck 'em, not literally. Hell yeah, fuck 'em metaphorically. That's right, Maddie. I appreciate you for the love. Everyone right now, show Maddie some love for the $50. That is so kind of you. So base. Thank you. What is going on, new guest? Are you voting for Trump?
I see two people in the box. Oh, okay.
It's
I'm
just
so
you.
confused
It's just you.
about it, honestly. I know it's coming up and I need to pick, but
Hey, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
I wanted to talk to you a bit. Sorry, I'm a little nervous being up here. 10,000 people in here.
No, you're good. I usually like don't do like the undecided voter debates, but no, we're so close to the election. Every single vote counts. Let's talk about it.
So my biggest reason that I would choose is because of the abortion. I know you just spoke on abortion. I had a few things I wanted to ask you, kind of a moral thing about abortion. I was wondering if you think that, sorry, I'm really nervous. If you think, I watch you every day. If you think that, that humans have inherent, like, not value, but the word I'm trying to think of is,
Worth?
Not worth.
Kennedy, thank you for the $1 meaning.
Are we, and do you think that we're inherently have capacity for higher rationale? Inherently.
Do we have this like inherent capacity for a higher level of rationale?
Yeah.
It really depends on how you define all those silly little terms.
Okay. Because I heard an argument the other day in another live. It was somebody you probably know, honestly, on here. It's a lot of the same spaces talking about like
that sounds like a TikTok pro-life argument. Yeah. No,
it's actually not. It wasn't a pro-life. It was a Jovan.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, he was bringing it up. He said something about, if humans do not have this capacity for higher rationale intrinsically or inherently, then when can you then decide if it's all about like socialization, like social spheres and, being raised around people and learning those things, like learning how to be intelligent, I guess.
Oh, no, I think that's, I think that humans have big brain that allows for like this inherent level of higher rationale. Yeah. But
yeah,
just out of curiosity, I want to talk to you about who you're voting for and why. So you said you're undecided.
Yeah, I get that.
Why are you undecided? Like, can I just ask you a question? Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse?
Well, no, I wouldn't want to. I've heard this argument so many times. I don't really want to. Yeah.
So seemingly, like, you're not going to vote for Trump then.
Well, that's what I'm seeing.
So then why don't you want to vote for Harris?
I don't really have a lot of arguments as far as all that goes. I've been looking and listening to both sides constantly for months now. And I hear a lot of good things about Kamala. And
is there anything that you just want to, like, any qualms or concerns you want to, like, this is a debate live. Is there any, like, concerns that you want to run by me?
Well, so my biggest thing is that my husband is a big Trump supporter. And anytime I bring up talking points about Kamala, because I am undecided, he comes back with me and tells me all these reasons why Trump would be better for the economy and everything. And I don't really know how to like come back or how to, sorry, I'm
Your
sorry.
ability to debate doesn't impede upon like reasons to vote or not. We're just gonna move on. I appreciate you for coming up. Vote blue and lie to your husband.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I am probably voting for Trump, but I'm rather undecided.
Awesome. Real quick, I'd like to thank Jenny for the $50 donation on Venmo. That's insane. Oh my God, Jenny, thank you so much for the love. Seriously, I mean it. Jenny says, just had a late miscarriage in Texas. It's scary here, and I'm fortunate to have the resources to leave the state. So many cannot. Please vote blue. Jenny, we all feel for you. That is fucking terrifying. Please show some love to Jenny in the chat. I really appreciate you. That is JENI. And then also, Aaron, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, saying thanks for being live past 5. I get off of work and usually miss you. Aaron, that is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the $15. And another one from Julie. Julie with a $50 donation on PayPal. You guys are going off right now. What the fuck is going on? You guys are awesome. Oh my God. Everybody, please, Jenny and Julie, thank you both for the $50. Dude, hell yeah, you guys are sick. That is so incredibly kind of y'all. Everyone, please, right now, show some love to Jenny and Julie and Aaron. Thank you so much. Please show them some love. You guys are phenomenal. Anyways, Oliver, I apologize for keeping you waiting there. Why are you voting for Trump?
Like I said, I'm mostly undecided. I think that Trump is the better option, but I was just kind of going to ask you, as a young person, as an 18-year-old, as a young voter, why would you say that I should vote for Kamala Harris?
Perfect. So, I mean, like, first, like, the conversation about undecided voters, with all the information that I have, it's just a bit scary. You know, it's like, God, what are you going to eat for breakfast? Like the Fruity Pebbles or like the Clorox bleach, you know, just,
right.
I don't really know, you know, Fruity Pebbles, they could be about stale. So like maybe the bleach, or I don't know, like, I don't really like this flavor of Fruity Pebbles. So
of course,
maybe the bleach. And I guess, like, you know, the point is, it's like, I just, you know, it seems so difficult and hard for me to rationalize, like, the idea that Kamala Harris and Trump are closer than they are when we consider things like the idea that Trump is a 34 count felon that has been held civilly liable for raping a woman, has sexualized little girls, saying he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country.
Right,
and
I do
launched
not
the biggest
agree with
internal
that.
attack on our democracy with his attempted coup to steal the election from Biden in 2020. You know, it's like, how do you, like, when I speak about these facts, how do those play into your vote?
There's a lot of stuff there, and I understand, like, he is a felon. I agree with that. I do not think that the 2020 election was rigged. I am a pro-lifer, but okay, I guess I'll get into more of a specific topic. I am a pro-lifer, but with how new Roe v. Wade was overturned, I don't see how is Kamala planning to return Roe v. Wade around?
Yeah, sure. Well, through codification of those federal protections, but this time through like congressional policy. So, I mean, the Supreme Court just ruled that the Constitution didn't cover abortion, but like that doesn't mean that we can't get federal law to cover abortion.
Right.
But then also, as a pro-lifer, you understand, since Roe v. Wade's been overturned, there's actually...
did I say I'm a pro-lifer? I apologize. I'm a pro-choicer. I totally mixed that up. I'm a pro-choicer. I believe in women's reproductive rights. I am so sorry about that.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah.
65,000 women have been like denied abortion.
Oh, I know, it's sickening. It's truly sickening.
After getting pregnant by grape. You know, and that's in 3 years. Like, what's like 65 divided by 3? Can anyone tell me?
The wrong guy.
Yeah, I just don't want to use my brain. Can anyone in the chat tell me what 65 divided by 3 is? And while you're doing that, Harley, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo saying for the info. Thank you so much for the love, Holly. Everybody, show some love to Holly. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much for the $25.
Next specific question. I want
Wait,
to
no. I want to stay on this one.
Okay. Go. Yeah, you have the floor.
65.3 is about 22. So every single year since Roe v. Wade's been overturned, 22,000 women that have been sexually abused, violently raped, and impregnated by their rapists have been denied abortion services, and that's a true fact. You could fact check me on that.
Okay.
And the reason I say that this is so important, especially if you're pro-choice, is all we have to do is vote for Kamala Harris, and maybe we will have these federal protections for every single woman and girl. And if you vote for Trump, what happens? Every single year that passes, 22,000 women that have been raped and gotten pregnant will continue to have these services decline to them. More states will make it illegal, meaning more women will be denied these services that have gotten raped. And that's about 60 women a day. Okay?
Wow.
So every single day after the election, if Trump wins, right, there will be 60 women that have gotten raped that will be denied access to abortion. Can you, as a seemingly virtuous man that can understand how important access to health care is, live with that if you vote for Trump and he is elected?
No, absolutely. I couldn't justify ever voting against women's rights of any sort.
I know. Me neither. And economic policy aside, which hers is better, immigration policy aside, which hers is better, if we just hone in on this one fucking fact, that's all you need to know to cast your vote.
Okay, let's talk about Trump's tax plan. I know he set one into motion. I'm really unaware of the details of that. What did the actual tax cut? I know a lot of right wingers talk about the tax cuts for everybody, but how did the tax cuts really affect each person by each class?
For sure, right? So let's talk about the TCJA. That was his tax cuts. This was implemented in 2017 and cost a total of $1.9 trillion. Let's first go over some basic facts of it. So the basic facts are as follows. It didn't really do too much to help uplift our economy, our GDP. We'd have a study from 2 Harvard professors, one right-leaning, one left. You can find it online if you type in macroeconomic effects of 2017 tax reform bill. Okay. And it would tell us that it only added $10 billion to our GDP per year. And just, using basic financial principles, spending nearly $2 trillion for a $10 billion per year return is a really bad deal. We could also consider the fact that this only further amplified trickle-down economics because 83% of the cuts in the bill went to the top 1%. Kimberly, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying that I do a great job. I thank you so much, Kimberly. And that's the only reason why this legislation is passed is because Republicans think that if we cut taxes for rich people, they'll invest more of that money back into their businesses, pay their employees more, and it'll get back into the pockets of the average American, which matters the most. But we know it didn't achieve that end goal. We'd have a Brookings study that would indicate that there was no business investment increase seen on the macro scale, meaning it literally undermined the basis of trickle-down economics, or at least what it's supposed to do. Kimberly, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. And people making over $500,000 a year benefited the most, and people making under $50,000 a year benefited the least.
Okay, great. What else is there to talk about? I'm trying to just highlight on things that to turn me away from voting for Trump. What's your opinion on everything from Elon Musk to the Russian interference? Just speak on that a little bit. I think it's very weird the what should I say relationship between Russians and Trump, especially considering Russia's past with America. So
in 2016,
okay.
In 2016, they interfered with the election, pushing pro-Trump propaganda on Facebook. Same thing happened in 2020. This is coming from the DoD, CIA, and Mueller report. Right? It's all been proven. You could look it up. Then in 2024, the DOJ proved that Russia was paying a bunch of Republican influencers online to shit-talk Ukraine and push pro-Kremlin and pro-Trump propaganda. They've interfered in the last 3 elections to help Trump get elected. And that's because Putin really likes Trump because he thinks he's easy to manipulate, and that's what we've learned from leaked Kremlin documents. And by the way, no, that's not a lie. Okay, that's DOD, CIA, and Mueller report intelligence. And all the Republicans in the chat saying that it's a lie. Like, brother, just like take a step back and like realize that like you're just like not willing to believe anything that comes out of any mouth apart from Trump's, and that's like fucking bullshit. You know, like stop being a puppet for like a uni-class dictatorship by all supreme leader Donald Trump, untrusting of any source besides himself. But also, I can't hear you when you're on pause, Oliver. Just put that out there. I have to be able to see you to be able to hear you. All right. I don't know if Oliver's leaving. I don't know. Helene, thank you so much for the $1. Eeks, thank you for the relaxed duck. Justin, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Saying women's rights isn't enough. Unfortunately, for some, it's still important to talk about the other issues when we can. All right. Right. Well, my laptop just died. Unfortunate. Well, I don't know where Oliver went. Maybe he just doesn't know that I can't hear him. I don't know. Kellen, thank you for the blooming. You're phenomenal. I appreciate you for the love. By the way, guys, is there Araceli? Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you for helping me decide to vote. You're phenomenal, Araceli. Fuck yes, that's what I want. Great, Araceli. Thank you for the $10. You are so great. I'm living my fucking best life right now. If you told me like 3 years ago that I'd be like influencing like millions of people to like get out there and do something good, and that I could like actually help direct the world in a slightly better direction, I would have called you crazy. Anyway, sorry. Noob, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I'd actually like to talk about abortion if that's all right with you.
If it wraps into your reasons why you're voting for Trump, sure. But after the election, we'll be hosting lives dedicated to abortion in of itself. But I mean, if that's all that you want to go over, apart from politics, I'll probably just move on to the next guest. But feel free to come back after the election when I'm doing like debate lives on abortion specifically.
A little on the fence because politically,
Amanda, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Amanda. Let's get some W's in the chat for Amanda. All right. Let's go and see what our next guest here has to say. He just wanted to debate abortion, which is fun. I like convincing other men that they shouldn't control women's bodies. But, right now we are just looking to debate people on the upcoming election. Holy shit, Sydney with a $75 on Venmo. Oh my God, dude. Yo, thank you so much, Sydney. You are great. Yo. Oh my God. Yo, everyone, show Sydney some love down below for the $75. God damn, that is so kind of you. Thank you. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for the $75. That's insanity. Thank you, Sydney. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much, Sydney. You're great. Thank you. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Hello? Is anyone home? No? Okay, we're going to move on to our next guest. W's for Sydney. And Megan! Oh my God! With another $75. Holy fucking shit. Everybody, continue to show love to Sydney and show some love to Megan. Megan says, about to vote against Trump for the third time. You are a goddamn icon. Thank you so much for the $75 donation. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Sydney and Megan. Holy shit. Thank you, guys. You guys are so kind. You guys have been so kind to me lately. So kind to me today. So kind to me every day. I love you guys. Show some love to our donors in that chat. You guys are literally fucking phenomenal. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box right now, guys. Continue to spam MAGA, Trump in the chat, right, if you do want to come up and debate. Hannah with the $50 on Venmo saying voted blue in Texas, and your lives helped swing a few friends of mine to vote. Dude, Hannah, you're awesome. Holy shit. Thank you for the $50 donation and the very kind message as well. So what do we got? We got Sydney. We got Hannah. We got Megan. Dude, show them all some love. Thank you for the $50 donation. Holy shit. Thank you. It means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much for the love. Jaden, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal saying you're my daily podcast. Love ya. Love you too, Jaden. I appreciate you for the $15 donation. Thank you so much, man. You guys are literally being so fucking kind to me today. Everyone, please just W's for all the donors. W's all around while we're getting our next guest up in here. You guys are fucking spectacular. Thank you guys so much for the love. All right, let's see what we got up next, guys. Continue to spam MAGA, continue to spam Trump down below in that chat, everyone. While we're getting our next guest up in here, thank you guys so much once again for the love. W's all around. Yo, T Palmer with a $10 on PayPal saying, keep it up, my guy. Mr. T, I love ya. Thank you for the $10. What's going on? 6 trades. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I don't know who to vote for, man. That's why I'm on here, bro. Convince
Daily.
me.
Name for the galaxy. Let's do it. Would you ever vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for rape?
No, sir.
All right. Well, Trump's been held civilly liable for that, man.
I guess one of my main problems is just not problems in terms of why I would vote for Trump. I would not vote for Trump, but in terms of voting for Kamala, voting in general this election, Kamala, I apologize. Thank you for the correction. Would be, I don't see how things will be much different than they have been for the past 4 years. However, they haven't been horrible. Granted, things, there's some nuance there, some pros and cons.
Things will be like much like I don't know. You're acting like the policy over the last 4 years caused your living conditions for the last 4 years. That's not true. What caused declines in like living conditions is going to be COVID. That's what caused inflation. That's what caused like a decline in the amount of GDP growth that we see. That's what's caused unemployment, et cetera. And like the policy that we've seen has actually been great. It's been a phenomenal administration. I hope that the policy of Biden-Harris continues under Harris. The economic policy fights for that average working class American. Economic policy fights to reduce those income inequities and alongside big other things as well. But Scott, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Josie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Savannah with the $30 on PayPal. Oh my God. Scott, Josie, and Savannah, thank you so much. Scott actually says voting Republican, but I appreciate the opposition. Scott, dude, Scott, okay, if you're willing to donate to someone that disagrees with you because you enjoy the discourse, you will be a liberal in no time. But regardless of that, please show some love to Scott. Please show some love to Anna. Please show some love to Savannah. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys are incredible. But sorry for talking, man. I just want to thank them. Go ahead.
You're good, man. I totally understand. I got a quick question. Why do you think Trump is so popular with like the younger male generation right now? Because it seems like that
because no one's paying attention to them because people are starting to wake up a little bit. Like we're starting to see, address, and consider systemic issues that don't impact young white guys. And I think that young white guys see that like in the university system. Young white guys see that like in the media, that people are like more concerned about like addressing systemic inequities that don't impact them, and they want attention, so they're going to vote for the old white guy that only cares about them.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, man. Well, appreciate your time. I see you on all the Jubilee stuff, so keep doing your thing, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day. Mason, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mason. Yeah, that's like the real answer. It is. And the reason I know that is because like that used to be me. I was like 15, 16, 17. Like I was like, oh, like no one's talking about me. Why does everyone care about everyone but me? And like that's where it comes from. What's up, Silius? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yes, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Hello.
Okay, sorry, Silius. I'm going to talk to this guy. Sorry. Hello, Trump X MAGA.
What's up?
Mr. Robert Michael, why are you voting for Trump?
Because Kamala Harris is a liar.
Okay, what's the biggest lie she's ever told? What's the most bombastic, drastic lie that Kamala Harris has ever told that you really feel hurt, right? The virtues that we'd like to see instilled in members of our executive branch.
She's black. That's a lie. She's an Indian.
Designed Right Studios, I appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. We're just gonna gotta move on. I think that they were a troll and just being like weird as shit. But Design, seriously, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate you, Designed. Please show some love to Designed in the chat. I really appreciate you. W Design down below. Thank you for the $25. That's just like I'll like happily engage with that point from like just like actual conservatives that think it's true, but I could hear it in his voice. I think he was trolling. Thank you so much for the $25, Designed. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Spam Trump, spam MAGA in the chat if you do want to come up. No way, Tilly's in the queue. Tilly's been spamming MAGA in the chat forever. Oh, Tilly, please load. Tilly, you've been here forever. Tilly, if you could hear me, come back to your phone and accept the invite to come up, please. Tilly, no. Tilly, no. Unfortunate. All right, let's see what we got. By the way, for the 9.4 thousand people, this is my backup account. Make sure to go follow my main account as well. This is where I come when I get banned. Yo, Lily with a $30 saying thank you so much for taking the time to research and for using it for good. Lily, thank you so much for the $30. Trin, thank you for the $2 saying that I love you. I love you too. But everybody, please show Lily some love for the $30 donation on Venmo. That is absolutely beyond kind of you. Thank you so much, Lily. You were absolutely fucking spectacular, and I really appreciate it. Everyone, right now, all together, thank Lily. Show them some love. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Lily. You're great. Hello, TV Edits. You're voting for Trump.
You're probably gonna hate this, but I am on the fence. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about immigration and maybe a few other things, but if we have time.
No, you're fine. I'm letting the undecided voters slide. It's so close to the election. You guys matter quite a lot. Let's talk about it.
So, I know from Republican side.
Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate that. It's my bad. Sorry.
No, you're good. How they kind of don't trust Kamala's immigration policy going forward. Yeah, sorry. Kamala's immigration policy because she's been in office and this was kind of the worst that immigration has ever been. I believe it was at least 20 million people. And I feel like that does have a big impact on our economy. So I was wondering, how can you trust that doesn't affect her future, like coming up, how that's going to affect the immigration?
Yeah, first about your second point about it having an impact on the economy. It has a good impact. It grows the economy. It adds to the GDP. That's a fact. Regina, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying thank you for all the educational information. I really appreciate you for the $15. Everyone show Regina some love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then secondarily here, well, I mean, you're confusing like the crisis that we've had in our country at the southern border with being caused by her policy, which is false. The crisis that we've had at the southern border and the increasing numbers of people coming over was caused by COVID and the expiration of Title 42. Sadie, thank you for the $8 on Venmo. That's very kind of you. W's for Sadie. So, I mean, let's first consider why people are coming into America from other countries. That's because of like the quality of the life in the other countries. I'd love to ask you a important question. Do you think that the quality of life in other countries, like Southern Latin American countries, got better or like drastically worse with COVID?
I don't know. That is a good question. I wasn't really there. What's
drastically worse?
Yeah,
they got substantially worse than they did in America because they didn't have the infrastructure built to deal with it like we did. Substantially worse. And when COVID hit, we implemented Title 42. Now, Title 42 was an order that essentially shut down all crossings across our southern border. Okay, and when we take those two things and we add them together, right, the substantially worse standard of living in Southern Latin American countries, and this thing that stopped anyone from entering into our country once they got here. Well, what happens when that expires? An upsurge of people coming in because we have more people migrating from Southern Latin American countries, and we have more people at the border that have been waiting because Title 42 is in effect. So the crisis was natural, normal, and expected. And we should evaluate the responsibility and efficacy of our current administration based upon the response to this crisis. And how do they respond? They first tried to influence bipartisan border legislation through Congress. They got pretty far. They got a Trump-endorsed Republican to draft a bipartisan bill and signed all Democrats but 4 onto it. in which Trump then called the Republicans and told them to vote against it because he didn't want to see Kamala Harris and Joe Biden get that win because he knew that that would ensure re-election this year.
I did hear about that. How are we so sure? Like, what kind of proof is there for that? Because I did hear.
Yeah, Trump's loud mouth. He said at a rally in Nevada to blame it on him if it fails. And then also put it out there, Langford, the Trump-endorsed Republican that wrote it, spoke out against him on Fox alongside Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz, all Republicans.
Okay. How do you feel about Kamala's presence in the media? Sorry, Kamala's presence in the media as far as kind of being a little wishy-washy with questions? And I know that they both do it, but I just feel like it's really hard to get straight answers. And do you think that depicts how she would be as president, as far as not being straightforward?
That's like one of my maybe not to the same extent that you're putting it out to be, but one of my only critiques of Kamala Harris, I was like, she does deflect questions sometimes. Okay,
but they both do it. But it's
I'm not gonna lie. I am unapologetically, completely, and totally 110% fine with taking Kamala Harris, who can deflect questions like all politicians do, with the great policy over the grapist, felon, fraudster, racist, misogynist, sexist that tried to overturn the results of the election in 2020. This is like taking Jeffrey Dahmer and putting him up against I don't know, someone that stole a candy bar from a grocery store. It's really, when we have that contrast, doesn't matter too much. No, it's inconsequential, and that shouldn't change your sway of vote whatsoever. And not to mention, even in that very specific context of being a little bit wishy-washy, not answering questions, because I agree. I watched your interview with Fox. I was sitting there why aren't you answering these questions? It's still better than Trump. I mean, goddamn, how many times have him or J.D. Vance told you they won or lost 2020? They refused to answer every goddamn time. I do have a couple donors to shout out here. Holy shit, you guys are going insane. Sadie, thank you for the $8 on Venmo. I really appreciate that. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Jack, thank you for the $8 so much. It's phenomenal. Justin, thank you for the $5. Susan, thank you so much for the $10. W. Susan's in the chat. And Scott, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo again. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for that. Everyone, please show some more love to Scott with a $50 donation. That's insane. And Candy with another $50 donation. Holy fuck. You guys are going off today. Everyone, please. I want to see at least 500 W Scotts and 500 W Candies. And by the way, that is Candy with a K. Thank you guys so much. Kimberly, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Holy shit. I love how you turn this into a discussion, help undecided voters in debates. Yeah, that's where we're at, dude. Election's coming up. It's all or nothing right now, baby. Every vote matters. Jamie, thank you so much for the $10 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate that. Kendra, thank you for the $5 donation. And Michael with a $15 donation. I apologize for interrupting the debates there and thanking the donors, but I want to make sure that we show each and every single person that donates to the stream the love that they deserve. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are incredible. W donors, I mean, that is just phenomenal. But please take it away. I apologize for my interjection there.
No problem at all. I guess another question would be, there's a lot of confusion about each person having similar policies, almost exactly the same. For example, what was it? No taxes on overtime hours. I guess when it comes to them sharing these same policies, should I be worried about maybe lack of originality? Is that common in these things? Should I be, how do I figure out who came with that idea and who's kind of mimicking the other or following?
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, first of all, whatever the hell, I don't care. Kamala Harris totally just took that because, Donald Trump had announced it. But it's not like that was Donald Trump's idea either. Bernie Sanders came up with it first, all right? Let's be real.
Okay.
But, second of all, I think that's a good thing. The fact that Kamala Harris was able to see a policy that Trump had announced that was good for the American people, and then she wanted to implement it herself so we could ensure that regardless of who wins in November, we won't see tips being taxed is great. Like bipartisanship should be the goal. We shouldn't be criticizing like the Democrat candidate for president, like only doing like taking a policy from the Republican candidate or the inverse, because at the end of the day, that is a policy that's beneficial for the American people. And I'm just damn fucking happy that now, like it's ensured regardless of the outcome. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that
God,
makes
we shouldn't
sense.
be really like worrying about like originality. Like, you know, it's like, you know, like your third grade art class, fucking, you know, like winner gets a pizza lunch for their classroom. Like, no, like, holy shit, we're talking about what is going to benefit American citizens, and bipartisanship is phenomenal to see. And I mean, I just really want to drill the point home here. If like Donald Trump stole all of Kamala Harris's policy tomorrow, you know what I mean? I would be the happiest man alive. I'd be ecstatic.
Right.
I'd be so ecstatic because like, what would that mean? Like, all of a sudden, regardless of who wins, women will be able to get health care. Regardless of who wins, income inequities will slim. Regardless of who wins, the average American will be better off. Like, please, Donald Trump, steal every single thing on her agenda. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So right before I go, I just want to say I got maybe a miscommunication before, but when you were saying that a lot of the immigration was due to COVID, and COVID was during Donald Trump's election, but then according to like the data that I saw, it skyrocketed during Kamala's and Joe Biden's time. So I guess I was having a little confusion with the correlation there.
Repeat your question.
You said that immigration went up because of the COVID, which was in
Yeah, like the expiration of Title 42, which expired under Biden and Harris, right when the public health emergency was declared as being over.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. Anything else?
Nope.
Cool. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. Honestly, I like talking to the undecided voters because they're not as like fucking insane. You know what I mean? Like, that's a great thing. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Everyone, just do give us a minute to get them loaded up in here. Did she call Biden no Biden? That's really funny. All right, let's see what we got. But probably going to do another weekend of no lives. It is like more important now than ever for me to be boots on the ground, talking to people and making videos. So I'm probably going to take another weekend off of the lives to be able to go out to another swing state and do the same thing I did in Michigan last week. And, you know, Dean's on his world tour, right? By the way, holy shit. I just want to say, like, I didn't know like how many people on the internet like watch the content. Like dude, you know how like, you know, like people could have like eyebrow blindness. Like, I just have like influence blindness. Dude, so many people were coming up to me. It was awesome. It was insane. It was so fun, guys. And I'm so happy to be able to do that again. What's up, Ransom? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh shit, am I on you? Hello?
Yeah, you are. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, it's crazy. I don't know. Are you looking for like
Sid, I appreciate you for the $6 on Venmo. We actually have a couple donations to thank out here. Yo, Jesse, first of all, it's good to see you, man. You've been watching forever. Jesse, thank you so much for the $56 donation on Venmo. Holy fucking shit, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the love, Jesse. Everybody, please show Jesse some love in the chat while we're getting our next guest up in here. Spam MAGA, spam Trump in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Thank you so much, Jesse. And Scott, another $50 donation from Scott. Oh my God. And Mulaney with a $50 donation as well. Holy shit. Thank you, Mulaney, Scott, and Jesse. Please, everybody, show Mulaney, Scott, and Jesse some love. Sid, also thank you for the $6. Kia with a $10. Bethany with a $5. Trey with a $1. Jeannie with a $1. And Jamie with a $10. I really appreciate everyone so much. But W Scotts, W Jesse's, and W Mulaney's, you guys are phenomenal. And Sydney, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. What's going on? Tyler, are you voting for Trump, my good sir?
I will be voting for Trump.
Oh, God, why the hell would you ever make such a pitiful shit decision? Let's hear it.
Well, first, can I ask why you are voting for Kamala?
Of course. Two main reasons: character and policy. Her character is just like exponentially better. She's not a rapist. She's not a felon. She's not a fraudster. She's not a racist that's denied housing applications to black people because of their race. She hasn't called all black people lazy. She's not a misogynist. She hasn't like sexualized and hit on 10-year-old girls or said that she likes to grab women by the P word without consent or boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls. Policy, it's better for the economy, better for GDP, better for the average American, better for the 170 million American women and girls that need it the most, upon like many other things.
So, her policies. What do you like? Everyone knows inflation has been off the charts. It sucks to live right now. Almost everyone's living paycheck to paycheck. With her. She was vice president the last 4 years. She has said that I'm not 100% positive on this. I'm 90% positive. She said that she was the final decision in every major decision. And the last 4 years, I don't know about you, but the last 4 years have not gone very good.
Yeah, first of all, Caroline, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate that. And Tracy with the $54 on Venmo. A 54-year-old woman, a woman who's had an abortion. I would like to speak. You feel free to request up, Tracy. If I see you in the queue, I'd love to bring you up. Thank you for the $54 donation. And Allie, thank you for the $10 as well. So yeah, let's talk about it. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation in our country?
Let's see. Allowing, I'm not educated on that. I can look some stuff up. But
I mean, if you're just gonna do it on the go, like you could just be honest, say you don't know, and we could talk about it. But I mean, if you want to play the game where you look something up and I dispute it, and we can.
If you think that they have no part in the inflation, raising taxes.
Let's talk about taxes. Do you think that our current tax policy is communist dog shit that you'd never want again?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you think that our current tax policy is communist dog shit that you'd never want to see ever again?
I think that the amount of taxes that we pay is a little outlandish.
And you'd never want to see it ever again, right?
I would prefer not to.
All right. Well, you just voted blue because we're under Trump's tax plan. And if he's reelected, he wants to do it again for another 10 years in 2025.
He just said that he wants to remove all income taxes and do tariffs.
Oh, wow. You believe that shit? Okay. Yeah, that's an astronomically bad idea.
Why so?
Tariffs destroy American consumers and companies.
What evidence do you have to back that?
Well, every single time we've historically raised tariffs on China, U.S. agricultural exports have plummeted. When Trump did it, it bankrupted American farmers and he had to bail them out with $27 billion. And they destroy the low and the middle class because they're inflationary and regressively impact them the most. Santana, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo, man. Good to see you. And I'm going to be hopping off here soon. And Naomi, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal saying, please let me debate. Naomi Wells, all right. If I see you in the box, I'll happily let you up.
You can let someone else debate. I am not.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. See you, Tyler. You know, guys, I'm in a good mood today. I'm like feeling good. I'm feeling like chilled. Like we're hanging out in here, 8.6 thousand people. I love you all. You guys are great. Do you guys like this like more this more chilled approach to debates? Because I feel like I've been everywhere. I've been like very like amped up and like ridiculously insane and like very like on it. But then I also have like these more like chill days. Like what do you guys like more? Like more amped up Dean or like more like relaxed Dean? And Megan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying to keep up the good work. I appreciate you so much for the $10. You like
Hi.
chill? Yeah, me too. Like usually when I'm doing these debates, I want to like fucking claw my hair out. And I have like a resting BPM of like 175. But when I'm a little bit more chilled out, it's a little bit cooler. But hello, random guests with the emojis in your name. Are you voting for Trump?
So I am not. However,
I do appreciate you for coming up, but we are just looking for people to debate that are voting for Trump. Lorenzo, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. You're great. Spectacular man. All right, moving on. You love it all? I know. Well, I mean, sometimes I just get too amped up for my own good because my patience is fucking tested. But honestly, we haven't really had that many people test my patience today. Maybe like a reason is like the really insufferable like Trump voters only come out when I'm also being a little bit insufferable. I don't know. What's up, Jay? Are you voting for Trump?
Man, fuck the Marmalade Messiah. Didn't mean to slide in.
You're all good. I was actually able to find Naomi in the chat. I was actually able to find you down there. That was a very rare occurrence. Lily, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying voted Harris today. And Victor, thank you so much for the. I sure can. I'm thanking donors as they're coming in. Victor, thank you for the $25, and Marco, thank you for the $5. Everyone, please show some love to Victor and Marco. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you so much. And Naomi, I can hear you, but you are on pause, so I can't hear you unless you could see me. Can you hear me? And if so, you should come back to the live. There you are.
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're leaving again. Beth, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. There, you're back now. Just don't touch your phone.
Sorry. So I saw on your. I'm voting for Trump as of now, but my mind is, I'm open-minded.
Is it possible that you could go into a room of your house that's a little bit more quiet?
Sorry, I'm getting off work right now.
Oh, okay. All right. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because I feel like as far as leadership, like Kamala, she struggles to articulate her policies. And I feel like world leaders are going to walk over her when she can't.
And how come she absolutely dog-walked Trump in the one-on-one debate?
Well, in her interviews and like when hecklers are yelling at her, she's like struggling to say, like she just like shuts down,
I don't know. I disagree. But like at the end of the day, what happens when, shit's real and you're standing in front of every single American citizen that will tune in, debating who you are running against to determine the next 4 years of leadership in our country and generations of humans to come? She locks the fuck in and she proved that in her debate with Trump. Like, that's just like the objective truth. Like you're like the whole like claim that you're making is like she won't be able to work well with other foreign world leaders when shit's real. She gave the best demonstration of how the hell she works when shit is real in her debate with Trump, and she cleared.
Okay, we can agree on that, I guess. But I feel like based on what I've seen, maybe my media is like right leaning, so that's what I've seen. It could be like propaganda for all I know. But as far as like the tampons in like the public bathrooms, I don't really agree with that either.
You don't agree with
just
free
because
tampons?
like
You're sicko.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That was fishy. I didn't actually mean that. I'm asking you why. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just a silly little guy, apparently. So, why do you disagree with tampons in public restrooms?
Just because like the reason why they're trying to do that is for transgenders, which I'm not against that. It's just like at like
that's not
children's.
True. No.
What do you mean?
No. In the state of in Tim Walz's home state, right, where the legislation that you're talking about comes from, he passed a bill mandating public schools to have free menstrual products such as tampons available in restrooms, and it was not specified which restroom they were supposed to be in. That was the policy. Are you driving by chance?
That's just based on what I've seen on the media. No, well, yeah.
I'm safe. You can't be driving on TikTok Live. Sarah, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying if you never need an expert on trans teen or trans issues, I'd love to hop up. Sarah, that'd actually be great. First of all, just thank you for the $20. Everyone, please show Sarah some love. But second of all, yeah, that's like one area where I am less educated than I'd like to be. And I feel like it's really important for me to be educated on that. I think I have a lot more education than many people, but not enough. Hi, Maria. That's really annoying. Can you stop doing that? Hi. Okay, she's not going to stop. We're just going to go and kick her and move on. Let's go and see what our next guest here has to say. Guys, spam Trump in the comment section if you do want to come up. Daniela, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. Thank you, Daniela. Hello, Hannah. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh my God, no, I'm not. I'm actually not American. I'm from...
Okay, thanks for coming up. Just looking for debates with Trump supporters. Come on, y'all. I want to debate. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me the debate. Jibago burr. Crazy. Dude, I want a snack. Honestly, guys, should I just like Uber food? Should I just like Uber food to the house right now? stay on live and do that. That's funny. Gabby, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Saying silly little guy. We have you're, hi?
Oh.
Hi, Michelle.
Hey, yeah, I'm driving, so I'll request.
You're good. Gabby, seriously, thank you so much for the $25. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that. Everyone, please show some love to Gabby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. You are great for the $25. And Tessa, thank you for the $2 on PayPal saying, thank you for the $2. And Cameron, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying Uber tip. I appreciate that, Cameron. We could totally do that. Get the food delivered, just sit back, have a good stream. Uber food. Ooh, I like that idea. Because honestly, that's like one of the main reason why I end up ending the streams is because I'm hungry. Jenna, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jenna. Justin, thank you for the $5 to get food. Holy shit. Well, you guys are going off for the donors. They're all like spamming in right now. Thank you, Justin, while we're getting our next guest up in here. What the fuck? What the hell? Holy shit. What the fuck? Dude, wait. I gotta check that one real quick. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in here. Continue to spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up. I gotta wow. Holy shit. Lily with a $500 donation on Venmo. Holy fucking shit. What the hell? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, Lily. That is so kind of you. Are you sure? Whenever I get a donation of that size, the first thought that comes to my head is like, are you sure? Like, did you mean to send less than $500? Lily, do not be embarrassed or anything to respond to that donation on Venmo if you didn't mean to send $500. But goddamn, if you did, thank you so much for the love. Like, that's insanity. But no, seriously, if you did not mean to send $500, do not feel like bad at all to respond to Milena. Thank you for the boxing gloves. Do not feel bad at all to respond to that donation saying that you didn't mean to do that. That is seriously so kind of you. Oh my god, dude. Thank you so much. That is just unfucking believable. Thank you so much, Lily. I can't even thank you with the words. Thank you so much. Everyone, please show some love to Lily down below.
Yeah, just pop me in. Yeah, sure I am.
All right, now why are you doing that?
Well, let me in this first. I taught abroad in Asia for many years. I wasn't here for Trump's presidency. But I came back, and I when I got back, I saw the what's going on, the economy, and all that stuff, and I have worldly knowledge. I know about other presidents from other countries. I met the president of the country where I was. I have pictures with him and everything.
So why are you voting for Trump?
I don't stand for Kamala.
Why not?
And it has nothing to do because she's a woman or whatever.
Why don't you stand? Why don't you like her?
She can't put a sentence together.
Adolphus, thank you for the $5. She obviously can. That's just like hyperbolic nonsense. The only reason why you're saying that is because that's what people said about Harris. Sorry, not about Harris, about Biden. She definitely can put a sentence together.
Oh, she can, sure. Yeah, she can.
Holy fucking shit. Dude, Trump is so delusional. He's convinced himself that he won 2020, even though his daughter told him that he was wrong. His wife told him that he was wrong. His own VP told him that he was wrong. 42 of his former 44 cabinet members told him that he was wrong. Wait, did you talk to Parker?
Who's that? Me?
Yeah.
I was on there once, yeah. Not for long.
Okay. Yeah, if Parker can't convince you, I can't either. Hello.
What's going on, Dean?
Hey, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
I am indeed.
Phenomenal. Danielle, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. Everyone, please show some love to Danielle and keep the W Lilies coming. We're not done with the W Lilies yet. And Adolphus, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. And then another Lily, thank you for the $1 saying the way I just had a heart attack because I thought I accidentally sent you 500. I miss you, different Lily. Michelle, thank you for the $5 to stay on live and to get some food. Leslie, thank you for the $2. And Anna with the $1. So let's talk about it. Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, the economy much better under Donald Trump, in my opinion.
Okay, well, it's like the economy was better 6 years ago, but Donald Trump didn't cause it to be better, and Harris didn't cause it to be worse. It's just like fluctuation in the economy, predominantly caused by COVID and the aftermath that followed.
But why? But why is it still so expensive?
Well, I mean, yeah, because like inflation is the rate of change of the price of a good. When you deflate those prices, like you cause recession. So it's like God, like we don't want to cause a recession. So we just kind of got to live with it. And then eventually the rest of the market will catch up and things will even out.
So do you think the prices will ever go back down to where they're affordable?
Depends on what you're talking about. Gas, yeah. But like
grocery.
Fast food, no.
Really, man?
Maybe like some groceries, but like, I mean, they'll definitely have a higher potentiality of going down in price if we don't tax imports. Like with 10 to 20% flat, like tariff, like the tariffs that Trump wants to.
So Biden didn't screw it all up, is what you're trying to tell me?
No, he didn't.
Oh, where'd he go?
Please continue talking. I hear you. I'm just responding to your text, and I can't because my laptop is dead. I'll only take 3 seconds. Please respond in chat. Don't leave. I'll be only gone for 3 seconds.
By the way, chat, I want to make it clear that I'm not normal red and white MAGA. I'm dark Gothic MAGA, the better version showed by Elon Musk. So I just want to make that clear. And this border, man, this border's terrible. Too many undocumented migrants. I've learned that's the correct way to say it. And yeah.
It's total troll. I just let him hang up out here. We got my order in, ladies and gentlemen. We got my order in. That's why I went on pause. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Everyone, do just give us a minute. Let's go and see what our next guest does have to say here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a bit. What the fuck, Lily? Oh my God, Lily with another $200. Holy shit. Lily, thank you so much for another $200 donation. Lily is back. Oh my God. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much, Lily. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you so much for that. I thank you. Everybody, please show Lily some love in the comment section.
Don't mute me.
But seriously, thank you so much, Lily. Thank you so much. Holy shit, that's insane.
Dean,
please
hey,
thank
it's
Lily.
Hi. Hi, that was really sweet of Lily. Wow, she's giving you $700. Nice. Do you live at home with your mother? Do you pay rent?
No, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I don't live at home like my mother because she's a lot like you.
No, I said, do you live at home? So do you rent? Do you own a house? Where do you?
Yeah, I actually own 4 houses at 20 years old. Yeah.
So
I fucking rent.
So you hate your mother? You just said like me. You don't like. You said earlier.
No, I don't hate my mom. We have a pretty good relationship, but like it's it makes the family dynamic hard when I'm running my streams. Like pro-Democrat, and she's like crazy conservative MAGA. It creates difficult conversations.
Smartly. So earlier you muted me. And there are 2 things that I would like to say. First off, don't ever say, I don't think you should at least, this is just my advice to you. Stop saying shut up to people that don't have the same opinion as you.
Okay, you've convinced me. I'll never say it again. I'm dead serious. I'll stop telling people to shut up. You've convinced me. You're right. I shouldn't do it.
Because it's so insulting. It's like we can agree to disagree, but if you say shut up, then I'm going to start getting ugly, and then we're just ugly people.
Yeah, guy. Like, what would your response be if I made fun of a disabled person?
Horrible. I would be upset. I would.
Like, remember when Trump made fun of the disabled reporter just because the disabled reporter disagreed with him?
Okay, hold on a second. If you are asking me, what would I say if you were making fun of a disabled person? if I was in, like, we were
Kid,
in,
thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love.
if I was
now
there-
it depends. Now it depends. Now it
No,
depends.
no, let me finish.
Gabby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to tell her to shut up. Elena, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Okay,
Everyone,
if
please
I
show Elena
was
some love.
there, I'd yank you off the child. Okay, I would yank you physically off the child.
I think you need to
Doing
tone
it,
down
yeah,
the
I
rhetoric,
really would.
ma'am.
Like the Kamala Harris fan who was yelling obscenities to that little child in the stroller. Okay.
I think you need to tone down the rhetoric,
Kamala.
okay?
Oh, you didn't see that? You didn't see that?
You need to
Rosa
tone down the
Parks,
rhetoric.
Did you see that? Did you
No,
see
I did.
Jordan? You didn't see that? You didn't see the
No, I did see it.
Okay, so do you agree with that type of behavior from the left?
No, I don't.
Okay, so
Hey, but can I
in
just ask you a
my
question?
case-
Can I ask you a question? Can you please tone down the rhetoric? Like, I think that Republicans have
What are you
been getting
talking
away.
about?
Let me. This is why I muted you. Just let me speak. We could both speak. Okay, two-way conversation. See, thank you for the dollar, and Jocelyn, thank you for the dollar. Right? Like this. Like Republicans. Like their rhetoric has just gotten insane. Like honestly, I'm just
That's
over here
not
talking about
rhetoric.
actual
That's not
solutions,
rhetoric.
and you're just
That's
talking about
actually not rhetoric,
hate.
guys.
So I need you to tone down the rhetoric when
Tone
you
down
say
what
things
rhetoric?
like you're gonna
I'm talking
yank me
facts.
by the chain out of the chair.
No,
Okay, we don't
sweetie,
stand
if
for
you
political
were abusing
persecution.
a
We don't
child-
stand for
if you were
violence. We
abusing
don't
a
do it.
disabled child, I would. I'd stop you. If you were abusing a dog on the street, I'd stop you. If you were abusing a senior citizen, I'd stop you. And you should do the same thing for your community. We stand up for each other. That's the difference between the Trump administration and our family and our people and your people. You're the
No, your point doesn't land because
You're
Trump is.
the-
Your point doesn't land because Trump did make fun of a disabled reporter. and
No,
you're
he
voting for him.
didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay,
I
you
know
deny it.
exactly what you're talking about in 2016, by the way.
Margaret, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo to say shut up. Go Kamala Harris. Absolutely, Margaret. I appreciate you for the $20.
So I thought
Let's
you
get
said
some
you
W's in the
weren't
chat for
gonna
Margaret.
anymore.
And Justin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying W's for Lily. Dude, let's keep them rolling. I mean, technically, I didn't tell you to shut up. Margaret.
Now listen,
did.
I want to ask you a question. So you said you own
Ava,
4
thank you so
homes.
much for the $2.
You own 4 homes. Where?
Victor with the $35 on Venmo. Saying to tell her to shut up and cut her off. I appreciate you for the love, Victor. Everyone's W. Victor's in the chat.
Give him all the money he can
Do
because
I-
if all of
yeah,
which you won't
I-
have TikTok, baby. You won't have Trump's going to save TikTok. You understand this is freedom of speech, right? And you know they're trying to take it away, right? You
I
do.
know, yeah, bad. I know, boo.
So don't you
go.
want to keep this jobby job where you make what you make? How much are you going to make today? I mean, be honest. Let's be honest. How much money? And I'm all for it. I really am.
Warren, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo for shutting up MAGA. So if you're curious about how much money I make on my daily live stream, feel free to sit back and count up all my donations and you will discover. But in the same way I wouldn't tell my income to like a small, like a room of like 4 friends, I definitely wouldn't say it in front of 9.4 thousand people on a TikTok live because it's none of your damn business. And then secondarily here, right, you asked me where my 4 homes were. I was lying and being satirical. I don't own 4 homes. But Michael with the 100, shut up! Michael with the $100 on PayPal to shut the guest up. Oh my God, shut up! Thank you for the $100 to shut up the guest. I appreciate you, Michael. Holy shit, everybody, please spam W Michaels in the chat for the $100 donation to tell a guest to shut up. Thank you so much. And Lauren, thank you for the $10. And Aaron, thank you for the $15 on Venmo to tell the guest to shut up. Thank you so much. Maureen, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to tell the guest to shut up. Maddie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo to tell the guest to shut up. I appreciate you guys, truly. And I'm so sorry for their hateful
Appreciate
speech.
me. I'm the one helping you make money, boo.
Bethany,
I'm
thank
the
you.
one that came up with that marketing. Me.
Really, go live and see how much money you make.
Yeah, I
And
did.
yeah, go live and see how much you make.
Me? I'm actually, I'm a fashion designer. Look me up, kid. I do own 7 homes. I don't lie like you.
Yeah,
That's
right.
different. I don't have to lie.
I'm so sorry you're voting for Trump. There's no way that you have a sense of fashion
Honey,
voting
I
for a
knew him
Republican.
before. I knew him in Hollywood. I knew him before he even was running for president. I told you earlier today that
Taylor, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to tell her to zip it. I have a question. You said 7 homes. Don't you think that's a bit fucking like
yes, it's a
like
fucking
excessive?
nightmare. Yes, it's a fucking
like that. Lindsay, thank you for the $10 on Venmo to tell the guest to shut up. I appreciate
You
you
know
for the
why
love.
I own
And
that
thank you so much for
home?
the $10 on Venmo to tell her to shut up as well. Thank you. Go for it.
Yeah, keep me on. Oh, let me give you a whole bunch more content so you can make a whole bunch more money. Because if Kamala, I don't want Kamala to win because you really.
Her name's Kamala.
Whatever. The bitch is. I don't care.
Oh, so she's a bitch now.
Well, I shouldn't have said that. I take that back.
Oh, so like the prosecutor that wants to fight for the American people's a bitch, but the 34 count felon, rapist, religious prosecutor guy that tried to coup the country and overthrow an election that also called all black people lazy.
Please. Because you're like, blah, 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 like you're on speed. Okay, can you stop for 1 second?
With all due respect.
Let's talk about the 300,000 something children missing from.
With all due respect, I'm not talking fast. You're listening slow. Good.
Last time you did that, then it started an echo.
Good.
Okay, there you go. You did it deliberately.
Is it the echo again? Swipe it in out.
Then it started an echo. Good. Okay, there you go.
It started the echo, go in and out of the app. We've already figured out how we have to do this. Swipe it in and out of the app again. You have to swipe it in and out of the app.
The app. We've already figured out
That's how you fix the echo. You already fixed it once. Why is it taking you so long to do it
Swipe it
again?
in out of the app. We've already figured out.
You have okay, dude, your problem solving skills are so subpar. Dude, come on, please. We've already went through this process and you did it right the first time. All you have to do is swipe out of the app like you're responding to a text and then go back into the TikTok app and it will be fixed. As soon as you could do that, I will unmute you and we could go back to our conversation. Why did it take her like 25 seconds to figure out how to do that? Like, it's not that difficult. Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo to tell the guests to shut the F up. I appreciate you for the love, Carrie. Please show some love to Carrie. And PETA, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Saying I'm getting secondhand embarrassment listening to this woman and she's so cringe. Gina, thank you for the $5 to tell her to shut up. Taylor, thank you so much for the $5 to tell her to shut up. Holy shit, y'all are going off. Lakeisha with a $1 to tell her to shut up. Naima with a $1 to tell her to shut up. Hospy with the $10 to tell her to shut up. Lindsay with a $10 as well. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. And Courtney with a $6 to tell her to shut up. Heather, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you guys so much. Now, please take it away.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can. That's right.
Okay, so one thing that I want to say to you is that, remember earlier when I told you I was sitting outside enjoying my day in the sunshine and I didn't have my readers on and I could not see? You do not have to be disrespectful to me to try to figure. I'm not the TikTok king like you are, okay? I don't know how long you've been. You grew up with the phone in your hand, sweetie.
Cassidy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
You're
right. You're right. I'm so sorry for my disrespect.
I'm a little slower when it comes to techie stuff. All right. Yeah. Don't dare say it, kid.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just getting back.
Because I'm a little, yeah, Guess what? I traveled the world. I'm married a Muslim. What do you want to talk about? Give me a topic. Give me a topic.
Weird tokenization of your husband.
Yeah, because well, I'm just saying the Muslim community.
Avery, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Josiah, thank you for the $5 as well.
Of Donald Trump. That is unheard of. I mean, that is like, yes.
Oh my God.
No, it's seriously.
Oh my God.
You do not remember
what did you just say?
Election? I said that the Muslim leaders have come out in support of Donald Trump in America.
Michelle, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
It's a
really?
fact. Yeah, you weren't at the rally, boo. You weren't at the rally.
No, please show me who these Muslim leaders are.
You watch? You want me to get the computer? I mean, do you watch any? Like, I know that you. What do you watch? Where do you get your info?
I get it from Parker.
Wait, I'm sorry. You actually believe that they're supporting Donald Trump when it is the case he called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country and what he's advocating for in Gaza?
He just came in, the leaders in PA, and it's on television. There he is talking about it because they want world peace. Yeah.
Wait, what percent of Muslims do you think support Trump?
Well, I don't know, so I'm not going to say, but I know I was married to a Muslim and I lived in an Islamic country, and I can tell you what it's like to be a wife to a Muslim and how women are treated. Yes, that's
I hope you know there are white Muslims.
Sweetie, all I'm saying is I was married to a Muslim and lived in Morocco, in Marrakesh, and that Donald Trump was in PA, I believe it was PA. Definitely the Muslim leaders in that community came out in support of Donald Trump.
Are you talking about your was? Do you mean so that's your ex?
Yeah.
Savannah, thank you for the $12 and the 12 cents
We're
for
still friends.
my streaming on election day.
We're still
Probably.
very,
Thank you for the
very
$12, Savannah.
Dearly.
What'd you say, Justice?
I said we're still very good friends, but yes, I was married to a Muslim man.
So wait, why are you tokenizing your ex?
What does tokenizing mean? I'm just
Oh
telling
my
you
God.
about my life. I don't have to like.
What is the relevance? Like I'm asking you why you think that like
words, baby doll. I can
you-
just say it like it is. I had a great relationship. I just didn't want to live in Marrakesh. The women are treated like shit. That's the truth. You don't know. That's what destroyed our relationship. Okay, that's why I left. And it's because it wasn't, it was not good. The women are treated terrible there. I could not get health care there, for one thing. I was sick and the doctor would not treat me, and that's a fact, and that's wrong. But,
okay. So I don't understand how any of this is relevant. Can you tell me why?
Well, you're the one
why
who
you
started
think
talking
why
about
you think most Muslims?
You're the
Hold
one
up.
who said tokenizing.
I mean, you were.
I'm just telling you about my
objectively.
life. I'm just telling you
when
about
it was
my life as a
irrelevant.
woman.
When it was irrelevant, though.
Look.
Wait, can I like just make my point?
Well, I think you tried, and it didn't work.
You just didn't listen. So the
No,
point
I
is
do
very
listen.
clear.
I
Like,
actually
you
listen
think
very
most?
good.
You think
Mark,
most?
thank you for the $5 and Ava.
You're
Thank you
talking
for
to
the
an
$5 and
international
as well.
businesswoman. I know how to listen. I know how to communicate. Okay.
Birdie, thank you for the whale dive, and I appreciate you for the love.
Well, y'all are so sweet to this young man. I hope that when Trump will win, and he will keep he already said he's going to save TikTok. So
Are you? Wait, why are you
keep
changing
his
topics?
job.
I was making a point.
Listen,
Can I
Lily
make my
can
point
keep
yet?
sending him a whole bunch of money.
Hey,
It's good. Because
Can you like let me
Dean,
make my
what
point,
are you
please?
going to do if they take TikTok down, Dean? What really?
Justice,
This is the
Justice, can you like
honest
let me make my point? I don't know why you're screaming.
Hey, if you could respond to Parker's point, I'll respond to
Justin,
your
thank
question.
you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, so again, you think most Muslims support Donald Trump when he supported a complete and total shutdown of Muslims coming to the country?
Well, don't put words in my mouth. Number one, I didn't say most. I just said recently that the supporters in Pennsylvania, the leaders of the Muslim community, they came out in support of Donald Trump. So things are changing.
Wait, so like a few people?
Change. People grow in life. People learn. That's the beauty.
Lily with
of
$100 on
communication.
Venmo. Thank you so much, Lily. Can we get some W's for Lily in the comment section? Thank you so much, Lily.
Yo, Lily's coming back. W Lilies, dude.
Dean, you said if I answered his question, you'd answer mine.
Justice, I haven't even gone through this yet. I haven't even gone through the point.
TikTok gets shut down.
I haven't even gone through the point.
What are you gonna do?
Oh my God! So
Because
wait,
if you
here,
need a job, you're very good at
Justice.
marketing. You could come work for me and manage my properties and my fashion empire. You decide.
He's not managing shit. What are you talking? You're delusional.
I'm not delusional. Babe.
Why would he go
I'm saying,
manage properties?
What happens if freedom of speech is taken away and they shut down TikTok? Trump said he's going to save TikTok, and I believe he will. But really, truly,
Kevin, I pushed the $5. Wait, Justice, how many continents are there?
What was that?
How many continents are there?
How many continents?
Yeah.
A hell of a lot of continents. And I've been to almost all of them.
Terrible.
I'm not gonna do like one of these fucking things. I've got 2 bachelor's degrees. I'm not gonna play these stupid games.
And
okay?
what? Wait, and what?
I mean, it's like, what's next? How many states?
What-
How
what
many
are your- what are your
weddings? Then you're
bachelor's
gonna try to
degrees
say
in?
how many things are there in the
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so
what
much.
I want to say is,
Carmen, thank you for the $1.32.
You
Thank you,
said
Carmen.
if I answered Parker's question
Yes,
about the
I
Muslim
did.
community,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
it's a
I'll
legit
answer it.
question I have for you.
Oh, yes.
What-
You asked me what I was gonna
Community
do
college
if
and
TikTok
what-
gets banned for sure.
U.S. could
Here, Dean, I'm gonna join on my iPad. I'll be right back.
I bet. And so I will tell you exactly what I'll do. So if TikTok gets banned, I will either migrate to another platform, which I think I actually have the ability to do now. I'm actually at 230,000 followers on Twitter and 125,000 followers on Instagram.
You mean X, which is owned by Elon Musk. You mean X, who saved.
But I mean, if all that falls through, I'll just go back to what I was doing prior to content creation, and I will make software and websites and digital marketing and build people's online brands. Malia, thank you so much for the galaxy. So before I did these, I was an internationally acclaimed website developer. In fact, I have 2 international awards for web design. Antonio, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. So I'd collaborate with e-commerce companies. They'd hire me, then I'd go in there and build out their online revenue funnels.
No. Dean and I would just go to a different platform. That's what we do, and we'd have to build from the ground up.
I mean, one of the two.
We have Twitter, and then we also can like build up a YouTube or like a Twitch. We have Twitter, and then we also can like
Echo. Do the same thing in and out of the app. In and out of the app. You have the Echo. Do it in and out of the app. She knows how to do it.
Jeez. How's your day been, man? That was crazy.
Dude, I've been enjoying it. I've actually
Look how
really been
fast I
enjoying
did
this
that,
thing today.
Dean. Because of you, sweetie. Look how fast I did that.
You're doing good.
You know what?
Great. You're doing so good.
I believe completely that you are an awesome. I mean, I can see it. I mean, you got what, 10,000 people? It's incredible. You grew up in the techie time. We didn't even have cell phones. I remember when I was 20. When I was 20, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have flip phones. We didn't have shit. You know. But and I think that I can say this. I'm proud of you. I believe you will survive if TikTok were to get shut down. But you need to thank Elon Musk because he bought X to save freedom of speech.
Can I ask you a real question?
Girl.
If I wasn't a white guy, would you be saying like the same shit?
So you want to
No, she definitely wouldn't.
Now you want to go into a RA conversation? Because I have RA. Listen, I have relatives. I'm from originally New Orleans and Florida area. Okay, right there, the last Caribbean city. That's where I'm from. I have black relatives that are literally blood relatives. So why do you want to bring that into this conversation? I married a Muslim. Clearly, I'm not a racist.
Justice, are you saying that you're black?
I have black blood in me. Yes.
What does that mean? Black is a race.
Y'all brought it up.
How do you have?
What does it matter?
What does it mean to? What do you mean by black blood? What are you talking about?
In my family. Yeah, in my family, relatives.
What does that mean?
Related. What does it matter? Why do you guys?
That's not an ethnicity. Did you know black is not an ethnicity?
I also have Native American Indian.
Do you think race is genetic?
Why do you want to keep bringing that into?
Wait, do you think race is genetic?
You know what? I'll tell you something. I'm not.
Is she arguing that race is genetic right now?
No, you are, boo.
No, why?
Can I ask a question about the last thing you said there? You said that you have Native American blood in you. What's your tribe?
I said I have some. Yes, I do.
What are your tribal associations?
My great grandfather was Cherokee Indian from California.
Okay.
I'm 64 years old.
Do you have any tribal associations?
No, because I don't have that much of that in me. That you know.
It's always the Cherokee princess. The great grandfather married the Cherokee princess.
Oh shit! I said shut up. I'm so sorry.
Are you registered with a tribe? Do you have a tribal ID?
I told you.
No, you don't even. But you don't even Cherokee. You don't even know
No, I do. I have photographs of my great grandfather.
Do you know the name of the Cherokee community that you come from?
Can I just Jesus?
Cricket, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
To me. I don't judge people like that. I worked in the fashion industry. It's a melting pot, baby. You know that.
Dude, you just you are the reason.
My friends are LGBTQ.
Hey, just like people like you are like.
Oh my god.
What was I'm just talking.
She's making every meme argument in the book. I feel like, dude.
No, I have not. I have not. I'm just trying to tell you. I worked and lived my whole life from 20, about your age, when I first moved to San Diego, with a melting pot of people in San Diego, Los Angeles, Hollywood, in the industry, and I loved it.
Okay, thank you for the $1 on Venmo.
And so, do you know how hard it was for me to come out a Trump supporter and lose a lot of people that stepped on my back to get to their career? But guess where they came back to me and said, you were right. We thought you were crazy.
Can I ask an honest question?
I don't know. Can you? Are you honest?
that was a good response. That's funny.
Yeah.
How many glasses of wine have you had to drink?
2. But I haven't eaten.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything. I just got back. What did she say? What did you say?
I said I had 2 glasses of wine.
What'd you say?
I asked her how
But I
many
also
glasses of
slur my
wine she
words.
had to drink.
And she said how many?
She says 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
That's
I
valid.
haven't eaten. I haven't eaten.
That's valid. That's valid. I mean, I could tell, to
I
be
mean,
honest with you.
You know what? But listen, if
Trish, thank you
go-
so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
on my
I
day,
was last night too, so like, you know.
I just talk this way though. I've always had a voice like this. Even if I don't have wine, which by the way, it's red wine, and I'm a foodie. So F you. I love food. I'm about to cook a big meal for my mom. You know, I'm with my mother right now because my sister was unalived under the Biden administration. So you guys don't really know like what
I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. What did the Biden administration do that caused that?
Well,
V Hunter, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love.
I believe that it was underfunding the police and law enforcement. They didn't investigate.
What? Wait, underfunding the police? They don't deal with the police funds. That's local.
Well, listen.
No, not only is that
I don't
local,
wanna
but they
argue
actually
about my
Biden supported
sister.
funding the police more.
No. They did the police.
No, actually, Biden supported funding the police more.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he actually did. The entire time he was in support of funding the police more.
My new friend Dean. I don't want to talk about my sister and argue about my sister because I really will get upset. I really will. And so, out of respect for my sister, I would ask.
You know what? There's so many other things that we could talk about. That's
I have
fine.
one more thing to say. Like, so like, do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns if we're so like pro law and order?
Violent offenders should not have guns. I don't believe they should.
Yeah. So why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? You don't trust them with guns. Why do you trust them with fucking nukes?
I don't know. All I know is Biden, Hunter, and Joe Biden. I wouldn't trust with nukes. I'm scared to death. I wish.
No, but like you just said you wouldn't trust any violent offender with a gun, but you trust them with nukes?
You know who's a violent offender? I told you I didn't want to talk about my sister. Let me tell you something. All right. Joe Biden is a violent offender of young girls, and that is a fact. And so is Hunter, his son. So let's not talk about it, or you're going to get me upset. My blood pressure's
Joe,
gonna go up.
one, Joe Biden's not our candidate, and 2, what are you referencing
Joe Biden
in particular?
is the president right now. Okay.
No, okay, but he's not.
Joe
He's not our
Biden is
candidate.
the president right now, kid.
He's not our candidate, though. So, like, can you I appreciate this a lot.
'cause
Sunglass,
they
thank you so
threw
much.
him
You
out.
have to prove
No,
it
'cause they
what you're
threw him
referencing,
out.
and then 2, you also have to reference the fact that he's not the candidate. So I don't know why you're.
He's the president right now until January 20th. Like he still has access to the key, the box, whatever, babe.
Okay. So, but what's the relevance of that?
The relevance is you said violent offenders, and he's a violent offender.
Yeah.
I mean, there are so many things that this man has done.
I mean, what is he?
His
What violent
son
offense?
Smokes crack, and it's on.
You can't say that on live.
Okay, well, his son does drugs.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. That has nothing to do with being a violent offender.
Silence is nice.
Oh my God, hi.
What's up?
Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I want to talk about the abortion bans with you. I'm not voting for Trump.
I'm sorry. We're sorry.
You're awesome. I appreciate you for coming up.
Justin,
Hey,
thank you so much for the
Justin.
$20. Thank you so much for love, you guys.
Yeah,
Sarah, thank you so much for the
seriously. Thank you,
$5.
Justin.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Chloe, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. And again, Cricket, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I definitely will.
Thank you for the $20 as well, Justin. You are a true Chad. Thank you so much. You're phenomenal. Hello, Rana Beats. How we doing? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, ew.
Oh, I know. Your feelings
Why?
are hurt. I know. Because Kamala doesn't know a thing about foreign conflict.
Then why is she doing better than Trump in it? Assuming you're right, why is she absolutely mogging Trump in foreign conflict? Absolutely.
She's doing great right now.
I'd say that she is doing significantly better than Trump.
All she's doing is aiding every single other country except for us.
Okay, well, I mean, how much of the federal budget is the country?
How much is she giving to China?
The one country she never wants to speak about.
How much money is she giving to China? You said she's giving money to every country. I'm just asking, how much money is she giving to China?
Okay, this is the thing about you guys. Don't take every single little thing literally. Every single.
So then, what do you reference? So you're saying that she's supporting countries that we have like a Budapest memorandum with, right?
Do we got a Budapest memorandum with Egypt and Taiwan?
So you're asking, okay, so with Taiwan, you understand that's related to chips production. So there's national security reasons relating to that.
And that's also bipartisan.
And Israel?
That's also
What about
bipartisan.
Israel?
That would have happened regardless. I disagree with her support of Israel.
Oh, you disagree?
That's also true with Trump, by the way. Trump supports them more. Yeah, Trump allowed for them to illegally annex the Golan Heights, allowed for them to engage in illegal settlements in the West Bank.
Hey, Parker,
He
who's our
engaged in
biggest
the Abraham
adversary?
Accord specifically
Who's our-
that didn't
who's our
take into
biggest
account the state of
adversary?
Palestine.
Who's our biggest adversary? Would you say, Parker?
Our biggest adversary?
Yeah.
Probably Russia.
Oh, that's not what Kamala said.
Okay.
Oh, so you disagree with that as well?
Yeah, probably. What did she say?
Oh, so in other words, she has no idea about foreign conflict. Would you agree with that?
No, just because she disagrees with
We
me
have boots
doesn't mean
on the
that
ground.
she has
We
no
have boots
idea.
on the ground right now. She didn't say that
Okay,
either.
wait,
Right?
who did she say? Did she say China?
No, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate it.
No, she never speaks about China. That's a problem, don't you? think?
No. Who did she say was like the biggest adversary of the United
Oh,
States?
you don't watch her every single interview?
No, I haven't seen every single interview. No,
Why
can you tell me?
wouldn't you watch her every interview? That's who you're advocating for. That's who you come on here for.
Have you watched every Trump interview?
Yeah, damn near every single one. Yeah.
Really?
And he speaks on foreign
So if I
conflict.
ask you about, okay, and you know the deposition that he had about E. Jean Carroll? When
Why are
he
you
mistook
pivoting
E.
for?
Jean.
Why are you
Wait, I'm
pivoting?
giving
Why
you
are
an
you
example
pivoting
because
for?
you've watched every single
You're
one.
pivoting. You
You've
speak on
watched
pivoting
every
all the
single
time.
one. I just want to
your
reference
thing.
this.
This is your thing. This is
Wait,
what you guys love
I'm
to
just
do.
testing your
You're
consistency.
pivoting, though. We're not
No,
speaking
I'm not.
about E.
I'm not
Jean Carroll.
pivoting. I'm not pivoting. E. Jean Carroll.
How are we going for? How,
listen,
that's what I just
can I
said.
can I
How are we
explain? Can
pivoting
I
from
finish, please?
Foreign conflict to E. Jean Carroll.
Hey, you were making a claim, right? You were saying you watched every single one of the interviews, every single thing that they've engaged with, right? And I don't believe you, so I'm asking you if you'd be able to answer a question about a deposition.
Go ahead. Speak
Right,
about
that he
this
was involved
wacky E.
in.
Jean Carroll. Go ahead.
Who did he mistake E. Jean Carroll with, right? When it was in the deposition.
I have no
Catherine,
idea.
thank you for the $5
You have
on
no
Venmo.
clue? I thought you watched everything. I thought you were so
He
informed.
doesn't speak about E. Jean Carroll.
Actually, in
When?
this deposition, he mistook E. Jean Carroll
When?
with Marla. He said, that's
When?
Marla.
When was that?
That was in 2018, or no, not 2018.
Oh,
It was
2018,
20.
years
Sorry,
ago.
not 20.
Well, we're
it
not
wasn't-
talking about
I
that. We're
apologize. It
talking
was
about
not. It was not 2018. It was not 2018 because that
wasn't
was
recently.
because
It wasn't
filed
recently.
in 2019. Please.
It wasn't recently.
Can I please finish?
Yeah, go ahead with
I'm
your
pretty sure it
pivot.
was
Go ahead.
2022.
Go ahead. Okay, 2022.
Yes.
Okay, well, why are you bringing up years ago, like a few years ago? We're not speaking. We're not. How did we even get on this topic, Parker?
Wait, you brought up that you watched every single one of her interviews because you won't tell me what she said the U.S.'s biggest foreign adversary is for some reason.
Yeah, she did.
So
She
I was
said
just
it's
asking.
Iran. She said
Iran?
it's Iran.
Iran? I mean, I would disagree with that, but
Oh, so you would disagree? Why would you disagree with that? Why?
yeah,
Why, Parker?
because I don't think that Iran's fight is against the United States. I think Iran's fight is against the conditions
She said
in
they're
Gaza.
the only
They've
country
outlined
that has blood on our hands, so therefore they're our biggest adversary.
What you understand? Wait, you understand that?
That
I
was
mean, I would
recently. That was recently.
Wait. So can I have disagreements with her? Because I disagree with her and I disagree with
Okay.
Donald Trump.
Well, what about? Do you have disagreements with her?
Donald Trump
knowing
would say
foreign
it's
poli-
China.
foreign
Donald Trump
conflict?
would say our biggest adversary is China. He wouldn't say Russia because he like literally loves Putin.
Is it that, or is he just trying to keep us out of war?
No, he just loves Putin. he has an affinity
I'll be right
towards
back.
dictators.
Wait, but according to your who said that he was a joke though? Weren't you saying somebody said Trump was a joke? Was that?
I think he is. Or that was John
Or
Bolton
no, or no.
specifically, his
Or no,
third
he was,
national security advisor
he
that
was
said he was a
easily
laughing fool to
manipulated?
four.
Or he was
Can
easily
I push the
manipulated,
money?
right?
Push the money in. Can you let
But
me
they're
speak?
friends.
Do I need to mute you?
Sure, go ahead.
I can. Like you're just not even
Sure,
letting
go
me
ahead.
engage in
Go ahead with
conversation.
your threats of mute. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Speak.
well, I mean, I want to be able to engage in a productive dialogue, but you're seemingly not trying to do that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's false. Because if you did, you would actually debate people who know actual policy, like
Unlike
a Ben
you?
Shapiro, like a Ben Shapiro.
I did
like a
debate
Charlie
Ben
Kirk.
Shapiro. I
No, you
debated
didn't.
Charlie
No,
Kirk
you
too.
didn't. I mean a one-on-one. How about a one-on-one?
I did debate them one-on-one.
How about a one-on? When? Where?
Appreciate the Leon.
Where?
Thank you so much. I appreciate the Leon. Thank you so much.
Where's
On
the one-on-one? Just
Jubilee.
YouTube.
On Jubilee.
Just
Link
YouTube.
tree in my bio.
No.
Yes.
That-
Can you
that
stop
was
talking?
you.
Stop talking. Be quiet.
Jesus Christ.
Please
Go
be
ahead.
quiet.
Go
Right, you
ahead.
child. Right, in my bio, in my link tree in my bio, Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk debates are the top 2 links in my link tree.
I said a one-on-one, Parker.
That is a one-on-one. You understand
No,
that's
it's
a
not
one-on-one, right?
one-on-one.
Yes, it is.
You're talking about the Jubilee video with you and 25 other people versus
Yeah, that's
Ben
a one.
Shapiro.
Yeah, but it's not 25 at one time. It's one-on-one.
Okay.
Push that mustache.
Forget the 25 people. How about
You said,
just
why did you debate them? I did, and I've asked both of them to debate me, and both of them have ignored me. Ben ignored me
Let
after
me
I
see-
tried
let me
to
see
get
the
in
proof.
contact
Show
with
the
their
proof.
interview.
Show the
I'm not
proof
going
right
to show
now.
you the proof online.
Yeah,
And you
thank
can
you
look
very
at my
much.
Twitter to see
Thank you
about
very much.
about the Charlie
Show
Kirk.
the proof.
But
You
Ben
show your phone with everything
Can
else.
you be
Show the
quiet?
proof.
Can you be quiet?
Can you
I'm
show
not
the
going to
proof?
show you, and I'm not going to dox the person's.
Exactly.
I'm not going
Exactly.
to. Can you please stop talking? Dean,
Go
can you
ahead.
mute this guy? This guy is insufferable
No, go
as
ahead.
fuck.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
He's
ahead. Go ahead.
unbelievable. Shut up. Jesus fuck, dude. These people, like, why are they so annoying near the election? Like, what the hell is wrong with these people? Right? Okay. So again, like you're not understanding my point here. I'm explaining that I would not dox, right, the assistant of Ben Shapiro just because they didn't respond to me. Spriv, appreciate the $5. But you can see me specifically calling out Ben Shapiro to debate on my Twitter. Or not Ben Shapiro, on Charlie Kirk on my Twitter. Charlie Kirk, right, won't engage in a one-on-one or 2v2 conversation with me and Dean, right, until after the election.
How come you can't show us the proof though?
What do you mean? Of what? Of Ben Shapiro?
Let me see the. Let me see the back and
I just
forth
told
with
you.
two. Let me see the back and forth.
Wait,
I have a question.
With who?
Parker, did
You
you,
show-
tell
you
him the story about how it came about?
What
did you talk about? Okay,
No, you
well, I
go
mean,
for it.
anyway, I could just verify that what Parker's saying is right. When we were filming the episode,
Well, how about we see the actual proof?
So I'm gonna.
He likes to
one
show.
minute. When we were filming
see
the
this guy?
episode, at first, like Ben had security there, and one of the security guards was standing right behind me and Parker. Parker had asked the security guard if he could get him in contact with Ben's manager. Ben's manager then walked up, gave Parker her email, in which Parker then emailed her like right after the get together, asking for a follow up debate.
Galaxy, thank you so much. Thank you. And then
Yeah,
Charlie
I
Kirk,
mean,
we also messaged his manager, right? And he wouldn't debate us until after the election.
You also tweeted at Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and it has over 100,000 views, and he's definitely seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I speak real quick?
Yeah.
Asking
But
for
Parker-
like go check his fucking Twitter feed, bro.
Yeah, I know, but Parker, is it true that you show your phone with all the other receipts, right? When you're on your lives, don't you do that?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
this
I
would
don't
include
show
her name.
people's
Why can't we see-
emails. I don't show her email. I'm not going to show her email. Are you delusional?
What's wrong with that? Email
What the
saying
fuck is
calling,
wrong with you?
calling somebody out.
Why would I
What's wrong
give
with that?
out their email?
Why would he
publicly?
dox like
Parker,
her
Parker,
like private
Parker.
business email
Parker,
for Ben?
Parker,
That's just a stupid
Parker.
idea. That's insane.
Are you like? Are you a
it's so
child
insane.
that has no manners?
Parker. Is it true?
Hey,
Is
wait,
it
I have a
true?
question.
You
Do you
only
have
debate
a
people who
Hey,
doesn't
Rana,
know who don't
hey-
know policy though?
Is
Hey,
that
Rana,
why I'm
are-
debating you right now? Is
I
that
could
why
I
I'm
hop into
debating
it?
you?
That's why you're debating. That's why.
Yeah,
you
and that's
debate
why I
everybody,
debated. Yeah. Are you saying Ben Shapiro doesn't have any knowledge on
Can I-
policies, or Charlie
can I
Kirk
hop in
doesn't
here?
either?
Hey,
Hold on,
Rana,
hold on.
just real
Give
quick.
me
I
a
know,
second.
I'm
Okay,
I'm
go
going to shut
ahead,
you
go
off
ahead.
because I want to ask you a 3-second question. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend?
Yeah,
Can you go ahead and verify that claim by showing me your texts with her?
that's way different than a debate. That's way different than a debate.
Get cooked, buddy. Get cooked.
Go ahead.
You show the proof all the
debate.
time. Show us the
That's not the
proof.
same- that's not
I
the
want to
same
see
as
the
a
proof,
debate.
Rona. Where's the proof?
That's not the same as a debate.
I
Are you
appreciate the
serious?
Leon. Thank you so much. Give me the proof. Give me the
Are you
proof.
serious? That's not
Yo,
the same
W's
as a
for
debate.
grand in the chat. W's for grand in the chat with a Leon. Yo, that
That's
was
not
awesome.
the same as a debate.
Rona,
Parker.
what's the proof?
That's not a debate.
Give me the proof.
How are you correlating those two together? That
Yeah,
doesn't
because
make sense.
you're going to give up private information.
That's not that private. Having you and somebody else talk about a debate.
Justin,
is
think of
private.
it
On our
Venmo.
email. So not only would I dox my email, but I would dox her email.
We
That's
don't need to see-
private.
we don't
Are
need
you
to see the
delusional?
proof.
Are you
Have
okay?
Have people done that
Are you
before?
okay right
Have
now,
people done
sir?
Have people done that before? Oh, look at this.
I
Amber,
don't care
thank you
if
for the
other people
$10
have.
on Venmo.
What?
I've seen a DM with Dean's name in it. Somebody calling him out. They made a whole video of it. What's wrong with that?
What? This isn't like a DM, right? This is on their
because
private
it's an
email.
email. It's different.
It's their private email, genius. Show us your girlfriend's private phone number. Put it in the chat right now.
Hey, Parker.
No, Rona. Does your girlfriend have a phone number?
Parker,
Yes, so
I'm not
prove
giving
it.
my
Show us the
girl's
phone number. Give her her
online
phone
in front
number.
of all
Like
these
give us
people.
give
Give me a
us
second.
the phone
Give
number.
me a second,
Or you
though.
can
Let me-
prove your phone
can I
number.
talk?
Give us your phone number.
Can I talk? Can I talk real quick?
No, I just
Parker.
want to know your phone number, dude. You prove
Wait,
all the
that's-
other
Wait,
evidence.
if
Give
we-
us your
if
phone
we
number.
should-
Look how
Wait, if
far
we
off in the
shouldn't put-
deep end you go. Look how
Hey,
far
Rana.
off in the deep end you go.
If we shouldn't put your girl's number online for everyone to see, why should we put someone else's? I bet Ben's
I didn't say
assistant
no
has
one's
a
calling
boyfriend
for
or
a phone
husband.
number. Who's calling for a phone number?
Phone number,
Nobody.
email.
You're
send them.
calling for a private
contact
email,
info.
dude. What is this guy talking about?
Okay. Okay. Anyways,
Can you
I
give me
say
your
something
email
else?
address?
Yeah.
What's your email address, Rona?
No, give us
Yeah,
your
what's your
girl's
email?
right now. What's
Give
her
us-
email?
give
We're not even
us- give us
asking
the
you to
email.
show the email. We're
No,
asking
Rona,
you
I
just
want
to
the
show
email right
message.
now. I want the email right
We're
now.
asking you to show the message, not
No,
even the
give
email.
me the email. Give me an email.
Okay. Since you're not
What's
going
your
to listen
email?
to,
What's
since
your
you're not-
email?
since you're not going to concede to this. Okay. What
So,
about
so
this?
you're,
Hold on,
you
hold
want to
on.
give up
Let
the
me talk.
public information or the private information? Give up your email right now. What's your email?
Okay, forget the emails, forget the phone numbers. Hold on.
Okay, yeah,
How
you
about
see
this
how
one?
delusional this
How
guy
about-
is?
I know, so delusional. You're right. Hold on. Your debate with Charlie Kirk on the topic of Trump was a great supporter was so bad, they took it off the Jubilee full episode.
What?
You have to find it.
So
you have
bad.
To find that. you
Yeah,
have to
it's on the
find
second
that-
account. They did the same thing with Ben Shapiro, right?
Why? Why'd they do that? Why?
Why? You asked the
Yeah,
people
why?
at Jubilee. I don't know.
Why do
I
you
would
think,
prefer they
Parker?
posted it on the
How about this?
main channel.
How about this? Why do you think, Parker? How about this? Why do you think?
Yeah, I
It
don't
was
know.
an important topic.
Maybe
was an
here,
important
since we're just coming up with things, Ben Shapiro
It was
and,
an important topic, though.
and Charlie. Listen. Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk both had them take it off because they didn't want their political careers to be affected. Do you want to take that definition? Or I mean, not definition, that explanation.
Jesus
Just the
Christ!
good evening.
you
Since
go
we're just
off
making
into the
things
deep
up,
end every time. We're making things up.
he
It was
can't
something-
answer the
Look
question.
at-
I know why. I know
Another
why they
fact.
did
Hold
it.
on, another
If you
fact,
want
another
to, if you actually want to know why they did it, I could tell you.
Okay, hold on. Another
I actually
fact.
want to know because
The
I
topic-
actually
Yeah.
don't.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Ronna,
Okay, hold on.
Ronna, you're
Let me
asking a
see.
question on why they did that.
I want to know this.
Another.
Yeah.
No.
So
Okay,
the
I wanna hear
editors.
this.
Yeah, so it was like on all the surrounded episodes, they determined that like for the full length on their main channel that they only wanted it to be like an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes, and that was 4 prompts. So
Yeah.
what they did in all the episodes is they just took the one prompt that they believed was the least entertaining and then uploaded it as a solo video on their second account. So like your idea here that, oh, his performance was so bad and that's why they did that. First of all, W. Parker fan for centering Parker in that video. He wasn't the only debater there, but he's the only one you remember. So, hey, let's go.
Yeah,
And
I listen to Parker. Parker's a good debater. I give him that. I'll concede to that.
That's a contradiction of itself.
But I will say this.
Justin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. They asked, what did Dean get to eat? And Melanie, thank you so much for the $50 for voted in Georgia.
Okay.
Can we get some W's for Melanie in the chat?
get your guys'
Thank you so
I got,
much, Melanie.
I got
You
Panda
think- hold on,
Express. It is so fucking good.
Spriv,
Okay,
thank you for the
look at-
$5. Thank you so much. And Michael, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
You know, the first time I ever had Panda Express was with you, Parker.
Really?
Yeah, I've been eating it like every other day since then.
I feel like whenever
this one's for you, Dean.
Like, I
Dean,
feel like
this
you
one's
love
for
all the places I show you.
Is the
right?
topic?
No, I do. I need to get out more. So I'm just so uninterested in
Keep
running. Go
muting
ahead.
me. Keep muting me. Keep muting.
I was
Okay.
talking to my buddy about Panda Express. Come on.
Okay, cool. I love Panda Express too. It's great. But listen, the debate with Charlie Kirk, the topic of Trump was a great supporter, you didn't even attempt to get up, Dean.
I wasn't allowed to.
He
smart guy.
actually wasn't allowed.
Oh, you
Dude,
weren't allowed?
What an
Are you
argument
dead
from
ass
this
serious?
guy.
Why?
No,
Why?
they only allowed him to go once because he got his own episode.
Courtney, thank you for the $4 and 20 cents.
That's your own episode with people who don't know policy?
No, it's just like actually what happened. Like,
I mean, that was
so-
the smartest thing for him to ever do.
the
None
people
of
wanna
us
see
would have
you
ever
and
expected it was going to be
Charlie
that big.
Yeah, so first of all, I literally called Charlie Kirk out to a debate one-on-one myself. Go check my Twitter feed. It has like 20,000 likes. Second of all, I was only allowed to go up once by the producer because it filmed directly after I filmed my 1 on 25 episode. I mean, like Parker as well as other cast members can confirm that that was the case. And I was also like bitching about it the whole time, saying that I wanted to be able to go up and speak to Charlie more. So I was upset, right? But yeah, that's why. You'll see that I actually only went up that one time on abortion, and I never even attempted to any point besides that.
Sarah, thank you so much for the
Any point
$5.
besides that?
Rachel, thank you so
I
much
would
for the
say that that's
$10.
an important
Santana, thank you
topic
so
that we
much. I
wanna
appreciate
see
the
you
$5.
and
Thank
Charlie
you so
Kirk
much.
talk about.
Santana, I
Dean?
appreciate it. Kaylee, thank you so much for the
Would you agree?
$20. Voted here in MD. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kaylee. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that.
Rachel, thank
you
you for the
agree?
$10 on Venmo for the Panda Express. I appreciate that.
Would you agree, Dean?
Agree to what?
That the people want to see you and Charlie Kirk on the topic of Trump was a great president.
Yeah,
How about
I'd
that?
love to debate him on that. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
like, why
You'd
won't he
love
debate
to.
us?
You'd
Why won't
love
he debate
to.
us?
You'd love to.
Wait,
You'd
but
love to so
Ronna,
much
Ronna,
that
yes.
the room was empty on one of the time when the African American guy got up to sit down. Nobody else got up.
No, that's because they picked
Parker
people
didn't even
to
get
go.
up.
Hey, Rona, listen. That's because they picked. You can't go more than once on a topic, and they also picked people to go up, right? And then no one else went up or tried to, because they already picked the person to go up before, and everyone was just lazy.
Wow.
Including me.
You got an excuse
Right.
for every little thing. That's so so cringe.
Yeah,
bro.
like I'm not gonna just get
That's
up for
so
no
fucking
reason.
cringe, bro.
Or stand up. What?
That's
I'm
so
telling you what
cringe, bro.
happened. How is it cringe? Lori, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Lori. You sound
The
jealous
honest
and
truth- the
mad
honest
and
truth,
like
Parker,
it's
is
honestly
that you
embarrassing what
you
you're doing.
only debate people who don't really know policy, but when it
And
comes
that's
to
why I'm
people
talking to
that
you.
really do, you're right.
But who on the
You're
right knows
I don't know, I
policy?
don't know more. I don't know more policy than Ben
Rona,
Shapiro.
who-
You're
who?
right. I
Who
don't,
has
I
good
don't know.
policy?
Hold on.
Who knows
Let me
good- who knows
speak.
good
Let me-
policy on the
Can I
right?
speak? Can I speak? You're right. Hey, Parker, you're right. You are debating somebody who doesn't know as much policy as Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro. I'll give you that. You're absolutely right.
You think
But
Charlie
can we
Kirk
see-
knows
can
policy?
We see you? Can we see you and them too?
I would love to debate them. All
No,
one on
you
two. Them.
wouldn't. No, the
yes, I will.
fuck
I
you
would
wouldn't,
1v.
bro.
I would 1v2
No,
Ben
the
Shapiro and
fuck you
Charlie Kirk.
wouldn't.
Yes,
No,
I will.
the fuck you
yes, I
wouldn't.
will. Any platform,
Jesus
anytime,
Christ.
any place.
What happened to that dude Andrew? What
I'm
was his
serious.
name?
I will
Andrew?
debate. I will debate any of those with Andrew.
What
this
about
is
Andrew? What happened with that?
this is stuff with Andrew. So actually, right? I told whatever podcast, Brian specifically, I'll debate anyone on this podcast. I'll debate Andrew. I'll debate any of them. But I just want to debate Brian too.
And let's get let.
And
let me
Brian
guess, we can't
doesn't
see
want to
none of that
debate me.
either.
He
Let
doesn't want
guess,
to
we
debate
can't-
me.
and let me see.
You want to see the
we can't see
Instagrams?
receipts either. We
You
can't
want to
see
see
those
it?
receipts either.
No, I'll show you. Tabby,
Oh,
thank
we
you for the
can see
$5.
those
Thank you so
ones,
much.
though. We can
Yeah,
see
because they're
those
on
ones, though.
they're on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
With
Well, hit up
another
Charlie
public
Kirk
figure.
on Instagram. Hit up Charlie Kirk on Instagram.
Eric, thank you so much for
Hit
the
up Ben
$20
Shapiro
on Cash App.
Instagram.
Thank you
How
so
about
much,
that?
Eric. I really appreciate. Thank you so
How
much. They
about
don't
do that?
follow. So they don't follow me on Instagram.
Oh, they don't go follow them. Go follow them.
That's not how it works.
Oh, see, we could show receipts now. Oh, what do you fucking know? We could show receipts now. Look at guys. Look at the proof is in the pudding right now that we could show receipts.
Yeah, it's with whatever podcast. I was already going to post these anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, can we see some with Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro?
I don't have DMs with Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro doesn't follow me.
Create them. How about that?
What? That's not how it works.
Why?
Man. Are you
Why
delusional?
Why would we want to do that? Right? Why?
I would do it. Appreciate
How are
the
we
Galaxy.
delusional?
Thank you so much.
The
But I just
people-
don't.
the
I just
people
don't have
wanna see-
contact
the
with them like
hey,
that.
Parker, the people want to see that.
I would love to debate them. Why don't
Okay,
they debate me?
hit 'em up. Hit
I've
'em
already
up on
done that.
Instagram.
I've already
Hit 'em
done
up.
that.
Oh, let's see.
Not on Instagram. I'm talking on other
Hit
things.
him up on Instagram then. Do that. How
Rona,
about
are
that?
you okay?
No.
Like I feel like you're like going through a breakdown right now.
Okay, Parker.
Like
Hit
you
up
actually
Charlie
like
Kirk.
legitimately are like
Parker,
freaking out right now.
Okay, well, you're not you don't let no one speak. First of all,
I've let you speak. You're honestly, it's
Okay,
like ridiculous.
I'm losing
do
interest.
this.
I'm not gonna lie.
Do this, Parker. Hit up.
Me too.
Ben
You can kick
Shapiro
him out at any
on
point.
Instagram. Yeah, kick it. That's what you love to do. I know. Yeah, you're
No,
right.
you're just like one, you're insufferable. Two, you're not even debating about anything of
Okay.
substance. And three, this is a ridiculous conversation. Like
Hayden, thank you for the $5, and
Justin, thank you
for
so
the
much. I
$5.
appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Hayden, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you.
What's up, Olivia? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh my god. Hello.
Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Bro, I've been on live for 6 hours.
Should I go live?
If you want to, I will raid you. Yeah, I could get off whenever. Truly.
You're gonna co-host for a bit if I do go live?
Probably like if it could help get more people over there, yeah. If it'll help the stream out, but if it won't help the stream out, then I'll probably get off for the night.
Bro thinks his presence won't help the stream. That's crazy.
But I mean, if it will, I'll happily. Yeah, you want to do? Wait, you just want to do that right now? Go like start your stream, coast with you for a little bit.
We can't. I wish it could just like transfer, man. Like this
I
fucking
know.
TikTok sucks. Juliana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Stay.
Well, they just want you to. They want you to be on. Samantha, think of it $2. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go and then I'll start it.
All right, I'll see you soon, man.
See ya.
Peace. Also, try to start it quick, so then I could just like automatically send people over, and I could just kind of hang out with chat until I do. Hey, so for the 11.5 thousand people in here, first and foremost, thank you all for joining me today. I had a good stream. And we're gonna go like co-host with Parker for a little bit. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I know these debates. I never want to bring them to an end, but in all reality, I haven't been getting off my lives early enough to go out and do anything. Like, I need to go to Target. And I've needed to go to Target and like get just basic shit like deodorant or new toothpaste for like 2 weeks. but I've been streaming all goddamn day, so I can't do those like remedial like day-to-day tasks. You know what I mean? So, I know. So I gotta like go to Target and like get some like deodorant and some tooth. I actually think those are the two things that I need to do. I also think I need to wash my car, and I technically can do that when it gets dark out, but it just, gets cold when it gets dark out. I'm in Colorado. But anyways, for the 10,000 people in here, I just wanted to say thank you for being here. I'm sure that a lot of you guys, this is one of your first times seeing me around. It's probably because I've been popping off. Victor, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate that. On from the Jubilee videos, from a couple of the collaborative posts I did at this last week, and I honestly never expected myself to gain this level of influence, and I am just completely and totally satisfied that I, as well as every single one of you, may be helping the world become a better place and even influencing the outcome of an election. And on a real note, person to person, it means the world, Like, it just doesn't even feel real to me. I'm just so grateful for you all. See, because I'm just like every single one of y'all. I started streaming on TikTok about a year and a half ago, maybe a little bit more at this point, just to talk shit and debate people and try to get people to be better. Morgan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Like, any single one of y'all could stop watching this live stream, go start your own, talk shit, do debates, advocate for people to be better. That was me. And here we are, craziness. Let me know as soon as Parker's live. We're going to go and send y'all on a raid if you will just spam comment as that. I'm just so thankful for all of y'all. You know what I mean? And I love those heart to hearts because, they're important. They're really important. I think with what I do as well, it's just very important to me for you all to know that I'm just like, I'm just as human as all of y'all, and this is so crazy. Like, imagine if you were sitting on the other side of this phone speaking to 9,000 people. That's how I feel. You know what I mean? Imagine you were me right now. Imagine how you'd feel. That's how I feel. Yeah. Anyways, phenomenal. Okay, let's see if Parker is live. I'm going to go ahead and search him up on my computer. Hopefully he goes live right away so we could get as many people as possible over there. I will be co-hosting with him for a little bit. But by the way, I'm going to be on here for like the next week. So everyone make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. It's not up yet. He needs to go live, dude. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. Right there, guys. I'm going to be on here for the next week. And something that you could do in the meantime between ping pong and between my live and his. If you click on my account, I think it'll just automatically go to the reposts. I made a video like right before I went live discussing some of my thoughts on the Ben Shapiro episode that I went on with Jubilee and whatnot. And it was a lot of fun. Feel free to honestly ask questions in the chat. We'll treat this as a Q&A until Parker goes live. I also kind of want to tweet something out. What do we want to... We need to hit a banger on Twitter. Nobody cares what I say. I mean, that's just like objectively false, right? To be that guy, but like I think some people do. How do I remember all the facts? I don't know. That's just like I've always had a good memory. I don't think it comes out of a place of like conscious intent. It just happens to be like a skill that I possess. Yeah. Halloween plans. Great question. So I have my costume almost ready. That's actually another reason why I have to get off, because I have to go buy the costume because it's not almost ready. Go hit up a thrift store or something. We're going to be... Anyways, I'll probably just go to a little get-together with my friends. I think there's a frat party at a local uni here. I just got to get something that covers my face because I want to be able to, enjoy some peace. All right. It looks like the mod's pinning Parker's at. Probably means that Parker's live. Let's see. He's not live yet. Why isn't Parker going live, bro? Don't leave over to Parker's yet because he's not live. I don't know where he's at. Well, I do abortion lives again. Hell yeah. Right after the election, I will be doing a lot of abortion lives. Someone in the comment section asked if I ever get recognized in public. Yes. So I don't know if you could tell, I don't go live that much. sorry, well, I do go live that much. I don't go outside that much. That's what I meant to say. I don't be touching grass. So it's like very rare for me to kind of get out there in positions where there's a lot of people around. But, you know, this weekend when I went to Ann Arbor, Michigan, that was like the immediate response. I was out in public surrounded by like hundreds of and thousands of people. And it was craziness. It was like every single encounter that I had, like back to back to back to back. And I was also out there with Avery Cyrus. And she's like also, I classify Avery as famous. So like a lot of people are recognizing her too. So like when we were out there together, I mean, it was insanity, but it was a lot of fun. But yeah, we're going to be doing that again this next upcoming weekend. I will be going to a swing state and having a lot of fun. I think I'll actually be going to Vegas. Oh, I'll be going to Vegas. We're going to be doing some fun things, but fun in the sense of talking to voters, not fun in the sense of going to the casino. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. I will be in Nevada. I will be in Vegas. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to be on the ground talking to people. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so awesome. And we're going to be out there with a handful of other people as well. Yeah. World tour. Can I do a card trick? Sure. I'll do a card trick while we're waiting on Parker to go live. Watch this. So I'm getting good with the cards. Hey, Sarah, I appreciate you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sarah. He's live. Okay, one quick card trick before I end the night. I'm just going to name a random card. 10 of spades. Check this. Shuffle the deck. Do whatever. Do whatever. Watch this. All I got to do, I'm going to close my eyes, riffle right there. I just know that the 10 of spades. It's right there on top. Boom. Okay, now let's go to Parker's stream. Everyone spam at Parker Get a Job in the comment section. We're going to go ahead and head over, y'all. Let's go and get that at pinned. Everybody just give us a minute. Pinned to the top. All right. Everybody, head over to Parker's stream at Parker Get a Job on TikTok. On your way, check out that recent video on my main. But I will see you all soon. Also, if you could all please go follow my Instagram at Dean Withers. I've been having a lot of fun on there recently. I've actually been more active on Instagram than I have been on here. So if you want to keep up a little bit more of my day-to-day life and even see the pumpkin I carved last night, which is really silly, go follow my Instagram. Just type in Dean Withers. It'll be the first thing to pop up. I'd highly recommend it. I have so much fun on my Instagram. But yeah, all right, you guys, head over to Parker Get a Job. I will see you there. Goodbye. Which one was mine? The silly little goofy pumpkin with the big mouth and the tongue.
I have a question. Do you think that so you're solely betting on just what the impact is going to be on you economically speaking? Like whatever president makes you more money, you're going to support them?
Well, yeah, it's basically every man for themselves out here in this world. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, would you do that if slavery were on the ballot?
No.
Okay. Would you do that if women's right to vote was on the ballot? Push the hand heart.
No.
Cadence, think of the $10. Thank you so much. What about women's right to get access to an abortion?
Absolutely.
Oh, you would do it then?
Would I what?
You would still vote just based upon whatever economically benefits you in that circumstance?
Not economically, no.
Oh no, you would vote to protect women's rights, correct?
Well, I disagree with that part of it, but
what do you mean you disagree with that part of it?
Like I'm pro-life. I'm not pro-choice.
Oh, okay. So how do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to pay for IVF?
What is that?
Do you know what IVF is?
No.
Where in the human body does conception occur?
The uterus.
The uterus?
Yep.
Really? So you think conception happens within the womb?
I don't know. The vagina? What is it?
You think it's the vagina? Try again.
I don't know.
Push the boo. Try again.
The womb?
Keep trying. You're still wrong. Go for it. Keep going.
The mandibular?
Try again.
The clavicle?
Okay. Come on. Seriously. Actually give me like an
I don't
actual
know.
shot.
I don't know. I'm out of
You have no clue?
No. Tell me. It doesn't change the fact that I don't think we should be unaliving babies just because I don't know what.
You don't even know where conception occurs.
What does
right?
that
Fallopian
have to-
tubes?
Fallopian tubes. Okay. I knew that.
Clavicle? Do you even know where the clavicle is located on the
It
body?
was a joke. I was just out of. I didn't know.
Out of guesses?
Yeah, so it was just a joke. Chill out, y'all. But it doesn't
Okay.
change the fact that I don't think we should be killing babies just because of these stupid reasons.
Okay, so do you think it's valuable because of life at conception?
I just think it's valuable because it's life, yeah.
Okay, so then Donald Trump wanting to pay for IVF would cause more lives to be lost, embryos and zygotes, because there are going to be more people that want to get access to IVF, which is going to cause there to be more embryos and zygotes discarded.
Well, then, yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay, so you'd vote for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump will facilitate the death of more zygotes.
Well, isn't she more pro-choice than he is?
More
About
pro-choice, but not. Yeah, so the difference between them would be whether or not Roe versus Wade not existing, which is going to be less people dying yearly speaking than the change in the amount of paid for IVF, right? Because there's around 5 to 6 embryos or zygotes created per individual who's a
Also, hasn't
patient.
there been like more women getting abortions after Roe v. Wade was overturned?
I'm pretty sure the rates of abortion have gone up. I'd have to check back though.
But I
Thank you
think-
so much for the $10 when it was going down for a long time. Robin, I
think-
appreciate the $5, but we'd have to probably look at the areas in which the bans did occur in order to
Yeah,
be able
here's
to
what I
identify
think.
that.
I think
Sarah,
Trump-
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Robin. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Natasha, thank you so much for the $5. It says it cannot complete action. Look up discord.gg/Parker get a job. Nick, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Nick.
Hi, chat.
Very kind.
I love everyone saying hi. I love you all.
Here's what I think. I think that Trump wants to do what I would advocate for, and that would be to ban abortion outright. But since we're in the middle,
So you think that Donald Trump's going to do a national abortion ban?
he I mean, I think he believes we should do that, but he cannot come out and say that because we're in. That would
okay. So I want everyone to take note of that. Donald Trump tries to distance himself from a national abortion ban, but you have people on the right telling themselves that's actually what Donald Trump believes himself, right? And that's what he wants to do. So when
He
they
just
tell
can't-
you who
if he
they
comes
are,
out-
when they tell you who they are, believe them.
If he comes out and says that, he will lose the election for sure.
Appreciate the Galaxy.
can't
Thank you
say-
so much. I really
you
appreciate
can't
the Galaxy.
say that
Thank
right
you.
now in the middle of the election. You feel me?
Jacob,
But you're
I just have
admitting
a-
that he believes it. Thank you so much for the Galaxies. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Can I
Good to
ask you a
see you.
question? Jacob, sure. Why do you think that abortion should be banned?
When?
No, why?
Because it's the intentional unaliving of a human life.
Oh God, yeah, but what's wrong
Can
with
I
that?
can I ask about this real quick? Hold up. Okay, so are sperm living?
Yes.
Okay. If they're living, right? Do all living beings, all living organisms have a species?
Sure, but sperm's
Human
not
sperm.
human.
Human sperm. Of what species is it?
It's not a human though.
It's not. It's what is an alien? What species?
It's not human.
It's not. What species is it? Thank you so much for the mystery fireworks. Thank you so much, Kellen. I appreciate it. Thank you. What species is it?
I don't know what it would fall. I don't know what species that would fall under.
You don't know?
Wait,
you don't
wait.
know what species
Parker.
human sperm is going to fall under?
If I cut off my finger and all the cells were still alive and they all have a species, would that be a human life?
Under that notion, yes. Lincoln, I appreciate the subscriptions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If it's living, the cells would die, though. That's the issue with that scenario. If you could, logically speaking, keep those cells alive, yes, it would be human living, like DNA or organism, right? So that's why we don't care about just life, cellular life. We care about sentient life. Because, like, you understand that your cells in your body are living.
Yeah, I don't know. I just still see like some difference between like a human life and like human cells. I should
What's that
explore
distinction?
more.
For the pro-lifer, because they believe that the single cell organism is a life, or not just a life. Sorry, a person.
There, I mean, I
Because
actually
I believe
like
it's a life.
I think I actually like hold the view that it would be a human being from conception. I just have to look into like the difference between, say, like a human being at conception.
Well,
and, like, a
because you're
human
referencing
cell.
the identity of it once it meets the point of being diploid.
Yeah, it's probably just like a congruency in the identity.
Yeah, that's what you're referencing.
Anyways, sorry. Go ahead, Jacob.
Here's what's important to me, y'all. Okay, yeah, the abortion is important, but I was telling you before, Parker, the no tax on overtime. Number one. Okay. Number two.
Wait, hold up.
Wait, no. Number two is going to be keeping transgender women out of women's sports.
Of what species is sperm?
I mean, it has the chance to be a human. Yes.
It has the chance to be human. Of what species? All living beings have a species. Do you agree?
Sure.
Where's the naughty chicken? So obviously human sperm is of the human species. So it's living, right? And it's human. So what is the relevant distinction between, right, sperm and a zygote that means you value one but not the other?
Oh, okay. I agree with Parker now. Good argument.
Is it is it genetic makeup? If it's genetic makeup, I can give you two identical twins, right? Have the same DNA. They're the same person under your worldview then. I think they're two different people. You think they're two different people, but this definition would indicate that they're the same person if you distinct them based upon that.
Yeah, it all falls down to like what it will be in the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, the main thing is no tax on overtime. Okay. The second thing is
are we for sperm rights? Are we for sperm rights? If you're for sperm rights, type 1 in the comment section, everyone. Sperm rights in the chat, everyone.
Here's the second thing. The second thing is keeping transgenderism out of
women's
sports.
Just crazy. Lud, thank you so much.
Out of women's sports and out of women's bathrooms. Number two.
Thank you. I appreciate the PayPal. Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sophia, thank you for the $2. Kevin, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Nick, thank you so much for the $10. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. Robin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. And Tessa, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. And Chris, thank you for the $15. Cadence, thank you for the $10. And Ryan, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. And Justin, thank you for the $5.
Dummies for all the daughters. Y'all are awesome. Here's my thoughts. Yeah, you said you want to keep like transgender women out of women's sports. Well, the only thing here is I wouldn't say that trans women have like an unfair biological advantage over cis women in women's sports. After about 3 to 5 years of HRT, studies generally indicate there's no real like anatomical physiological difference that would like grant trans women an unfair biological advantage. Right, and then it's also the case that I never hear any of these fucking bigots, such as yourself, complaining about Michael Phelps and his 90-foot wingspan and webbed toes and fingers, even though that gives him an unfair biological advantage over his competitors.
Like, what trans people are completely dominating women's sports?
Well, I mean,
is this like a vast issue? Do you really think that's a big issue in this country when people don't have health care, they don't have housing, they don't have child care? Really, I mean, trans people just want to exist.
With the direction we're heading, it will be a big issue.
How? What direction? What are you talking about?
More people are becoming transgender.
What do you mean more people are becoming, right? It is the case that trans people are coming out, right? Like that's like saying that more people are becoming gay. No, gay people are just coming out. Okay, they're telling you that they're gay. Whereas before they weren't because of socialization, right? Stigmatization. The same thing with people who are left-handed, right? We didn't know the proportion of people who were left-handed for a very long time because it was stigmatized, right? And then when we stopped stigmatizing people being left-handed, right, the numbers of left-handed people magically shot up. Oh, are there more left-handed people now? Was it left-hand propaganda, right, and indoctrination?
So by the way, Parker, I just thought I'd clarify. I'll probably get off in like a handful of minutes because
good.
I got to go to a thrift store, and I learned that closes in an hour and 15. But finish out the conversation with Jacob. Go ahead.
First of all, why are you shopping at a thrift store? We know you're making 7 figures on this app.
I wish I was making 7 figures. And second of all, are you?
Bro said 7 figures. Are you insane?
Are you like?
No, but I just wanted to ask you. You said so. If LeBron,
I don't know. That's where I grew up shopping.
Bro thinks I have an NBA contract.
So
what are you talking about?
If LeBron took HRT for 5 years, he would have no unfair advantage over women.
Yeah. Okay. So you understand that like that's not ever going to happen, right? And like, could we foresee like someone who like in that scenario? Sure, right? But is that a representative of any trans woman? No, that's literally not right. Not at all.
With the direction we're heading, it could be in the future.
It could be in the future. Okay, well then why wouldn't you address it when it happened in the future instead of like being like, oh, maybe this could happen in the future?
No, but it has happened. It has happened.
Where?
Not the LeBron situation.
Where?
but
Give me the person's name.
You know the name. Come on now.
Name it.
You know it. Come on. We all know it. The swimmer,
What-
Leah Thomas. Come on. She
Leah
beat-
Thomas has lost on many scenarios. In
Okay,
many
but she still
scenarios.
beat people. She still finished ahead of people.
Okay, like that doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's unfair, right? If a particular person is lost on plenty of occasions, I don't see how it's unfair.
Would you say that we're like it is immoral for me to be engaging in a debate with you right now because I
Yes.
possess an unfair
Yes, it is, Dean.
advantage of
Super
a higher
immoral.
level of intelligence and access to more knowledge?
Yes.
Who has the higher level of intelligence?
Me, obviously.
How do you
Yes,
have more?
this
how
is
do you have
unfair. This
access
is
to more
unfair,
knowledge?
Dean. Seriously, dude,
Gotta
we
research,
should
pick
not
brain.
we should not like allow for this conversation anymore. Like we should probably kick you from the live, right?
So am I doing something wrong?
Yes, you are, Dean.
See, but we all have the same resources, right? Like if I wanted to go to the library, I could go do that right now and learn about this shit that you guys learn about, right? But it's difference between being born male or female. It's not the same thing.
Wait, I have a question. Do I have the same resources to get into the NBA as LeBron James?
Do you have the same
bro,
resources?
He's literally like 6'9".
Okay.
What about Wemby?
What about
You think
them?
I can compare to Wemby when Wemby's like a foot taller than me?
Yeah, but you're both males. It's like I don't even understand how this correlates.
So there is a huge difference, and that's not something I didn't choose to be a foot less height than Wemby.
Just like trans women don't choose to be trans.
So you guys think trans women should be playing in women's sports?
Yes, I do think that, yes. And
So if
like
the
I don't see any reason. I don't see any reason after multiple years of
if the
HRT, or
WNBA
especially without a male puberty, that you would like
the WNBA
restrict
if the
trans women.
Wait, yeah. Would you
from
be
being
would
in
you be okay? Would you be
sports.
okay with trans women that don't undergo male puberty to play in women's sports? Because I mean, then it's like an uncontestable fact. There would exist no unfair biological advantage. That just couldn't possibly be the case.
Yeah.
So would you
I'd be
say
a
that
proponent for that?
you'd be okay
Yep.
with that? Oh, so in other words, if the unfair biological advantage doesn't exist, you're okay with it. So if
You are okay with trans women in women's sports.
yeah, you accept the principle, but now you just have to accept the empirics, right? Because we have empirics to demonstrate that is.
Would you ask me? You said what?
Would you be okay with a trans woman that didn't undergo male puberty to play in women's sports?
No.
Okay, why?
He just contradicted himself.
No, I didn't understand what you were saying, but now I see what you're saying. You're saying it's
Okay,
still
why?
like it still would be a male, right?
Yeah, why? So
Like,
why are you not okay with
what
it?
trait do they possess that means that like you would restrict them?
Yeah, like what about being a male means that you shouldn't be in women's sports?
Well, for one, like males biologically just have more like say iron than a
JW
female does.
description. Thank you so much.
Hey, I just got one of his gifted subs. Thank you, JD.
More iron? That's it?
Wait, he only gifted one sub and it went to me?
That's sick.
There's 9.5 thousand people in here. The guy gifted one sub and it went to me. That was
I think it might have been they were able to pick it because like the odds of that are so low. It's unbelievably like low that if that happened, that I would like freak out.
awesome. Imagine.
That's like the lotto.
I don't think
Echo,
think
I
you could
appreciate
pick
the
who to go
$3. Thank you
to.
so much. You can, I'm pretty sure. Lisa, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W Lisa. And also Lisa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Do you want trans men in women's restrooms? Justin, thank you so much for the $5. Sarah, thank you so much for the
Trans
$10.
men
Yeah.
in women's restrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yep.
So here I'm gonna show you a picture, right? And you're gonna tell me that you want this person to be in women's restrooms.
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you want trans women in women's locker rooms?
Hold up.
With
Give me-
naked,
give me-
with
can you
women
give me-
walking around
hold
naked?
up. I'm gonna show you, but give me 1 second.
Hey, so while he's showing
Do
you
you-
the picture,
do
I'll
you-
respond to
do
that.
you
Oh,
think-
he has it up?
Hold, fuck. It literally is like it's like zooming in weird.
Well, you're pulling that up. I could respond to your point, Jacob. I mean, I'm uncomfortable when I see PP in like the locker room. I think that all locker rooms deserve to be individual.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Do you think that he should be? I appreciate the subscriptions. Thank you so much, Santana. Thank you so much. Do you think he should be in the women's restroom?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, I just looked up man on the internet. I'm just letting you know that's not even a trans man. I just looked up man.
Okay, well, you can't do that.
I can't do that.
You got
Dude, get destroyed, bro. Get absolutely
God.
You told me he was a trans
I literally
man.
no, I didn't say they were a trans man. I said I'm going to show you a picture, and you're going to tell me whether or not you think they should be in the women's restroom. And you just
Hey,
told
I like
me
to-
a
I like to add
biological
on.
male should be in the women's restroom. That's what you just told me.
Well, how am I
I
supposed
like
to know?
I
You
like
said
to add a
he was
point.
trans man.
I like to add a point on here. This is why trans women.
JW, thank you for the 50 subs. Thank you, JW. Thank you so much.
That's
Get some
fucking
W's for
insane.
JW in the chat.
Anyways,
I
I
thought
just
that
wanted to
was a trans man,
demonstrate.
'cause
Faith, thank
you
you for the
can't
$5 on Venmo. Jacob, would you shut up while I speak, please? Thank you. Okay. So what just happened is like funny, yeah, because you got, but it's also like a very genuine reason why we shouldn't segregate restrooms on the basis of sex. Okay, right? Because what just happened is you just looked at a cis man that Parker said was trans. And we're like, okay.
By the way, I didn't even say they were trans.
Oh,
Ian.
true.
I'd never made an indication. It was like the dolphin fetus moment.
Yeah. But
No, you
like
did.
but then you're like, okay, they should be able to go into the women's restrooms. And this is why segregating the restrooms on the basis of biological sex actually puts women at a greater risk / threat, because it will allow for deviant cis men to lie, say they're trans men, and then walk into the women's restroom. But when we segregate it on the basis of gender identity, we will have less masculine individuals on average using the space due to the fact that trans men are significantly more masculine presenting than trans women. And it will lower the threshold of risk that the women in this space are put at. And I mean, that single-handedly is one of like the best reasons for us all to go kumbaya and really support trans women using this space. And it's funny, like hearing TERF speak about how trans women using that space like puts them at a greater risk, because it doesn't. It literally reduces the risk that cis women in the space are at. So, yeah.
So you guys think that trans women should be walking around naked in women's locker rooms?
I already gave you my
wait, do I think any person should just be walking around naked like that in
That's
any
what happens
locker
in
room?
locker
No.
rooms, Parker.
JW, I appreciate the
That's what happens in
Thank you so
locker
much.
rooms.
Wait, so
I
you
think they should
understand
all be
I can
individual.
say that we should be individual? Okay, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so
That's
much.
not what
Like
happens
for
in locker
example,
rooms.
when I was in high school, right? When we had to change after the fucking after the swimming shit, I don't want to see someone's ass cheeks. Right,
But you
I
will,
want to
though,
have
haven't you?
I want to have individualized changing rooms. I think that is a ridiculous concept in of itself to have us changing like that in the first place.
So have you gone to the gym and gone to the locker room and seen naked men?
I have. I understand what you're talking about, Jacob. It makes me very uncomfortable, right? The same way you're implying that a trans woman in a woman's locker room would make the cis women uncomfortable. I think that seeing like naked body parts of other people's, generally regardless of the sex, makes others uncomfortable. That's why I personally advocate for private, individual changing rooms, so no one has to see anyone naked. Like, I mean, if like trans women weren't so stigmatized, like you would have the same reaction to saying like, oh, should a man see a man naked without consent? That's random. To like, you know, can a woman see like cis woman see a trans woman without consent that's naked? Like, it doesn't matter if they're cis, trans, same sex, opposite sex, right? Just seeing like random people naked is uncomfy. And like, you know, individual spaces for all.
So is that what Harris is doing? She's going to start individual
Wait, none of
spaces?
this has any relevance, by the way. We just answered the question because you decided to bring this up. None of
Yeah,
this
but
has
that's
any
not
relevance.
happening.
You
That's
think
not
this election
happening.
is about this? Are you trolling? Are you delusional,
No,
man?
that's not happening. No one's doing individual spaces. So
It
let's talk about
is.
let's
All
talk about what is
universities, like
happening.
essentially, like vast majority of universities have already implemented these programs, and it's not only just in the locker rooms, but also for restrooms. Just to like put that out there. But like once again, this doesn't really like have any effect on like politics, who's running for president, etc.
Okay, so what would you
so
do right
do you want
now?
to like
Not all-
answer my questions here? Like, let's talk about this. Do you know what a tariff is?
A turf?
A tariff.
Yes.
Okay, what is a tariff?
Okay, well, that's my cue to leave. Parker, I appreciate you for having me up. I'm going to go to the thrift store, get that Halloween costume ready. For the 10,000 people in here, I love you. Make sure to follow the Instagram at Dean Withers. Have a good night, Parker, and have a good night, chat. He didn't say bye to me back.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you, Dean. All right, Jacob, what?
Yeah.
You going to tell me what a tariff is?
Yeah, it's like goods that we get, not domestically, that, he's going to start charging extra for.
So it's the tax on an import into the country. Yeah. So do you think that is going to be a good thing, increasing the price of goods for people?
I'm not entirely sure, but I trust Trump. I think he knows what he's doing when it comes to the economy.
Okay. Hey, but by the way, if you're so worried about trans people, why aren't you worried about Donald Trump bragging about the fact that he walked into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place? Why are you voting for him? Is it because you want to protect women, or is it really about expressing your bigotry?
It's because I want to vote for him.
That was a damning non-answer.
What was the question?
Dude, if you actually care about protecting women, right? And you were making this big issue with trans people for some reason, right? When trans people didn't do anything to you and they just want to live, right? You make this big issue about trans people, right? But you understand that Donald Trump walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls. He boasted and bragged about it in front of Howard Stern. And you're still voting for him?
Well, here's the thing. I don't think he's a good dude. I don't think that, but I do think he would make a better president than Kamala Harris would. And
Kamala, wait, do you want to answer the question though? Like, you
I'm
were just bringing up this
going
really
to.
big issue. This is such a big issue for you. But then when it's flipped the other way around, you're voting for him because you don't give a flying fuck about protecting women.
No, I do.
All you care about specifically is enforcing, right, these particular types of bigotry, right, onto trans people. Right. And you also care about controlling women because you literally want to restrict women's access to abortion. What happened to protecting women in Georgia, protecting women, right, in Texas, protecting women, right, in Idaho, and or in states in this country where they have restricted access to abortion, even in instances in which they have been assaulted?
No, this is what I'm saying. You have to let me finish. I don't think Trump's a good dude, but I do think he can make a better president than Harris. And yeah, I think he's done some bad stuff in the past, but it doesn't change the fact of what he's going to do. Like if he did something bad, but he's going to change the lives from
what economic policy makes up for rape, makes up for sexual abuse, what makes up for walking in changing rooms of naked teenage girls, saying he's going to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, calling his daughter voluptuous, which means sexually attractive and curvy, saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, saying perhaps he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter.
Well,
right? What policy makes up for that?
Some of these stuff you're bringing up is up for debate on if it's even true or not.
Really? Which one? Tell me. Be specific.
The rape one.
The rape one? He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. What's up for debate?
After they found out he was running for president, they brought this up?
Ray, you know that she told multiple of her friends who testified specifically in court, right, about the fact that she told them, right, at that time when it happened in 1996. So that's well before.
Do you believe in the death penalty, young man?
No, I don't, actually. Do you?
Why don't you?
Because I think 4% of people on death row die that are innocent.
Okay,
4%.
so what if Trump's innocent?
Okay, that's 4% likely? Or is that what you're saying? Are you saying it's
Even if it
4% likely that he's innocent? Is that your argument?
I think with...
Are you saying it's 4% likely that he's innocent?
Well, knowing that 4% are innocent on death row and that they didn't bring this up until after he started running for president, it could be more like 50% that he's innocent.
That makes no sense. Where'd you just pull that number out of your ass?
That's my guess. That's just my guess.
50%? Where'd you get to 50%? Can you just...
With the combination...
4%. So I have a question. Wait, do you believe in the death penalty?
No.
No? Well, Donald Trump wants to put drug dealers on death row. I just want to let you know. 1, 2, as it relates to this, right? If we're talking about 4% here, 4%, right, are innocent, right? You understand 96% would be the likelihood of it being accurate then? So are you saying it's a 96% likelihood that Donald Trump sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll? Is that what you're arguing here?
No, I just told you 50%.
Where'd you get 50% from?
I just told you with the combination of 4% of people on death row are innocent, the combination of that and the combination of this wasn't brought up until he started running for president, and this, it was held in New York, which runs blue and all that.
You didn't actually answer the questions. You just guessed? You just like pulled it out of your ass? Trust me, bro. Statistics.com?
Yeah, that would be my guess, is that he's 50%.
Your guess. That's your
50%
guess.
chance he's
Guess on
innocent.
what? Why'd you just guess? What's the equation? How'd you identify that? Did you just feel like it? Is it just the vibes? MAGA math?
I just told you the equation.
Thank you so much for the description. Thank you. What was the equation? What were the variables? Please tell me.
The combination of 4% of people being held, that aren't guilty on death row, the combination of that and the combination of this wasn't brought up until he started running for president, and the combination of this was held in New York.
No, Jacob, I just disputed that, by the way. Right. One thing, by the way, they helped pick the jury. Two, as it relates to this, right? I just disputed that on the basis of the fact that she came out and told her friends, which testified in court that they were told in 1996, which is well before this. JW, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Aubrey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Aubrey. Cassidy, thank you so much for the $2 for MAGA Math. Amanda, thank you so much for the $2. And Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
I'm not saying she's lying, but you do realize people make false rape claims all the time?
Oh, okay. So what's the likelihood of it being false?
I just told you 50%.
Appreciate the cap. You just pulled that right out of your ass.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
I just want to let you know the likelihood of a false report is 2 to 10%. And that's prior to the civil litigation process where there was a unanimous decision, right, that he was guilty of 9 people by a jury that was picked by him and his lawyers, Trump and his lawyers. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate the 5 subs. Thank you so much, Kat. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $10. And Aubrey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I actually haven't seen that, Aubrey. I'll have to look into that.
Huh?
You understand that Donald Trump helped pick the jury, right?
I don't know how much I really trust that jury, the way the jury works, because I've been on jury duty before, and I don't really trust how that works.
Why not?
Because you're in a room.
Thank you so much.
Like for mine, you're in a room with, I don't know, it's probably 8 other people or something, and you all have to come to a decision on one thing, and it's like, it could be peer pressure, it could be, it's just a weird. I don't know why they do that.
Zoe, thank you for subscription. Thank you. You what? Okay, so again, what is the likelihood of there being a unanimous decision on a jury when there's no pressure for it to be unanimous? Squish, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. I appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. There were independents on that jury. There were conservatives on that jury, right? Just based on the proportionality, right, of people in society. So
what if they got
all
paid off?
unanimously paid off? You'd have to show any report of that. There's no evidence indicating that at all, and that's totally illegal. Appreciate the hand mustache or the hand mustache.
Well, I understand that people do illegal things when it comes to.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Cleo. Thank you so much for the $1. Maureen, thank you so much for the $5. And Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. Of course, thank you.
People try to assassinate Trump. That's illegal. See, people will do illegal things to. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's no evidence indicating that, right? We have evidence that someone tried to assassinate him. What are you arguing?
Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else come up. Hopefully, you'll be pro-life in a few years.
Okay, that was just ridiculous. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Marlon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Wish I would have been able to ask that. What's up? How old are you?
Wait.
How old are you? Okay, I'm getting fetus vibes. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Fill the bar a few times, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. All right. Okay. Get this next individual up here, y'all. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate the meerkat. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
For sure. Why so?
Just cause, I feel like he's a better president in general, but I have a few questions for you. So I support most of the stuff that you say, and I wouldn't say I'm like typically a Trump voter or a Trump follower, but talking about the stuff you were with that last guy about trans woman and all this stuff. So you think people that are born males should be allowed into female washrooms?
Can we talk about this? So also, by the way, I just want to address this, right? We're talking specifically about like, how are you going to identify, right? Like that someone specifically, right? Are you Canadian, by the way?
Yeah.
Grizzly Garland. Okay. Why are you in my live? What the fuck is wrong with you? So one thing, just letting you know, we just went over a whole argument. He didn't listen to any of these arguments, right? We said there should be individualized, right? Changing rooms, things like that, right? And by the way, I don't know what this person's arguing. Gender, does he know what gender neutral bathrooms are too? Marine, thank you so much for the You're Amazing. Thank you so much.
Trump
Like, is he against
2024,
that?
boy.
Are you trolling? Okay, that was an obvious troll. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, how you doing?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Due to the simple fact that he can at least, speak in full sentences without rambling in circles, and he actually knows a little
Jason,
bit.
thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
He knows how to
yes,
explain
Jason.
his
Let me know.
policies.
Jason, let me know what your name is on Venmo. Or
He
let me
knows-
your name on TikTok.
He knows
I'll
how to
make sure do that.
explain his policies and what changes he wants to make besides saying, oh, they're all on the website.
Really? She's obviously explained them on multiple occasions, but can you just answer me this question? What is he saying in this clip? That makes sense.
On the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up and show. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty. What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
Yeah. So like, what the fuck is he saying? That's the guy you're voting for?
So, you picked out, 2 examples you could find?
You want me to give you more? I'll give you more. I got you.
No, look.
Bethan, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You got another one.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. It's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they close it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
Okay, so in terms of the whales, he's clearly saying that how bad the windmills are just for nature in general. Because I listened to that whole debate, and so that's
Wait,
a very
you think windmills are killing whales in numbers never seen before? You think it's a weekly thing?
No, I wouldn't say numbers never seen before. Of course, he's exaggerating the point, but
It's a weekly thing,
Okay, an exaggeration is different, of course, but so you're telling me because he exaggerates whales being killed by windmills, that's
exaggerates? What do you mean by exaggerates? Like, can you tell me what exaggerates means?
Means he completely takes it out of context, saying that the windmills are killing whales. The whole point is that it's bad for the nature. Do you disagree with that?
That's not a point he's making there. And
that is the
windmills aren't very bad for nature, right? That's like a completely weird argument for you to make, honestly.
If you listen to the full clip, that is exactly what he was saying, and also the vibrations are terrible.
So, do you think? By the way, so you think? How are they killing whales? Tell me.
From the vibrations.
You think so? The vibrations are killing whales and numbers never. Can you give me a source?
Okay, I can look one up, but can you listen to a clip as well?
Yeah.
Okay,
you can go find a source, go find a clip. Let's hear both of those.
Okay. Here, hold on 1 second. It's about to play right now. 1 second.
Is this Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Illegal immigrants
Give me $5.
estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but do you just a number? Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
it's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of 6 million people
that
have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies.
The first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish.
You had the White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and
in
they
the
didn't
middle
bring
of
up.
Why does he keep speaking, bro?
The point you're raising, and I'd like to
she's not
finish.
answering the question. That's the whole point.
I agree. I agree. She's not answering the question, right? But you've got to let her speak and then be like, okay, now you're not answering the question. If you're interviewing someone,
I understand, but the problem is that they have her for a limited amount of time, correct? Just like every other debate. And I mean,
I guarantee if so in terms of that, right? If this could also be explained, she made sense in this. This could just be explained by she doesn't have a number, right? Like if she doesn't have a number, right, that she can count up for under her whole administration, right? That would make sense. That's not her not making sense. That's her like literally just not knowing a number.
And what about
like, dude, what?
So what about the multiple other examples in that same interview? Actually, you don't have to look very far, where he literally asks her the question. She goes, "Oh, you know what I'm talking."
By the way, comparing that to what we just heard Donald Trump do is insane. By the way,
I don't think So you would argue that it's not a major issue to have illegal immigrants in the country?
So I would argue that that specifically, actually, people who are here who haven't committed bad crimes, people who haven't committed violent crimes, they shouldn't be kicked out. They should be given legal status. That's not what's granted under Kamala Harris's policy or Donald Trump and stuff like that. But I believe that that's what we should do in this country. We should make the system faster, make it safer, right? And then after that, we can enforce border security to the degree that that we're saying, right? But the current mass deportation plan that Donald Trump has is delusionally insane. How do you know someone's undocumented? How are you going to identify that? Are you going to tell the police that they can start profiling people? Anyone that looks like they're not from the United States, which means anyone who's like not white, should be profiled and questioned, and we should see if they have their papers. Like, that's an insane thing. They've done that in this country before with Mexican Americans and ethnically cleansed Mexican Americans who were here legally because they didn't have their papers with them.
I don't want us to go back because I can counteract that, but it's going to be in circles. So I don't want to go back and forth with you on that. So let me ask you this then: what has Kamala done that's been so great? Yeah. Okay. What has Kamala done in the last 4 years?
Bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act. She fought for the bipartisan infrastructure or bipartisan border bill, which Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine. That would have given an increase of border agents, immigration judges. That would have limited the amount of people that can come into the country. That would have helped give money to build the wall, to build more wall than any point under Trump's administration. But it was literally a conservative border bill. That's why people like Bernie Sanders voted against it.
So, and they did that by allowing millions of immigrants, correct?
Wait, so you're saying they allowed, right? What you're not acknowledging is that Donald Trump undermined a bill that would have been able to address the scenario. So the reason why there wasn't an addressing to the scenario is because Donald Trump killed it in Congress.
That's Kamala's argument, right? That's
Kamala. No, that's the argument from Lindsey Graham. That's the argument from Mitch McConnell. That's the argument from James Langford. That's the argument from Donald Trump himself when he said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." You guys literally, you'll believe everything else Trump says, but when he tells you what he's doing right here, you won't believe it. Marlon, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
He said that in assumption.
And Victor, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Victor. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Michael, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Tara, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
To be
and
fair,
Audrey, thank you for the $5.
He said that with the assumption that he was going to win the second term. You do realize that, right?
Said which claim? Sorry.
About the bill being failed could go and be his fault.
No. This was recently. This was about the bipartisan border bill.
Yes,
that was not about him winning re-election. Wait, what are you talking about?
That's now.
This happened in 2023. This happened in 2023.
Yes, but back then, originally when he made that claim, he was assuming under assumption he was going to win the second term, and that was the deal that he would go through with that.
I'm just letting you know. 2023 was after his second time running.
Of course, because he had to stand on what he originally said at that point. But I mean, when he originally made the claim, it was with the assumption he was going to win the second term. So you can't say what happened.
He already lost this. He already lost.
No. When he originally made that claim, it was before.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I'm misunderstanding. So are you saying that the reason why he specifically tried to undermine the bill, I appreciate the booth, thank you so much, is because he doesn't care about it happening right now and he's going to somehow fix it in the future?
No, I'm saying when he originally stated that claim, if you look back, he said this as he was president in his first term.
No, he didn't. That's a lie.
He did, actually.
Where's the Galaxy? Thank you so much. So he was president in 2023?
That's again, I said that's not the first time he stated that.
He was president in 2023?
That's not the first time he stated.
What you're referencing didn't happen, right? You're just making this up. What the hell are you talking about?
This happened in 2019.
This bill wasn't even drafted.
He brought up this bill since 2019, though.
What? So you mean he tried to engage in bipartisan border legislation?
Yes.
Okay, that's different from this particular bill.
Okay, but it's the same. It's the same overall idea, though, in the concept.
No, not in this, because he undermined a bipartisan border bill, right? That would have passed if he did not call for people in Congress to undermine it. And again, it was a conservative border bill.
Okay, so again, though, you still haven't answered. All you said was infrastructure. What has she answered?
I gave you multiple things. I said bipartisan infrastructure bills, CHIPS and Science Act, PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, but what has that done?
Can you name me? I'll explain. But can you name me two policies Donald Trump influenced to get passed? Economic policies.
As far as I can name you the basic things, which is if you go grocery shopping, you don't have to look at
two Trump economic policies. Name me them.
No, I'm going to give you real life situations.
No, give me two Trump economic policies.
I'm not going to give you policies. I'm going to give you.
That's embarrassing.
Real information.
That's embarrassing.
What's embarrassing?
That is totally embarrassing. You can't name two economic policies. You're about to vote for them. Totally embarrassing.
What's embarrassing is if when you go grocery shopping, you look at a bottle of water and it's
do you think you can evaluate how inflation occurred if you don't understand economics?
Of course.
Really. So I have a degree in economics, right? And it is the case that inflation was a global trend that happened all around the world. It was not something that just happened in the United States. So how did Joe Biden and Kamala Harris cause inflation all around the world with the very same trend? Please tell me.
What we should be doing is using our valuable resource such as oil, and we should be.
He's not answering the question. We produce more oil right now in the United States than any point in American history. What are you talking about?
That doesn't mean that it's the best for Americans, though. Just because
tell me,
producing more oil for other countries, not for our own country. So what are you talking about?
You understand? We're producing oil for our country.
But we're
what are you talking about?
We're producing it for the whole world at this point. What are you saying?
What are you talking about? What?
We're not using American-based energy or oil anymore. What are you talking about?
Yes, we are. We actually have less imports from other countries around the world right now than we had under Trump's administration.
No, that again, like I said, that's because it's going around to the whole world. Not Americans are consuming it. It's
that doesn't
not
make any sense. No, we're producing it for American consumption.
No, that's not true.
Yes, we are.
That's what I'm saying. All you're doing is claims. You got a bunch of fans here in the comments that just agree with whatever you say. But if you look up any basic research on your own, you can find out what you're saying is not true.
Wait, so if you look up Energy Information Administration, U.S. production of oil, right? You can also look up U.S. imports, right? We're getting less imports right now than we were at the end of Trump's administration.
So you're trying to tell me that the oil would not be lowered under Trump.
Ulysses, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Catherine, thank you so much for the $5. And Vanessa, thank you for the $1 for voted blue in Nevada today. Good to hear that. Good to hear that.
Sorry, you can answer or no?
Sorry, what were you saying? I apologize.
So I said that you're basically saying then that the oil has not been the cause, or for example, let's just go to gas, right? So gas, the cause of inflation, has nothing to do with the Biden-Kamala administration. You're saying there's no better way they could have handled
Yeah,
it.
Biden-Harris did not cause the inflation.
So you don't believe that they could have handled it differently?
No, that's the inflation is dealt with by the Federal Reserve. Do you know what the Federal Reserve is?
Of course, but I'm saying...
What is the Federal Reserve?
The Federal Reserve is clearly the system of banking. What do you mean? That doesn't change anything about the way Kamala and Biden could have handled it, though.
Kamala. Okay, how could they have... Tell me what could they do?
Okay, it's very clear they could produce more American-based energy.
We produce more right now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
Again, the stats you're using, not for America. When no, we don't.
Yes, I am. Jessica, think of the $5.
In terms of energy, no, we do not.
Yes, we do. You're just lying. We had the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act. We had investments in fracking leases. We had the largest level of production of oil right now than any point in American history. We had more drilling permits approved under the Biden-Harris administration than under the Trump administration. Everything you relate to energy on, you can't tell me one thing that Donald Trump did better. Name one thing. In terms of energy, what did he do?
In terms of energy, I mean, the whole point, I guess maybe in his first term, he didn't have to as much because he came from Obama's term, right? Which Obama came from a recession, so it was very easy for him to, boost the economy. And then, but I can tell you what he did do.
That's a ridiculous statement.
He had higher employment rates for everyone, lower.
Acting like it's good to inherit a recession is just fundamentally ridiculous.
No, I'm just saying that because people try to credit Obama for that, but in reality, he came.
Yeah. Wait, so you understand that it was already trending up, right, at the same rate as what it was under Trump's administration prior to Trump being in office?
But do you understand that the difference from coming into a recession when it's at the complete bottom dirt, it's going to be very easy to increase the economy. But Trump consistently increased the economy even after Obama's term.
What did he do? You can't even tell me what his policies are.
When employment rates were high.
Okay, unemployment rates were high under Trump's administration because of COVID.
No. Employment rates.
Wait, we had lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration. So we had higher levels of employment. Under the Biden-Harris administration.
That's not true either.
It is true, right? We had 3.4% unemployment in 2 separate months. That's a 50-year low.
That's what I'm saying. That's where they need a fact check or something.
Yeah, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Bureau of Labor Statistics. They need a fact checker. I am giving you the fact check.
You're the fact checker, right?
Yes, I'm fact checking you. Rachel, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $5 for voted blue in Florida yesterday. Based, let's go. But I have a degree in economics, right? But you guys don't take that. JW, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Because you guys are anti-education.
No, I respect your degree in economics, of course.
Thank you.
That's great. That's great. You have knowledge in economics, but it seems like even though you have that degree, it doesn't allow you to see basic human traits.
What are you talking about?
You're still voting for Kamala, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're acting like Trump is better for the economy?
Yes, 100%.
With what? What policy? You don't even know the policies.
Groceries, gas, anything.
Yeah, those would all be more expensive with 10 to 20% universal tariffs. What the hell are you talking about?
No, it wouldn't though, because it's very.
It wouldn't. What's a tariff?
When you start. Jay,
what's a tariff?
Once you start charging other countries and taxing them for all the business they do in our country, it's very easy.
It's not a tax on them. It's a tax on consumers in the United States.
I was telling you, once you charge other countries for the business they do in our country.
Yeah, you're saying you're charging the other countries. No, you're charging American citizens.
No,
American citizens pay the tariff.
Okay, for America.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So if you would listen, but you're too busy reading the comments. That's what I'm telling you.
I wasn't even reading the comments.
So,
Michaela, think of the $5.55. Thank you so much for voted blue today in Ohio. Based, Michaela. And Alexandria, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
The only thing she has to say about the inflation is that she comes from a middle class family, which is
Marcel, think of the $5. Tyrell, think of the $5. Wow, you're completely ignoring what I'm saying. Dude, what are you saying? So again, a tariff is not a tax on another country, right? It's a tax on the consumers in the United States. The only way that it will increase, appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the Galaxy. The only way that it will increase domestic production in the United States is if specifically it makes the goods from other countries around the world more expensive in order to make the U.S. goods more competitive, right, on the market, which just means higher costs for American consumers, which fucks over you with your housing development, with your clothes, with your gas, with your groceries. You think that he's going to be better for those things? You only believe that because you don't understand how tariffs work. Because he has completely deluded everyone in terms of what tariffs are, who's paying the tax of the tariff, right? Because he doesn't understand economics.
Mm-hmm. But I wasn't answering your question on what a tariff is. I never said that's what a tariff was. What I was telling you, I was answering your previous question when you said, how would Trump do anything differently? And I just told you how he would do anything differently. He would create.
You literally were defining that as a tariff. Okay, so again, do you agree tariffs cause prices to go up for consumers?
Of course.
Okay, so 10 to 20% universal tariffs, like Trump is advocating for, 60 to 100% on China, that will cause your gas, your groceries to go up. You were blaming the Biden-Harris administration, but what you don't understand is that it happened globally, same trend. Right, but Trump is going to cause inflation, and it's going to hurt you. He's going to decrease taxes on rich people, and he's going to hurt you. Okay,
that's not going to happen.
He's not fighting for you. He's not fighting for the people in the chat. He is not fighting for anyone in this country, but the rich, powerful, and the wealthy. Emma, thank you so much for the $5. Remnique, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Diana, thank you so much for the $5 for voted blue in Oklahoma. Based. You got any response?
I mean, it's the same circle with you, bro, because everything I tell you, you just say that it's untrue.
I give you reasoning and argumentation. This is called a debate, Jay.
I understand, but you're not giving proper reasoning because everything you're saying is untrue. You're trying to say
what
that.
What did I say that was improper?
You're trying to say that the tariffs are just going to raise everything for Americans, but it's not true because the tariffs will also increase things for other countries, which will allow us to also receive more money.
Okay, so we get revenue, but that's from American consumers. I don't know what your point is. Keely, I appreciate the $2. He wants to replace the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with the tax cuts for rich people specifically with tariffs, right? Which again is shifting the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor. Appreciate that mustache. Because again, people who are lower income spend a greater percentage of their income on imported goods.
Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, it's very basic to see, man. Like you look out every day when you go out to get groceries, you go out to get gas, everything has increased. And I know you're trying to say, oh, it's worldwide, but it wouldn't be worldwide if we took advantage of what we have here. The problem is we're getting too many things from outside.
Jay, that's delusional. No economist agrees with you.
We're
literally
getting
zero.
We're getting things from outside countries.
Okay, yeah, that of course. Standard. Like, for example, do you want fruit from other countries where they have better climate conditions for specific fruit?
No, I would rather us raise more in our own country.
Why don't you just buy the stuff from our country instead of forcing everyone else to do that?
What do you mean forcing everyone else?
Why don't you just choose to do it yourself?
Do what?
Why are you forcing everyone else to do it? If you want stuff, if you want everything grown, do you think we can grow every crop in the United States?
No, but the ones that we can, we should.
Okay, but he wants a universal tariff that will cause mangoes to go up, that will cause bananas to go up, that will cause almonds to go up. It will cause basically every type of fruit and vegetable.
So how come it didn't go up in his first?
Because he didn't implement 10 to 20% universal tariffs.
And where does he say he's going to implement that?
He literally look up Trump 10 to 20% universal tariffs.
Okay, you're just taking things Kamala has said and saying that.
No, I'm not. I am not at all. Right? I've been saying this for a while. I don't know what you mean. I'm getting stuff from Kamala. What are you talking about? So now she's making coherent arguments that you can't respond to. Crazy.
So again, though,
Carl, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, Keely. Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
I don't know. It doesn't
and Emma,
like,
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Unfortunately, you're stuck on this side, man. But I do hope one day you can wake up and.
If you're saying I need to wake up, I'm sorry, but you've given no argument. You didn't even know 2 economic policies. Do you really think I'm going to wake up to your position, or at some point are you going to realize that you got conned?
Because you have a
Versus
degree.
sunglasses.
You have a degree in economics, bro.
No,
So I
it's
mean,
because I critically think. Okay.
no, it's because you have a
Yeah.
degree in economics, so you can speak
Yeah,
about.
I can talk about economics, but
yeah,
everything
so
else
you-
is because I have a brain and I can critically think.
Just
and you do
because,
too. You have a brain. You can critically think too. But you've turned it off because of the MAGA mindset and the delusion, right? The conspiracy theory. It turns off the critical thinking aspect of your brain because you can just believe whatever you want with conspiracy. That's the reality of this country's politics right now, is that people believe things because of the vibes, because of the conspiracies, whatever they feel like, instead of the facts and the reality of things. What happened to the conservative side saying facts over feelings? Now they're the ones arguing feelings and conspiracy and random bullshit because Donald Trump said it on Twitter.
It's just logic. Look at who's running for president, bro. She looks like she's on drugs.
Thank you so much for the $2. What are you talking about?
She's got the same
Dylan, thank you
hand.
so much for the $1. How does she look like she's on drugs? What are you
She
saying?
has the same. She has the same hand gestures for every single argument she makes. She has the same words, the same every single. Bro, it's
and
almost-
Trump doesn't do this every time.
Yeah, sure. When he's saying
What do you
listen,
do- what do you mean, bro? What do you mean?
But at least it's natural. That's his natural. But I'm.
What are you talking about?
but
What are you saying? What are you saying?
But Kamala, you got a point there. But again, like I said, he's actually answering the questions. The difference is Kamala, she will say word for word the same exact lines. I come from a middle class family. I
They're
come from a
stealing our
middle class
jobs. They're
family.
stealing them.
You know, I come from a middle class family. And that's their
They're
only response.
poisoning. They're poisoning the blood.
Her only two responses: she comes from a middle class family and that she understands, but she hasn't done.
She's a
anything-
Marxist.
She hasn't done
A
anything
communist.
about it. She hasn't
A
done anything
socialist.
about it in the last 4 years. You got good impressions.
A radical leftist.
With those impressions, I'd assume you're
A
fan.
fascist, I might say.
I'd assume you're a supporter with those type of impressions. It's a shame.
You know that Donald Trump literally said she's a Marxist, socialist, communist, fascist.
He's right,
Unironically.
He's
Sir, I
100
appreciate the $5. Can you define any of those terms?
He's 100% right.
Define any of those terms.
We're basically in modern day communism right
Define
now.
communism.
Communism is exactly what we're going for right now with the next 4
Define
years.
communism.
I just told you it's exactly
What is communism?
It's exactly what we're headed down right now with the Biden and Kamala.
You're not
administration.
defining it. Define communism.
It's simple. It's a society where the state owns everything, basically, and
No.
that means that the production of wealth and everyone shares the benefits of labor
The
equally.
state. So Kamala Harris is not advocating for the state to own everything. One, two, as it relates to this, you understand in communism there is no state. How can the state own everything if there is no state in communism? It's a stateless, classless, moneyless society. That's what communism
I'm
is.
telling
How
you-
the fuck can there be a state that controls everything if there is
Modern
no
day-
damn state?
That's what you would call modern day communism in America.
That's not what modern day communists believe. If you talk to communists, they're not going to define it as, oh, the government owns everything. The government does stuff. That's not what communists are saying. I promise you. They are
Okay,
not
so-
saying that.
So what are they saying then? That they should
They're
remove,
saying they
should
believe
remove private
in an
property and
ideal
social
society.
classes?
What they're saying is that they believe in the abolition, right, of class. They believe in the abolition of our monetary system in terms of money. They believe in the abolition of a state because they're anarchists, right? That's their ideal society. That's what communists are advocating for. Now, I disagree with this. I'm not a communist. I very much disagree with communism. I don't think that's desirable at all. Right. And I can go through the reasons why I think it's not desirable. But the point I'm making is that you don't even know what communism is, and you're calling her a communist. She's
I just
clearly
told-
not a fucking communist.
I just told you what communism was.
No, you don't know what that's not what communism is.
That's exactly
No,
what
it's
it
not.
is.
No, it's not. Government does stuff is
You-
not
if-
communism.
if you-
Wait, I
if
have a
you're-
question. I have a question. When Trump wants a border and wants to mass deport people, is that communism?
You could argue that's communism, but in reality, it's not.
What?
In reality,
Do you
in
think
rea-
Donald Trump is arguing for communism because he wants a fucking border?
No,
What
no.
type of crazy shit is this?
I said you could
Oh
argue.
my god!
I said you could argue that it
Squish,
is.
thank you so much for the boxing gloves. JW with 100 subs. Can we get some W's for JW in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the 100 subs. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for JW. We're over 2,500 subs. That's fucking crazy. W's for JW in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, JW. That is incredibly kind of you. Rachel, thank you so much for the hanging lights. Thank you. But dude, you really think that Donald Trump is supporting communism by wanting a border?
No, I didn't say that. I said some people could argue that.
Well, what
could
do you
make-
mean they could argue? They can't argue that because
can make the argument.
you understand there are no borders in communism.
Of
If
course.
there was global communism, there would be no borders. Again, I'm not a communist. I don't know why I have to say this, but some people think I'm a communist because I just define communism sometimes. So
they
again,
probably think that because you're supporting a lady that let millions of illegals in the country.
Jay,
That's
you're
probably why
fucking delusional. You're fucking delusional. You understand Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill, right? If you're saying she let people in the country, you would actually be saying Trump did because he undermined the border bill.
No, but why is it that you can say that, right? You can say that all you want, but reality is how many illegal immigrants came in while Trump was in office versus when Biden.
Tell me, how many came in under Trump's administration? Tell me.
Maybe a few 100,000 throughout the year, maybe 1 million, not millions.
No, don't give me a maybe. Go look it up. Don't give me a maybe. Jay, don't give me a maybe. Go look it up. I'll give you time.
You can't document all of them in reality because a lot of them came in illegally.
So
right?
if you can't document every, I have a question. Wait, actually, I'll ask you this. You want to mass deport people, right?
No.
How do you know someone's undocumented?
I don't believe, like I said, I don't believe in mass deportation.
That's what Trump is advocating for.
Exactly, because that's what he says now, because he has hopes of fixing the country. But in terms of, I believe in the borders should have never gotten to that point, but they did now. We can't mass deport now.
Wait, so how many people do you think came into the country?
I know, I'm sorry, one more time?
How many undocumented immigrants do you think came into the country under the Biden-Harris administration? I would 20, 30 million like Trump?
I'd say at least the 3 million that have been documented. That's what I would say.
So 3 million. So you want 3 million undocumented immigrants to stay in the country?
No, of course not. But
okay, so you want to mass deport. How do you know someone's undocumented?
So can I speak, please? So again, I just said no, but at the end of the day, what can we do? The only way to mass deport them would be to where your next argument is ready to go is, oh, so we're just going to label people. We're just going to discriminate by looks and we're just going to start stopping random people. So again, like I said, it's too late for that. But what we can do is stop more from coming in.
Okay. So you don't want to deport people?
No, unless they're found as illegal citizens, of course, then yes. But in terms of, do I want a mass deportation to go around and start making?
Then why are you voting for Trump if you don't want mass deportation?
Border stops, because that's not his only plan.
What's his plan?
I'll tell you why I would want to vote for Trump, man, because I know that prices will go down, inflation.
You're delusional. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I keep calling you delusional, but what you just said is insane, right? From an economic perspective, saying he's going to come into office and things are going to go down in price is just insane. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. He's advocating for 10 to 20% tariffs universally, right? And 60 to 100% on China. That undoubtedly will cause prices to go up. To say that it wouldn't, it shows that you know nothing about economics. Okay.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, right? So, how do you think Kamala is going to handle
good evening. Thank you so much.
How do you think Kamala is going to handle the meetings with other presidents, let's say of Russia, like Putin, and of China, North Korea? How do you think she's going to handle these meetings? Do you think she's a good leader to go in there and talk to these other world leaders?
Yeah, better than Trump. Absolutely. Trump advocated for nuking hurricanes.
Okay, you
think that guy's rational? Do you think he's sane?
Listen, the problem is that's where you're going back to what you said earlier, facts over feelings, right? The facts are none of that happened. You're just talking about feelings right now, things he said. I agree.
What is Donald Trump here? Let's listen to what Donald Trump's going to do when he's talking to Vladimir Putin.
And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it.
And he didn't do it.
He didn't do it. That what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way.
He didn't. So again, he
said, no way. And I said, way.
Okay, listen, I never said that Trump is not ignorant, but arrogant. He's very arrogant, and he is a little bit ignorant in ways, right? But that doesn't change the fact that he's a much better option than Kamala.
He's also delusional.
Okay, I would rather have a delusional president that cares for his people versus one that just lies about all her policies.
If he cares for the people, ridiculous. Okay, wait. Can you name one thing a vice president has done in history?
What do you mean by that?
Name one thing a vice president has done in history.
What do you mean? What president?
Name one action a vice president has engaged in while in office, ever.
Any vice president?
Any vice president.
So you're basically asking what a vice president's purpose is.
No, can you tell me one thing a vice president has done in history? I
can tell you that what Kamala's done.
Kamala. And also, again, I'm asking for one thing. Can you just name one thing?
Yes, I would say she supported Biden and she supported a mentally disabled old man to not make any.
One, Biden's not mentally disabled. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. Two, you didn't name one thing a vice president has done while in office, right? Under their administration. You have to literally tell me one thing. You don't know anything. So you're just not informed. She was actually the most influential vice president ever. Appreciate the sunglasses.
Okay.
Right? Not only was she the most influential vice president ever, but she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. And she engaged in raising $5 billion in private funds specifically for reducing the likelihood of people coming here in the first place.
Okay, so again, in response to the immigration, you know, her the only thing she did was her call to action was what, the public-private partnership, right? So and that ended up failing completely.
She raised $5 billion in private funds for Central America.
But what did they actually?
Natalie, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Voted for Kamala in Pennsylvania. That's so based. That's so based. And I might. And then Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And McKenna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
And like I said, so I can name you what she did, but it failed miserably. You say she raised this money, but what did it actually do for the people?
No, they built up infrastructure specifically to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. So that's the idea. It's private funds to invest. It's private funds to invest in their economy.
So you're telling me they spent more than Trump did to stop people from coming here, yet way more people got in anyway?
They didn't spend the money. It was private funds.
Okay, so it's the same thing, man. So again, private funds. So private funds were spent, right?
The reason why more people were coming to the country is because of economic insecurity that existed around the world due to global inflation.
And that also,
the thing that you guys deny, the things that you guys don't understand, is also the exact same thing as the reason as to why people are coming here in higher numbers. If Donald Trump was president, the same thing would have occurred.
That's not true, though.
It is true. It is true. It's just totally true.
We had a very we were already in inflation as well when he was in office. And guess what? COVID was one of the worst times ever. And how did he handle that? Boom. Right off the bat, he was able to, again, of course, inflation increased, right? But what happened? It went right back down under his administration. Are you going to
You mean under Trump?
Yes, under Trump.
No, that's just not true.
Are you going to tell me that
you're talking about unemployment, right?
Yes.
So when Biden came into office, right, there was 6.4% unemployment. Okay. Is that a low rate of unemployment?
Yes.
Really? Did you know that that's higher than when Trump inherited it at 4.7%?
Unemployment?
Yep. I just got age restricted. Oh, fuck, dude. If I kick you, is it going to fix it? Oh, fuck, dude. Chat. Oh, no. Wait, got ended it. We're good. We're fine. Wait. Why is the restriction still on? Did it go away? I think it went away. I think we're fine. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Oh my God, that scared the fuck out of me. It was just that person. Thank God. That would have been brutal, dude. We have 11,000 people in here. I hate having to restart when I'm like that. Yo, what's up, Al, to you? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. By the way, everyone, this weekend, I'm probably not going to be live. Like, first weekend I'm ever not live. I've got some collaborative content planned. Yo, what's up, Paul, to you?
What's up, Parker? I'm 23, brother.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump, big guy.
Okay, why so?
I don't know, dude. I feel like he gets stuff done. You know what I'm saying? He's not the best guy, but the guy gets stuff done, dude. Let's be serious. You know what I'm saying? He has highs and lows, of course, per any president. You know what I'm saying? No, it's perfect. But the sucker gets stuff done. He may be orange, but the guy gets stuff done.
Name what he got done. What did he get done?
Did he? Okay, you correct me if I'm wrong, big dog. But then he lower unemployment rates, right?
How did he do that?
I have no clue. Do you know or no?
Yeah. So no, actually, no, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't.
Nope. Not a single policy you could mention.
Okay.
Gia, thank you so much for the $3.72.
All right, where you got me there, big dog. I'll give you that one.
Mala, I appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. Do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No.
No? Well, okay, so Donald, but you think they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
No, I guess not.
Okay. Well, then you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump because he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He's a violent offender. And if you wouldn't trust him with a gun, don't trust him with the nuclear fucking weapons, right?
Well, yeah. But dude,
thank you for the description. Thank you so much.
Dude, Parker, dude, no. Kamala's gonna freaking screw us, bro.
How is Kamala gonna screw us?
Kamala, dude, she's gonna, bro. We're going to war, dude. You know that, right?
What evidence do you have of that?
I don't know. Just everything that's going on in the world. You know what I'm saying?
There's no indication of that. That she's gonna cause us to go to war.
Dude, I know, but you know what I'm saying. you like, listen, dude. Like I read something, right? And it said something about like every single time a woman ever got in power to like government or whatever, it fell, it collapsed. That's what I read. Now
That's insane.
I'm not saying-
Ireland, Germany, New Zealand, the UK, Mexico now. There's been women leaders around the entire world. Like, it's just obviously not true.
Okay.
Okay, let's just go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
I've not voted anyone. I'm in the
Push
UK.
the money gun. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the money gun. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Y'all, I feel so weird that I'm not going to be going live. Like, I think I'm getting separation anxiety. Like, I actually genuinely believe that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm
Zygote.
14.
Yeah, you're a zygote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Like a few weeks ago.
Are you voting Trump?
So I'm going to like the Marines and shit, and I kind of like don't really want to go to war, and like I really
Are you voting
want
Trump?
it. Yes, but like I really want to vote Kamala, but
how is she going to cause you to go to war?
I'm not really sure, but like I know from what I've heard about like Trump like negotiating with people and stuff, it sounds more than what I've heard about Kamala, about her plans.
Do you
for
trust violent
talking them up.
offenders to like negotiate peace deals?
No.
Okay, so Donald Trump's a violent offender, so why would you trust him to negotiate peace deals?
But why would I trust Kamala, who hasn't said anything about it?
She's not a violent offender, and she's
Yeah,
absolutely.
I know
talked
she's
about
not. That's not. But like, what's her?
it. So you said it's not
goals?
relevant. You just said you wouldn't allow for violent offenders to negotiate peace deals.
I didn't say it wasn't irrelevant. What?
Yeah, you said that you wouldn't allow that.
No, that's not what I said. I said, can you tell me what Kamala's plans are?
No, I asked you a specific question. I said, do you think that violent offenders should be the ones negotiating peace deals? And you said no.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
What offense? Like, what's the offense?
So some violent offenders should be able to get access to guns.
Oh, you said violent offenders? No.
Okay, so violent offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
No, but what was Trump's violent offense? I don't really know.
Sexual abuse.
To who?
E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, and she was
sexually assaulted by Donald Trump.
Like, in what way?
Forcefully penetrated against her will.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so can you tell me what Kamala wants to do though, so I can like know who I want to vote for? Because that's like mainly the reason.
Yeah,
I
so
want to vote.
in terms of what doing economic policies, military-based policies.
Military. That's all I want to know, because that's like my main thing I'm going into. So I want to know like what her plan is for negotiating with like Ukraine, all of them. Like
Yeah,
Russia
so
and
she
stuff.
wants to help protect Ukraine's sovereignty. So that means continuing to help Ukraine, right? And that would specifically uphold the Budapest Memorandum, which keeps us within a nuclear peace deal with Ukraine. Not only that, but like we're upholding our word in terms of that. Not only that, but
A
she also
nuclear
wants
peace deal. So you won't shoot nukes at Ukraine or
no. So
okay.
we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So that means
Okay,
we're
then
upholding.
have they signed that back?
Yeah, they signed it. They signed it back then in 1994, right? We signed it with them, right? And it is the case that we're upholding our word because they gave up their nuclear weapons.
Well, I think you have a new Kamala voter.
Based.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
brother. Thanks, brother.
Appreciate you. Yo, Mona Lisa, thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you. Based. Let's go. Owen, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I think you missed a dono I sent, brother. Oh, I'll try to look. I'm sorry, Owen. Dan, thank you so much for the $5. Stephanie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Owen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. I did not see that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Owen. Thank you. It for some reason didn't pop up. I apologize. And then are you voting Trump, Sheen?
Nah, fuck Trump. I'm voting for Frank Ocean, bro.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's the power to you?
27.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I just think that I feel like he'd be better for the country than. All right, so basically we have two case studies. I know Kamala's not president now, but she is a part of the administration, and she has done things as a vice president that I feel has negatively affected our country.
Like
being the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Production Act and
Inflation Reduction Act.
Production Act. Oh, that's what I said.
It didn't produce any inflation. You know that it was deficit reducing, right?
And how did it reduce
Excuse me. It was rated by the CBO to reduce the deficit by like over $200 billion.
And has it reduced the deficit?
Yes, that's what the CBO rated it as. So look up CBO, Inflation Reduction Act.
So has the deficit been reduced in any time since the Inflation Reduction Act?
I just told you what it was.
So you said it was rated, but
which means that the effect of the policy is that it reduced the deficit.
And so how much has it reduced the deficit?
Over $200 billion.
$200 billion. Even though we're at a deficit at over how much? A trillion every 100 days.
Yeah, Trump added specifically 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 non-COVID related spending.
When was the last time a president reduced?
Tess, thank you so much for the subscription, the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tess. So
when was the last time?
Can I please finish my statement?
Well, if I can't finish my statement, are you able to finish yours?
What do you want to finish?
I was telling you why I feel like, she's not going to be good for this country. Again, tie-breaking vote on Inflation Production Act. She's let X amount.
John, why are you pivoting? We were talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. Can I finish speaking about that?
Well, I was telling you initially why I think she wouldn't be good for this country. But if you want to specifically go into the first thing, then I would say that tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Production Act was a large thing.
And John, can you give me any source that it produced inflation?
Well, I would say that the fact that they're still pumping in a shit ton of money into the economy.
John, it was deficit reducing, which means it raised more revenue than it spent.
Then why isn't the debt going down?
It did because of this, but it didn't go down all the way because it doesn't get rid of all debt. It just reduced the deficit. So you're saying what you're not acknowledging is it's a net benefit to our debt.
I just don't see how that's possible if we're still.
I just explained to you. The CBO indicated it. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. But see, the problem is they indicate something, but that's not an actuality if we're still in a trillion dollar
They
deficit.
indicate it. We're talking about the Congressional Budget Office. And you know that we have a higher deficit because it is the case that Donald Trump literally signed 8.4 trillion debt-related spending into law overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, and his estimated plans for the next administration will be 7.5 trillion. When under the Biden-Harris administration, it was 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related, and for the estimations for the campaign plans, it's 3.5 trillion. So Trump added more debt under his administration and will add more debt. And not only that, but will cause consumer prices to go up in terms of tariffs.
So how much? Because, you said earlier you have an economics degree?
Yes, I have an economics degree.
Okay. So non-COVID related debt, how much did Trump add?
4.8 trillion.
Okay. So then half of his total debt was because of COVID.
4.8 trillion was non-COVID related.
And you said he added 8 trillion.
Yes.
So half of his debt was non-COVID
Yeah,
related.
and if you look at the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So it's similar for both because they both had COVID.
Yes.
Right? But it is the case that even if you were to take the overall spending under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to just the non-COVID related spending under the Trump administration, you would literally see that it would be more.
Okay. Fair. I mean, obviously I don't have the information to back it. So then I would say my second reason for not voting for her would be for her mishandling of the border.
You didn't respond to what I just said, by the way.
So
you still didn't prove the Inflation Reduction Act was bad. You didn't acknowledge that it was deficit reducing. You didn't acknowledge the fact that one, it also has good things like the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare, and it has specifically the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which makes us less dependent on foreign oil. You acknowledged none of the good aspects of the bill at all. You don't even know what the bill is. You thought it was called the Inflation Production Act.
Well, that's just what I call it. But okay, so
but that isn't even it's not even correct. It reduces inflation by 0.1% in the long run.
Multiple things can be true all at once. There could be good parts of a bill while also there being bad parts of a bill. In my opinion, I am not voting for her based on the bad parts of the bill. Like, I'm sure you could say that there are good parts of Trump's administration, as well as saying that there are bad parts of his administration, and the same thing for the Biden administration. There are good things that he probably did, as well as bad things he probably did. Could you agree on that?
You don't know any of the policies, I bet. Can you name me 3 Trump economic policies you like?
Well, okay, so he did USMCA, which I do like. Let's see, 2 other economic policies. I would say that him getting foreign companies to reinvest in America.
Not a policy.
Okay. Well, then I couldn't list 3 off the top.
Okay, so all you guys, USMCA, you want to know what's funny about the USMCA is Trump is going against that with his 10 to 20% universal tariffs because the USMCA was reducing of tariffs?
Between Canada
and Mexico and the United States.
And his proposed tariffs are on.
Yeah, so Trump is going against the USMCA. The one thing you said that was good that you liked under his administration. Now, you don't know any of the other proposed policies that Donald Trump has or the policies that he's engaged in, right? You are totally misinformed on those things. You came on my live acting like like Kamala Harris was this big destruction to our economic system because of the Inflation Reduction Act, which was good policy, and you couldn't even mention any of Trump's policy. That's just ironic.
Well, I just think it's weird how if their policy was so good, how are we still adding $1 trillion every 100 days to our deficit? And when they inherited the economy, we're at what, 1.6% inflation? And then we got all the way up to 9. I understand that there are other factors, probably the stimuluses and all that other stuff that was pumped into the economy, but that was before Trump left office. Then after they took over, after the Inflation Reduction Act, inflation shot up to what, like 9%? Now it's down.
Actually, the Inflation Reduction Act came in after there was 9%.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to Google it right now.
It was literally like right before inflation dropped. So you just lied. You don't even know when the Inflation Reduction Act was put in place. Also, you couldn't demonstrate that it would have caused the 9% inflation. That's insane. Again, that's insane to say when it's deficit reducing. You don't know anything about the policy.
Is, like I said, again, we have 2 case studies. We have Trump's case study. We have Biden-Harris case study. I would say that there's been more failures under the Biden administration, which Harris is a part of, the second person. She's a heartbeat away from being president. And I mean, aside from a freak pandemic, a once in 100-year pandemic, I just don't see how.
You can't even tell me policies Trump did that were good. What are you talking about? Why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to coup the country, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country, wants to restrict women's access to abortion, actually did, push the boiling cauldron, when you don't know any of his policies. That's just insane.
Well, I could definitely vote for him because, like I said, 2 case studies. We have 2 different terms under.
I understand, but you have to know what they did that would have caused these things to happen. I get it, John.
No, yeah, and hey, like I said, dude, it's 9 o'clock. I just randomly hopped on. I honestly didn't think you would select me, but I don't have all the fucking information ahead of me or a college degree. But again, my life before, my life after, 2 different case studies, 2 different outcomes, and
that doesn't mean it's caused by the president of the United States. So you have to identify like what caused these problems.
Yeah, there's lots of other factors. I mean,
yeah, so be critical, right? Don't just say because I feel like it, because the vibes are like this, I'm going to do this. Right, that's not good reasoning.
It's definitely better reasoning than not having any information and choosing a candidate because you feel like the other candidate's bad.
We're picking Kamala Harris because she has good domestic policy and because it is the case that Donald Trump's a terrible individual. So not only is his policy worse, but his character is worse.
I mean, again, that's just feely. Like you just said, that's bad rationale. You feel like he's the worst person. I mean, and then...
What do you mean it's bad rationale? I gave you the reasons. Policy, right? In terms of the tariffs cause prices to go up. Right, 10 to 20% universal tariffs will decrease export jobs. It'll make the dollar less valuable. Right. He's also advocating for giving tax cuts to rich people. Right. How are you going to pay for that? It's going to add 7.5 trillion to the debt. Right. That's just terrible. Push the booth. Thank you so much. He wants to restrict women's access to abortion. Right. Even instances of assault. Right. That's terrible policy.
That's completely false.
Yeah. You understand that he specifically left it up to the states, which allowed for that to happen.
And
that's what
you
I'm saying.
understand who the states are. The states are.
Yeah, and the states made determinations that women who are assaulted can't get access to an abortion. That's because of Donald Trump leaving it up to the states.
Yeah, the states are, there's no state, there's the people of the state. That made no
sense. So the state, you understand I'm referencing the government, right? Because the government does not speak for all the people. If you want to leave it up to the people, you should have kept it federally protected.
You're completely contradicting your argument because
that's not a contradiction because the pro-choice Roe versus Wade protects the right to choose.
Because 9 justices determine that everybody has the right to abortion is the actual opposite of the people in the communities getting out to vote and going out. And I mean, I live in Florida. We have a different law in Florida than Colorado, than in Illinois. And that is determined by the people of the communities that live there who want to vote for whatever, you know what I mean? Like,
do you think women's rights should be left up to the states?
I think that women's rights should be left up to the voters, to the people, not to 9 justices.
No, do you think women's rights should be left up to the states? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wait, so you're telling me, right, in the 1920s, right, it shouldn't have been federally protected, right? The 19th Amendment is bullshit, right? It should be left up to the states to determine whether or not women should have had access to vote? So you're telling me it should have been justified for Alabama to restrict women from voting?
Well, now you're using a complete different realm of logic than...
No. Like, are you saying it was okay for specifically Alabama to restrict women's access to voting, right?
Okay, well, with that, again, like I said, I think 2 things can be true all at once. I think that you shouldn't be allowed to murder anyone, but that doesn't have any influence on...
Answer the question.
No, I don't think that'd be right. Obviously,
so women's rights should not be left up to the states.
You see, so again, you're disregarding my argument.
No, just answer the question. Do you think women's rights should be left up to the states?
I feel...
Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
I feel like certain rights, and so like I can't
Christian,
kill someone. I can't go out there and murder someone.
So murder should be federally illegal, right? Then why do you want to leave it up to the states?
Because certain things...
You want murder to be left up to the states?
No, there's nuance to it, and you're not allowing for any nuance. You're saying just because...
What's the nuance?
The nuance is you're killing a life form in gestation, versus me going out and just randomly killing someone. Or voting. You're entangling women's rights to vote with the woman's right to terminate a fetus in their body up until whatever.
Danny, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much.
Whatever is going to be. So, do you think it should be? Do you think there are any circumstances where abortion should be limited?
I do think that it should be in the context of when it's sentient, right? For elective reasons, right? Not for like what we typically associate the exceptions in terms of rape, self-defense in terms of like the woman dying, right? Yes. Or in terms of like complications, fetal complications or medical complications for the woman.
Yes.
Right? Or the pregnant individual.
Agreed. Yes, I agree on that. So what are the other stipulations that you would put on abortions?
What? I just told you.
No, you didn't. I said, so you said, other than those, you think that there should be other, like sentience or stuff like that.
It's up to sentience, yeah.
So what is your definition of sentience?
Subjective experience.
Subjective experience. So after birth is basically what you're saying.
No. It's 18 through 26 weeks in the womb.
Okay.
Is when it's most likely to occur.
So for the baby to recognize that it's a thing.
To have subjective experience.
Well, I mean, I feel like then good. That is a standpoint. So then with using your logic, if 18 to 24 weeks was the cutoff, then you're basically saying, okay, after that, women have no rights.
No. What I'm saying. No, listen. What I'm saying is that you're not protecting women's rights when it comes to, right, a non-sentient individual, right? That's what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that you're not respecting the autonomy when it is the case that there's not a person that you can identify, right? That's what I'm arguing. That's what you're not understanding is my position, because I'm not running a bodily autonomy argument. I'm running you're not accepting autonomy when it's not sentient. That's what I'm arguing against you. And that's what you don't understand.
I feel like, me personally, in terms of abortion, I'm obviously not a fucking doctor or anything like that, but I would say after a fetus can, like you say, sentience or interpret pain, or there are certain, developmental periods that it hits, then it shouldn't be okay. But again, my point is that is up to the people, the community you live in, the values that are held, the same values that.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to explain that. So the same values that some small.
You didn't say that women's rights should be left to the states. So I'm asking, why should it be left? I'm not saying they should be left to the states.
I think it should be left up to the states. And the reason why is because the people in your community should be allowed to dictate what sort of values they hold. Again, I'm in Florida.
So should murder be left up to the states?
No, there's more nuance in that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Is abortion murder?
That's a gray area again. There's a lot of nuance into it.
If it's not murder, then why would you restrict a woman's access to abortion?
Because I think that people in the United States of America should be able to make...
This guy can't answer questions. Is it murder, yes or no?
At a certain point, yeah. At a certain point, no.
At what point is it murder?
For me personally, again, I'm not a doctor, but I would say, at the point where babies can interpret pain and, like for
I'm asking, what point is that? What point is that?
I just told you, bro, I'm not a doctor. I wouldn't know when the brain is developed enough.
Okay, so before you want to leave women's rights up to the states, you should probably do some research. Where does conception occur in the human body?
Conception occur?
Yes, conception.
In the vagina? I don't know.
The vagina. You think that conception occurs in the vagina?
I mean, when the seed implants in... Again, I'm not a fucking doctor, but
you don't need to be a doctor. You're restricting women's access to abortion. You think that conception occurs in the vagina? That is embarrassing, dude.
So, no, not the fallopian tube.
Yeah, there you go. You read that in the chat, didn't you?
No, I mean, first of all, if your egg implants in the fallopian tube, and then it gets fucking seeded while it's in the fallopian tube, that's a non-viable baby.
What are you referencing? I'm asking. I just asked you, dude. I just asked you specifically where conception occurs.
don't fucking know. The
Seated
bedroom,
is crazy.
anywhere that.
No, I
you
asked
have
you where in
sex
the
and-
human body. Where in the human body? Jeez, fuck! I told you, and you already figured it out, right? You already figured it out because you read it from the chat. Okay. Yeah, you didn't know, yet you were wanting to restrict women's access to abortion.
Well, again, like I just said, it's not my vote. That's what you're not understanding, or you're failing to understand, or you just don't want.
Yes, you are, because you put Trump in office to put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
And those justices determined that that is an unconstitutional ruling that was made, and it should be left up to the states.
Because Donald Trump put specific Supreme Court justices in office. Okay.
Well,
all right, John. I'm gonna hit a restart my life because I still have those age restrictions. Is there anything else you want to say? Last words?
No, man. I just thank you for being open to debate, man. Have a good life.
Appreciate it. All right, everyone. I'm gonna hit a restart on the live, everyone. We have a huge following glitch right now because of the age restriction. So I'll be right back, everyone. I'll be right back. Love y'all so much. Follow me here real quick. Watch the video I just posted, everyone, yesterday. Like it. I really would appreciate y'all. Follow me. I'll be right back, everyone. Be right back. One. I have different ones though. Look, I have these ones. I've got these ones. I look like Harry Potter a little bit. And then I've got these ones. All right. Let's get this next individual, the first person up here. Thank you so much for the larger. I thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Larger than live. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just think that he has the better economic policy. That's really my main reason. And
What economic policy?
So let me take a look here. So I have it written down just so I can remember it easier.
Trenton, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Megan,
So
thank you so much for the $5.
obviously the TCGA I think was pretty good for us. It lowered taxes for a lot of people, and I know often you say that it didn't do anything for the middle class, but I actually I disagree
Awesome.
with
Thank you
that.
so much for the Leon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, I have a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that I can show you that shows that it only added $10 billion to the annual GDP. Right?
That's
Less than $2
fine if it
billion in
adds.
federal revenues.
I understand that you say that the GDP or whatever, but it's about the average tax cuts to me and the tax reduction that it adds to certain groups. So like for incomes of people who had incomes of 15,000 to 50,000, average tax cut range from 16 to 28%. 50,000 to 100,000 was from 15 to 17%. And so it does help the middle class, and
So
it actually helps.
in terms of the rate reference that you're referencing, you understand that most of the nominal amount of money went to the rich people of this country, right? 83% went to the top 1%.
Can you explain that to me?
What do you mean? Like I'm talking the overall amount of spending, right? It added $1.9 trillion to the debt, right?
Okay,
83%
right, but
of
you're
that
talking about
funding
debt, but I'm just talking about
specifically-
putting money in people's pockets.
Yeah, 83% of that money went to the top 1%. So if you want to help the middle class, I'm down. I would love to help the middle class. I'd love to do tax cuts that way, but it mainly helped rich people, and it didn't add much to the economy. So let's do an even larger tax cut for the middle class then, right? It's just instead of spending all of the money on rich people, let's spend it on the middle class. Because clearly
Okay,
the
I
TCGA
understand
didn't
that.
help business investment.
I understand that, but in a sense, in a way, don't you think that it helps add jobs? Because when it goes to those corporations, you don't think it adds anything in the sense of
Very
creating
small
more jobs?
amounts.
Because
$10 billion a year. I just told you $10 billion. And that's
Well, I
$190
understand that-
billion a year of spending for $10 billion in GDP growth. Not even in live revenue. Or not live revenue, specific revenue.
Okay. And then in terms of standard deduction, so Trump's policy is that he wants to uphold the fact that he doubled that standard deduction, and Harris has no proposal for that. I just want to see your opinion on that.
So in terms of that, she wants a child tax credit, a tax credit for new homes specifically for first-time home buyers, and specifically wants a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses.
Yeah, right. So I understand all that, and so something I wanted to bring up was the fact that so she wants to give the child tax credit that she's proposing. Tell me if I'm correct. Is $6,000 for children under the age of 1, $3,600 for children under the age of 6, and $3,000 for children or for like older children. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, JD Vance has come out and said that Trump and him want to do $5,000 per child.
He didn't say Trump and him. He said that he would support 3,000, 4,000, maybe 5,000, and then when asked in the debate, didn't answer the question because Trump has no proposal for it.
Okay, I understand your take on that. I'm just putting it from a sense of from what I've seen him say.
Yeah,
and,
I gave you an example of what he said.
Okay, I understand
Thank you so
that. That's just why I have things written down that I just want to bring up and get your opinions on for the most part. And then I'm freshman in college and I'm about to start doing an economics degree. And so when you bring up the fact that you did economics, I can see that it helped you.
You're going to study econ and then be like, fuck, why'd I vote for Trump? I'm serious.
Yeah, so I understand your opinion on that. So that's really why I'm trying to get a more of an understanding, because I'm pretty base level when it comes to understanding the economics of things. And I'm interested in it because obviously it helps you in more aspects of life than just politics. It helps you, like whatever. I don't want to talk about economics too much. That's not what this is about. But I mean, obviously it is, but in the sense of Trump's policies. But and then Kamala also doesn't have any policy for bonus depreciation. She doesn't have anything to uphold the work opportunity tax credit.
Are you just talking about provisions in the TCGA?
Sorry?
Are you just talking about provisions in the TCGA?
Essentially, just the fact that there's things that he added with the TCGA that have helped, and she hasn't noted or written anything in her policy about upholding it.
We have to look at what the entire policy is. You can't just say, "Oh, I just like this one provision." That's not the only thing in the bill. Of course, I can say I agree with certain provisions of the bill.
Right.
Right, but most of the bill didn't do that.
I'm just talking in the terms of what all of his. So the two tax policies laid out, or the two economic policies laid out, just all of the whole entire thing that they're proposing, and I'm looking at the different aspects of it of what I think would be better about Trump's and Kamala's. And another one I really,
so I'll tell you the main difference. Trump, most of his tax cuts go for people who are rich, right? Kamala Harris, right, increases taxes for people who are very wealthy in this country, but decreases taxes on 100 million Americans, right, who are lower and middle class.
I understand you say that, but then Kamala doesn't have any policies specifically for people who already have businesses or already own homes. It's for people who don't own homes yet or don't have businesses yet, like startup things and things like that.
New homes. Yeah, it's to build new homes.
Yeah, I understand that. But what about the small businesses that already exist that aren't going to be getting any benefits? There's 70 million Americans that have small businesses, and those all that's an average of like $70,000 a year, and that makes them middle class. And she doesn't have any policies
it would have
proposed
helped
for those people.
The point I'm saying is that would have helped them in the first place. This is like saying, like we're gonna do like we're gonna do public schools, right? But it didn't give public schools to the people that already passed, right? Already did their schooling and had to pay for it.
Right.
Does it make sense? Like every startup business will get this. It's from 5,000. Right now it's 5,000. She's going to make it 50.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that's for business starters. What about the people who have already started their businesses? I understand what you're saying.
Again, that's the same thing I'm referencing. Lulu, I appreciate
Yeah, but these people are going to lose their benefits from the TCGA, like the QBI tax deduction and the bonus depreciation and things like that. If those are things that she has said that she will uphold, then I would hear that out. But that's a lot of things that are going to make businesses lose money, like especially like it probably would never pass, but the unrealized capital gains tax, I understand it's for people over 100 million, but people like let's just say, for instance, most giant companies like Walmart, the owners are going to have over 100
small
million.
businesses under Trump's administration were made worse off. People who made under $50,000 a year in terms of corporate tax income were taxed at a higher rate because Trump wanted a flat tax rate at 21%, when the lowest marginal tax rate specifically for corporations making under $50,000 was 15%. Right. So what Democrats favor in terms of corporate tax policy is a progressive tax policy, right? Whereas Republicans want a flat tax that increases the tax specifically on the lower income businesses. So what was Trump's plan for helping small businesses in that way, right? You're just referencing parts of the TCGA, which we know did not very much help businesses. You say it was so great for businesses. If it only added $10 billion to the GDP, how was it so great for businesses?
Well, I don't necessarily say it was so great for businesses, but it did create jobs in the sense that unemployment was historic. It was historically low.
No, that's not a historic low. It's a 50-year low for the time, but we hit even lower 2 separate months under the Biden-Harris administration.
But you don't think that has anything to do with Trump's tax policies whatsoever?
Nope, not at all.
You don't think it has anything to do with economic policies?
$10 billion added to the GDP from $190 billion of spending?
But it creates jobs. Does it not create jobs in your opinion?
$10 billion across the entirety of the United States.
Okay.
Is that a lot of jobs? Push the gold medal.
I mean, in the sense, to me, I may have a misunderstanding of what it means, but to me, if unemployment is that low, then yes, it did create a lot of jobs versus it was multiple percent higher than when.
Wait, no. If unemployment was low, that doesn't mean it was caused by the TCGA. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Teresa.
I'm not saying
it was already on a trend down
saying...
when Trump got in office. Trump got in office at 4.7%. It was the same trend down as when he came into his administration.
You're correct on that. I was looking at the graph on.
I didn't think of the $6.66.
Thank you so much. I forget. I think
Bureau of
US
Labor
Statistics.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
And you are correct. I think you are correct on that. And like I said, I'm just trying to get an understanding. Because I'm pretty base level with economics. I mean, I'm 18 years old, so I'm a new voter, and so, I want to learn as much as I can. So.
Yeah, you're gonna have the same arc I did, right? I was a Trump supporter. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I took an economics, got an economics degree, and now I understand, right, how market conditions are different than just like what I was taught my entire life.
Got it. Yeah, that's essentially because I mean, obviously, so as of now, I'm a little bit more, I think, leaning conservative, but. I had this conversation with my family recently. I'm like, just because y'all vote one way doesn't mean I don't want to figure it out for myself. And so that's why, like, I try to listen to both sides of the argument because I don't want to be, closed-minded about it. So, and another thing you always do argue is that, Trump's character, and I understand that. I completely understand that. But right now for me, it's like you're down to 2 decisions, and how much is the character going to affect how much better off the country is in the sense of their character is going to affect our country less than than their policy, and so I don't really look at that as much as I would the policy.
It
so
affects
that's why
the social fabric, right? So
no, I understand. I completely understand your argument.
Think about it this way, right? The voter base is what puts politicians in office that construct the policy. If the voter base is delusional, right, because of a particular type of person to a greater extent, that creates threats to our institutions, right? Because the voter base is voting in people just like that. That's why people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are in office.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. And honestly, for me, like it is a big deal. But it's just, when we're looking at right now, we're down to 2 choices. And in the future, if I hope that they don't, more people that are proper in the way they act run for office, because I do think one of the biggest problems I have with Trump is that politics have become more polarized. I don't necessarily blame that fully on him because while he isn't a politician, so I think that affects just the way he acts because he didn't grow up to like those guys are almost vetted in a way, politicians, because they know they're taught how to act more correctly in the public image of things, and he didn't have that, kind of thing. And so I think that's another.
Isn't he a businessman? I thought he's supposed to have that.
But yeah, I understand that's business though. Politics and business are a little bit different.
You're still acting in the public eye. You don't think that they have like PR training? I mean, I just think that he's just so egotistical and that he doesn't care. Push the cat. Because he thinks he's so amazing. I can't hear you right now, by the way. You have to be in the app for me to be able to hear you. All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen that's running up. Oh, they just left. To 250,000 likes, share the live as well, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's a pal to you?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
I mean, if I feel like the past 4 years or almost 4 years, I was definitely doing better under Trump. But I have kind of a different thing to ask, because obviously you're voting for Harris, right?
Sure, but before that, let me ask you, like, can you name 2 Trump economic policies he influenced get passed that you like?
I'm not even going to get into all that. I have a question, and nobody can answer this question at this point. I don't want to argue. I don't want to yell. I don't want to get pissed off. Nobody wants any of that. How do you feel about Harris becoming, if she becomes your president? How do you feel that your vote didn't count? They put her in there.
Great. I feel incredible. I think that she's can't wait for her to be president.
So anybody else who, obviously Joe Biden was the one who was, now he's going to be the one running for 2024, and then everything changed.
I have a question.
We're just going to push it away.
Here, chat. Let me just ask the chat real quick. Let me ask the chat. If you prefer Kamala Harris to Joe Biden, type 1 in the chat.
Okay. But anybody else who didn't want, any Democrat who didn't want Joe Biden and wanted their voice heard, their vote got taken away.
Okay, 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with Kamala Harris being the nominee.
It doesn't matter. Their vote got taken away.
Wait, you understand?
You didn't even get a vote on who you wanted to be the Democratic Party, the person who was representing you.
No one ran against her, right? Everyone was like, yep, Kamala's the candidate.
No, nobody got to run against her, because it was just like...
No, they did.
Joe Biden's the president, or going to be the next one running, and then you just get dropped.
Someone could have gone against her, right?
No.
But they chose not to.
No, because Joe
Henna,
Biden
thank you so much for the
made...
$5. Thank you so much, Henna. Mia, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
Joe Biden was the person that was supposed to be running for you, and then once everybody realized that he wasn't coherent enough, they're like, all right, Kamala Harris, you're going.
So again, no, they realized that Joe Biden realized this, that he had no shot of winning, right? Based on internal Democratic polling. If he had no shot on winning, right? Obviously he was going to do that for the country, because he doesn't want Trump to be in office. Right? He did that for the country. That was patriotic.
You lost. No.
Mai, thank you so much. I appreciate the $16.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mai, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You absolutely lost your vote.
Dude, I didn't vote for Biden in the primaries.
Then who'd you vote for?
Actually, in the primaries, believe it or not, I voted for Marianne Williamson.
So you voted for that person, and Joe Biden...
I don't want Marianne Williamson now.
I'm just saying, Joe Biden won it. So your vote, and then he was not coherent enough to be president, and that's why he's out. And it was like,
it's because he wouldn't have won.
I'm
Izzy,
sorry.
I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, dude, why are the Kamala? Appreciate the ICU. Why are the only people that are mad about Kamala Harris being the nominee people on the right? I've been talking to a lot of Democrats, right? And there's not a common like, oh, I'm so mad that this process happened. It's only you guys trying to manufacture some story.
It's not manufacturing stories.
Because you guys want to act like that we're a threat to democracy when your guy tried to literally coup the government by sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. Trump literally tried to coup the country, and you guys don't care about threats to democracy. You guys are just trying to manufacture the argument the other way around. Because they're jokes.
You just said that in the primaries that you wanted somebody else to be president over Joe Biden.
Yeah, and I don't want.
So you lost your vote. You lost your vote.
Nick,
you lost your vote.
Listen, Nick, I do not like the same candidate that I liked then. Okay, you understand that Marianne Williamson has said a lot of crazy shit since then. Okay, like I don't want Marianne Williamson. All right, I prefer Kamala Harris to Marianne Williamson.
No, but nobody voted Kamala Harris. I'm sorry if I say it wrong. Don't get upset. I'm just going to call her Harris now.
Yeah, just call her Harris. That's fine. Ying, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I am actually this weekend.
She was appointed. She wasn't. Nobody voted her in.
Dude, the
That
delegates
is
voted on
unfair.
behalf of what we want. Dude, you're the only one caring about that. How much do you have, sir? How much have you had to drink tonight?
Nothing.
That's you sober?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus fuck, dude. You had me fucking lost, dude. Damn, dude. This guy deserves an Emmy, bro.
For
The guy
having a conversation?
Nah, never mind. I'm just making a joke. But the point that I'm making is that this is no fucking relevance. This is literally zero relevance at all.
It's irrelevant.
No one on the left thinks that this is an issue. Democrats voted on behalf of what the people want, right? 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee.
They voted Joe Biden in.
You're manufacturing this.
They voted Joe Biden in.
Again, do we
then
prefer
you ended up
literally
with
type 1 in the
this.
comment section if you think that Kamala Harris is better than Joe Biden. We all think Kamala's better.
I mean, I don't understand. If
You're mad. You're mad that you're voting for a convicted
I'm
felon,
not
a
mad.
proven
I'm not
sexual
mad. I'm
abuser,
having
a
a
threat to
conversation.
democracy who wants to terminate the Constitution, a guy that wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims enter the country. That's the guy you're voting for. You're trying to act like that the other side is just as bad as you are for voting for a guy that literally wanted to coup the government. So get a grip, dude.
We're not talking about him. We're not talking about him.
We are. We're talking about who we're voting.
the
What do you
fact
mean?
that
Hey,
you
Nick,
lost your vote. You lost your vote.
how are you going to say that we're not talking about Trump when the live
You
right
lost
behind
your
me
vote.
says, "Why are you voting for Trump?"
No,
What the hell are you talking about?
The whole thing that we talked about whenever I came on, I was like, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. I want to know why. I mean, you lost your vote. She was appointed. She wasn't in the primary. They put her in there, and you're okay with that.
Totally. Yeah, you
If
understand
they
that.
put-
You
if
understand
they
that
put Donald-
they are the delegates, right? Like the delegates vote on behalf of what the people want. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee. How many more times do I need to say it for you to understand the point? Or are there just two rocks clacking back and forth in your brain, and you can't like think about this? Like I've told you this 4 times now, like literally 4 times. Do you need me to tell you a 5th time? Do I need to
Go
use
ahead.
like a coloring book?
Go ahead.
Do I need like
What are you, 12?
children's style books? No, you're the one that has like less than a 12-year-old's comprehension skills for this conversation because I've already said it 4 times.
Well, go ahead and say it again.
You really need me to say it again?
Yes.
Shannon, thank you for the 69 cents. Thank you so much. And Precious, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Because he doesn't have a real job.
Thank you so much. What can you define real job?
Do you have a real job?
Yes, this is a real job.
Are you waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning? That I'm sure that's very early.
There are plenty of people that don't wake up at 6 a.m. that still have jobs.
You ain't got a real job. You could never swing. a hammer.
Can you tell me what a real job is? You don't understand there are plenty of people that don't swing hammers. Do you think Trump is swinging hammers?
There we go with Trump again. Nobody said anything about Trump.
Right, but you think he has a real job. That's the point I'm making.
Well, he's obviously doing better than me. He's doing better than you. Could you?
Michael, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Wait, okay, so again, real job. What do you mean by real job?
Could you build a house? Could you could you?
I can pay for a house. Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Can you tell me?
You know what the measurement between
Nick? Can you tell me specifically? Can you tell me tell me specifically what's relevant here? Tell me what a real job is.
Getting out and actually getting out in the world and doing something.
I'm doing something right now. There's almost 8,000 people in the live. I'm doing something right now.
That's not doing anything. That's
What do you mean
sitting
it's
over
not
here.
doing anything? What the fuck are you talking about?
You might as well be begging for money on the side of the road.
Begging for money? I'm
That's
not
exactly
begging anyone
what
for
you're
money.
doing.
I never begged anyone for money.
I bet if I look on it, it's like my Venmo is so and so.
Yeah, me having my Venmo and my Cash and my PayPal in my bio has nothing to do at all with me begging for money. It just says if you want to support me, you can. Are you jealous that people want to support me?
I'm going to tell you
Ethan,
right now.
thank you so much for the $10 for salary for your real job. Lauren, thank you so much for the $20 for stop begging for your money. I'm sorry. I can't stop myself.
You've never worked a full day's work in 8-hour day.
I work every day. I don't take breaks. The first time I'm gonna be taking a break, right, which isn't even taking a break because I'm gonna be doing work, right, is literally this weekend. Appreciate the mystery fireworks. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Aaron, thank you so much for the $30 for your real job. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Aaron. You jealous, bro? Kate, thank you so much for the $20 for begging for money. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5 for stop begging. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Avery.
Where are you at?
And Los Angeles. Courtney, thank you so much for the $5 for my real job. Corey, thank you for the $2. McKenna, thank you so much for the $1. Nisa, thank you so much for the $1. Uncle Dave, thank you for the $5. Victor, thank you for the $10 for my real job working remote, not leaving the house. Thank you so much. Belle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much.
I'm just helping you.
Appreciate the hand heart. Wait, so you do think I have a real job now?
No, I'm just
Christina, thank you for the $5 for stop begging you. Nia, thank you so much for the $7.25 for $7.25 for get a real job. So can you define real job? Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20 for doing your job. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Kellen, thank you so much for the travel with you. Thank you so much. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for why are you on a construction site? I don't know. I appreciate the pinch face. Appreciate the Thomas. Thank you for the subscription. I actually am. I'm building the wall that keeps Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Dude,
Cheryl, thank you so much. I appreciate the travel with you. Thank you so much. Dolores, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Trenton, thank you for the $1 for the real job. Agavani, I appreciate the $10. Jada, thank you so much for the $5. Okay, you gonna define real job, please?
I don't know. You keep running that come dumpster. It just doesn't
Carol,
stop.
thank you so much for the $5. D, thank you so much for the $5. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Go for it. Tell me.
I'm trying. You just don't stop
Define
talking.
real job. Define real job.
Can you build a house?
No, define real job. Define real job.
Do you know how to read a tape measure?
Define real job. Yes.
Do you
Define
know how
real
to read
job.
a tape measure?
Yes, I can
Do you
do
know
all
how
those
to
things.
read a
Define a
tape
real
measure?
job. Sab, thank you for the subscription. You think Donald Trump's gonna build a house? Are you trolling?
Do you know? I'm not trolling. Do you know how to read a tape measure?
Yes, dude. Do you know how to send an email?
Yeah.
Here's the money gun. Thank you so much. I'm surprised. Tarina, thank you so much for the $15 for Get a Real Job Fund. Ginger, thank you for the $5 for your real job. Willow, thank you for the $1. Kyle, thank you so much for the $5. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $1. Andy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Terry, thank you so much for the $5 for I Can Build a House. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you know what the
W's. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for this guy is annoying me at your job. I know, right?
He just keeps this.
Carmen, thank you so much for the $25 for your real job. Thank you so much. Holly, thank you for the $10 for damn quit begging. Thank you so much. Shireen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you. For the realest job ever. Yeah, so you have still yet to define a real job. George, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much, George. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sebastian, with the $10 for Parker's real job. Danielle, thank you so much for the $20 for your real job. Edgar with the $2. Renee with the $5. Patricia with the $2. Ethan with the $5 for the promotion. Jasmine with the $5. Chris, thank you for the You're Amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's the whole reason. So
Are you mad? Are you mad that people are sending me money at my real job?
No, I'm not mad. It's a
Casey,
simple
thank you for
fact.
the $5. Stephanie, thank you for the $1.
Talking, you're like, oh, this.
Samantha, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Samantha. Thank you. Hey, thank you for the $20 for Parker's real job. Jackie with the $10 for Nick's Jealous. Samantha with the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Alex with the $200 for Fake Jobs Only. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Alex for the $200 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Victoria with the $55 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Victoria. I really appreciate the $55. Thank you so much. Beth with the $50. Thank you so much. He got so mad he ran away. For I Can't Pour Concrete either. Bridget, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Ashley with the $10. Ashley again with the $10. Dee with the $5. Jada with the $5. Shannon, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sloan with the $5. Dana, thank you so much for the $1. Morgan with the $2. Thank you. I appreciate it, y'all. Sonia, thank you so much for the $5. Taylor with the $1. Lisa, thank you so much for the $20. Anita, thank you so much for the $10. Samantha with the $15. Stephanie, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lizada, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Christina with the $5. Sloan with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it, y'all. Y'all are incredibly kind. Incredibly kind. That guy's so fucking mad. We got him to leave. That's fucking hilarious. That is so funny. Dominique, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Martha, thank you so much for the $5. And Christina, thank you for the $5. Martha, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Are you voting Trump, Sparky? Sparky, are you voting Trump?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Oh, why so?
Actually, I got a question for you. Can I ask you a question? How old am I?
Yeah.
Born in 96.
Born in 96? Okay. So why are you voting Trump?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's your question?
Okay, so I know one big thing you always say about, I sometimes hear your TikToks, and you always say that you can't vote for a rapist. There we go. I was about to say the word, but I forgot I can't say that on TikTok. So you wouldn't vote for a rapist, right?
Mm-hmm. Emily, thank you for the $5.74. Thank you.
Cool. Sounds great. Hey, so why did your party vote to keep illegal grapists in our country.
Wait, you mean trying to pass the bipartisan border bill that was shot down by Trump? Do you mean
No,
that?
that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about them trying.
Wait, can you tell me what policy kept undocumented rapists in the country?
Oh, they literally it's how do you not know about it?
Well, tell me what policy.
It was not even that long ago that they voted on it.
Sparky, what's the policy? What was the act name?
You can search it up. You smart, right?
I have.
You can search it up.
What is it? I've never seen this before.
Wait,
Catherine,
Sparky,
thank
you
so
think
much
it's
for the
currently
If you just said you know what it is, but now you're saying you don't know.
Yeah,
what
I
it
know,
is.
right? No, it's definitely not because they think they're voting for one, so they don't think it's illegal for some reason. Crazy, Sparky, come on, man.
Everybody wants to keep them here, though, right? But
no,
you can't.
we want to get Trump out of the country. We want Trump out, right? Yeah, no, we're actually anyone who's here undocumented that is committing rape, right? I think everyone in the Democratic Party would agree that we should deport them from the country, right? So we should also keep people like that out of our Oval Office, right?
Your party's still voting with it, though. So what's that's
what policy?
still hypocritical.
What policy?
Search it up, buddy. You're smart.
You don't know
do you
the
really
policy?
think
I'm
if
not
an
here to-
illegal
I'm
immigrant
not here to
commits rape,
educate
they're just
you.
going to get to stay here and like nothing's going to happen to them? You think that's what's happening right now?
Basically, what it sounds like. Yeah.
Really? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I've never heard about this before. I guess you have some like top secret info that we don't. But
Yeah, dude. Seriously, dude. Are you working
I
with
guess
the
y'all.
Illuminati?
I guess y'all are just. Of course, y'all just don't. All right, cool.
yeah, we're
It's
just not
cool.
as educated
Y'all don't
as
want to
you,
accept
Sparky.
it. It's all
Yeah.
right.
Seriously, yeah. So Sparky, come on, give us something. Give us something. You can't tell us a policy.
You can search it up, like I said. Figure it
So
out.
you-
You
so
say
you
you
gotta
know
search it
about
up
it,
when
but
we
then
have
you say you
Sparky, the
don't know
human
about it. That's the
encyclopedia
thing
with us.
that-
You can
that
just
I
tell
don't
us.
get.
Seriously.
Sparky, you know way more than Google. Why don't
What
you
was
just
that?
tell
Say
us?
it one more time. My bad. I got like crappy signal right
Oh,
now.
you're good. Why
MAGA
would we
mobile.
Google it if we have you in the live? You can just tell us. You're like so educated about it, right? So
Oh, y'all the ones that always seem. I've never said I was educated.
oh, we're not either. But
Never
you're
said
here to teach
that.
us, right? Because you're the one that brought it up. So it's like kind of on you to explain what you're talking about, right? Or are you just here to ask like rhetorical
Well, I just
questions? and
literally
tell us to
explained what
Google
they're
stuff?
voting for, right? So there you go.
Right. So is there like a name for the bill, the
Yeah, Google
legislation?
it.
Are there,
Y'all
are
tell
they
y'all
giving
tell
you-
us to Google it. So it's cool. It's cool when y'all say it. It's cool when y'all say it. So go
Sparky, I've
Google
never
it. Oh,
talked
it's
to
so
you
easy
before. I
to
don't know
find
who
on the
y'all
internet.
is.
You can go search it up yourself. I've
When
heard
did I do that,
Dean say it
Sparky?
plenty of times. I'm not even talking about you. You do that plenty of times. Do not lie. And if you're gonna sit up here and lie, then you know what?
I don't.
That's on you.
Whenever I make a claim, I don't
'Cause I've
just say
heard you
Google
plenty
it.
of times
I
say
have
it.
never, when I made a claim, just said, "Yo, dude, just Google it."
Yes, you have.
Or I'll tell them
Yes,
what
you
to.
have.
I'll tell
It's
them
okay
what
to lie.
look
It's
up.
I get. It's okay. It's
Chris the
okay.
baby
Just like
ghost. I'm
just
not
like
lying.
Kamala lies.
I'm not
it's
Donald
okay.
Trump.
You want to lie to your people?
Name
That's
one
fine.
lie. Name one lie
Hey, bro,
Kamala
I
Harris
don't.
is engaged
You know
in.
what?
Wait, Sparky, name one lie Kamala Harris is engaged in.
I think you went to Google it probably.
Oh, he left.
Oh, wow.
That's surprising. That's surprising. What's good, Adam? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
That was so funny
Crazy
watching
to-
that guy rage quit after saying you don't have a real job.
I know, that was really fun. Yo, Ella, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Justin with the $5. Thank you so much. Isabel, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we need some W's for Isabel in the chat? Blair with the $10. Catherine, thank you for the $5. Laura with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Emma, thank you so much for the $2. Kelly, thank you so much for the $5. Steven with the $5. Grayson with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, y'all. And then Jacqueline, thank you so much. I appreciate the $6.88. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it, y'all. Yo, Tina, are you voting Trump? Okay, all right. Let's get this next individual up here. We're gonna get someone very quickly, very quickly. Did you ever get an email back from Jubilee about why they posted it on the second account?
Nope, never heard back. Because, like, honestly, what are they going to say at this point? Like, they're not going to delete anything or re-upload it. So
It got a decent amount of views. It's just not like
yeah,
the other.
and I
episode.
got Destiny to react to my part yesterday, so that's cool.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Yo, are you voting Trump?
No.
Nice.
I just want to know how.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. By the way, keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. After we got the age restriction earlier, it's like capped it a little bit. I think we should be fine, though, once we get debates going in.
Cool.
All right. Let's get this next individual up here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're voting Trump in 2024.
Yeah.
Right. Yo, what's up, Ryan? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
September.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I don't really think either candidate is 100%, in the right, but I do think my values kind of align more with Trump.
Which values?
I would say definitely regarding like abortion with like how I was raised and like how I feel about the topic. It's not really black and white, but I do feel like I don't know.
Okay,
Like,
so I have a question. Is it valuable because of life at conception?
Sorry?
Is it valuable because of life at conception? Push the pinch face.
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about Trump wanting to pay for IVF?
What?
How do you feel about Trump wanting to pay for IVF?
Can you explain that?
Yeah, he said he wants to pay for IVF procedures. Which in IVF procedures, they will create 5 to 6 embryos or zygotes that they like, a lot of which they discard. Right. So if you pay for IVF, that's going to increase the amount of people who are engaging in the IVF process, which will kill more people into your worldview than the change from Roe versus Wade being in place versus Roe versus Wade not being in place.
Well, okay, when I watched the debate, he said that it should be a state to state.
Yeah, that's for abortion. I'm talking about IVF, in vitro fertilization.
Oh, well, I was talking about abortion.
Yeah, this is related to abortion because it relates to the value that you place upon like a embryo as to why you think it's wrong to engage in abortion at that particular stage.
Well, I feel like with my religious background, I think like life at conception, abortion is wrong because every sorry.
Okay, if it's religious, Christine Naughty Chicken, thank you so much. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think blasphemy of the Holy Spirit should be illegal?
Blasphemy? What do you mean?
Should blasphemy of the Holy Spirit be illegal or adultery?
No.
No? Okay, if they shouldn't be illegal, then you don't think that just because something's a sin, it should be illegal. So why should abortion be illegal?
Well, I feel like
Okay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Everyone thinks you're under 18. I think I'm gonna agree with them. Honestly.
Yeah, that was a little sus to me. I wasn't sure about that one.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I probably would say that.
Mm-hmm.
Chloe, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Jerry, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. It's cool to see that. And then Ella, thank you so much for the $2. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Hopefully we can get some debates up here. Give us a second, everyone. We were getting a lot of crazy people for a while. Close to the election, it's been really bad. It's been insane. Yeah, no, it got like 3 standard deviations worse.
Are you going to stream on like election night or no?
Yes, definitely. Jimmy, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
You're welcome up, by the way, Adam. Why so?
Well, I just feel like in terms of geopolitics, he's better with world leaders. We could be on the brink of World War III. You never, in terms of just.
Do you have examples of him being better with world leaders? Like, what are you referring to?
I don't know. First U.S. president to step foot on North Korean soil. His
What did he get from that though?
with-
We didn't get any concessions. They kept doing nuclear tests. They didn't really concede anything. They got out of that is like a photo op with Trump where he saluted one of North Korea's generals, and they used that in a bunch of propaganda. So, what did the U.S. get from that?
It just goes into more. It's a step towards peace within the region. No, like
It'd be a step towards peace if Kim Jong Un was like, "Oh, if you step into North Korea, then I'll give you this and this concession." But he just took a picture with them and then dipped.
It's called a photo op. So like the nice
but
concessions.
it's a step towards their relationship. It's like, is it worse to have a bad relationship with?
He called him Rocket Man after. He literally called him Rocket Man before and then called him Rocket Man after.
Yeah, okay.
Is that a good relationship?
If you called him Rocket Man before and Kim Jong Un didn't have a problem with that,
no, Kim Jong Un did have a problem with it.
Okay, so why would he?
And that's why he stopped, and then he started doing it again after.
Okay, so how about Kamala though? Do you think she would have good relationships with these world leaders? She doesn't even understand.
Push the hand art. So again, how do you feel about John Bolton, Trump's third national security advisor, thinking that he's a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world? What's your thoughts on that?
I think Trump made a lot of mistakes on who he appointed,
when he made
His
the
third
apology.
national security advisor. He had 3 shots and he fucked up again.
Yes, but I think he on his
Oh
second
shit! This
term,
one thinks I'm a threat to democracy. This one thinks I'm unfit to be president.
Yeah, this one thinks I'm a fascist. Yeah, I gotta keep going until I find someone that's like a complete sycophant.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Okay, I don't know, bro. If it's a 2-on-1, like it is what it is. But I'm just saying, like, you think Kamala Harris
Crazy.
will have good
You want me to add up
relationships with
someone
these world
else?
leaders? You think he when she says, "Oh, Ukraine is a country next to a bigger country called Russia," or whatever she said, like,
she's explaining
Ukraine
that
is
to
a
MAGA.
country.
Yeah, but it's such.
She's using
explaining it like
using
she's a
kindergarten.
5-year-old who has no.
Yeah, because she's talking to MAGA. Yo, 1776. Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Okay, that's surprising. Why are you voting Trump?
Hey, so John Bolton is there in the back because he's looking crazy. You know, it's like having a pit bull on a chain.
Yeah, just carrying around your personal war criminal meetings. Sounds fun.
Yeah, no, Trump admitted he's a nightmare, but having him, behind him, kind of keeps Putin and some of those other guys in check. It's like having the pit bull behind the chain link fence.
Putin seems to think that Trump is like pretty easily malleable, and Trump was sending him COVID tests when we didn't have enough in the U.S.
What does that
Do you really
matter
think
if
that
he's
Trump's
sending
going
him
to be?
COVID tests? Like, it.
You think when his own
It's a
people in his
test,
own
bro.
country are experiencing a shortage, he should be sending supplies to like foreign countries that are like our adversaries? Is that a good prioritization for a world leader to have, where he cares more about Putin than like our own citizens?
Yeah, that's
more than
yeah,
enough
that's
to go
not
around, like,
that's cool.
I don't know if it's cool, but okay.
I mean, it's not something that I'm going to go to the grave over.
How about Donald Trump believing Putin over U.S. intelligence about whether or not there was Russian interference in 2016, which was proven, by the way. There wasn't collusion proven, but there was
it
Russian
not
interference proven.
debunked? What did you not go to?
Yeah, with Brennan and Comey and come on.
Listen,
come
collusion.
on.
Collusion, I literally said it. Collusion has not been proven, but interference was proven.
The PP dossier, is that what we're talking about?
There's interference
Mueller
from
report.
other countries in every election. In this election, the last election, in the election before
Okay,
that.
so but the point that I'm referencing is that Donald Trump believed Putin over U.S. intelligence.
Well, okay, that's a bold statement. I mean, that's pretty general. But of course, when you're talking about Brennan and some of these psychopaths, yeah,
At the end of the day,
that's fair.
it's better to have a good relationship with these world leaders than not to have a good relationship.
That's true, but you haven't given any examples of how Trump would give us better relationships with world leaders. You're just like
There was
stating
zero
it as a
wars
fact.
going on.
Zero wars. There were 65 service members that died under his conflict. There was a Turkish-Kurdish
Okay,
war,
how many-
which is
how
a
many-
conflict
how
that
much
was
did
Trump
died under the
ramped up
Harris
drone
company?
strikes and got rid of like reporting for civilian casualties. Trump was not an anti-war president by any stretch. He killed Soleimani. He killed civilians in multiple different Middle Eastern countries. He brought us to the brink of war with North Korea, and then when gave him a hug afterwards, didn't get any concessions. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Also vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they used to commit a genocide in Yemen. 85,000 Yemeni children were starved or bombed to death. Okay, so we can reference plenty of things with Donald Trump that he did that are very pro-war, right? Let alone him being like for more Israeli expansionism. I appreciate the hand art. Like for example, with the illegal annexation of the Golan Heights, the illegal investments in settlements, specifically within legal settlements within the West Bank. There was the Abraham Accord specifically that took out and didn't have like the state of Palestine recognized within it. Right, which specifically provoked conflict in the region. This is like one of the things that Iran cites as to why they're engaging in conflict, right? They literally say that they will stop engaging in conflict and won't provoke any further conflict if they end what's going on in Gaza. Right, and who's actually doing something? Kamala Harris has a ceasefire, and they have like an arms embargo for 30 days, right? Set up. That's what's gonna go off here in the next like few weeks or so. That's more than what Trump is doing. Let alone, I don't think it's enough. But the point I'm making is that, right, if you're talking about who's more pro-war, it's clearly Donald Trump. Right?
And
It's
also, Trump
ridiculous
admitted
otherwise.
like last week that he speaks to Netanyahu every other day on the phone and tells him not to accept Biden's ceasefire deal. So like Trump's actively making things worse before he's even in office. Lord knows what he's going to do in his second term.
Seriously.
You have no
Kelly,
say
thank you for the
in that. You're not
$5.
even in
Tom, thank you for the
office.
$10. Thank you so much. Savannah with the $15. Thank you so much. Emma with the $2. Thank you so much. Kelly, I appreciate the $5. Steven with the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Belle, thank you so much for the $3. Ms. Boo with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. On Venmo, thank you so much. Natasha with the $5. Allison, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I do see you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then Trisha, thank you so much for the $5.
Currently, the ceasefire terms are being negotiated by the Biden-Harris campaign, not Trump.
And sabotaged by Trump simultaneously.
Sabotaged by Trump. How he's not even
He
in
said it
his
himself.
office.
He calls Netanyahu on the phone and tells him, hey, you probably shouldn't accept a ceasefire deal. He's also talking to
Putin on the phone. Apparently, he's talked to him multiple times after leaving office. And I forgot who brought up Russia earlier. I was looking for this quote, but according to Russian intelligence,
Which
they
is
called
so
Trump,
believable,
quote,
right?
do you want to listen to what I'm going to say, or do you want to just interrupt? Okay, he said Trump is impulsive, mentally unstable, and unbalanced individual who suffers from an inferiority complex. This is what the KGB thinks of Trump. So you think Putin is scared of Trump and respects him, or you think he thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate with flattery, like Kamala said at the debate?
The latter.
Oh, okay, we agree. Cool.
Wow, dude. Okay, so like, what's the argument for why Trump's better?
Under Trump's term, Russia did not invade anyone. But during
We
Obama's,
just read off you, right, what they think about Trump.
who knows if that's true or not? Like, what are you talking about?
There are
Like,
leaked documents from them.
Yeah, they create what they
even
want
if
to
the KGB
create. I
thinks
mean,
that, they didn't. It's what
that doesn't
they're
mean
gonna-
anything.
What do you mean?
Just
it
like
doesn't mean
just
anything?
like Brennan, just like the PP dossier, governments could put out any kind of documents they want to.
Oh, wait, you just said the government made it up?
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, did the government make up 9/11?
So everything Russian intelligence says
You
is
don't
true?
know? You don't know? You don't know if
Yes,
the
no.
government made. What the fuck is wrong with this guy, bro?
What's
What are you
everything
talking
Russian
about?
intelligence says is true.
What do you fucking mean? What do you mean you don't know? That's the most insane shit I fucking heard.
Tell me.
What do you mean tell you? Of course it wasn't made up.
Of course it wasn't. Okay.
I'm saying everything by the KGB, all the Russian intelligence documents, it's all true. Like there's not propaganda in any way. Like you don't think it could be used in proper
You think
propaganda?
the KGB publicly released that, or you think we got a hold of their documents through like our own intelligence and our own media, and that was reported on?
Okay, so
You don't think that foreign countries have like intelligence briefings on different world leaders and they try to analyze like how can we manipulate these people? And you don't think Trump is like number one on the list for all these world leaders that know they can just manipulate him, whether it's Putin or Xi or Kim Jong Un?
And you don't think that they think Biden, the Biden-Harris campaign,
Yeah.
is a laughing stock? Like they're laughing.
That's so
with
funny because if
Biden.
Biden's so incompetent, how do you get that like the hostage exchange figured out? How's he done anything so far?
What
Biden's
has
just like
he done
this
in
vegetable.
Gaza? As far as I know, the world's
No one's defending Biden in Gaza, except, I mean, if you think what's happening in Gaza is bad, you're going to hate Trump because he's going to be 10 times worse than Biden.
You don't know that, right?
No, Trump doesn't hide that. He says that Biden's holding them back. What do you think that means?
Yeah, Trump thinks Israel should finish the job, right?
What does that mean?
What do you mean? It means finish the job.
Yeah, elaborate on like specifically how they would finish the job. You think that means like give everyone a hug and a kiss on the cheek and go home?
Yeah, Sinwar is dead. It's you can make a debate. It's almost done.
You know who else is dead? Is like tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians and potentially hundreds of thousands that are going to be facing food insecurity and poverty and like nowhere to live for the next however many decades.
They hid underneath the civilians. Like, so if the same thing happened to the USA, you don't think we would go and invade Gaza ourselves? It's the same thing.
That doesn't make it okay. The U.S. has also killed plenty of civilians. Like, you think we support the war in
the
Iraq
US
or
has
something?
always done things that are right?
No, we rarely
Of course,
do.
it's not right. Like whether
okay.
it's right or not, we don't. Like, it's self-defense. Like what do you?
What you think it's self-defense to like use starvation as a weapon of war?
But who is hiding underneath
How
the
is that?
civilians?
How,
Who is using
can you
the
tell me how?
civilians
Can you tell
as
me how
human
starving?
shields?
Can you tell me how starving innocent children is somehow like self-defense? Please.
So how is it our problem? Let's start with that.
No. Don't get
Israel has
out of
given-
this.
Israel has
Jimmy,
given Rafah-
Jimmy, how is starving innocent children? How is that self-defense?
But in
How is
terms
that the people of
in terms
Michigan's problem, or
in
Ohio,
terms of
or
human
North
decency,
Carolina?
Israel has given Rafah and Gaza every chance.
Self-defense, yes. How is it self-defense?
What's your question?
How is it self-defense?
If a country attacks, kills 1,200 of your
No. Answer the question.
citizens,
Answer the question. How is starving innocent Palestinians self-defense?
I don't know if there's.
The answer is it's not, right? Very clearly not. Okay? If you can't identify that's not self-defense,
I understand
you
there's
are a
different ways to
victim
go
of
about it.
propaganda.
There's different ways to go about it. Of course, I'm not saying what they're doing is right, but at the end of the day, it has to be done. Like, what do you mean?
Listen, they claimed this operation was meant to stop Hamas. Do you think Hamas was more popular on October 6, 2023 or today? Because all that Israel has done so far is kill innocent civilians and help Hamas. That's literally all they've
Wait,
done
Jimmy,
so far.
are you Canadian?
No.
What state do you live in?
Georgia.
What time is it?
9. 905.
Bro doesn't know Georgia is East Coast. You're literally from Canada, right? You have the same time zones as us. Jeez, dude. You can't make it up, dude.
No, Dad.
Okay, now we have a fetus on the live. All right, let's get this next individual up here, everyone. Like, he could have just said, like, he just probably didn't know a state that's in the center of the country.
Yeah, I thought I was tweaking for a second. I looked at the clock and I was like, yeah. Come on. Do you not allow like Canadians and other
Yeah, no, it's only
countries?
people who are voting.
Okay, makes sense.
Yo, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
Cause I don't know. I just feel like we would be better off than if we voted Kamala.
Wow, dude, vibes. So, what's the reason?
Hard to argue with that.
Economic reasons.
Like which ones?
Foreign policy. What do you mean? Which ones?
Which economic reasons?
Inflation.
Yeah, so you know that he would cause inflation, right? Per standard.
No,
you know,
he
10 to
wouldn't.
20% universal tariffs would cause inflation.
No, he wouldn't, because that didn't happen when he was president.
No, can you tell me what tariffs are?
It's a tax on foreign goods.
A tax on imports into the country, right? That would cause the price of goods to go up. Otherwise, you wouldn't have an increase in domestic production.
So how come that didn't happen when he was president?
Because he didn't do universal tariffs.
Yeah, that too.
And how is that proof that is going to cause inflation if he hasn't been in office yet?
Yeah, so because it is the case, we know how tariffs operate.
Okay, but how do you know he's going to implement that, and how do you know it's going to cause
How do we know
inflation?
anything about anything? Like Kamala's not president
That's the
either.
point.
You have
That's what
to make
I'm- that's what I'm
projections for
arguing.
the future.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Trump
How do you
literally
know
said he
that?
wants. Trump said he wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs. That's what he said. That's what he
So
wants
he
to
would-
get passed.
So that isn't that better for the United States?
No, it's terrible for the United States. It decreases the size of our economy, devalues the dollar by making it less likely for countries around the world to engage in trade with us because we put tariffs on their goods. Not only that, specifically, it is the case that it would decrease export jobs in the United States because other countries around the world would place tariffs on us. Right? It would hurt farmers in terms of agricultural goods.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Isn't a good response. That's what basically every economist indicates, by the way. Left wing, right wing economists.
Also,
they all
most
agree.
economists agree that Trump cutting taxes during an economic boom like increased the inflation we're seeing now. Because there's no reason to cut taxes when the economy is doing well. But Trump, for some reason, did that, which overheats the economy. So we do have proof of him doing something that's inflationary.
Was inflation higher under Trump's term than Biden-Harris term or no?
Well,
Not comparable because
actually-
it's pre-COVID versus post-COVID.
And actually, right
No,
now,
that's
right now it's 2.4%. Under Trump's administration, 2018, 2.45%. So yeah, it was
I'm not talking
higher.
about right now. I'm talking about Biden's peak. Give me the peak. Don't tell me right now.
Yeah. Okay. So again, so
Why-
let's
why you
talk.
making something-
Wait. Let's
but
talk
why-
about.
wait,
Wait.
why are you
So if
making
you want to
something-
talk about the peak in terms of inflation under the Biden-Harris administration, let's talk about the peak in terms of unemployment under the Trump administration at
No, but why
14.8%.
why changing subjects, man?
Well, because I'm saying it's not caused by
But
the
why are you
Biden-Harris
changing
administration.
subjects though?
It's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It's just
But why are you changing subjects?
He's illustrating that your point is silly because you're trying to like attribute macroeconomic
I'm
trends
not-
to individuals.
How's that silly? He gave me a statistic that's
Because
on
inflation
today.
was a global trend after our supply chains were overburdened and we had like a skyrocketing of demand after COVID. Every single country in the world had high inflation.
So how come
We
he
would have
didn't
seen that
do
same
anything to
high
counter
inflation
that?
if Trump was in office as well, by the way.
And how come he didn't do anything to counter that?
He did. That's why Parker was saying we have low inflation now.
That's
the
why
Federal
gas.
Reserve,
That's why gas didn't go down. That's why.
That's why you guys were
groceries
like,
are
"Oh my
expensive.
God, Biden increased the interest rates," when it's literally the Federal Reserve.
But that's why groceries are still high and unaffordable, and same thing with gas.
You understand gas and groceries would be more expensive under a Donald Trump presidency with 10 to 20% universal tariffs?
But that's not true because
Yes, it is.
You're saying this as if you know it's gonna happen 100%.
I do. I
No,
actually
you
do
don't.
because I studied economics. I have a degree.
That's-
Like, I know.
it's not gonna
I
happen.
studied this. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Did
Right wing,
Donald
left wing
Trump-
economists
did
agree
he-
with me.
Did he implement those tariffs during his presidency?
Yes, that's what he wants to. That's like his main economic proposal.
No, I'm saying,
Let's
did he
bring
do
down
it-
trade
back to the
wars
United
because of
States,
Trump's tariffs
1,000%
and
tariffs.
farmers.
I'm
Yeah,
saying,
farmers
did he-
suffered horribly because of Trump's tariffs in his first term.
Yeah, exactly. So based on that, did gas prices or groceries go up?
Where'd gas prices come from? We're talking about tariffs on imports.
He just said gas prices.
Yeah. So again,
Oh, I forgot Biden
yeah.
pushed the high gas prices button. My bad.
Yeah, that did happen. You're right. So again, in terms of gas prices went up because we get less imported gas into the United States right now than under the
Exactly, why?
under the Trump administration, right? That's because of Trump signing a deal with OPEC to cut oil production, and it's because of the Russia-Ukraine situation, which led to us getting less Russian oil, which would have happened regardless of Trump or
why?
Biden in
Well,
office.
why? Who gave access to the pipeline?
What are you talking about? The XL pipeline that was shut down by the Supreme Court and Biden followed through with the order that was 8% produced and was doing tar sands, which is mainly used for plastics?
I'm talking about the pipeline that he gave access to Putin.
What? That has no relevancy to that. We put sanctions on Russia because of them invading Ukraine.
And that directly harmed the United States.
Yes, because we don't want to support
because of a decision that Biden made. So if Trump
but
was
that
in
would have
office,
happened if Trump was in office.
That's not true.
Wait, are you saying Trump wouldn't have sanctioned Russia after they invaded Ukraine, a sovereign
He
nation?
wouldn't have to because they wouldn't have invaded them.
He wouldn't. They wouldn't.
Of
Magically,
course,
wouldn't have invaded.
yeah.
How would he have
They
done
wouldn't
that?
have invaded them.
Please tell
Okay,
me how he would have prevented
for 4 years,
Russia from
for 4
invading
years,
Ukraine.
For 4 years, Russia was checked. They were checked. They were
No,
power
no. Can
checked.
you answer the question?
When Biden comes in,
How would he have stopped Russia from invading Ukraine?
we don't know that.
No,
But I'm
how
telling
would
you-
he have stopped it? You said you don't know that. You were just saying that.
Because he issued warnings. Under his 4 years, 2016 to 2020, Russia was checked. There were no invasions. There was nothing that Russia was doing that overexceeded their
It's a
power.
classic Trump strategy. Where he looks at
by the way,
can't do it.
By the way, let's listen to what Trump's warning was. Let's just take a quick listen. This was Trump's warning to Putin. By the way,
And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the
that's. Are you serious?
Wow.
That's how he's gonna stop Russia from invading
I agree with
Ukraine?
him now. That kind of scared me.
Did Putin do anything though?
Yeah, they said
Did Trump
that
do
he's
anything?
they
Putin
said he's
do
easily
anything during-
manipulated. Wait, so I
Did
have a question.
Putin do anything under-
Wait,
Answer my question. Did Putin do
should we
it-
elect?
No.
Should we
Answer my
elect Jimmy
question.
Carter
Did
because they didn't do it under Jimmy
did
Carter?
Putin do anything under Trump's administration? Did he invade anyone?
Did he invade anyone? I
Yes.
mean, I don't think he necessarily invaded,
Okay,
but we were in a proxy war
exactly.
with Russia.
Did Putin have the same power under Trump?
We were engaging in a proxy war with Russia in Syria. I hope you know that.
Also, did this guy know what correlation causation?
Why
Like, does he
you
understand
know?
that just because something
It's
didn't happen
fucking-
under Trump doesn't mean he
It's
didn't cause
2v
it?
versus me, and you're muting me. Damn, you're foolish. You're a clown, bro.
The World Economic Forum told us to
2v versus
censor
me,
you,
and
so
you're
we had
muting
to.
me. Parker, you're an idiot. Why are you muting me?
You feel like that hurts my? Do you think that hurts my
I don't,
feelings?
I don't give a shit if it hurts your feelings. I'm just saying. 2v versus me, and you're muting me, buddy. You should sound so proud of yourself.
Dude, I could 1v1,000,000 of you.
Yeah, but you're 2v1 me, and you're muting me now. How you know 1v1,000,000? You're
Yeah.
crying, and you muted me, and there's 2 of you.
Yeah, you want to know why I muted you?
I don't care why you muted me. The fact is that you muted me, and you still didn't answer my question.
Yeah, that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You know, Trump kicks people out of rallies for saying things that are
Oh
irrelevant.
yeah.
Censorship.
Right.
You watch
Someone
Harry-
literally
you watch
said, someone said,
you
this
watch
is
Harry-
boring.
Buddy,
This
you watch
is
Harry
boring.
Sisson's videos.
This
You
is
watch Harry Sisson's
boring.
videos. Yeah, for sure. More people show up to Trump's rallies than Kamala's in all of her years. So
And that's why he has to claim that Kamala has fake people at her rallies.
He was sold
and that they're
out in
AI
MSG.
photos.
He was sold out at MSG. He was sold out everywhere. He's a sellout. And in
Yeah, and
in
there are more
Hempstead,
people leaving the
Coliseum,
rallies. I
there
just
were
want you to know there are more
80,000.
people.
Oh,
There are
yeah.
more people
Yeah,
leaving the
for sure.
rallies
Where's
while
your
he's
proof?
speaking.
Where's your proof? A TikTok video?
No, I
A
have a
TikTok
video.
Where's
I
your
was there
proof?
at myself. I went to a Las
A video of
Vegas.
what? Of what?
Can I finish? I went to
Oh
a
yeah,
Las.
you found one person leaving early, and that's your claim. There were 80,000 people waiting at the.
Shalika, thank you so much for the $20 to hit that mute button. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Do you want me to show you, or
80,000
do you just
people
want to keep
waiting at the
yapping?
Coliseum.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Wow, it sounds so much better when I can't hear him.
Yeah, I preferred that. For
Facts.
sure.
Yeah, there we go.
Not gonna work, buddy.
You see all
Why are
those
you
people
throwing
leaving?
out tonight?
This is while he was
People
speaking.
leaving. They're outside. They're outside, buddy.
That's
How's that
all-
leaving?
they were
How do
all
you-
leaving.
How do you
That's 'cause when
correlate
you leave,
people
you have to go
outside to people
outside, so.
leaving?
What?
What if a rally's outside? What? That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Yo, Adam Conti, you gotta shut your mouth, though.
Listen.
If a rally's outside,
Hey,
how's the people
dude,
leaving?
listen. That was me. I went to the rally, right? That was the area they were coming from the rally, specifically, like the area of the rally, and they were walking home. Okay? Because that's where I walked
Are they
from
not allowed
to
to
get to
walk
my
home?
car.
You want them to sleep there? Do you want them to sleep
Dude,
there?
it was
Are they
while
not allowed
Trump
to
was.
walk home?
It was while Trump was speaking.
Okay, maybe they have something on plan. Maybe they have something on schedule.
A lot of
You
them.
you guys pinpoint the stupidest things and trying to make an argument out of it, but it sounds so dumb.
Why are you
You are
upset about it
outside
then?
and you're saying that people
He's
are
so mad.
leaving.
He's so
I'm not
mad.
upset. You guys are saying you guys. How's that mad? I'm just saying you guys have bad arguments.
Let's take a deep
bad
breath and
argument?
start over.
People leaving a rally and that's your argument because they're going home. So are they not
That's
supposed to
called
go
leaving.
home? Like I don't understand.
Yeah, you were trying to brag
people
about
don't
how
leave
big the
Kamala's
rallies were.
Kamala has to hire former President Obama, famous artists to come speak at her rallies. Why?
When
Because
did-
she can't speak herself.
Famous artist, President Obama. Yes, I love his paintings.
Yeah, so okay, again, Barack Obama, he shows up for Democratic candidates, like he showed up for Biden. Sienna,
Yeah,
thank you so much for the
because they need
$5.
him.
Like because
Because
they're
Obama-
better than
Obama's
Trump
more
and
popular.
Obama supports them.
They're more popular. Obama's more popular. People have more support
Okay.
for Obama than do for Biden or Kamala.
You could say that, but like you understand that Joe Biden got more votes, right?
Kamala can't answer a simple question when asked by the media.
Why are
when
you
she was
pivoting
asked
so
about
much?
question, how is that pivoting?
You just like talked about three separate things. You talked about like how Obama was like on
What
there,
am I
and
talking
then
about?
now
What's
you're
three separate things?
yeah. You just talked about how like Obama was on there, right? On like like talking for Kamala. You talked about the fact that the rallies were too big, right? Like for Trump, and that like
Rallies were
they're
too
so
big.
much
That was
better.
like that was minutes ago. What
Yeah, and
rallies
then
were
you
too
also
big?
talked
I
about.
just
Can I please finish?
let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're just like jumping around a bunch of different topics specifically to not have to address one, because whenever I address it, you just switch on to the next thing.
Well, so address the topic. Address what I said. You have a response to what I said?
What specifically?
So go.
Because you said like a million different things.
If you-
What specifically?
All right. So you whatever you know what I said. So pick a response. Make a response.
Make a response? Yeah, I got you. You're an idiot.
Damn.
That's
look in the
my
mirror.
best response.
I'm gonna have to
Look
agree
in
with
the
that
mirror.
one.
You look in the mirror.
That doesn't indicate that
I
I'm
just
an
can't
idiot.
wait. I just can't wait. I just can't wait for all you guys to, after November 5th. You guys are all gonna hop off this platform and have
And celebrate
no and
because
just-
Kamala's gonna win.
Yeah, and celebrate. I'll make a bet with you.
Exactly.
She's not gonna win.
How much?
Yeah, exactly. Anything you want. 10 grand.
Message me. I'll make you a bet. Message me.
Okay, let's go.
What odds are you gonna give me on that?
What?
What odds are you gonna give me on that? Because right now I think on Koshi it's like
I'm like,
Kamala has a
even,
39%
even.
chance. If you want to give me those odds, then sure.
Even 1-1.
Even.
If you're so
I'll
confident,
bet
1-1.
online. No. Why even?
Yep.
The odds online are much
Oh,
better
well,
right
you-
now for Trump.
You said, but why are you arguing that she's gonna win? 1-1.
Because if I know she's
So
gonna
bet
win,
online.
why would I want to make more money from that? Why am I gonna?
1-1.
Those aren't the odds online. She's like not
1-1.
favored
Take it
right
or
now.
leave it if you're so confident.
Appreciate the Swan. Thank you so much.
1-1.
Madison,
Take it or
thank you so
leave
much
it.
for
You're
the
so
dollar. Thank you so
Do
much, Britt.
you
Thank you so much
understand
for
what
the dollar.
confidence means? Why am I
Yeah,
gonna take
dude,
worse
you
odds?
just said you know Kamala's
Tyranny
gonna win, and we're
should
gonna
thank you so much
celebrate.
for the
She's gonna win.
$5.
Yes,
See ya.
that's why I'm
You
gonna bet
just said
online where I
I'm
can
gonna
get
celebrate because
30
Kamala's
to.
gonna win.
So then give me the odds that are online, and sure. It's 39 to what is it? Like 39
There-
something
what
else. Let's check
odds
Koshi
online?
right now. Pull it up for you, buddy. Kamala 41, Trump 59. If you want to give me those odds, then I'll happily place
Damn,
a bet.
looking good for us. Looking good for us, man. Looking good for
Okay.
us.
Okay.
Exactly.
So,
Then do the bet.
hey, bro. Okay. So you want to know something funny? You're like, you guys are not going to even be on here anymore. You know, I had a platform prior to like the election. Naeem, thank you for the dollar.
Gaff. Gaff,
Whoa.
bro.
Whoa.
I'm just not gonna hear your voice. I'm gonna hear less of it.
Okay. Okay. You know, I can kick you from the live, right? I literally
Do it.
responded to what you said, and you're like, I don't care, man.
What did you
What?
respond to? What did you respond to? What did you respond to?
You literally said, right? You guys aren't even going to be here after the election. Oh, you got flagged for harassment and bullying, so I'll remove you anyway. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. There we go. Starting the live strong.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Glory, think of the $10. Are you voting Trump?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm voting Trump. But
What's
hey,
that?
weren't you on like Jubilee and stuff? You're pretty, like you're famous, bro. That's cool.
Yeah.
But-
Well, okay. Well, why are you voting Trump?
just because my life was better. You know, it was like my life was better under Trump, and I just don't see Harris doing anything for our country whatsoever.
Okay. So how did Trump make it better?
You know, grocery costs were lower, gas prices were lower. You know, probably the things you don't like to hear. or don't like to argue, but I mean,
One, that's
it
a
is
correlation causation fallacy. Just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. Two, the Biden-Harris administration, right, or not the Biden-Harris administration, the Trump administration wants to increase tariffs, 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause your gas and groceries to go up in price.
Yeah, but so imagine that I'm just a fucking idiot, right?
I don't have to imagine.
Yeah, I know. You think that I am. So why would you think that anything you say would make me think, oh, his big words and all these things he's saying? Trump, when Trump was president, my life was better. I don't care what you say, it was better.
Okay,
So
what
I'm
did he do
going
that
to
made it
vote for
better?
Trump
Like
again.
it was better
I have
while
no
COVID
idea,
was
but it just was.
Was it better while COVID was happening?
While COVID,
You're saying
yeah.
it was better during a global pandemic.
No, I can't. No, honestly. I
Okay,
can't
well that's
say
when
that.
Trump was president.
Yeah, no, but but I like, I can blame that on the Democrats and stuff, right?
Just everything bad we can blame on the Democrats. That makes it pretty easy to support Trump.
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
I can just
Why are you wheezing, bro? Why are
You
you
just out loud
wheezing?
said the thought process for like 40% of the country.
Yeah. So refute it. Like change my mind. And,
Yeah,
and
how did the Democrats cause
no.
COVID?
Here's what's not changing my mind is you laughing in my face, right? You laughing
You're
in
a
my
conspiracy
no,
nut.
No, but
And you're
you
about to
laughing-
scream at us. So I can't wait.
No, I'm not screaming at you, dude, but you laughing at me, laughing in my face, do you think I'm going to be like, yeah, I totally, you know what? After he laughed in my face, I agree with his point of view after he did that to me. After he called me a Nazi, after he called me all
Didn't
these
call you a
horrible
Nazi.
things.
Called you a
No,
Nazi.
but your side did, right? Your side has. So after you guys
You
say
just
all-
sound like you're a snowflake and you're in your feelings.
No, I know, but you're not trying to convince me to come to your side. You're trying
I just convinced probably
ridicule
20
me.
people off of just doing that to you, showing how delusional and conspiracy brain rotted your side is.
No, that's not the case, bro.
Also, how are we supposed to reason with you when your entire thought process is like Democrats bad, Trump good? Like, what are we supposed to say at that point?
Well, how am I supposed to reason with you when you think I'm a Nazi because I support...
We never said you're a Nazi.
Bro, you're fighting demons right
Your
now.
side,
No one calling you
your
a Nazi.
side says that. Your side says that. So you don't think they're Nazi?
Okay,
You
your
don't think
side
that
did an
they're
insurrection.
fascist?
You want to play the side game? You're not going to win.
What was it? What's an insurrection? What insurrection?
Trying to delay certification of the votes, organizing fake elector slates in multiple different swing states, trying to politicize the Department of Justice. How much time do you have?
That's your definition of an insurrection. That's an
When
insurrection.
you try to
bro.
insurrect, yeah. I mean,
No, that has happened before in history, and the Democrats actually did it.
The Democrats,
not just
yep.
the Republicans. Yep, not just the Republicans. That has happened before in history.
which
and
Democrat
you know
was
it.
indicted for committing fraud in multiple different swing states by falsely signing documents to like certify electors that weren't actually electors?
Which Democrat actually brought false electors to the Senate?
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, that's the question he asked. Go for
Because
it.
which one was indicted? I mean, none.
What?
Why does that
Thank you.
matter? Why does that
Thank
matter?
you. I rest my case, Your Honor.
They still did the same thing Trump did. They did the
Nope.
same thing the Republicans did. Yes, they did.
Trump's
Yes,
own
they
team
did.
called them fake electors.
Trump's own team called them fake electors. Okay,
Yes, and
I'm
lead
saying
females.
the point is that the Democrats also brought fake, if you want to call them fake electors.
Not true.
Yes, they
If
did.
they were fake,
Look
they would
it
have been
up. It's in-
indicted for the same thing Trump was indicted for. It's a good litmus
No,
test to know.
That's not how it works. No.
It's not how it works. You're going to say Democrats don't get indicted? Go ask Eric Adams in New York or Menendez.
Well, first of all, this was over like 20 or 30 years ago, so they weren't doing the bullshit we're doing today.
Like what?
Wait,
To our
20 to
political
30 years
People that
ago?
commit crimes.
Wait,
Like, well,
when 20 to 30 years ago did they send false slates of electors to Electoral College?
years ago, whatever, dude. Like,
Which
whatever.
ones?
It was a
Which
long
when?
fucking time ago.
Is he going to reference
When?
Ulysses S. Grant, dude? Jesus Christ, man.
Dude, did the Democrats send electors of their own to the Congress?
When?
Did they or did they
when?
not?
When? Tell me. You can't. You swipe out of the app. I can't hear you, man. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
Is he
Okay.
Googling it right now? Okay.
Yeah, he actually is Googling it. Chat GPT. We'll give him some help, everyone. We need some more MAGAs in here.
He's going to come back and try to pretend that alternative electors and fake electors are the exact same thing, probably.
Alternate slates of electors are the real ones, okay? Alternative from facts is truth. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am voting Trump. I do want to say, though, I do respect everybody's right to vote for, whoever they choose, and I don't,
So why are you
I'm not
voting Trump?
putting I'm personally voting Trump because, like everybody has said, my life was personally just better under him. I do agree with a lot of the things Trump did in the past compared to Camila. Camila couldn't even handle being vice president. She couldn't even handle keeping
Sherry, her name is Camila?
Kamala, whatever. I honestly don't even care at this point with her because I just personally think that my life was better. I have a kid. I want to be able to buy a house.
Can you name one policy he passed that you think is good?
One policy that he's passed that I think is good? I agree with a lot of things Trump has done.
Like,
I agree with him allowing the states to choose. I agree with his policies
so
on
overturning Roe versus Wade. So
I don't agree with him necessarily overturning Roe versus Wade.
Okay, so what policy do you agree with? Name one policy you agree with. Name one policy you agree with.
But listen, I don't think people should have abortions as birth control. No, I don't. And a lot of things
I don't even know what that means.
This generation.
So the average person in this country is living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford a random $400 expense. You think they can just get abortions for fun, for funsies? Do you know how expensive an abortion is?
I do know how expensive abortion is.
So how the hell is the average person affording that?
It's less
how the hell is the average
baby.
person affording that? Are you saying that we should stop people who are like as rich as Donald Trump from doing this?
I'm not saying the average necessarily the average person, but kids that are living with their parents. Yes, a lot of people are living with their parents right now. They don't even have to pay bills. They have a lot of extra money to spend. I'm not saying the average person that's out here working and has a child
you think kids
and
are getting
that,
abortions.
but I'm saying people who are
your argument is that kids are getting abortions. Wait, you have an issue with
kids. I'm saying people who are living with their parents, people who are younger. To me, a kid is somebody who mentally wise is not out here on their own has adult responsibilities. If you do not have adult responsibilities, then yes, I consider you not necessarily, I don't consider you an adult.
You know, most of the people that get abortions literally are already married, right?
Listen, regardless of the abortions, you guys said a couple things. For example, you guys said that Trump was sending vaccines and all this other stuff out, right? And a lot of people also say that Trump caused inflation by giving all this money and all this stuff. But under Biden gave out billions of dollars compared to Trump's millions to the people. And then you guys are choosing
billions
to give out
who?
millions.
What are you talking about?
You're talking about him giving out vaccines and doing all of this. This is what Adam said earlier. He was talking about giving out vaccines and doing all these things.
And some other kind of like COVID protective equipment to Putin.
To Putin,
it was like
right?
in the beginning of the pandemic before the vaccine was developed.
Things. But regardless of that, I'm just saying in general, the same things happened under Biden, the same exact thing. A lot of people say Trump's trying to take away women's rights, but what about these open borders where kids are being trafficked, women are being trafficked over these open borders? There's a lot of things.
Open?
Huh?
How are the borders open?
How many people over the last year
crossings right now are pretty similar to what they were when
America?
Trump left office.
Yeah. Right now, daily crossings are lower than what they were under Trump.
But then you guys also said that Trump was running during the pandemic. He ran 2 months during the pandemic. He ran only 2 months during the pandemic. You guys said he was running during the pandemic. He only ran 2 months. Look it up. The pandemic started.
Trump doesn't run.
I don't know if February to November is 2 months.
Okay,
I'm not the best at math, so maybe I'm wrong.
You said he was in office during the pandemic. He was in office 2 months during the pandemic.
No,
and yes,
that's not 2
my
months.
life. And I'm
He
not
found out
trying
about the
to
pandemic in 2019. He left office in January 2021.
But listen, regardless, we all have our right to vote what we think is going to be right for the country. But personally, I just think it's going to be better for me and my family. I want to be able to buy a house. I want to be able to do things. Right now, you talk about starvation
Trump will make
being
all of
used.
those things more expensive.
But you're talking about starvation being used, correct? But right now, people are barely able to buy food. Okay, you talk about starvation being used over there, but people right now are really suffering. People right now don't even
and let's
have.
cut food stamps. Yeah.
It's not okay. Well, even if cut food stamps, I don't get food stamps. So I mean,
Girl,
some
you
people need
cannot
food
tell
stamps.
me. You cannot tell me
But-
people can't afford food, but cut food stamps. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying if it's going to help people, I'm saying if you're saying that that's what will help people, then if that's what will help people, that's what will help people.
You think it's going to
Regardless.
help people to put tariffs on China,
I
and then
don't
someone
know.
goes to Walmart to get groceries and everything
But
costs way more
he
because
put
Walmart
tariffs
imports
his
everything
first
from China?
presidency. He put tariffs up in his
We're
first
not-
presidency, and he
10
also lifted
No,
tariffs
he's screwed
in his
over
first.
farmers with those tariffs.
Yeah,
And he
but not
also
10 to
lifted them.
20%.
He also lifted them. He lifted them. He did a lot of different things. He did, but our economy was running a lot better than it was. You know that we were 2.5. We had the same economy under Obama. Under Trump,
Yes,
we
Trump
had the
inherited
same
a
economy
fantastic
under Obama.
economy from Obama.
No way. She just
And
debunked
even
herself.
if he did, just because he used something that works, that's bad. Just because he used something that works, that's bad. If anything, that's smart. Instead
No,
of
you
trying
just-
to change it up just because he's a new president,
Sherry, you just
he's
identified.
doing what's right.
Sherry,
He
you
did
just,
try to change it up
Regardless.
by cutting taxes and blowing up our deficit. So that's the one change he made to the Obama
If he was
economy
going
that
to
didn't
ruin
help
the
anyone.
country, why wouldn't he have already ruined the country, you guys? And if
Because he
Camila
was
was going to
surrounded
change
by
the
certain
country, then
sane,
why wouldn't
responsible
she have
people
already
that
did
told
a
him.
good job as vice president? Because she hasn't even did a good job as that. That's all I'm saying. If she was going to do something good, and she already would,
He
she's
passed
been
the
in
tie-breaking
office for
vote that allowed us to put
3.5
price
years.
caps on insulin.
Huh?
She cast a tie-breaking vote on the bill that allowed us to put price caps on insulin and have Medicare negotiate drug prices.
And I'm not saying that
helps
Camila
millions of
doesn't
people
do
get.
good things. I'm not saying that
I
she
feel like you
doesn't
just said
do
that,
good
though.
things. They both do good things, and they both do bad things. But at the end of the
Like you
day,
said, I pushed the
who
dollar 11
affected
cents.
my life more? Who's affected my life more? Camila. Who's affected my
Camila
life
is cra-
more?
Yo,
Camila, whatever the
Maybe
fuck.
she's talking about the singer. Banna's a banger.
Kamala, but who's affected my life more is Kamala. When Trump was running, my life
Sherry,
was fine.
we'll
So
get,
that's
I just
the
want
issue.
to ask you something that's a little bit off topic, but we'll come back. I promise you. Right? Just one question. Are you Antifa?
Am I what?
Are you Antifa?
Oh my, just because I'm passionate about what I talk about, that doesn't mean anything bad. I'm not trying to come for
No, I'm just asking.
like
Are
you
you
or anything like that.
Sherry, are you Antifa?
Antifa?
Yeah.
What does that mean? What are you asking? me?
Are you anti-fascist? And I pushed the $5.
Explain.
What? Do you know what
Explain.
fascism is?
I do, but explain it to me just so I make sure right now.
You want me to
I
explain
have
to
a
you
lot
what
on my plate.
You want to explain to you what fascism is?
Yes, explain to me what that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not just gonna answer you I'm not gonna just answer off something that I don't. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just being honest. What is it? Explain it to me, and I will exactly tell you how I feel.
Yeah. So, fascism specifically, right, is going to be predicated off of, right, calling like the press the enemy of the people. It's going to be predicated off of like heavy authoritarianism, right, tyranny, undermining elections, calling them fake, right,
Ultranationalism.
Ultranationalism. That's exactly what I was going to say. Like sort of like patriotic based nationalism. In terms of like utilizing that as like a center for like the people and for a commonality of individuals. There's plenty of things we can point to this, right?
So
Specifically
you're like
to
talking
say
like a
what fascism is.
dictatorship?
So to some degree, a dictator on day one, things like that.
I don't agree with like dictatorship. No.
Yeah, Trump's saying he wants to be dictator on day one. How do you feel about that?
I mean, as the people though, I don't do you, where does that say that? Give me the proof. And if you can prove that to me, then let's prove it, because in reality,
Then will you not vote for him? Kim, thank you for the $5. Terry with the dollar. Mars, thank you for the $5. Janine, thank you so much for the dollar. Nicole, Angie, thank you so much for the dollar. Kylie,
that's
thank you for the
hard to
dollar as well.
say because I don't know. I really honestly think that if we
So you would vote
with
for him if he
Kamala-
said he wants to be a dictator on day one. And it's Kamala.
I mean, I honestly think we have more likely chance of going into war with Kamala.
Wait, so you would still vote for Trump even if he wants to be a dictator on day one?
I think if Trump was going to be a dictator, he would have already been a dictator. He was president for 4 years and had the chance to do
Promising
that
America
already.
tonight, you would
He
never
never-
abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
meaning
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
that's
drill,
not
drill.
that's not that's not retribution.
I'm gonna be. He keeps. We love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No. Other than day one, we're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator."
What's wrong with that?
You don't
So
have an- you don't have an
exactly,
issue
yeah.
with-
What's wrong with that?
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Now they're pro dictatorship.
No, it's because
just
what he
like
said.
that.
No,
just
no.
like that.
It's because of what he's standing for. It's not because he's saying he's going to be a dictator. He's saying that on day one he's going to close. He's telling you what he's going to do. He's not saying he's going to dictate everybody.
Do you believe that it's likely that there's going to be a benevolent dictatorship?
No, I don't. I believe if I believe that it's more
my
likely
God,
to have
dude.
some bad stuff because everybody's literally starving. Everybody's going through a lot of shit right now. People can
Do
barely
you believe
pay
in the
for shit. They're
Constitution?
living check to check.
Okay,
We don't even have a middle class anymore.
Do you guys believe
I
in the
believe that we
Constitution?
are more likely to have people start rioting, people to start stealing, people to start killing, people to start literally doing a lot
Hey,
worse.
Sherry,
if
Sherry,
the
Sherry,
economic
Sherry, Sherry,
thing stays where it's at.
Sherry, do you follow the Constitution? Do you believe in it?
Yes, I believe in the Constitution.
And what do you think about J.D. Vance saying that Trump should defy the Supreme Court and just fill the government with loyalists? That sounds like a dictatorship to me.
Do you think there's not checks and balances in our own
Do you
government?
think that they
Yeah,
don't
Trump wants to get rid of
already?
them. That's kind of the
Yeah,
point.
he
The
wants
check
to
is
Think
defy
the
they
the
don't
Supreme Court.
already fill the government with people who you don't
No,
think that
he
they
came up with his plan to fill the government at the very end of his term, and Biden thankfully overturned it. But if Trump is back in the second term, he has a pretty elaborate plan to
So you
establish
trust the government?
autocracy.
You trust the government.
Lydia,
You
think
would
of the
trust
thought
our
process,
the
Brady, think of the
government.
thought.
Which
How
part
you
of the
would say
government? I
that
trust the
everything-
FDA to regulate my food.
Huh?
Okay.
I trust the FDA to regulate my food. Which part of the government are you talking about?
You trust the FDA to regulate your
God,
food
dude.
with all
Yeah,
the
like-
chemicals that are in food
Oh God!
right
Oh God!
now?
Now she.
Do you
Okay,
think
hold
there
up,
were
hold up.
less
Let-
chemicals in
What?
food before the
I-
FDA?
let me
That
ask her.
even
Here,
just
hold up.
shows that
Sherry,
even-
Sherry, do you trust the police?
Do I trust? Yes, I trust the police.
That you trust the government?
I trust people who I don't.
You trust
I'm
the
not going to say
government?
that I trust.
Are
Listen,
you
listen,
telling me
I
that you trust the
people-
government?
Do
you?
I want to trust the government, but do they give me? Are there multiple
Push the bill.
things every year that I research on
So
that show
you
me
just
that?
conceded that you trust certain aspects of the government because you trust police.
If I trust police, okay, I trust people who give me a reason to trust them. Police, at the end of the day, if something happened, that's who I'm going to call. That is who I'm going to call until they give me a reason not to. The cops have never given me a reason not to. Anybody who doesn't
Sherry,
give
I
me
have
a
a
reason
question.
not to, I'm not going to do that with. Yes, of course, cops
Sherry-
have done multiple other things to.
Sherry,
but-
I get it. Sherry, do you know how many branches of government there are?
3.
What are they?
Legislative.
Hold up.
Why can't he help me? I'm not. Listen. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know.
You
I
good?
know them, but
You
I'm in nursing school right now. Okay,
Love
I
you.
have
Think
a
of the
lot more on my
$5.
plate than to deal with this. To be honest, but in reality, it's my livelihood. It's my daughter's livelihood. So yes, I'm trying to do what's best for my family, and that's just what
Terry
I believe
Parker
in.
and I
So-
also want what's best for your family. So we're voting for Kamala Harris because she's going to be actually better for the average person.
And that's okay. You know, whatever you feel, that's okay. Whatever I feel is okay. I have my argument. You have yours. That doesn't.
You can feel
necessarily
whatever you'd
mean
like, but
you
our
have to
arguments
say-
are
That's like
reasoned and-
saying it's okay to like vote for Hitler because like that's your
How you feel.
decision.
Trump
That's
is
how you
not
feel.
Hitler.
Dude,
Trump
that's
is
a
I'm
not
not saying he
Hitler.
is, but I'm saying your reason is
I believe
compatible with
more
saying that.
Kamala's more Hitler by starving.
Kamala.
I could
Kamala.
eat. I could eat
Kamala.
under Trump. I could buy a house under Trump. I could have things under Trump.
What
Soon
year-
we will
what year
have-
did Trump leave
we
office?
keep on this path.
Wait. What year did Trump leave office?
Trump left office 2020.
2020? No, that was actually when Trump was still in office in 2020.
2021.
March of 2020.
He left
March of
2021. So if the economy
March.
was bad in 2020 during Trump's administration, do you blame Trump?
How was the economy bad?
Maybe a global fucking pandemic.
Of course, a global pandemic. Of course, but at the end of the day, he was still helping out the people. Regardless, when Biden got into office, we were in a global pandemic for a few more years. Did he help us out?
Trump,
Did he
Trump
do
got his
anything?
name put on the
Did he do
stimulus
anything
checks.
for us?
But yeah, Trump got his name put on the stimulus checks. Yep, he did so much.
Okay, it's not the point. Even he still got us the stimulus checks. Look at all
That
the
was
people,
Congress.
immigrants who are getting
That's
checks
Congress.
right now.
That is Congress.
You know,
Look
our
at all the
economic
immigrants that
recovery
are
was
getting
like
checks
2
right
years
now.
quicker
Are
because of
they-
the
are they
American
helping
Rescue
out
Plan, so
our
Biden did
people?
help us.
Look at Ukraine getting all this money. You guys are mad at
much
Trump
money
for
do we
giving
send
us
Ukraine?
money? Oh, he gave us
Billions.
money, so he's the bad guy. But
much,
Ukraine,
Sherry?
we can give 90
Sherry,
billion.
Yeah, so again, most 70 billion of the 107 billion we gave to the Ukrainian government is weapons and equipment. You think we're gonna feed people with weapons and equipment? What the fuck are you talking? You think we're gonna feed them? We're gonna feed them assault weapons? We're gonna
Yum.
feed them tanks?
Why would we have? Why is the point of having that much?
How many?
No,
Wait,
no.
wait.
Regardless, you say that.
Wait.
You sit there and
Sherry,
say that.
can I say something, please? Can I say something?
Go for
So
it.
how many billions of dollars did we give to the Afghanis
Afghan
when
government?
we left? To the Afghan citizens, to the Taliban. How many billions of dollars of equipment did we give to them?
So
Through Biden?
we didn't give any to the Taliban directly. We gave stuff to the Afghan government to defend themselves from the Taliban, right? And then it was taken over by the Taliban. Other than that, everything else was either destroyed on site or brought back to the U.S.
Yep, and the reason the
absolute
Afghan government was
bullshit. I was
collapsed
in
so quickly is because
Afghanistan,
Trump
dude.
left them out of the negotiations with the Taliban. So,
Okay, that's absolute bullshit. I was in Afghanistan. I served in
were
Afghanistan.
you there during the negotiations with the Taliban and Trump?
No, but I watched.
Yeah, so
the
Trump
videos.
left
I
out the
watched
Afghan government. The reason we
13
collapsed so horribly is because there was no coordination with them when we pulled out. That was Trump's plan. Biden obviously shouldn't have done that, but the best you can say here is that Trump would have done the exact same thing Biden did, except a few months earlier, because Biden at least tried to buy us some extra time before he pulled us out. About the election, Biden versus Trump, Trump would have done the exact same thing, except on an even shorter timeline.
Tom, thank you so much for
Okay,
the $10.
according
And
to you,
Shonda, thank you so much for the $10.
That's
Thank you
not
so much.
according to me.
Thank you.
The Doha Accords, the negotiations, we were
literally
supposed to pull out
according to
months
you
before we
because
actually did.
Trump didn't
Biden pulled
do
it
it.
forward till October or September, I'm pretty sure. We were supposed to leave in early summer
It was
under
August.
Trump's negotiation.
Okay. But Trump didn't do it. Biden literally did, and it was a disaster.
Okay, we're going in circles at this point.
Yeah.
Do you guys like Candace Owens?
Parker.
Yeah, have you guys watched her thing on Kamala? Have you watched her?
Kamala.
You know, how could
Just say
you?
Harris.
How,
Sherry, just say Harris.
well, Harris, how could you guys? How could you guys trust? How could you guys trust her if she can't even tell the truth just about her life? Like she isn't even telling the truth
What did she
about
lie
her life.
about?
She talks that, I mean, I went through Candace Owens facts, and she talks about in her book, she shows pictures of certain aunts that aren't her aunt, that are not even related to her.
This is a cultural thing. She
She,
grew up half Indian, and I can speak on this. You call a lot of people aunts and uncles when they're just like family friends and they're super present in your life. Like it's a more communitarian culture. It's not that deep. And she's even addressed this before. This is like a non-issue that people are blowing up for no reason.
but the thing is, the reason why it is so deep is because she's claiming that, first of all, she lied. She talks about being like, just like you said.
Trump
was
claimed
it-
that he went
was it-
down in a helicopter with like Willie Brown or something, and it wasn't even him. So like, I don't know if honesty is what we want to talk about here when we're comparing the candidates.
I mean, but she lies a lot. She literally changes her.
No one's
demeanor
going to say
everywhere
that
she
Kamala
goes.
Harris
You
has
guys
never
watch how
lied in her
she
life.
Introduces herself. Do you guys watch how she introduces herself? Every single thing that she throws, every single thing she throws, she introduces herself, and she has a different demeanor about her. And then the point of why does she have Megan? Why do we want somebody who has Megan Thee Stallion twerking at their thing? Why do we? You guys, that's what you got. I'm not saying I love Megan Thee Stallion.
issue? That's your issue?
But what?
Are you more of an Ice Spice person? Is that why?
It's the point. It's the point. Why is she doing that? It's not necessarily the
what's
fact
the
that she
issue?
has it there,
What's
but
the
as
issue?
a president,
I'd rather
it's
see
that-
Meg Thee Stallion than Kid Rock, honestly, and maybe that's just my music
the
taste.
issue is that we're twerking at a presidential presidential gathering
Wait,
in front of
who's we? I wasn't
children, in
twerking.
front of. I'm not saying
Sherry,
that, but you guys think that's okay?
Sherry, where was she doing that?
You guys,
She was like dancing for a song, but she wasn't doing that. Appreciate the hand. I
She
don't know what
was
you're talking about.
twerking. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Watch the video.
Wait,
of
by
her
the way,
doing it.
even if she was, what's the point, right? Who cares?
The point, what do you mean who cares? The point is that's not appropriate. That's not
And
appropriate.
Trump grabbing people
Why
by the
is
P
that
word is appropriate? Like,
Wait, so Trump having Kid Rock on, or the guy recently that just said Puerto Rico is a literal island of garbage, right? That's not an issue.
I mean, to me,
Wait, is that more? Which one would you rather have? Would you rather have the person who was twerking on stage, if that's true, right? Or would you rather have the person saying that Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage?
Wait, but didn't George Lopez say all Mexicans were thieves? Like, let's clutch our pearls a little harder, right?
Wait, when? And I would disagree with
At
that
a-
too. Where's the
at a
clip?
Kamala- he said it at a Kamala rally.
Kamala,
Yes.
no, where? Show me the clip.
Look it up. Look
I
up
represent
George
the dollar.
Lopez
No, give me.
joke. Look up George
Yeah, Google George
Lopez
Lopez
joke.
joke, and you'll find this one specific thing. I'm sure.
He said, "Oh well, Trump said he'd build a border wall in one night. You better not leave those materials outside, or they're going to be gone." Like it's the same thing. Like,
Wait, by the
clutch
way,
your
I just
pearls
want to wait. He
about
said it about people who are wait. So is he just saying like that he doesn't think that, and that he's joking about Trump doing that, and he's Mexican himself?
I don't know. You look at the joke and interpret it for
Is,
yourself.
is
I'm
he
not gonna interpret
Mexican?
for you.
Is he Mexican?
Is George Lopez Mexican? Yes, I assume he's a Mexican. But so does that make it like better for you? I guess like that seems kind of like identity
yeah.
politics. Okay, I mean Tony Hinchcliffe is
What
a
he's literally
roast
talking.
comic.
He's talking about Trump's rhetoric, whereas Tony is literally not talking about anyone's rhetoric.
Yeah,
he's
but
specifically
did
perpetuating the
Trump's-
racism himself.
But did Trump say it or did Tony
Trump-
Hinchcliffe say it?
Wait, you don't understand? It was, but you were talking about having people, right, who like are not legitimate, who are like doing things that are unprofessional at rallies. And I gave you an example of someone doing it at Trump's recent Madison Square Garden rally.
And I gave you an example of a Mexican saying all Mexicans are thieves at a Kamala rally.
Yeah, talking
so
about how
how's that
bad
different?
Trump's rhetoric is.
No. Look up the joke. He was saying that Mexicans would steal all
Fiona,
the
thank
materials.
you for $10. Thank you so much.
He was saying Mexicans would steal all the materials if you left them out overnight. That was his joke. And I thought it was funny. And I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to clutch my pearls over that. But it's a joke, right? Do I think Tony Hinchcliffe should have been
Pascal,
at that
thank
rally?
you so much for the $1.
Probably not. Like, I can agree with you on that. Do I
you
think
clutch your
George-
pearls and Meg Thee Stallion twerking then, or do you think that's also okay?
I don't care. I literally don't care.
Fair
like
enough.
about twerking and jokes and all this stuff. Like that is not like I'm not gonna like change my vote because someone twerked or someone made a joke.
So
Like,
if Trump
that's-
twerked, you'd still vote for him?
If Trump twerked, I'd actually probably
I'd
definitely vote for him.
No, honestly, I'm gonna have to switch over too.
This is going to probably be my last one, and then I'm going to go. And I do appreciate all your guys' insight. It's not that I'm not listening, you know, I just have my opinion too. But regardless,
Wait, by the
I
way,
do wanna
wait, can
make
we just
this
clarify
one-
before this? This isn't someone who's from Puerto Rico making a joke about Puerto Rico, right? This is specifically someone making a joke about Puerto Rico who's not from there, right? And is using it to perpetuate racism. So I do think that we need to make a distinction because, for example, there are Puerto Ricans making fun of the fact that Tony said that, right? That doesn't mean that they're specifically saying that, and it doesn't mean that it's wrong because they're Puerto Rican.
Parker,
Right? They can call out the
my
bad
God,
rhetoric
dude.
from Tony Hinchcliffe.
Parker, I think it's a bad joke. Like it was the wrong situation.
There wasn't just
for
that.
it,
There's also other things.
But no, I
Yeah, he
think
said he
what
was
you need to
carving
hear
watermelon with
and
black
what-
people. Like it was an
Yeah,
extremely
literally.
racist rant that he went
Well,
on.
then why aren't we talking about that? Like you brought up the Puerto Rican joke first. Like it's you got to
They're
keep
both
moving the
bad.
goalposts. No, you're moving the goalposts. And
No,
what
this
I'm
was an
saying,
example that was
goalposts.
brought up in response to her complaining about Meg Thee Stallion twerking. Parker,
Oh,
bring that up.
I didn't hear her complaining about that. I don't care about that. I
Jacqueline,
don't care
thank you so
about
much for the
that. I don't care
$25 on
about-
PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. That's the only
I don't
reason we
care.
brought this up.
No, and I don't care about the jokes either. And you
That's
shouldn't either.
disgusting.
Because
You should care about racism.
it's not racism. He's
It
a
is
roast
racism.
comic, dude. He's Tony Hinchcliffe. Have you ever watched his show? Like
Yeah,
that's
and he
what
engages in
does.
racism.
Dude, I can't
Yeah,
agree
he
with you
engages in
that-
racism all the time. He
Okay,
literally talks about. He literally has made jokes talking about going quote unquote halfsies on a slave. That's what he said. That's a joke that he made. A joke that he made. No, he's perpetuating
Okay.
racism. He's perpetuating bigotry. Right? That's what he's doing. It's not a joke. Okay.
So you equally hate Dave Chappelle as well, right? Like you clutch your pearls about his jokes as
If
well,
it
right?
depends on the
I'm
joke
just-
that he
I
made.
just wanna-
What joke are you referencing that Dave Chappelle made? Because
I
I
don't
can
know,
disagree with
something
jokes.
about
Yeah.
about trans people or something. I'm
Yes,
sure
yes, I would
yes,
disagree with
okay.
making fun of trans
Okay.
people. Absolutely, I would disagree with that.
And I think the comedy universe would say there's like comedy and then there's like being serious about stuff. We can we can actually, even as people, like look ourselves in the mirror and be like, I'm gonna actually talk shit about myself, and that's funny. And when you lose that, you lose there's just this element of free speech that you lose.
Comedy is subjective. Just because you think something's funny doesn't mean that it's not going to be racist when interpreted by other people.
I'm so sick of trying to find racism in
Nick,
everything.
I think of the $5.
It wasn't comedy, I'll tell you that. 'Cause
We're
I
not
watched it, I
finding
didn't
in
laugh
everything.
once.
Yeah, we're not finding in everything. What we're doing is we're acknowledging when behavior is bad. And you, for some reason, can't call any of this behavior racist or bad. Because I think you're
No,
trying to protect
I'm
the
not
fact that either
saying
you
it's
do it in your
not.
life or people around you do it.
No. I'm saying there's bad jokes for sure, but like saying Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage.
Of garbage, yeah, that's
people,
racism. Absolutely, that's
he
racism.
didn't call the people garbage. He called the island garbage, which is
Who lives
true.
on the island?
Seriously, like what?
There's a lot of garbage on the island. I mean, you can look
Oh
it
my
up.
god, are you trolling?
I mean, look it up. Since 2016, it's been inundated with garbage since the hurricane that
See
happened.
what I
there.
mean? Now you have people believing it like you.
No,
right? Literally
look
insane
it
shit.
up, dude. Okay, then disprove me and say it's wrong. That
And you
since
can't
the
you can't
hurricane-
say it's garbage when it is the case that Donald Trump blocked her like funding specifically for Hurricane Maria, 13 to 20 billion dollars that would have specifically helped them invest in rebuilding those areas, right? And
Okay, and
also like
that's-
what are you talking about?
No, and that's the news you heard, and I watched the
What do you mean
literal.
just the news I heard? That's what happened. That's what he did. He
But I-
blocked the funding to Puerto Rico for 3 years.
Okay, well, I'll have to look into that. What I saw was that the literal mayor was refusing to work with him, and made it a
You should also
complete
look into
debacle.
Trump wanting to refuse aid to California during wildfires, and then he found out that Orange County votes for him. That's the only reason he sent them the aid in the end.
I mean, you can talk about refusing aid when we look at North Carolina right now with Kamala and Biden.
Kamala.
I'm sorry, Kamala and Biden. Like, why aren't they giving them money? They're sending it to Lebanon instead. Like, is that really the argument we're going to have?
They're
What?
sending North Carolinians to Lebanon?
No, they're sending money to Lebanon, and they're not sending any money to North
Imagine-
Carolina.
that they
Imagine
can just
freaking
take
out
that
about
money and give it
humanitarian
to-
aid. Imagine freaking out about humanitarian aid to Lebanon when we have a $900 billion a year military budget.
What does that have to do with North Carolina?
Wait, you understand that we could be using that money specifically for North Carolinians? Also, you understand under Trump's administration, he diverted $157 million of FEMA funds specifically for migrant detention centers.
But in the same breath, we could use the same money we sent to Lebanon for people in North Carolina.
Wait,
Why are we
you know that
sending it
you know
there?
how much we sent to Lebanon? I'm
How
pretty
much?
sure it was pretty similar to the amount that I just referenced.
750 million, I think. 750
I don't think
million.
it was 700.
Also, if you have a problem with appropriations of funding, that's on Congress, not the president. The president can't just take foreign aid funds and send them to like North
you're
Carolina
right.
instead.
You're totally right. Yep.
Gloriani, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. They said for Puerto Rico here, it's beautiful. We are highly offended. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then Athena wanted to ask a question, so I want to give Athena the ability to ask that question real quick.
I was gonna ask. I'm wondering. So this is not my question. I was gonna ask another question. When did America send money to Lebanon? I missed that memo.
I think recently they just approved a bill specifically for humanitarian aid. That could have just been a proposal though.
Okay, because I don't think that money was sent. Was it?
It might not have been sent. I know it was proposed for sure.
Yeah.
Humanitarian aid for Lebanon. They provided over the last year. It's 386 million to
Over the
support
last
vulnerable
year.
populations in Lebanon and Syria.
Okay, in Syria too. Okay, I wanted to ask a previous question. Do you think blackface is funny?
No.
Yeah, but you know that like at a certain point in time, blackface was considered comedy, right? During minstrel shows.
I guess, sure.
So just because minstrel shows were considered funny for the dominant society, doesn't mean they were funny, right?
Like I said, I've never considered it funny, so.
No, I'm not saying if you consider it. I'm saying they was still considered comedy, though. Like people literally gathered up together watching minstrel shows in blackface and thought it was really funny to kiki and haha to it because it was just comedy.
So you're
Right.
saying that culture should have always reflected our current culture? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that sometimes the dominant society can view dehumanizing rhetoric as comedy.
Right.
But just
So
because the dominant
culture
society
used to be
views
different. Right. Yeah. Culture
just because
used to
the
be
dominant just because the dominant society views dehumanizing rhetoric as funny doesn't mean that it's actually funny. Could also just be rhetoric used to normalize the dehumanization of certain groups of people. In this case, Puerto Ricans or Latinos or black people.
different. Or like Trump supporters, or like Mexicans that we say steal everything. Right. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, dehumanization of Mexicans. Trump does it on a regular basis.
So did George Lopez, and he's a Mexican. Weird. I mean, he made a joke
Wait, does that
not
make it
funny
any
either,
less?
according to your standards. He made a joke, according to you, was not funny to your standards. But you want to say, because he's a Mexican, he's allowed to say it. But it's still not funny. It's still not funny, is it?
So, I mean, like back then, I mean, blackface to your standards might not be funny, but it's funny in general, right? By your logic, because some people find it funny.
No, what I'm literally saying is that culture has changed over time, right?
Yes.
And so maybe
And it
back
should
then
continue
it was
progressing,
funny.
right?
Right. So change culture.
Cool.
That's your job, not mine. My job is to.
Why is it my job to change it?
Because you apparently think that something's not funny, aka Puerto Rican jokes or Latino jokes. And so your job is now to convince the rest of America that those jokes are not funny.
Why
That's your
shouldn't the
job
dominant
now.
society do that as well? Like I'm a bit confused. Why
dominate
should the dominant society that has the power to apply these labels to marginalized people choose to change it? Why should marginalized people have to change it?
Marginalized people don't have to change. You literally said these are the jokes that I think that are not funny. Okay, well now it's your job to convince everyone else that they're not funny.
No, it's not that they're not funny. It's not that they're not funny. It's the fact that they are used to normalize the dehumanization of people.
No, it's literally not, because black people make jokes about their own culture and about their own skin color.
Yes,
White
a
people
black
do the same
person,
thing.
a black
Latinos
person,
do
which
the
is
same thing.
subjected.
Puerto Ricans do the same thing. And then even black people make fun of white people, and I find that funny. So tell me that
so
it's not
so
funny.
it's not
and then
it's
prove to me
not
that,
so
and
it's
then-
not
and
the
then if
same.
you can
It's not
prove
the same. If a black person is choosing maybe to make jokes about themselves because they're subjected to that type of racism, and they do it amongst black people just for like the kicks of it, that's different than, let's say, like an almost all white crowd making fun of marginalized people, while at the same time actively dehumanizing said people. We know what Donald Trump said about black people, right? He literally said that black people were too lazy to count his money, and he wants people wearing yarmulkes to count his money. We know that Donald Trump also prevented black people from renting apartments in his building, right? Multiple times. So
I don't know that.
the person who's actively discriminating black people when it comes to housing, actively discriminating black people, saying as if we are somehow racially just lazy, at the same time allowing the dehumanization of people at his rally, that's completely different than me with like a bunch of black people like just kikiing about like racist stereotypes that we're affected by.
Okay, and what I'll say is I love how
think of the
your
$5.
Your argument has evolved from what is funny and what is allowed to be funny to what Donald Trump did. I believe your argument initially started out with, "Hey, infidel, do you think blackface is funny?" And I said, "No. At this current point in our society, I don't think that's funny." And then as I
Wait, so in
disproved-
previous aspects of society, do you think it was funny?
I think people used to
No,
think
do
it
you
was
think
funny.
do you think it was funny at any point in time?
I exist in this culture, right?
No, but
And
do
in
you think
this-
it was funny at any point in time, under your view?
No. Nope.
Okay, so the point
Obviously
that we're
not.
making is that you don't think that just because it's common in society for people to hold these things, that it's okay to do. You think it's bad to engage in what you perceive as racist jokes, right?
No. I think you're mishearing
That is
me.
racism, and you're perpetuating that racism, right? And we're saying that you shouldn't do that.
No. What I'm saying is you need to show me, prove to me, and give me examples of why it's not funny.
What?
Not just tell me, oh, it's not funny, and you have to believe that.
No, we're saying it's
not,
racist.
Yeah, sorry, Parker.
Go ahead, you're good.
No, it's not funny because, again, if you normalize that type of rhetoric about marginalized people and you start operating through that prism of dehumanization, you can actively ruin people's lives. So if you think it's funny to degrade a certain group of people based on stereotypes, and then you become, let's say, the president or you're a politician and you operate through that prism, you can actively affect their lives on a daily basis, which means when, let's say, you are in hiring and you see a certain group of people, and let's say you make fun of, let's say, black people being lazy, and then you see a black person in front of you at a job interview, therefore you choose not to hire them because you automatically think they're lazy. The same thing with Puerto Ricans or Latinos. So again, what I'm trying to say is, what the dominant society says is comedy when it comes to dehumanizing whole groups of people is ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, not comedy because it actively affects people's lives.
Right. And you're clutching pearls because
I'm not clutching pearls.
No, at what point did Tony Hinchcliffe say actual Puerto Rican people are garbage? He said the island was, right? Not the people, the island.
Why is the island garbage?
I don't know. I guess he assumes that the garbage from the hurricane hasn't been cleaned up, and he thought that would be.
Why is Greenland not garbage? Or Iceland?
He said the island in of itself is garbage.
He didn't call the people garbage, did he? He
So,
called the island.
so you think the island of Puerto Rico in of itself is garbage? You don't think
I don't
that's
know.
like
I
that?
haven't been there. I've never been
If
there.
someone were to say that the United States itself is garbage, like in terms of like the land, do you think that that is going to be like something you consider to be bad?
If they were talking about New Jersey, probably. But I mean, I have no idea. Like, give me
It's not looking
context.
too good.
Isn't this the same person who said Latinos have too many kids?
Me?
Or
Yes.
get pregnant too much and have too many kids? Yeah.
Yes.
So
I
how
said
come
that?
when we
No.
hear this type of
Or they
rhetoric
don't
about
quote unquote
countries,
pull out like
yeah,
Oh,
when
Tony
we hear about countries being garbage or shithole countries,
I love how
why
you
are they
moved
not
on to the
applied
next
to
joke.
like predominantly white countries? Why doesn't anybody ever say Iceland is a piece of garbage or a shithole country? Or I don't know, like another like predominantly white country? Why is it always that predominantly black and brown countries are labeled as shithole countries or countries that are garbage or full of garbage? Can you explain that one to me?
I have no idea. Maybe because like Puerto Rico actually is full of garbage. I don't know why he said that. Like, I can't explain a comedian's joke to you.
So why did he say Latinos don't pull out and have too many kids?
Why did George Lopez say all Mexicans steal?
George Lopez, isn't George Lopez Latino? I don't know. Maybe he was
Why
trying to
does that
reclaim.
matter?
He's Mexican.
Why does that
He's
matter?
Mexican, okay. And the person who said Latinos have like don't pull out, is he Mexican?
Why does that matter?
It definitely matters. It
Okay.
definitely 100% matters. It's kind of like
Okay,
if you're
well,
in a
it's
family
not.
and like
It's-
you make fun of your
no.
sibling. No, if you make fun of your sibling, it's going to be completely different context. So let's say a stranger making fun of your sibling.
No, because when white people say,
Wait, you don't. Wait, you
no,
think?
Can I finish? Because I'm a white man. When white people say
Okay.
all white males are Nazis, I find that
Who said that?
extremely.
Who
What?
fucking said
I find that extremely
Viking,
offensive.
who the fuck said that?
I'm just saying. Okay.
Who?
let's
No,
say,
name the person. Name one person that ever said that.
Kamala Harris, the Democratic
Kamala
Party.
did not say that. The Democrats did not say that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Bro, a lot of people on your side demonize white people.
Bro,
to a-
name
to
one
a
person who
great
said
extent.
explicitly what you just said.
Robin DiAngelo, for example, says that white men are evil, in effect.
Wait, Robin D'Angelo? Who's that?
Yeah. She demonizes white men constantly.
Wait, she
And-
said all white men are evil?
Yes.
Like, word
and her
for
fucking-
word
She-
said
she's
all white men are
literally,
evil.
by the way, she's literally white herself.
Wait. I'm sorry.
like Like, you're not even listening to the fucking sense, dude. Like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. You gotta
So
be
you
kidding
brought
me.
up a white woman saying that about her own community to justify dehumanizing another
you just
community.
ridiculed me for saying that George Lopez said that all Mexicans are thieves, and you're like, but wait, he's Mexican.
Yeah, so and she's a white woman. So if she as a white woman feels that way, then she can say that. I don't know.
Okay, so do I find offense when she says it? Yes.
I literally just
do
told
other
you.
Mexicans find offense when George Lopez says they're all thieves? Probably. That was my point. How does that not make sense?
That was not a very good point. Like,
Okay.
genuinely, that was not a
There you
very
go.
good point. I think the perfect way to understand it is like if you are beefing with your sibling and
I
like
guess I'm a retard.
you poke fun.
Oh my god.
What did he say?
He said the R slur.
Oh my gosh, I'm not surprised that like ableism is added to that list. But yeah,
Literally.
thank you. I'm gonna drop.
Always good seeing you, Athena.
Kidding. By the way, the glasses with the outfit, W.
Appreciate
Just
it.
wanted to say
My
that.
girlfriend
Chef's
picked
kiss.
out the style.
No, she has good style. Okay, chef's kiss. Bye.
Appreciate
Me
it.
too. I'm gonna head out, you guys. You guys have a good day. It was nice talking to you guys.
Okay. See you later, Sherry.
Later.
Team Mag, are you voting Trump?
I sure am.
Okay, why so?
So number one is with my biggest thing is with the border, and if you compare Trump's 4 years and the last 3.5, almost 4 years with the Biden Harris administration, my life was better. So what do you want to go to first, border?
Yeah, sure. So like, how do you feel about Donald Trump calling people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill?
So that's a real stretch because Donald Trump is a private citizen right now. So
And the leader of the Republican Party.
he's not in office.
He's still the leader of the Republican Party.
Okay, but
And
he's
Mitch
not in office.
McConnell and
He
Mitt
has
Romney
no
both said
power.
that he called us and told us to kill the bill.
Yeah, and Donald Trump said it himself. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Okay, well, let's go in the bill. I'll tell you, there's a lot of flaws in it, and first
And
of
name
all,
one.
so it capped the what do you call them, asylums, or people trying to get across the border, and they're not gotaways, but it capped it at 5,000 people. That should be zero.
It's for 1 day. Push the mic out.
Yeah, for 1 day, exactly. Yeah.
So if
It should be
you hit that
zero.
for 1 day, you could shut down the border. Right? That's
Yeah,
not the
so-
only threshold, by the way.
So 5,000 times 365, that's over $1 million a year.
Wait, what? 365?
You think those people stay here?
Also, 5,000 for 1 day. If it hit 5,000 for 1 day, you could
Yeah.
shut down the border. It's 2,500 daily average for a week. You could shut down the border as well. So those two thresholds, right, would be the basis for it. That's similar to like what it was under Trump's administration. Spooky
Also, the
big
higher
description.
encounters don't matter as much because they're changing like asylum processes, so you can have like officers and judges turn people's asylum claims away. So like even if the raw number of people showing up is higher, the actual burden on our infrastructure would be lower. Because when people have their cases adjudicated quicker, if someone does have an invalid asylum claim, they'll get deported. If someone doesn't, then they get to stay here and get treated humanely as well.
Okay, so in regards with asylum, so it's my understanding. So when that law came in, they signed the UN back in the 50s or 60s. I don't know, back in that time period, the goal was if they had a legitimate asylum claim, let's say if they're from Venezuela or Colombia, they would have to go to the next safest country, not hop over all these other countries.
There's no international asylum law that says that.
Well, I think that's what it is in the U.S. That's because you can't just go.
Nope, it
they
does not
should-
say that in the U.S.
Are you sure? I'm pretty
Yes,
sure.
I am
saw-
totally positive.
So why is it been reported that they have to go to the next safest country?
Yeah, can you give me a single source?
So what if the U.S. is just the safest country they have access to? What if the other countries are not safe to them?
Well, that's not true. You got Mexico, you got the Latin America.
Aren't Trump supporters always the ones saying that like Mexico apparently has like asylums full of criminals? So like pick a side here.
I didn't say that.
Right, but this is the argument is that like you have to either say that all these countries that are supposedly sending criminals actually don't have crime problems, or they do, in which case it makes sense that people want to come here and be safe. It's one or the other. It's not both.
Chelsea, thank you so much for the $6.66.
No, it's not
Thank
up
you so
to them
much.
to
Joseph, thank you so much. I
cherry
appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Jaime, thank you so much
I
for the
mean, have you
$5.
actually-
Thank
did you read
you.
the-
Anna, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Taylor, thank you so much for the $5. And Leah, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Have you actually read through the bill?
Yeah, I mean,
I
there's
read through it
not
a
the whole
couple months
thing.
ago.
Okay, so I read through it, and so another thing that the bill does, it makes it. I don't, for whatever reason, it makes it more difficult and more complex.
Wait,
than
how did you
actually
not know the thresholds then?
the $5,000 or excuse me $5,000 $5,000 a day?
You didn't know it was for one day. You said
Yeah, no,
5,000
that's
times 365.
Yeah, it's 5,000 a day. So there's 5,000. It
Push that
basically says that's
message.
okay.
No. You can shut down the border after 5K.
Right, but then it opens up the next day.
No, not necessarily. That's not how the border protections
It
work.
didn't say a timeline when they can reopen it up.
Yeah, because they determine it, right?
Okay, but don't you agree it should be zero though? There shouldn't be a cap.
No, why would I want zero encounters?
Because they're walking around freely in our country.
Bro, are you
Because we don't have
delusional?
enough judges to adjudicate their cases.
Okay, that is an issue with the judges. You know, it's backed up for years. I get
This
that.
was in the bill. Would have fixed it.
Okay, but let me tell you the other. So I'll tell you what I have a problem with the bill. So it created all these these procedures of dealing how we deal. Can we use illegal alien, or I don't? Some people have. How would you like me to describe them so I don't get kicked off?
Undocumented
Asylum
immigrants?
seekers, or yeah.
Okay, so the undocumented immigrants.
If you're talking about asylum seekers, they're legal migrants. You just say asylum seekers.
Oh, no, I'm talking about when they're dealing with undocumented aliens when they're apprehended at the southern border. It instead of closing these loopholes that we have in the law currently, it just it makes it adds new processes. They're for example, so it gives this bill specifically added layers to appeal, and for the undocumented migrants, they can continue to keep their case on for years.
That's not what it does. That you don't even know. What are you talking about? This made the process go faster. No, it didn't.
So they can.
It actually. So the only layers you're referencing that you could talk about is it changed from it being a credible threat to probable cause.
No, I'm talking about
Right? That actually makes it harder for people to claim asylum.
No. I'm talking about once they already claimed asylum, it makes it the bill specifically made it harder for the or ICE or whoever to remove them. It just added so much bureaucratic. It would be difficult. So that's another reason why the bill is bad.
You clearly did not read the bill.
I did read the bill.
I don't believe you.
So right now the removal process is I wouldn't say it's easy or it's more straightforward, and just that bill would have made it more complex and harder for to remove someone.
How exactly would it make it harder?
Well, what I'm saying, I'm paraphrasing. It just added more layers, and so where they can appeal it. It just gave them
Which
more
layers did it add? Like, what are you saying? We're going to have more people working in these agencies, which means we have more manpower, which is probably going to make it more efficient, not less.
But I'm saying the process to appeal it when they're already here, when they were in through the asylum process and they're trying to stay, it just added more layers to it. And
appeal what? Appeal rejected asylum claim?
Yeah, so they have to go back home. It's basically drawn it out where they can appeal it at every step, and before they didn't have the opportunity.
What's wrong with appealing something? Like, isn't Trump appealing his New York case?
No, I'm talking about
part of our process in the judicial system is like if you don't think you're being treated fairly or think the outcome is wrong, you can appeal the decision.
Well, first of all,
and if someone's walking hundreds of miles to get here, I think it's fair to allow them to appeal if they think that their asylum claim was valid and they were rejected.
So what I'm saying is that it adds more stops in the appeal process.
Hey, T-Maca, why do you have literally girls that look like minors in bikinis on your liked videos that are public?
Who?
You do. I literally am looking at girls that look like minors. They absolutely look like minors. And you've liked the video, right? And it's literally them in bikinis.
I'm sure they're not under 18. I only follow 100 people.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
I don't even know. I don't even want to show their faces because they look so young. Push that mustache. Don't even act like they're dude, even if they were 18. How old are you?
I said I'm 30.
Yeah, that's still crazy.
How would I know how would I know what age they are?
You can see they're very young. They're very young. They're very young. Don't make me show it because it's they're literally very young.
Well, I don't know. I don't follow every. I don't care.
Do you think they're young?
Yeah, they're young.
Yeah, those are the girls that you just specifically liked the video of.
Okay, I probably don't follow them.
That doesn't matter. Why are you liking that? What a weirdo, dude. What are you laughing at, dude?
So okay, then you're gonna have to bring up. So I made actually that's a good point. So on my I don't know if it'll show you on my like followers or something, but I made comments on people that whatever transition whatever, and then I'll get a bunch of followers. You know, I can't help that.
What are you talking about? This is a video that you liked.
It probably showed up. It probably whatever happened on my feed. Like what's
It's not even. There's not even just one. There's multiple. There's multiple videos and pictures of girls that look to be minors.
Okay, no, I
You
don't.
literally
think they're
liked
minors.
the video.
I don't think they're minors.
I just showed you a picture or video of them, right? You literally can see how young they look.
Okay, and how you think? Or so you're saying I'm like searching for underage girls in here? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, I can tell you with absolute certainty that I'm not doing that on purpose.
Then why do we see that in your like videos?
Because probably it's on my feed. I don't know.
Appreciate the hand heart. So it's on your feed.
Your feed recommends
why
stuff
is-
based on what you
yeah.
watch, also. So that's
So-
kind of like a self-report.
Well, so I do follow.
Oh, you're also following her too.
Okay. Well, I wonder if she's in. So I do manage a couple of girls at OFs, but I don't. What do you? I don't. Who knows? What do you care? Why are you trying to deflect? I mean, why are you trying to deflect from us talking about the border?
Because you're a gross fucking individual. You're a creepy dude. I'll talk to anyone, right? But you're a fucking weirdo.
So
You're a fucking weirdo, dude.
21 years old.
How can you sit on a live with 10,000 people and just say that?
So are you saying 10 years is a whatever big gap? First of all, you don't know whose age they are, and it's probably a hot girl. Big deal.
We're talking about minors, dude. We're literally talking about minors.
I can tell you.
And also half of your I'm not going to show the name any further.
So it's kind of weird that
It
you
starts with an A.
Okay, I don't know who that is, but I like that he wanted to deflect from our discussion.
Why are you liking that? Why are you liking that? That's literally a crime, dude. You know that's a crime, right? Why are you deflecting?
Why am I deflecting?
Why are you guys looking at my public liked photos, right? When you are literally disgusting. You're the one who got caught. Why are you saying why are you looking at that?
So can I go on my thing without, or do I have to X out of it?
No, you're gonna address this.
No,
And
I'm
that's not
saying-
the only one.
Okay, so how can would it log me off if I exit out of the screen? Because I want
Yeah, don't exit, don't leave. What are you talking about? What do you mean you have to go look and figure it out? You know you follow them. You
Here,
know
I'll
you
go-
liked their
yeah,
stuff.
I'll
You
go on my-
you
I'll
know
go on my
exactly what you
desktop.
do as a person. What are you talking about?
Well, let me go on my desktop.
And it's
so I
not
can
just
do-
one. I'm getting sent multiple pictures from multiple different accounts that you follow.
Okay, let me go on my desktop and see. Because I don't. If you're not going to be names, then I don't know.
What are you talking about, dude? I just showed you a picture of their faces, and they were
How would
clearly
I-
underage.
How would I know
Where's
that?
Little Crown? I just told you. You could see their faces. You can't tell me that you can see that they're younger. Literally freshmen in high school.
Well, obviously I don't remember that, so it's not a big deal.
Mag, are you married?
No, I'm not.
Cammy, think of the $3.33. Do you have children?
Not that I know of. So I just
really
interesting that you bring this up.
It's what's interesting. What's interesting is the
Yeah,
fact
right.
that you follow that and you won't acknowledge it. And Emily, I appreciate the $2. You're like one of those people that gets caught, right? And then you're
Caught for
trying to
doing what?
gaslight and act like you didn't just get caught trying to text a 14-year-old. Right? You're the same. You're the same type of person. That's what
No.
you are.
How
You
would
just
I-
got
how-
caught in front of 10,000 people, dude.
How would I get a hold
Where's
of
the
that
trash
person?
panda?
Is it-
I
is
never
it-
said you messaged them. What I said is that you literally are liking their stuff. You like a 14-year-old stuff.
And how many followers do they have?
What does that have to do with anything?
I appreciate the $5. What fucking does that have to do with anything?
Because it does matter.
and
Because
buses.
why would I follow an account that unless I actually knew the person that you're making these accusations?
You saw them on your For You page because you get requested like what minors?
No, I don't. First of all, I don't follow any minors.
We just showed you a video of you liking something, right? Of literally minors in bikinis.
And you.
Well, now they know.
Oh, I'm going to, huh?
And I honestly think that you've done that shit. There's almost a likelihood you probably have committed a crime.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I can tell you that I haven't.
Really? And I'm gonna trust you after you just lied like 400 times, dude, about
so
the
the
fact that
only
we
thing-
caught
the
you
only
like
thing I
literally
could-
liking a fucking video of
So the only thing I could think
14-year-olds
of-
in bikinis?
No, they're not. So the only thing I
They're
can
not
think
14.
of.
How old are they?
So the only thing I can think of on top of my
How
head
old are
is,
they?
I have no idea. I can
I
tell
just
you.
showed you the picture.
Well, I can tell you right now. The only thing I can think of is that I do have a couple friends that I do manage their OF profiles, and maybe they're friends with them. That's all. I don't know.
A 14-year-old.
No, they're 25.
They're 25. You think the girls I just showed you are 25? You're delusional.
No. You're not listening.
You
I
admitted
just
they
showed
looked
you.
young when he showed you.
Yeah, you admitted they looked young.
Well, how young? So I just told you there was two women that I personally went to high school, or went to high school, and I was a senior, that they were doing OF, and I helped manage them, and that's who I follow.
You're 30 years old.
Yes.
I'm talking about people. These are people from high school right now, right?
No. I'm saying that I managed two people's profile, and maybe I liked it from there. Who knows? I don't give a shit. It's not I don't look at it like.
I mean, who knows? You should know. It's your account. It's your likes.
Well, hold on. If I can scroll out, but I can't. Hold on. Let me try this 1 second. Let's see here.
What a weirdo, dude.
That's
Like
not-
I can't believe that I can't believe you're defending yourself. I can't believe that this is allowed. Right? For you to do that on
pushing a like
TikTok.
button?
That's insane.
Liking it. Putting
Yeah,
a like button?
on a minor's post in a bikini.
Wait. No, I didn't post anything. What are you talking about?
You liked their post. Jesus fuck, dude. You're liking high schoolers' posts in bikinis? Why?
Does it say their age on it? Who knows?
Dude, you already said they look young. Stop trying to change the narrative now.
So what is young? You can be 25. Like who? Like why? Why
You think those
defining-
girls are 25? I literally showed you the picture.
I don't know. They looked young.
You fucking
Why-
weirdo.
why do I care?
You're such a disgusting individual. I'm done with dude.
That's actually insane.
It's so disgusting. It's so
The
disgusting.
fact that he kept doubling down too is crazy.
I know, right? Emily, thank you so much for the $2. Apparently, his Instagram also does the same thing. Darlene, thank you for the $2. Thank you, David. Thank you for the $2. Megan, thank you for the $3. This is literally why people in my chat look at their following list, because this happens. Chloe, thank you for the $5. Are you voting Trump, Brutus? The DJ, thank you so much.
Probably.
Okay, Wesso. Oh, I accidentally kicked him. I went to hit cancel. All right. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, of course. You can see by my picture.
Why so?
Maybe I feel like I should ask you why not.
He's a proven sexual abuser. He's a proven fraudster. He tried to send false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He doesn't believe in climate change caused by humans. He thinks the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Push the little crown. He wants to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country.
Okay, I can tell you why economic policies is one.
Okay, what economic policy?
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, trade policy and tariffs, deregulation.
So what trade policy?
Blowing up our deficits, screwing over farmers, and screwing over consumers. What else?
Trump, well, in terms of trade, let's go one-on-one, not two-on-one. I know there's two of you up here. You just kicked the other dude out because he was disproven.
No, we didn't do that. Did you hear what just happened?
Yeah, no, I agree. He's sick for that, but you should have stuck.
What do you mean? I should have kept talking to the guy that was doing that?
The fact that you didn't entertain the argument and you had to go to
Why would I entertain an argument with that guy?
Because this is a debate, is it not?
First Little Crown, you understand that I'm not going to do it with people that do that, right?
Okay, so again, let's not get into that. So my point.
You want me to debate them? You want me to do that?
That's ad hominem. So you're clearly.
I'm not. That's not an ad hom.
It is though.
What's an ad hom? Define it.
100% is because
define an ad hom.
You're trying to discredit his arguments based on the person he is. What do you mean? That's 100%.
So I'm not discrediting any argument. I'm saying I'm not willing to engage with someone.
That's exactly.
I'm saying I'm not willing. I'm saying I'm not willing to engage with someone that literally is a 30-year-old man
because you couldn't
is liking bikini photos of high schoolers.
He already said they were 18.
They were not. That you literally could fucking see their face. You fucking disgusting individual. You're sitting up here going to be an apologist after you heard what just fucking happened.
Going back to you're
going to be an apologist to that behavior after you heard what just happened.
Let's stick to the topic. Stop acting like a little girl.
Don't acknowledge that. Don't just completely ignore that they were like literally high schoolers.
So why are you acting like a little girl now? Because
What do you mean a little girl? Are you trying to be misogynistic right now because I literally am calling out your behavior?
What behavior are you calling out?
You're calling out the fact that you're being an apologist to a guy that was liking bikini photos of 14-year-olds as a 30-year-old man.
How am I being an apologist?
Because you're acting like they were 18 when we all know they weren't. You saw their face, right?
I didn't see anyone's face.
Yes, you did.
I heard he said they were 18.
So, Coy, I think the $5. Well, he was lying. We literally saw their face. You can literally see that they were underage.
Like I said, if that's true, he's sick for that. So, again...
So don't sit up there and defend someone that you literally have best reason to believe did that.
I didn't defend him. I was discrediting you.
You just did.
I was discrediting you. So again, I just proved to you that was exactly.
Yeah, give me an argument. Give me an argument.
So again, you asked me about the trade policy and what tariffs, right?
Yes. What trade policy specifically?
Imposing tariffs on steel and aluminum imports and initiating a trade war with China.
Initiating trade war with China. That's a good policy.
That's exactly what needs to be done. That's the reason we have such high inflation, because we can't get anything without being completely taxed on it. So everything you say, right, is
tariffs are a tax.
Tariffs literally are a tax.
Yes. But that's not for our people. That's to China. So again,
it is on our people. It literally consumers pay the tariff.
And who else pays it?
The importer, which is an American company.
No, but who else pays it?
He just told you.
China, other countries that we're dealing with.
No, the U.S. importer.
No, that's wrong. See, you're just chatting. So, again, third of all...
Wait. I'm wrong? Can you define what a tariff is?
Tariff is importing taxes on imported goods.
Okay.
So what about the goods? What about the goods?
How does it? I have a question.
We import to other countries.
MAGA. I have a question. How is it going to increase domestic production if there's no increase in price in the products that come to the country?
Because we're not only receiving imported goods, are we? Do we not give out imported goods as well?
It's still. You mean exports?
Yes, exported goods. Sorry, do we not do that as well?
Yeah, that doesn't change anything.
What do you mean it doesn't change anything? That's how we make money.
Yeah, you understand export jobs also are going to be different than the ones that we would need for like what we have here in the country.
Okay, so what does that change?
So you're destroying export jobs. You're devaluing the dollar because you're disincentivizing trade with the United States. You're causing the economy to be smaller, right? And you are making consumer prices more expensive. Like that's just fucking horrible, dude. That is like some of the worst economic policy I've ever heard, dude.
The only one devaluing...
People in the chat are saying this guest was on earlier.
The only one...
have I already talked to you?
No, you've never spoke to me.
I believe people in the chat.
The only one... Okay, so now you're going to do...
Yeah, I believe... Yeah, I'm going to believe the overwhelming spamming in the chat because I talked to so many people I'm not going to remember. All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share live as well. Also, follow Adam if you haven't already, everyone. Make sure to follow Adam. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you wait, what state do you live in?
State? No, I'm from the UK.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Did you see they randomly just like put me in the thumbnail on the one that they just posted?
The part 2?
Yeah. I barely spoke. I literally had one statement.
Hey, how's it going?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, why so?
Because his policies on he wants to get rid of tax on overtime and taxes on the Social Security and tips as well.
So tax. Okay, so how is he going to pay for Social Security and keep it solvent? If it is the case that he wants to get rid of taxes on Social Security.
I'm not invested in it like that. He says he wants to get rid of taxes on Social Security,
And
if
we'll
he
be
does-
insolvent in like 5 years.
Okay, that's fine. If that's the case, then I will be against Trump.
Okay, well that's exactly what would happen if.
But
if he does that.
as of right now, what he is saying is he wants to do that. So if you love your grandparents and they've worked their entire lives, you would want your grandparents to not have their Social Security taxed, right? So I think that's
actually no, because it is the case that we'd have to increase the retirement age then.
How do you get to that?
Because we need to decrease how much we're spending in order to be able to keep it afloat. Cynthia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Cynthia.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, based off of the two candidates we have, Harris and Trump, just off of his economic reasonings he has with the, he wants to reduce his taxes and completely get rid of taxes on overtime. I work lots of overtime, so that sounds good to me.
Okay, so you want no tax on overtime. Okay, so you understand these particular policies, right? You understand these are going to add massive amounts to the debt, right? Because he has no mechanism of paying for them, right? These would be fine if they were by themselves, if they were specifically to help middle-class Americans. I have no issue with decreasing taxes on middle-class Americans, but that's not what Donald Trump's mainly going to do. Mainly his policy is going to help rich people.
Also, Trump has bragged multiple times that he hated paying people overtime. So I don't know how much I trust him on that.
Seriously, that's true.
But we have two people to choose from. One is saying that he wants to do the things he is saying he wants to do, like I just said, and then Harris, who is.
Well, if you look at Trump's first term, there was an Obama policy that was supposed to expand overtime eligibility to more than 4 million people, and it was the Trump administration that dropped that case. So, if we want to look at precedent here, Trump wasn't exactly the most pro-labor president ever, whereas Biden has been. So, if you care about labor rights and wages and stuff like that, Trump is definitely not your guy.
Yeah, I disagree, but just based off what he has said, and what I'm saying is if he does not do these things that he is saying, then, obviously fuck Trump. I'm not sitting here dick riding Trump whatsoever, but based off what he said, if he does do that, well then.
He's also said to rich people, we're going to cut your taxes a lot. So it seems like it's pretty clear where his priorities lie, right? Even if you look at the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, the vast majority of the benefits went to wealthy people, not working class people.
Well, I don't have any knowledge on that whatsoever. I'm just saying from the general view of what he has said for the American public, I don't know all the ins and outs whatsoever, but I'm speaking probably 80% of the public would, not everybody has all the knowledge that, you two do or whatever, but,
so are we changing your mind by sharing this information with you?
Oh, no, not even close. No, but, yeah, that wouldn't happen. But based off what,
so the information won't change your mind, learning.
What's that?
Learning new information won't change your mind, you're saying?
No, I'm always open to learning, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to teach me something right now? You could.
I got you. Would you vote for someone or not vote for someone? Do you think someone who's a violent offender should be able to get access to a gun?
What are you speaking about? Trump being a felon?
No, I'm just asking. Do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No, not at all. No.
Okay. But they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
That's you can have that topic. I'm not speaking on that whatsoever, and I'm not voting on that.
Yeah, but Donald Trump is he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He's a violent offender. So if he's a violent offender, then he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun. If you don't trust him with a gun, then you shouldn't trust him with nuclear fucking weapons, right?
Right. We're switching to a lot of different things that I don't even care to talk about. The reason I am personally voting for him is because of the economic reasons. That's it. I'm 30 years old. I have a son. I have a wife. There's
I just
so
explained
many.
To you though why you were wrong on the overtime. Trump was never good for overtime workers in his first term. He prevented policies from going through that would have been.
I'm telling you right now, I work 32 to 40 hours of overtime a week. If he can get my overtime,
Ulysses, thank you so much. I appreciate that $20. Thank you so much.
And that is a very big plus for me. Also, for all the college students coming out of college, if they're especially like the nursing field, the health field, they worked lots of overtime. That's a good thing. I don't know why.
Are you a union guy? You sound like a very pro-labor guy. So then why on earth would you support Trump?
Seriously.
What do you mean?
You're talking about like labor rights and improving wages, which is like literally the Democratic platform. What is Trump going to do for that?
Well, he has said he is going to take taxes away from overtime.
And I've told you what he actually did do with overtime, where, and by the way, even if he does pass, a tax cut on overtime, it's going to be bipartisan because Kamala also supports that. So you have to explain why he's better than Kamala.
Hey,
if you look at the overall totality
of
of their economic policy platforms, Kamala is a million times more pro-worker than Trump is. Trump sprinkles in some things here and there to virtue signal him, but he doesn't actually care.
Well, Kamala has spoke nothing of, like the bipartisan deal. I am completely fine. I'm not tied to a party whatsoever. I'm just telling you, based on what I've heard, what is my opinion. You know what I mean?
Tax cuts for the middle class, tax credits for working people and people that have children, home buying assistance,
what I'm saying
healthcare
is,
access.
If Trump holds up to his word about what he has said he's going to do.
This is the guy that's been indicted multiple times. I don't know if he has like the best track record for being an honest person.
Yeah, we've been in a battle.
Confirmed lies.
We've been in a battle of two evils since the dawn of time. It's always
And
Democrat.
undoubtedly, Trump is the worst evil. If you're saying that,
well, it's debatable. It's debatable.
What's the debate?
We're
waiting.
The debate is right here. But what I am saying is between these two politicians that are running for president, my pick would be Trump because he is wanting to cut taxes on overtime, Social Security, and tips. And that's my biggest reason. I mean, that's it. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know how you can be an American unless you just you're fresh out of college or you're coming out of high school. You've never had a job. I have a family. I can tell you right now, I will make an extra $1,600 a week if he does hold up and stay true to his word about the taxes on overtime. I will make $1,600 a week extra. So,
I have a question: which promises of Trump's first campaign did he hold true to?
Yeah.
Excuse me, what'd you say?
He ran on a big and beautiful healthcare plan the first time. We didn't get that. He ran on world peace with North Korea.
No, hold on. His healthcare plan is shit. I wish his healthcare plan,
it's concepts of a plan.
Yeah. His healthcare, he doesn't have a healthcare plan. He doesn't. I agree. It's
Jonah,
shit.
thank you so much for the $22. Thank you so much, Jonah. Thank you so much, Jonah.
What's that?
My point is that he says whatever he has to say when he's running, and then if you look at his actual track record, all he did is a Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which disproportionately helped rich people.
Yeah, well, I'm
so where is this working class agenda you're talking about when he didn't do it in his first term?
This is what I'm betting on. I'm betting on him actually staying true to this part of what he said, and if not, then I will be against him. That's the thing.
Why do you trust him after he's proven himself to be unreliable for the last 8 years?
Well, look. We have two options. I know y'all have seen all the videos, all the TikToks. You're obviously on TikTok, huge platform. We have two options, and the best option is Trump. That's it. Plain and simple. I don't even know how you could say Harris is the best option. I don't know how you could.
I can explain. I got you. One
second. Please.
Okay.
With Harris, I don't know what she has said to even. Nothing's appealing. Nothing is appealing about what she said. And honestly, she dodges questions. She's not honest. You can tell that she is fake and has to have her own. She has to be in her own element. She has to make the decisions when it comes to speaking and all that.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you saying?
What do you mean?
What do you mean
Trump?
she has to be in her own what the fuck are you talking about?
She has to have her fucking questions vetted.
Say that again?
She can't speak without a teleprompter. Donald Trump, he might be an asshole. He might be a total dickhead. He can talk.
Dude, Trump can barely talk with a teleprompter.
Do you want to hear Trump talking? Heather, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate
Let's
it.
hear it. I've already heard it twice. Let's go.
You've already heard this? So then then you know exactly what's about to happen. You're fucked, buddy. You're cooked.
You're
cooked, kid. You're cooked. So tell me what he's saying here.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty. What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater?
To the windmills?
Gotcha.
Can I respond to the windmills now? Is that fine? All right. So I am actually a heavy equipment operator, and what I do for a living is put up the windmills. And I think that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. He says stupid shit. Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah, we agree on that.
Okay, so you want to hear him again?
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you
Oh
have
my God, man.
this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Did you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
Can you tell me what the fuck that means?
It's just old people rambling. Do you have a grandpa?
My grandpa is in his 90s and does not ramble like that. Push the hand art. Literally in his 90s, bro. He's like 94, and he does not. He does not do it like that.
People from their 60s to their hundreds ramble like that. Okay, he's a dumbass.
Wait. My parents are in their 60s.
Listen,
my parents do not ramble like that,
bro. He's dumb. He says
You're
dumb
not a world
shit.
leader that's dumb,
He says dumb shit.
and you want to be president?
Oh, Jesus Christ, man! These people. What are you talking about?
What do you mean, these people?
I mean MAGA.
You could pull up Harris clips of her sounding like a fucking idiot all day. Don't act like you couldn't. Why are you even doing
like that, dude? Be for real.
Try it.
I can't. I'm not on the TikTok. What do you mean I can't do it like
I'll
you
give
do
you
it,
time. I'll give you time. I'll literally talk to someone else. I'll give you time to go find it.
Oh my God, bro.
Is that fair? Go ahead.
I don't know.
Sasha,
I don't know.
Mello, are you voting Trump?
No, I'm not.
Based. Josh, are you
Okay.
voting Trump?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump, Josh?
Hello? Do you
Are
hear
you
me?
voting Trump, Josh?
Hello?
Okay. There, MAGA Mobile there. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, Chester, you voting Trump? And Sauce, just unmute when you're ready. Chester, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just believe he's a better candidate than Kamala.
Kamala, how is he better than Kamala?
The jobs he's created in 2016. He obviously cares about, I believe he obviously cares about the working class. Sawson, the guy down here, he believes that in Trump, because of the overtime tax that he plans on cutting.
That mustache. Wait, sorry, what did you say? Say it one more time?
I said Sawson is voting for Trump because of the overtime tax that he promises, right?
No, why are you? Wait, did you say it was good in 2016?
Yeah, all the jobs he created.
Yeah, in 2016, Obama was president.
No, I mean 2018, sorry. That was his term, I meant to say.
So how do you create jobs?
What's that? He created 4 million jobs.
Okay. So how do you do that?
Can I ask you a question real quick? First.
How do you create the jobs? You can answer that first.
With his policies?
Like?
The people, I don't know specifics, but.
Then how do you know he created the jobs?
Because that's on the government source that I have.
Does the source also tell you which policies created the jobs?
No, but it's a government website, so it's credible. Blowing us up. You're not respecting our opinion at all.
Push the money gun.
Seriously.
What opinion is there to respect? You guys didn't even name a policy that you guys like.
Dude, we just told you we can't name specific policies. I'm
Why are you
on
making
a
the argument?
government-accredited website.
Then why is that
I'm
the argument
telling
you're
you the
using?
future policies
that he's promising.
You guys came up on a debate, and when I'm responding as a debate, you guys are like, "This is the reason why you guys are gonna lose. This is the reason why people don't like Democrats." Well, we're debating. You came on to a debate.
Dude.
Literally nobody did that
You
at
just
all.
did that.
Nobody did that.
We all heard
nobody
you.
did that.
10,000 people heard you.
Your chat's saying so much feelings. You're the one that's got so much feelings right now. You're flipping out.
You what are you talking about? You were the one.
The
you were the
only
one
thing I
literally
have
like,
said
you
is
guys,
for the tax
you
cuts.
guys are not even addressing what we're saying. You just rambled. You didn't even say anything. Like what? That wasn't a response to anything I said.
What are some of Kamala's policies that you're in favor of?
Kamala. Yeah. For example, right, the $50,000 tax deductible for small business in the first year of them starting up, $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Also, we can reference the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. Right,
Yeah,
so there's going to be an increase in corporate tax to 28% specifically. There's going to be an increase in capital gains long term.
Exactly, dude. You just proved our point, bro.
Calm down. When it comes to
can you guys let me finish? Is it fine?
when it comes to increasing corporate tax.
28% long-term capital gains, right? Well, specifically right now it's at 20%. They also want to increase income tax for income over $400,000 in a year, right? The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget looked over these particular campaign plans from the Harris administration and from the Trump administration. Trump administration's plan central estimation is $7.5 trillion over 10 years. For the Harris administration, $3.5 trillion over 10 years. So I would pick the plan that has the better ability to actually pay for it. You guys can unmute. How much you want to bet they didn't listen to what I just said? They're just going to repeat the same thing.
I mean, we were trying to speak, but you muted us, you know?
Yeah, because you guys were speaking over me. Chester, swipe out of the app, swipe back in. You have an echo. Swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, and then swipe back in. Chester, swipe out of the app, and then swipe back in. And Sauce, do you have a response to what I just said?
No, I don't, because the reason I came on here, you asked me why are we voting for Trump.
Yeah, Sauce, if you don't engage with anything I have to say, I'm just going to kick you from the stream because you're useless to talk to.
Oh well, that's about right, isn't it?
Yes, totally. Yeah, if you don't engage with what I have to say, you're useless to talk to. Yeah, push the boo.
Pretty fitting. Yeah, the capital gains tax that they're wanting to put on capital gains tax on things that you haven't even invested in yet.
That's not what he's talking
about. That's not what I talked about. I talked about long-term capital gains. When you pull it out, you're thinking unrealized capital gains, which is the Biden proposal. It's not even a Kamala Harris proposal. The other person just left because they're not smart enough to get back in the app.
Let's see if it happens.
Okay. Do you have a response to anything I'm saying, or are you just going to sit up here and like give vague generalizations and be like, "Yeah, I don't like you"? Like, Big Dog, are you voting Trump?
I never said you. I didn't like you.
Why so?
Because we have two choices.
Wow, dude. Wow, that's insightful.
I think you feel like that. Yeah.
So why are you voting Trump out of the two choices you have?
Real quick, I just want to start off by saying, Adam, I got a lot of respect for this guy. He's actually pretty well educated. Parker, you're well educated, but every time someone comes to you with a good debate like I just did, you kick me down. And so that's why I came back. You want to argue with people that don't have knowledge on the economic
What did I kick you down for?
Because people in your comments claim that I was already up here, which I wasn't.
Yeah, so if you were already up here, then I don't address people that have already been on my live, and people lie all the time about that.
That was a lie. I was never up here. Now I can tell you.
That's just like if the entire chat is spamming that, right? Then yes, you were on. Likely.
But isn't the point of this to have a debate with people?
Yes, but I don't debate the same people over and over again because I have like 100 people in my guest box.
But we
I have
haven't
thousands of
debated
people
them.
that Big Dog, right? It was likely that you already debated me because people in the chat were spamming that you already debated me.
Okay. There was like 2 people, bro, and you have fans in here.
It was not 2 people.
It was dozens of people for sure.
Okay, well, that's probably because they're hating, bro, because I got a lot of those same people from your stream or live, whatever you want.
Why don't they do that with other people?
I don't know, but my point is are you going to argue the points or not?
Okay, give me an argument.
So again,
let's hear one. Yeah, come on.
So first thing, because you keep asking people, you keep asking everyone, you're like, oh, what economic policies did he do? And I told you the Tax Cuts and Job Act, the trade policy and tariffs, deregulation. You didn't answer any of those.
Yeah, so Tax Cuts and Jobs Act added $10 billion to the annual GDP, spent $190 billion a year. Wow, that's a great fucking investment to get $10 billion. Can I please finish? to get 10 billion in GDP specifically for 190 billion dollars in spending. That's less than 2 billion specifically in governmental revenues, right? From 190 billion dollars of spending. Please fucking make that make sense.
Okay.
Right? Secondly, in terms of trade policy, Donald Trump went back on that trade policy by advocating for 10 to 20% universal tariffs. Do you know what the USMCA did? Kellen, thank you for the gift. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so again, in response to Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it reduced the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. So in your argument, what does that mean? Like every president, your argument is about debt, right? So he came in during COVID. COVID is one of the most, not one of the most, it's literally the biggest pandemic we've had, right? So you want to argue about inflation we had during COVID, but he still steadily increased over the years. He still increased job growth. He increased the
No, what did he do that caused that?
What do you mean, what did he do?
What did he do to cause job growth to increase?
All his policies, the policies I just named.
Like the TCG at $10 billion for $190 billion in spending for GDP growth? That's terrible.
Please tell me, how did Kamala do better then? Because, of course, if you're going to argue that that's bad, did Kamala do
wait, did you say the R slur earlier?
No, I've never said the R slur.
Because people are telling me you said that.
Bro, you see what I'm saying? You're reading fan comments. That I know who you're talking about. That was another kid that was up here, and he said the R slur. No, I'm not that same person.
Why don't you just let him talk?
Well, if he said the R slur, I'm going to kick him.
I never said the R slur.
So I see people saying that it wasn't you, so I trust them. Go ahead.
Hold on, sorry, I got a phone call. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, in regards to that, because you're claiming that, $10 million. So, but what about Kamala? Did she do any better?
Yes. You understand specifically with her tax, with her particular policies. Like, for example, there was a child tax credit through the American Rescue Plan that increased the child tax credit to $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18 for 1 year specifically, and it decreased childhood poverty by 40 to 50%.
And so your argument for that was that she helps small business owners trying to start up.
That's
correct?
children. And then the other, I said that earlier. Push the hand heart.
Yeah,
She
exactly.
hasn't influenced to get that passed yet. The tax deductible.
And I wanted to clarify you on that. You're wrong about that as well, because again, you're the only claims you have, right, is what she tells us she's going to do. Keep in mind, she hasn't done any of this as vice president. Second of all, it's very easy to hand out loans to new startup businesses, but what is she doing for the small businesses that are already?
This is Congress, right? She's going to influence Congress to want this done.
Okay, yes, but you also
wait. Why didn't Trump do everything he claimed he wanted to do in his first administration?
What do you mean he didn't do? He did do it.
Really? He drained the swamp. He got the infrastructure bill. He repealed and replaced the ACA. He made Mexico pay for the wall, and he built the wall.
Okay, but he did do a lot better than Kamala.
Wait, did he do any of those things I just said?
Not the wall, no.
Any of those things that I just said?
Well, he promised tax reform.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
He promised tax reform.
I didn't even say that.
Okay, but I'm telling you what he did, because you asked what he did that he promised. You said,
wait, I asked you if he did any of those things.
Not the wall, no.
He didn't do everything, right? No, he didn't do any of those things. Not just. What about repealing and replacing the ACA?
Name one president that's done
$3. Thank you so much. That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Just because they didn't do every single thing doesn't mean that it's their fault.
They haven't done like anything, Parker.
She was the most influential vice president ever. Can you name me one thing a vice president did in like history? Push the boo.
What do you mean in history?
Name one thing a vice president has done in history.
What they're supposed to do? What do you mean? They're supposed to be the right wing of the president.
Can you name one thing they've done while in?
I can name you I'll give you the only positive things Kamala did, which is advocacy for voting rights. Which is again what she did.
You can't mention me a single thing a vice president has done throughout history.
I just told you economic relief. Foreign policy.
No, I'm asking for like a specific thing a vice president did.
Okay, we can talk about Kamala with social justice. Harris continued to advocate for issues related.
So the only thing you know that was done throughout history from vice presidents is what Kamala Harris did?
No, I'm referring to.
Wait, so name one thing someone other than Kamala Harris did, right? That's a vice president in history.
The same thing. I don't know specifics, but I can tell you foreign policies. They've done foreign policies.
Manifesting. So you don't know a single thing a vice president has done in history. So you're just not informed on vice presidents. So not only are you not informed Not only are you not informed on specifically what vice presidents have done, but she's been the most influential vice president ever, the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, and she raised over $5 billion in funds for Central American countries specifically to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in terms of the migrant crisis.
Okay, so again, like I said, I just named you what they do. You're asking for specific situation. Is that what you want?
Yeah, ask like anything specifically that they did as vice president, and you couldn't mention a single thing that a vice president has done in history.
So do you want me to tell you again? Also, what you said about the $5 million is untrue. That's completely untrue. I don't know where you got that from. I'd like for you to show me one reliable source
of tie-breaking votes.
No, not about the tie-breaking votes. I'm talking about the $5 million you were talking about.
Yeah, I can get that for you. I got you, and then you can bring up something while I do this.
Okay, so again, you want me to go to Biden? What did Biden do?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go with anything you want to argue.
Okay, so what I was arguing is that obviously we have two options, and Trump is a much better option than Kamala. That's the whole argument we're making.
On what basis?
Easily, and it's not even a contest. It's easily the best option.
Why?
Yeah, so I have two right here. First, this is from like February 2023. So it says 4.2 in private sector investment in Central America, and then this is from Reuters. It's from Reuters. U.S. VP Harris highlights 4.2 billion private sector investment in Central America. That's from 2023. Updated versions have it over 5 billion. You can find this specifically. Vice President Harris over 5 billion in private investment for Central America to tackle migration causes.
So where are you getting these from?
I'm getting this specifically. What's it called? From? Give me one second. Hold up. It's from the White House's the recent report on the White House's website.
It's a lot of stuttering going on here, Parker.
I literally just told you. I just told you it's from a recent report from the White House website.
I just want to know what the goal.
So specifically the title of the White House thing. Emma, I appreciate the $5. Readout of the Vice President Harris's roundtable with Central America forward stakeholders.
But what is the website?
5.2 billion. It's whitehouse.gov.
Whitehouse.gov. Okay, so and keep in mind these are the same people that were had a lot of bad things and negative things to say about Trump. Correct?
Wait, I'm just describing that there was private sector commitments, right, in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras.
You don't seem very educated on this for someone that's hosting debates.
What do you mean I don't see? I just mentioned it to you. I gave you the source of it too.
But you just researched it, and all you can do is name off a White House. Like what
that's where the information comes from.
These are the same people that Trump was trying to get out of office because they weren't doing their job right.
Wait, all they're doing is describing what? Wait, this source all it does is describe what they did.
Oh, okay. So again,
it's just a report on what they did from the White House. Like, what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is the claims you're making are based off of who's this notification? Sorry, I got a message.
I also cited Reuters.
Reuters. Okay, and what did Reuters say? They didn't say anything about the $5 billion.
It said 4.2, but that was from 2023.
Mm-hmm.
This is an updated one from March 25th, 2024.
And keep in mind they came
almost
off
a year later.
And they came off the economy that Trump had built up, right?
Wait, why is this relevant at all? What the fuck?
What do you mean? Why is it relevant?
What does Trump? I just brought up the fact that there was 5.2 billion in private sector commitments.
Okay,
El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras.
Okay, exactly. From the same countries that all the illegal immigrants are floating in from. Why do you think
it was to help the migration crisis? Genius! Oh my god.
No, that's the point. The point is
this guy's such an intelligent debater.
The point is,
I'm so scared of debating this guy. That's the reason why I kicked him off earlier. It's because I'm scared of debating people. He's too smart. I had to make up some reason to kick him out.
The point is that's
shit. Emma, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Taylor, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you.
See, Parker, every time someone starts hitting you with something, you want to call them a conspiracy theorist. It's very common sense.
You are a conspiracy theorist.
The same way the Venezuelans came in. Why? Because she showed the most support to them. Of course that those people are going to,
she showed support to, what are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
What are you referencing?
Are you not educated on that matter?
What did she do specifically? Tell me.
Besides allowing them all to come in and take over
what policy?
Neighborhoods?
What policy?
Advocacy for democracy? Like, what are you talking about? That's the whole point.
I'm asking what?
She publicly supported efforts to restore democracy in Venezuela.
Oh, that's so horrible. Wow.
The humanitarian aid? Like, what are you talking about?
Imagine
What does she
saying
do
that
for
as a
America?
bad thing. She actively supports.
It is a bad thing. It's a terrible thing because
Maybe
it's
to MAGA, it's a bad thing. So
Yeah, MAGA actually saying this is straight up just like they're telling you exactly like what they support. They don't give a fuck about democracy. He's like Kamala Harris supported democratic efforts for Venezuela. How terrible!
because
she
that
supports
doesn't-
democracy. Oh my god!
that doesn't support our country, Parker. You know what I'm getting at. Don't try to
Wait.
mute
You
me.
would prefer that Venezuela didn't have a democracy?
I would prefer that they wouldn't become her first priority. The things you named
No,
and
answer the
listed.
question. Do you
Wait,
prefer that
wait.
Venezuela has a democracy?
Again, like I said, I would prefer that she makes America the first
Do
priority.
you
which she-
answer the question? Do you prefer that
when you
Venezuela
can
has
answer
a
my
democracy?
question. When you can answer my question, I'll answer.
No,
it.
no, you can't answer. Do you prefer that Venezuela would have a democracy?
No.
Bro, mask off is crazy. MAGA mask off, dude.
That's
that
actually
is
insane.
insane, bro. That is
Why is that
insane. Wait, because you guys literally are showing you don't give a fuck about democracy. You guys are fascists.
What I'm showing you is this, Parker.
You want dictatorship,
everything
dude.
you named-
Are you seriously calling Trump people fascists? Is that what you're doing
you
right
gonna-
now?
Are you gonna-
Well, what he just said was anti-democratic. Do you not dispute that? That's a huge fundamental tenet of fascism.
No, you're fucking grouping people up into like, we're all fascists, dude.
Do you want?
Like,
I did not say you were all
actually, no,
fascists, but do you
actually,
need a
bro.
Kleenex? Do you need a Kleenex for your snowflake tears?
Parker,
Kleenex.
listen, Parker, you're
at
avoiding my
Kleenexes
original
now.
question.
Really, dude?
Or go
you're
run to your
avoiding-
safe space, buddy.
Parker, you're avoiding what I was
What a
originally
fucking
telling you,
joke,
buddy.
man.
I told you when you listed what Kamala has done. Guess what you
Kamala.
listed? Kamala, Camila. I don't give a fuck how you
say
pronounce it.
Kamala. Say Kamala or VP
again,
Harris.
So look.
Say Kamala or VP Harris.
We'll just call her the joke president, right? So look.
Yeah, say Kamala or VP Harris, or I'm gonna kick you.
So again, like I
You
said,
can
right?
say her name
what-
correctly and stay on the live, or if you don't, I
everything
can
she
kick
did-
you.
Everything she did, right?
Hey brother, you can literally say her name correctly, or I'll kick you from the stream. You have your shot.
Did I say?
Do you want to keep? Do you want to keep? Do you want to have a? Do you want to have a voice in front of 11,000
So
people?
this is-
Then say her
this
name
is-
correctly.
Okay,
Michael,
so
I
like
appreciate the
said,
galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
okay, so like I said, now
Say
if
her
that
name
makes
correctly
You,
right now, or I'm gonna kick you.
okay, does it make you happy if I say Harris?
Yes.
Does that make you happy? And you're
Yes.
calling other people snowflake, right? The same guy calling people. Do you show how hypocritical you are? Do you see that? That's
Wait,
why you
Kamala
can't-
Harris didn't do
pretty
anything.
pathetic.
Wait, by the way,
miss-
I will be disrespectful to people who have shown disrespect to me. Kamala Harris has shown you no disrespect.
What do you mean? she
You're
hasn't shown
doing
me
this all for views. Look at the title of the whole thing. I'm voting for Harris. Why are you voting Trump? You get on the live, you say why you're voting for Trump, and then you get berated the whole time. You're a fucking
Yeah, so it's
joke,
called a
dude.
debate. I'm doing it just for views. Of course,
It's
I want
not a
people.
debate. Where does it say debate?
Wait, Nick.
Where does it say debate
do you
at?
think that's an own? Of course, I'm gonna go in front of a platform of lots of people so that more people accept the message that I want people to hold themselves, so that we have better candidacies for presidency. Of course, I want people in the live. What the hell are you talking about?
You're on
Why
here to
don't you-
argue. You're not here to change anybody's mind. You're not.
What
here
do
to
you
get
mean?
from all the
What do you
voters
mean?
at
I am
all.
absolutely
You
here
say-
to change people's
your
minds.
title says, "Why are you voting Trump?"
Yeah,
And
it's a
then we
debate.
come on
It's
here.
a debate.
We come on here and we say,
Do you know what a
why.
debate is? Do you know
And
what a
then
debate is?
Shout out all these different fucking things.
I don't think you
That's
know
called
what
a
debate
fucking
is.
debate.
I don't think
Sauce
you know
Where
what
does
is
it
debate
say
literally what a debate
in your
is.
title, dumbass? It
I'm
doesn't
not
say
sure.
What do you
anywhere.
fucking mean, bro? What,
I'm
what
not
is that
sure
saying?
you're
You're asking a question.
The
and
title
your
of my
fucking
live
title.
is debates. You
Parker,
understand
I'm
that,
not
right?
sure. I'm not sure
Your
you know what
title
the debate
says,
is.
why are you
because-
voting
Hey,
Trump?
when you clicked on my live, when it showed up on your For You page, you saw debates in the bottom left.
Real quick, hey,
Right, and
Nick,
if you
real
can't
quick.
figure out that this is a debate, I'm sorry, but the context clues
No,
are very
we
important.
understand it's a debate. We understand it's a debate. But look, so Parker, look, what I'm
Apparently,
saying is
apparently your
I
teammate
just-
didn't.
I just don't- I
Rob,
don't
thank
know
you for
why-
the $20. Shelly,
I
thank
just
you so
don't
much
know
for
why
the
you didn't-
$10. Thank you so much, Shelly. I appreciate it. And Ben, thank you so much for the dollar. I appreciate Karen with the $1. Emma with the $5. Thank you.
I don't want to get off topic, but I just would like to throw in that, you didn't seem to have any of this energy with Ben Shapiro, and I don't understand why that is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It
because
seems like-
people in the comment section freak out when I interrupt people.
No, but
And
that's
also
because-
Ben Shapiro is so much nicer and engaging in conversation than you. Okay,
yeah, he's also.
And I would
a lot
love
more,
to talk to Ben more. I would love to talk to him more.
He's a lot more educated than the both of us. I can admit that.
On what? On what? Like
on-
law? Probably.
Law, even economics.
Appreciate the ICU, but yet with his knowledge of the law, he's supporting a candidate that wants to do a termination of the Constitution. Wow, that's really coherent.
Oh, okay. Please tell me. So with Donald Trump's words, right? Because you were so big on Congress.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
If you're so educated on this, then you would understand it doesn't matter what Trump says. At the end of the day,
it does. And this is what we were going to get into. This is Big Dog. This is what we were going to get into. It destroys the social fabric of this nation. Ben already believes that. And it gets people to vote people in office that then perpetuate literally violence against our checks and balances system. You understand more people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are going to show up. More people like Donald Trump are going to show up when the voter base has been misinformed and propagandized into believing election conspiracy theories and random bullshit nonsense that Donald Trump has perpetuated them to believe. So absolutely this threatens our public institutions. Right. The only way that Trump had power was because he was voted into office and because he specifically got people literally to think that the election was stolen. Right. And to stop the seal. Right. Things like that to try to stop and the peaceful transfer of power. Right, try to pause it, push the rock star. That's what he did. So he relies upon people believing it, and he got tens of millions of people to believe in those fucking lies.
Okay, but
Jenny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you so much for the $10. Allison, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W Dodgers in the chat for winning the World Series, by the way. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
You say all this, so as soon as I start talking, you cut me off, and I let you finish, and then the moment it's my
Jerry,
turn,
thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Jerry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Go ahead, speak.
You
Go
clearly
for it.
do this to troll, bro. You do this to troll. You know.
I'm gonna rage bait you when you don't give me an argument. Of course.
So again, I am. So again, your argument about it's social this, it's social that, and he eventually can do it. You understand it would take up to 6 years if he wanted to do that. He'd have to replace everyone in Congress, being the House of Representatives, Senate, everyone. It would take at least, it takes up to at
thank
least
you so much.
6
Thank you.
years, right?
Don't you wait, what's a threat?
Sorry, what?
Do you think someone could threaten me on the live right now?
Of course.
Wait, but they're not right next to me. They can't actually, that's not like a credible threat.
Exactly.
Right, so you making a distinction between a threat and a credible threat is fucking irrelevant. And that's exactly what Ben tried to do because Ben acknowledged it was a threat. Right, his argument was that his policies, threaten our public institutions. Donald Trump was explicitly threatening our public institutions when he wanted to send false slates of electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and trying to specifically terminate the Constitution because he's coming after our checks and balances. That literally are our public institutions, getting tens of millions of people to believe in the same thing to try to undermine our public institutions. That's against our public institutions. I appreciate the blooming. Thank you so much. By the way, I have to kick that person because of harassment and bullying. But that's not the same as wanting to make Puerto Rico a state. That's not the same thing as adding people to the Supreme Court, specifically when Donald Trump literally added people closer to the election than did specifically Obama, because they said he was a lame duck president and couldn't add any more Supreme Court justices, but they did it even closer to the election, right? That's not against our public institutions. The Republicans didn't complain about that. Everything that the OSHA, that was unconstitutional. Adam brought that up, right? All of the things that he brought up are not actual fucking threats to our public institutions.
Yes,
that I brought up are actual threats to
50,000 civil servants is a huge threat. He wants to replace people from the FBI, DOJ, EPA, like literally every single executive branch department. He has plans to fire them. And the Heritage Foundation right now is training tens of thousands of replacements under Project 2025.
I understand that, Adam, but in reality, we both know that's not possible. It's not possible.
It is possible. It's called Schedule F. He tried to do it before he left office.
Okay, but it failed. It failed, and
because he left office and Biden repealed it. That's why. If he comes back in the second term, he has 4 years now.
It's just like I told
Benjamin, and thank you for the $1 for trolling by donating. Francis, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Jim with the $47 for Kamala 47, and Brandy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you for the hearts to everyone, liking my stuff too. Thank you for the hearts.
I love you.
So, anyways, like I said, it would take up to at least 6 years to replace all senators. So, what do you mean, no?
Senator? Who said anything about senators? He can replace every single civil servant in the executive branch in like a year or two.
Senators are going to be needed to be replaced if he wants to pass all
if
this
the
stuff.
executive branch goes solo and starts ignoring court orders and misappropriating congressional funds, he can do whatever he wants to do.
And how would they go solo?
Schedule F, replacing tens of thousands of civil servants with people that have been trained by the Heritage Foundation, which the Heritage Foundation is doing right now. Their training videos have leaked online. They're training tens of thousands of people to step in on day one when Trump has mass layoffs in the federal government.
Okay, but how long?
Mackenzie, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Mackenzie. Jennifer, thank you for the $3.
Maybe
Thank you so much.
a year, and he has Vance helping him as well. But the entire executive branch should be under the thumb of one person. That's called an autocracy. That's called authoritarianism.
Okay, so again, though, you're saying things he said out of the moment.
Things he's doing. The Heritage Foundation is spending money to train people, like as we speak. Their videos have leaked for. And by the way, Trump's personnel guy is the one that's running personnel for Project 2025 now. This is all out in the open. It's not
Gay
hidden.
right stuff. That's the guy, dude. Oh my god.
Okay, so Project 2025 again. You talk about conspiracy theories. That's the biggest conspiracy
No,
theory.
it's not.
No, it's
You
not.
guys- He
It
just
is, though.
explained. He just explained it to you, and you're still going to perpetuate that nonsense.
But he clearly said he's nowhere in support of that.
He's
so
lying to you. He also
You just
said
believe anything
he also
politicians
said-
say at face
wait,
value?
Yeah. Also, he said that he vehemently disagrees with aspects of it, but then also knows nothing about it. That's literally contradictory. In order to fucking disagree with something, you have to know what you're disagreeing with.
So he's lying, but Kamala is not lying. Is that correct?
About what? What is Kamala lying about? Tell me.
About everything. What do you mean? Though,
What?
About
What do you mean everything? Of course she's not lying about everything.
Her name's not even Kamala.
About what she's gonna
Yeah,
do.
seriously,
about,
dude.
About the policies, for example, I can list you a key example. Let's not look too far. Anytime anyone asks her what her policies are, she cannot answer. She has to say
She does all the
they're
time.
all on my website.
Wait, she
They're all on
literally
my
she
website."
literally destroyed Trump so bad in the debates that he had to say that she got an
What?
earring that gave her all the answers. He's fucking delusional, dude.
Okay, and okay, so that's a big conspiracy theory, but it's
Same
not.
thing with the $5. He perpetuated the conspiracy.
No.
He literally went
you're not-
in front of a rally and was like, "She probably had an earring, probably had it."
You're not letting me finish though. Again,
Sorry, go
I'm-
for it, Jessica. Thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
The point I'm getting to is you're claiming that it's a conspiracy theory, right? But then you won't agree. But then for when it comes to Trump, you say that, oh no, that's not a conspiracy theory. It's very true. He clearly states he's not a supporter of Project 2025, but you argue that, oh no, he's just a liar. So Kamala
Why do you
can't be a
think
liar.
Project 2025 is spending money to train people to staff Trump's administration? And why do you think Trump's entire cabinet, like all the people that worked for him when he was in the White House, are the ones that are running staffing for the Heritage Foundation now?
He also said that Project
Is that just a
2025 was
coincidence? You're
laying
just setting money on fire?
Yeah, he
No,
also said the
Adam-
Heritage Foundation is laying the groundworks for what they're going to do in their administration. He
Adam,
literally said
because
that in
that's
2022.
Adam, because that's the support he knows he needs. He won't be able to do anything. He won't be able to do anything. For example, like you guys were talking about earlier, oh, the Social Security and the tax on overtime, this and that. How is he going to accomplish any of those things with the current people he has? Of course, he's not going to be able to do those things.
Can
So
you
that's
imagine if there was a Project Socialism where like the Democrats specifically like created conditions for like what the next presidency is going to look like, and then like Kamala Harris tried to act like she doesn't hold to that policy? You guys would be fucking freaking out and talk about, oh, Project Socialism is coming. Jesus
Okay,
Christ,
but-
man.
but
Natasha,
they've
thank you so
shown
much
it
for the
with-
$5. Thank you so much. And Aaron, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
I just
Aubrey,
don't
thank you for
understand.
$2.
How you can,
And Sarah,
I
thank
don't
you for the $5.
understand. I don't understand how you can logically sit here and argue that someone. What is this thing on my
The
screen?
Galaxy, thank you so much, Cora. Thank you so much. Gifts going to me.
Yeah. So again, congratulations on your gifts, and thanks to all the people donating to him. You know, support him. He needs the money. He might be running out soon. Show some support to our
Sandra, I
boy
appreciate
Parker
the
here.
$2. Thank you so much. Quincy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
Send them more than $2, guys, because I know the Trump supporters, they be sending at least $50 a
Natasha,
pop.
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
So, anyways, though, let's get back to the main topic, right? So, all your arguments, even earlier when you claimed what she did, she helped other countries. That everything she did was beneficiary to those other countries you listed: Honduras, Venezuela, everyone. But she didn't do
Christina,
anything.
thank you for the $1 for interrupting him.
She doesn't do anything for America. That's it. She doesn't do
Really
anything for
nothing.
America.
Really nothing for me. So all the things that we just mentioned, that was nothing. The bipartisan.
No, because-
Sorry, the Biden bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, right? The investments in like the ACA. That's just nothing. You know, I agree. Totally nothing.
But that's not even through her. That's through Congress, and it's just things that
She influenced to get passed. She was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yes, of course she was, because when you're the tie-breaking vote, what do you expect her to do? Say no, so then everyone in America sees how fake she is.
Riley,
and how,
thank you so much for the $5. Unproxy, thank you for the
gotta
$5.
make-
She
she's
literally
gotta make
helped
herself
broker the
seem at
deal.
least
She
a
helped
little bit
broker the
good.
deal. She added in the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. She specifically helped broker the deal. She influenced to get it passed, and she was arguing with people in Congress specifically trying to get them to support this.
Credit for insulin caps for the maybe 5% that's on insulin out of 10%.
And many other drugs that Medicare is now negotiating that Trump talked
What other
about doing that
drugs?
for 4 years and never did it.
What other drugs?
So, for example, what about expanding universal access to broadband, specifically within the context of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water? What about investments in roads and bridges? This benefits a huge portion of the country.
Okay, but again, what you're saying, because if I want to keep your logic, I could argue that's conspiracy as well. She didn't do any of that.
Also, if you want to list the drugs, I have 10 right here. So just let me know.
Which ones can you? Which ones?
Eliquis, Jardiance, Waniva. There's like 10 different drugs that were approved so far for Medicare price negotiation, and there's also dozens down the pipeline.
Okay,
So this is going to continue for years in the future.
Okay, real quick. Sorry, can you name those first two drugs?
Casey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Eliquis, Eliquis. Second one is
what is Eliquis?
Wait, did you use gay as an insult, big dog?
I've never used. See what I'm saying, bro? Why are you just making up these?
I'm not making that up. Someone just asked me. Ali, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Have you heard me say gay the whole time we've been on here? Have I said gay once besides right now? No. So Adam, again, you're naming drugs that no one's even heard of, bro. You know
just because you don't need the drugs doesn't mean there's millions of people that don't rely on them. Eliquis is for blood clots. The other one is for blood sugar levels and type 2 diabetes. Like, you think they're just passing price caps and negotiations for random drugs, like for no reason?
15 to 20% of people with diabetes use insulin, and that's the people with it that actually need it. You know what I mean?
What point are you trying to make?
My point is that 10% of America is on insulin. So are we going to look out for the 10% or the 90%?
The $5. Wait, you know,
you
that's
acting like
30
it's one or the
million
other?
people, right? That's like 30 million people.
Are we looking out for 10% or the 90%, though, is my question.
Wait, I have a question. Right, what about the TCGA? Like, do you think most of it went to rich people?
Of course, sure, of course. But the rich, you know, the saying is the rich get richer, the poor get poor. It's there for a reason. Are you going to blame?
Because of people like Trump.
Okay, but
literally because of him, dude.
It's the
Jesus
same
fuck, dude.
It's the same thing with Kamala. It's the same exact thing. She's not doing anything for the poor people. What has she done?
Real wages are up. Real wages are up under this administration.
Wait. You 100 million Americans will receive a tax cut.
So she claims, but has she done that? No.
No, she's advocating for that. And yes, she did do a child tax credit, which decreased taxes for all people who have children.
You're the same guy that argued earlier about the vice president's effect on the presidency. And look, you're proving my point right now. So she's been in office for 4 years and she hasn't done any of this. Of course she's going to advocate.
Wait. You said earlier that it doesn't matter if they didn't do every single thing. Because again, Trump with the bipartisan, or with the infrastructure bill, Trump with repealing and replacing the ACA, Trump with building the wall and making Mexico pay for it, with Trump trying to drain the swamp. We can talk about plenty of fucking things.
But he performed, but I can tell you exactly: tax reform, right? Deregulation, judicial appointments, immigration policies, trade agreements. Everything he did supports the majority, not the minority. Everything.
Wait. Name me one specific policy that did.
What do you mean one?
Name me one specific policy that benefited the majority of Americans.
I already told you the
Which
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not. It specifically mostly predominantly affected the top 1%. That helped the top 1%. It literally only added $10 billion to the annual GDP for $190 billion of annual spending.
It helped middle class.
Delusional.
It helped middle class
to a low percent.
Okay, but it helped them though. It helped them. It's not going to.
And Harris's tax cuts would help them more. So what is your point?
Who's?
Harris's middle class tax cuts that she's proposing would do more for the middle class than Trump's ever did.
Adam, proposing is the key word.
Yeah, she doesn't control Congress. How do you think this works?
Adam, do you understand everything both of you say? It begins with proposing, not has completed.
Do you understand basic civics? Like, do you know how things become laws? You know that Congress has to pass something and Senate has to pass it, then the president signs it. Do you think Harris is going to snap her fingers and this is going to happen?
But he just argued earlier that, she was.
And by the way, this is a horrible argument to make because Biden was given a much tighter split in Congress than Trump had, and he still passed way more major legislation than Trump did.
Sorry, one more time. Repeat that last thing you said. I didn't hear you.
Biden had a much tighter split in Congress than Trump did, but Biden was still much more legislatively successful than Trump, even working with a harder to work with Congress. He passed the infrastructure bill bipartisan. He passed the American Rescue Plan with budget reconciliation. He got so much done. Trump talked about getting infrastructure done for 4 years. He never got it done. He talked about getting healthcare done. He never got it done. Biden actually got the price caps on drugs. So like everything that Trump wanted to do, he's the one who only proposes things and doesn't pass them. Democrats actually get stuff done.
I mean, you can say infrastructure. I can agree with you there. You're right. He didn't do much for infrastructure, but to say he didn't do to say he didn't do anything is a stretch, though.
What did he do?
He had funding initiatives and projects such as improving rural broadband and certain transportation projects.
Wait, that happened under Kamala Harris. That did not happen under Donald Trump.
No. Those were plans he proposed that he tried to
That's
actually
not
go.
True. He doesn't propose bills.
Anything.
He doesn't propose bills.
No, it is 100% true. But not only did he propose them, he tried following through with them. But the problem was the bill wasn't
Wait,
passed.
when did he propose it?
It's like you guys just said.
Wait, tell me, when did he propose it?
The exact year, I don't know, but it was in his first term.
His first term. And did he get it done?
It wasn't passed, like I just said, because
It wasn't passed. So didn't you just blame Harris for proposing things and not getting stuff passed?
As our friend Adam just said, he can't snap his fingers, right? But the thing is,
he had a majority in the House and Senate for 2 years.
Okay, and Kamala has people on her side.
Yeah,
in
and
the House
Biden and Harris had it, and they got a lot done with their 2 years. So, it's a very easy apples to apples comparison here, and it doesn't look well for Trump at all.
It is, but the key point you're missing is that
thank you.
The key point you're missing is they had the support. They had the support from the people inside. It's harder for him to get things passed, which brings us back to our key
That
original.
shows he's an ineffective leader. He can't even get things through Congress.
It's harder for him to get stuff passed, so he's just a shitty leader.
No,
he was given a better split in Congress. So, like you're saying, even when the cards are stacked in his favor, he can't get it done.
It's because it's full of liberals.
Tiffany, think $2. Thank you. No,
I'm sorry. Was Congress and Senate full of liberals when Trump won?
For the most
Republicans
part,
had a trifecta. No. Republicans had a majority in Congress and the Senate.
Okay, but he had to get rid of a lot of people for that reason. This is what I was going to get at. The key point it brings us back to, Adam, is when you said earlier about his plan to get
By
rid
the
of.
way, Parker, I'm going to dip in like 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
This is the exact reason. This brings us back to our key point why he originally wanted to change people in the office, because he knows that he won't be
Executive branch, not the legislative branch.
Okay,
That's
yes,
different.
Yeah, of course. Exactly.
And you know why he wants to do that, right? It's so that he has no one stopping him when he tries to do psychotic stuff like deploying the military to seize voting machines after he loses an election, or deploying military to shoot Black Lives Matter protesters in the knees.
We have 3 branches. Do you know how, what you're saying is.
And you know what happens when the executive branch is under the thumb of one person and can ignore the other 2 branches of the government? That's called autocracy.
Yes, but that's not going to happen, though, Adam. Everything you're saying.
J.D. Vance said he wants that to happen. Trump said he wants that. Like, there's no. Even Trump doesn't agree with you. Like, he hasn't even hidden this.
Yes, wants and what will happen are 2 different things, though, man. Everything you're saying is so hypothetical.
Wait, if Kamala Harris wanted to steal the next election, would that be an issue?
What do you mean, would it be an issue? Of course it'd be. Like, why? Of course, you already know the answer to that.
I thought it was just a proposal, though.
What do you're
saying it's just words, right? So, like, why would it matter if she hasn't actually done it? You're saying we can only talk about problems after they've manifested, but before there's nothing we can do to prevent them.
No, I'm saying problems that can actually be realistic. That's what I'm saying. Okay, wait. Hold on. First of all, what money are they spending?
The Heritage Foundation is spending money to develop policy and to train people. The reason they're training people is because Trump said that when he comes into office, he's going to change a bunch of these civil service jobs into political appointments, fire them, and replace them with ideologues and loyalists that have been trained by the Heritage Foundation, and they're going to be loyal to Trump only, not the Constitution.
Okay, but Trump can't do any of this right now. You're saying he's been spending.
He can do it in a second term.
No, okay, but you're saying he's been spending. No, he hasn't. He doesn't have access to any of this.
The Heritage Foundation has been spending. The Heritage Foundation.
Okay, and who runs the Heritage Foundation?
What does that have to do with anything?
The Josh Panda, thank you so much.
What do you mean? What does that have to do with everything? It's led by the president. It's led by.
No, it's not. The Heritage Foundation is a private political think tank.
Wait, what? Wait, you think the Heritage Foundation is? What?
It's led by a president, whoever oversees the operations. What do you mean?
No, you said by the president.
No, yes, I meant to say by a president. So again, are we going to talk about speech impediments? Because you have plenty of those, Parker. You know, so let's not go.
Wait, are you making fun of speech impediments right now? What the fuck? I'm not making fun of a speech impediment.
So, well, that's basically what you just did. You tried to say A. I said, because you said A, and I instantly corrected myself. So what are you saying? I instantly corrected.
I was just saying that you said that. I'm not making fun of any speech. Do you have a speech impediment?
No, I do not.
So then why'd you say that?
Because my point is you were trying to label that like, oh, you said A. Okay, I instantly corrected myself.
So then what do you refer? That doesn't mean, that's not what a speech impediment is.
Okay, so look, let's stick to the point. So again, like I said, it's led by a president, right? So
no, I'll give you like one
Kevin
more thing to
Roberts.
say, because then I'm gonna kick you. Most people want me to kick you.
Yeah, Kevin Roberts. Yeah. Well, you can tell most people want to kick me. I have the highest score that anyone else has had all night on here. But yeah, most people want to kick me.
Are you 760? Dude, what are you talking? That's less than $5. That's like $3.
Okay, but my point is, no other debaters have had this though on your stage. Everyone that comes up here has less than 100 or maybe up to 200. So, but that's irrelevant.
Because you've been on here for so long.
Oh, you've had people on here 2 times the amount that I've been on here, and they didn't touch anywhere near those numbers. And look, it continues to go up. So what's
Near
your
those
point?
numbers, dude.
Come
Oh
on.
my God, he's about to hit
So look-
$5.
So, again,
chat.
so look.
Actually, no,
so-
I get a percentage of that, so it's not
Okay,
even
good.
$5.
So
Appreciate that
you're what-
mustache.
So you're discredit. So you're basically being ungrateful for the money you get from here. Is that what you're saying?
Dude, no, what I'm doing is I'm demonstrating that like you're bragging about something for no reason.
You're demonstrating you don't care about people donating $2 or
Where's the hand art?
$5 for you, right?
No,
So
I'm saying
again,
I'm saying you're bragging, right? And it's
So again,
weird.
I asked
It's
you who
weird to
lead-
like to be like, oh, I'm getting so much. People love me here so much. Push the hand art. Like I don't know what you're saying.
He also literally says thank you to each individual donor. How is he not thankful?
Literally, like what?
Okay, B,
And you got
that-
mad at me saying thank you.
Actions and words are two different things, though. We both know that. Look, though,
Heather,
let's
thank
stick
you
to
so
the-
much for the $5. Thank you so much,
let's
Jasmine.
stick-
Thank you for the
let's stick
$5.
to the
Thank you so
main
much.
point. Let's stick to the main point, though. Let's not get sidetracked. I asked you who led it, and you couldn't answer. I can tell you who.
If 5,000 people type 1 in the comment section, I'll kick them. Push the ICU. Push the little
I
ground.
asked you who led it, right? I asked you who led it, and you couldn't answer me that question.
Because I don't have the name of the CEO of the
Kevin
Heritage
Roberts,
Foundation
Kevin
memorized
Rob-
off the top.
Kevin
Yeah,
Roberts,
thank you so
my
much.
I'm
point.
glad you had enough time to Google that.
I told you from the beginning. What do you mean?
No, you didn't. You said the president runs it first, and you said a president, and then you finally figured out his name like 5 minutes afterwards.
Okay.
I highly doubt you knew that if you didn't even know what
Literal,
Project
thank you for
2025
fireworks.
is.
Thank you so much.
Okay, but again, my point is Kevin Roberts. There's been, if you do your research, do your homework, since you haven't done this clearly yet, you can save this for the next debate. You'll find
Blake,
out.
thank you so much for
I'll
the
take
dollar.
notes.
Thank you so much,
You'll-
Hannah.
you'll
Thank you for the
find out-
dollar.
you'll find out
Aaron,
a
thank
lot
you so
of-
much for the $25. Rosny, thank you so much.
You'll
Roshni, thank
find
you so
out
much
a
for the
lot of
$5.
stuff-
Thank
You'll
you.
find out a lot of stuff about
I
Kevin
appreciate the
Roberts,
hand art.
and
Thank
you'll
you.
understand why your argument is pointless and why I'm telling you that the Heritage
Why don't you
Foundation.
explain why the argument is pointless? Why don't you explain why Project 2025 is training people to staff the next administration? Why are they
Project
doing that?
2025 is a myth, though. That is what Kamala.
It's not
has
real.
fed-
The
that-
leaked training videos from ProPublica aren't real.
That is what Kamala has been feeding people
I'm
like
sorry.
you. That
Just
you,
explain this to me then, because you're obviously like you know a lot about this. What are the leaked training videos from Project 2025? What are those?
what
Are they
what-
AI? Are they not real? There's training videos that leaked from Project 2025 where they're literally saying in the next conservative administration, we're going to have you guys staff the executive branch, and here's what we're going to do.
Okay, and
And you have Trump's own leader of personnel getting on there and saying that loyalty is more important than experience when it comes to executive branch hiring.
But who released that though?
ProPublica, it leaked.
And but
Ashley,
from
think of the
Trump,
dollar.
is that from Trump?
Who said it's from Trump?
Okay, I can't do it anymore.
Okay, I'm also going to hop off at this point, but thanks so much for having me on, man.
No, of course. It was good having you on.
Yeah.
You're always welcome.
Yeah,
on.
super fun. Bet.
For sure.
Take care.
Make sure to follow Adam if you haven't already. Everyone, Jasmine, thank you for the $2. Follow Adam. Adam
man.
makes a bunch of good content, so go check it out, everyone.
Have a good night, bro.
Of
Yo,
course, of course.
you already have me on here. You can kick me off, bro. I was the one who said Frank Ocean 20.
Oh, I got you. I don't know why it always puts the same people at the top. That's funny. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Thank you for all the dollars, everyone. Thank you. Yosef, how old are you? Okay, that's a zygote chat. That's a zygote right there. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yosef, how old are you?
Hi there, I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm kind of actually in the middle right now. I'm more so leaning towards Trump at the moment, but I'm actually kind of still undecided.
Ryan, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. And then Ashley, thank you for the $5. Okay. So would you vote for someone, or actually, would you let someone get a gun if they're a violent offender, like legally?
I'm unsure, to be honest. So if I'm being completely honest with you, I'm actually I'm not afraid to say that I'm really ignorant when it does come to politics. I don't know a lot of shit when it comes to politics. I apologize if I don't know.
That's fine. This isn't like a heavily political. This is like an ethical question. Like, do you think that violent offenders should be able to get access to guns legally?
I would say no.
Okay, so if they shouldn't be able to get access to guns legally, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
You know, that's honestly something I hadn't even thought about. That is a valid point. And something I'd probably need to think about. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So personally, I've been really, really checked out of politics. I tried not to be in it, and I've been pretty checked out of it for probably the last 10 plus years now. Never really thought about it, but I mean, my family is pretty heavily Republican, and so I try to avoid them during these times too, because they tend to just berate the hell out of me over this stuff, you know. But I guess my biggest like concern right now is like trying to get into all this has been like foreign policy and dealing with like foreign nations and everything. And I guess like the reason why I have been, I guess, leaning towards Trump a little bit more is because like I feel like he would maybe do better when it comes to like Putin, or when it comes to the Ukraine war, when it comes to China and everything. Like I feel like he'd be a little bit more of a strong-willed leader. The only reason why I'm saying that, or like actually the biggest...
Did you know that there were leaked Kremlin documents from the Russian government that said that they think that Trump is easily manipulated?
I did not know this. Can I actually get do you have a source on that so I can actually look it up later?
Yeah. I mean, I can send you a specific one, or you could just look up leaked Kremlin documents indicate what's it called? Russia thinks Trump is thinks Trump is sorry, I can't speak. Thinks Trump is what's it called? What was the word I said? Sorry, my brain.
No, you're totally fine. I don't even know if I remember what you said.
Yeah, thinks Trump is easily manipulated. Sorry.
Right.
My brain. Holy shit.
No, you've been on this all day, man. I don't blame you.
No, that's fine. I should be more on my game. All right. Yeah. I can send you. It's from Business Insider if you want to see that one.
No, that'd be great. Thank you.
There's also Al Jazeera. And then also there is I would just cite those. Appreciate the head mustache. The title is leaked. Russian docs support claim that Trump has compromising material on, Russia has compromising material on Trump. Report says. That's the title of the source.
Thank you. And I got that written down too. So I'm gonna look that up.
And then another one is leaked Kremlin documents describe Trump as impulsive, mentally unstable, and unbalanced individual. Report.
Yeah,
They're
thank
both
you.
from the Guardian. Yeah, for sure.
So on the contrary, when we go over to Kamala, the one thing that I have noticed, or I guess this is also some things that I've heard through word of mouth, so it's not necessarily verifiable, and I don't fully, I try not to take everything too seriously, especially when my family comes to it, because I know that they are definitely biased as hell. But I don't know if there has been an interview where there haven't been a set conditions. Like I know this whole like Joe Rogan thing again, with like Donald Trump, I know is blown up, and then maybe Kamala was going to go on, but he had rejected her conditions. And I think that what I need to go and look at these sites that you just sent me. So, but 10 minutes ago, the reason why I had kind of come to this conclusion is because I feel like she hasn't gone on an interview where there haven't been these set conditions that she went ahead of time to set out. And then
let me give you a good example. 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes is something that every president has gone on since the inception of 60 Minutes. Every presidential candidate. Kamala Harris went on 60 Minutes, but Donald Trump did not. And people argue she got grilled, right? Like they asked really tough questions, right? She went on Fox, right? She went on places that weren't like the most nicely or giving like alley oops to her, right?
Right.
Donald Trump didn't go on 60 Minutes. He's the only candidate since the inception of 60 Minutes to not go on 60 Minutes.
Right. No, that's a valid point too. Yep. Jeez. Where I was kind of just getting with all of that is just because like I feel like all of these have been not necessarily scripted, but there had been like all these set conditions. Was like, how would she deal with like world leaders when she can't set those conditions, you know? And maybe this is totally my ignorance of not like going through all
What
these.
about the debates? The debates didn't have like necessarily like set conditions in that same type of way that she said.
I for sure feel like she definitely had won the debate against Trump. I don't think Trump did a very good. I feel like he was flustered and didn't do a good job and got way too caught up in like name calling and badgering her. I feel like she won that for sure, which is what kind of really pulled me onto the fence, because I was way leaning Trump just because of my own bias of like my family and pressure from them. But seeing the debate kind of pulled me back to on the fence. And so that was just like my biggest question. And so I need to go and like research all these websites that you gave me. And so I really appreciate you for that.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
No, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Cora, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Cora. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Cora. And Cheryl, thank you so much with the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much. And Harmony with the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, y'all. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I would definitely be interested in that, Cora. Definitely be interested in that. Appreciate the heart. Thank you so much, Aja. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, we put him to sleep, chat. We put him to sleep. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 36.
Are you voting Trump?
I am on the fence about it.
Okay. Would you let someone get access to a gun if they're a violent offender?
I would not.
So if you wouldn't let them get access to a gun if they're a violent offender, why would you let them get access to nuclear codes?
So I am kind of on the fence about voting for Trump because to me, Gaza is an important issue.
Yeah. I mean, I don't dispute that. I totally agree with you. The point that I would make is that Trump is going to be worse, right, for Gaza, and there is no other alternative, right? It's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump at the end of the day, right? Who is more favorable to these conditions, along with favorable to the conditions domestically, and it's clearly Kamala Harris. Like, again, I disagree with her. I very much disagree with her. I don't think that we should be giving weapons to Israel, but she's the one that was trying to get a ceasefire and get the hostages back, and she's the one also who has put a weapons embargo on Israel if they don't meet particular conditions within 30 days, which was like a few days ago, which like a week or so ago. Susan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Susan. Thank you.
Okay, so just to kind of set up a background here, I'm in Dearborn, Michigan, and there's thousands of people in my community who have voted for Joe Biden last election. Me myself, I'm a social democrat. I'm super progressive. I voted for Bernie all the way as much as I could. I'm totally voting against my conscience here. But the issue I'm having right now is that this two-party system has just led us to keep voting against the person that we hate. And I'm struggling because I just constantly feel like, as someone of color, as someone with my background, I'm just constantly seeing like people who look like me killed, disenfranchised, disillusioned, and we never really get the opportunity, right, to reconcile the decades and decades of dehumanization in this country. And this is a country that I was born in.
I totally agree with you. Who perpetuates that dehumanization, and who is actively trying to fight against those things particularly? Because Donald Trump creates and makes it worse in terms of the dehumanization. He has brought us back in this country, right?
Right.
Kamala Harris will allow for us to move forward.
So this is a bit wild, but I also kind of see Trump as a lunatic who is likely to cause people to become more disenfranchised, or
not in a good
more
way,
disillusioned to the two-party system.
But that's not what happened, right? Trump got in office. What happened? The conversation we're having right now is totally and radically different from the conversation we were having in 2020, right? That's because of people like Donald Trump, what he's done in terms of the coup, in terms of him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right? These things have brought the country and pulled it back, right? So I think that what you're coming from is like an acceleration, accelerationist aspect of thought, right? Which I actually think is going to yield more conservatives in the future. The country has shifted right because of Trump, right? That's just the reality.
Right. I think I guess there's like a difficult emotional aspect to this, right? Because I get that Trump is ultimately going to lead to more dead children. And by the way, like I'm speaking on like family here, right? So I have my wife's family, for example. They lost a child in Gaza last year. I have an extended family member in the West Bank who was part of a peaceful rally, and he watched his friend get shot in that rally. So I think things like that, and then not hearing anything about that, no narrative of the Palestinians coming from the Democrats at all, and then seeing Kamala, team up with Liz Cheney, go to Kalamazoo, go to Michigan, come here, and keep talking about hostages. I want the hostages to be released. I want there to be peace on the Israeli side, but I want there to be a distinction between Palestinians and what Hamas is doing, and that never happens. Whenever we talk about Palestinians, we absolutely have to talk about Israel and its right to defend itself and this and that. And ultimately, Kamala and the Democrats, they're still just paid by AIPAC. And this two-party system that we have, it's a two-party system because lobbies like AIPAC, they need a two-party so that it's easier to pay off, right? I mean, if we have ranked choice voting or something like that, we don't have, they can't go out paying hundreds of people.
What solutions do you get from voting for Donald Trump? All right, I agree. A lot of these issues exist, and I want that to be addressed more. Push the boo. Yeah. But the way in which we get that addressed more is by shifting the overturn window to the left, not to the right. Right. And fundamentally, not voting for Kamala Harris will inevitably make the discourse in this country further right towards individuals like Trump, which will not have us recognize Palestinians. He used Palestinian as a slur. Right. He called Biden a bad Palestinian.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
He's a weak one.
He used Palestinians as a slur, and he brought some Muslim speakers the other day, and no one in our community knows who the hell these people are. 100%. What I'm seeing from this is more people are talking about this now, right? I think more people, we have someone like you, right? Who is, we didn't, frankly, Parker, we didn't have people like you 10, 20 years ago. People who saw our side, people who were able to advocate for it, right? So I want to clarify, I'm also here to kind of refine my thoughts. Because this is a conversation that we have in our own bubble. And frankly, so many people are voting for Trump. And if you could explain to me how this accelerationist concept can be, easily debunked, I would love to have my mind changed from the way that I'm experiencing.
So there's two things I can bring up. One, right, as it relates to this, the argument I brought up earlier, right? Two is that you don't have any probability or likelihood of it actually yielding left-wing values. You don't know. So what you're doing is you're risking women's rights. You're risking a fight against climate change. You're risking people who have pre-existing conditions as it relates to the ACA here in the United States, having that type of protection, right? You're risking all of these different communities here in the United States and internationally, right, for something that you do not know is going to yield your outcome. You don't know it. You're risking democracy. You're risking, right, so many different things. Bigotry being more prevalent in this country, right? Which these have drastic outcomes for generations, right? This leads to tens of thousands of people dying in this country. This leads to hundreds of thousands of people long-term dying in this country and around the world, right? So I do think it's really important that we acknowledge these things and we don't just let all these things slide. I totally agree with you. Right, I'm on your side. I want to hold Kamala Harris accountable. But in order for us to hold Kamala Harris accountable, it has to be with a different narrative within the context of the United States. Because right now, voting for Trump will not make conditions better. It will make conditions worse. Right? And not voting for Kamala Harris is not a solution. Right?
Could I get a clarification on your point here? Would you say that it is Trump is the catalyst for the Democrats moving more towards the center and being more the establishment portion of the Democratic Party becoming stronger?
Yeah. So that's what we saw happen. Look at the discourse from 2020 to 2024. What happened?
Right. I see that. How about Jill Stein? How about third parties, Cornel West and all these guys?
No chance of winning. They have no shot.
Absolutely no chance of winning.
Zero chance.
One of the
not even the federal funds. The federal funds, that's a very small amount. They get very small federal funds that doesn't even make them competitive. So again,
Right.
you're risking things for not even getting much from it. And they did the same thing in 2016. That's why Hillary Clinton lost. It legitimately is why Hillary Clinton lost.
I mean, Hillary Clinton also blamed African Americans, and I think that
I'm not
people
saying I
still
like
remember
Hillary
that.
Clinton. I totally disagree with Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Right? I agree, right, that she's done bad things. But the point that I'm making is that the reason why she lost, right, is because of, right, specifically the vote being shifted right amongst the Green Party. I get voting Green, I get wanting to do that, but I think it's just more of like you're trying to feel better, morally speaking, not like we're actually going to fix things, like legitimately speaking.
Right.
So it is the same as not voting, right? I know people say, oh, voting for the Green Party is like voting for Trump. I don't hold that view. I say it's just the same as not voting.
Okay.
Like you don't get anything from it, and not voting doesn't do anything, right? And it
Do you
creates
think
a
the
greater
Democratic
likelihood for
Party
Trump to
would
win.
see, if for example we had a good size of people vote for Jill Stein, would the Democratic Party see that portion and say, hey, look, this is how many people we lost, and maybe think about how to bring them back?
What percent do you
into
think
the
you'll get? Where? Like, I'm sorry, what percent do you think you're going to get? Where? I promise you, it's going to be less than 2%.
Well, I think Michigan right now is the problem, because right now within our community there has been thousands of emails.
Shift the vote to Jill Stein. Trump wins. What happens?
Right.
Does the country
that's
shift
not a-
right or
that's
does the
not a
country
good
shift left?
situation. Right.
Does the country shift right or shift left?
So, I think the country overall shifts right. I'm seeing this kind of like, this is maybe a weird way to put it, but can I give like a weird analogy? I'm thinking of like the trolley problem, right? Where one person is on one side of the rail and then we have 5 people on the other side of the rail. I feel like right now this is a mix of that philosophical phenomenon mixed with like the eternal train that keeps going, where this trolley just keeps going. Sure, you can pick the side where one person dies, but then the trolley doesn't stop. It keeps going. You have
Here's
to
my
pick
question.
again every 4
Here's
years.
my- Here's my question. Why were we so okay with voting for Joe Biden, but it becomes an issue when it's Kamala Harris? Like, what's the relevant difference in their views that makes it an issue with Kamala Harris, but not an issue with Joe Biden?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What is the relevant difference between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that means it becomes an issue when it's Kamala Harris, but it wasn't an issue with Joe Biden?
I don't think it is a difference for Kamala versus Joe. I think I'm kind of viewing them as similar at this point.
Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate sci-fi. But like, weren't there things that the Obama administration did specifically, right, in terms of countries around the world and the Middle East that you would disagree with? Right?
Yes.
But that existed when he was running. So why is it the case that, right, we apply this in the scenario with Kamala Harris, but we don't apply this with Joe Biden when he was running originally?
Oh, I see. Okay, so Joe
You see
Biden
what I'm
ran.
saying?
Right. Joe Biden was vice president during Obama's drone strike era.
Yeah, like
right.
in the same way that Kamala Harris, right, was a part of the Biden administration.
Right. I think that I think people in my community were very disgruntled to come to the table for Joe Biden, even at that time. I think people were still sour about Obama, but they were optimistic.
Solomon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
I think people in our community were also feeling like, you know what? We are putting our needs and our lives on the back table so that other communities can prosper. I mean, really, they're not other communities. I'm talking about, LGBTQ women, which are also part of our community. But when it comes to like race,
Solomon, I don't know what you're trying to say there, Solomon. And then Sasha, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, and Julia, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for both of them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
You asked a question?
No, sorry, you were saying what you're saying. I apologize.
Yeah. Sorry. So I think that, just kind of sitting on the back seat and waiting for our turn, right? So I feel like we can vote for Kamala here, but then we're just hopeful that the DNC is going to.
So you can keep
down.
fighting and trying to push the Democratic Party to change and do better, and that can happen over time, right? But not voting for Kamala Harris doesn't push them to do that. I really don't think it does that.
Okay. I feel like I need my voice heard by the DNC, right? And sometimes it seems like just punishing them for it makes the most sense.
I understand, but the best way to do it isn't to punish them, because that's going to punish people in general. I'm just letting you know. right? What you got to do is you've got to influence people, right, through the conversations that we have, right? Like what I'm doing right now. This is the best possible thing we can do specifically to change the narrative and the conversation about what's happening around the world.
Do you know what Canary Mission is?
No, I don't actually.
So, I would say 10, 15 years ago, a group of Zionists created a website that essentially blacklisted college students, thousands of college students. If you were part of any organization remotely associated with Palestine or even Muslim organizations, your face, your name, and the things that you said, even if it was just generic, okay things to say, your name was thrown on this website. It's called the Canary Mission. And because of this, people have lost opportunities at jobs, getting into universities, and we are a community that actively is silenced, and we bear the brunt of damage when it comes to trying to influence others and speaking out. So it is scary, right? It's scary because I have firsthand accounts of close friends who went through medical school, wanted to go into a residency program, and someone at the residency program told them, "Hey, you're probably not going to get in because the program director saw you on Canary Mission." So this is also like a weird reality that we live in, right? Is if we go too hard, if we even open our voices, even if we open our mouths sometimes, because of the color of our skin, because of our names, that's enough, right? And these are, like, a lot of these people are also Democrats.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing things like that exist, and I think that we need to create a better society so that things like that don't happen. I'm just asking the question, what is the solution for this as it relates to this election? Is it not voting? Is it voting for Trump, right? Which is ultimately going to, again, make that all worse.
Right. So I think what you said resonates, that ultimately this is a huge risk, right? Voting for Trump is going to result in more death, and there is no guarantee that the Democratic Party is
going to change because of voting for Trump in the right way you want it, right? There's going to be a change, but not necessarily. You don't have an idea that it's going to be directed in the way that you want it. It likely could be directed in the way you don't want it, which is risking too much. It's risking Trump being in office and risking making the country more right-wing over time, right? In the way that Trump is, not in like a good way, right? Or any type of way that you'd reference in terms of just economics. It's not like we're just going to have some different infrastructure policy, right? It's how we treat immigrants in this country. It's how we treat women in this country. It's how we treat our environment.
Right.
You care about all those things as a progressive. I know you care about those things.
Those are the only things I care about, and I feel like the Democratic Party doesn't care about those things enough, and that's why the only reason why I
totally get it. Yeah. And we have to work within the Democratic Party to try and change it. That's just the only solution is working within the Democratic Party to change it. Otherwise, getting things like ranked choice voting, right?
Parker,
if we don't have that right now, there's no option.
Do you see a future where we support the Democratic Party to the point where they decide to cannibalize themselves and say, we don't want to become a party, and we move towards a system where, like, to me, I want ranked choice voting. I swear, if a candidate went up there,
can we get ranked choice voting? Yes. The way that we're more likely to get ranked choice voting is by voting in people like Kamala Harris. That is more likely. We are absolutely, undeniably more likely to get to ranked choice voting with Kamala Harris than we are with Donald Trump. Undeniably closer. Why do you think? Okay, here's another thing I want to reference. Why do you think protesters always go to Kamala? Why are they never going to Trump's rallies? Why are the protesters? Because they know that Kamala is willing to change at least a bit, whereas Donald Trump is not. So I think that when people are doing that, they are performatively demonstrating to us, right, that it is the case that they know that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are more likely to change and do better, right, and progress, which is exactly what we need in order for our society to get better, which is exactly what you're looking for as well.
Right.
Yeah, I want you to think about that, and I genuinely do want you to vote, because your vote in Michigan really matters. Okay.
It does. Yeah, definitely.
It does.
Parker,
Like
you
out
want
of the
proposal,
entire
all right,
country.
man?
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Maybe someday.
Take care, man. Bye.
Take care. Take care. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
I think so.
Why so?
So can I give you like just a little bit of my history? Like, because it'll make sense if I explain this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like, I was institutionalized in a mental health facility for a year, so I didn't really have access to much information. So I will completely accept I'm probably pretty ignorant on everything with this, because I just came out
Don't worry about that at all.
like a month ago. So I remember it was Biden.
That's fine. That's fine. So, like, here would be my question. This is like a really big question I ask people, right? Would you let someone who's a violent offender get access to a gun?
Hell no.
No?
I wouldn't even trust myself.
Okay, so if we wouldn't trust a violent offender with a gun, why would we trust them with nuclear weapons?
I don't think I would.
Yeah, Donald Trump is a violent offender. He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, which is a violent offense. So if we wouldn't trust him with nuclear weapons, that means we don't want him to be president, which means we wouldn't vote for it. And instead, you want to vote for the alternative because you don't want him to have that, right? The only alternative is Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
she advocates for
been in like a bubble for a while there. Like, I don't know. A lot of people I was in there with were always talking about Donald Trump, and I'm sorry, I'm like really nervous right now. But like, honestly, I don't know, like, cause I remember whenever I was working, I was in nursing school, but I got, kicked out. And, like I was making a lot more money. I was a CNA back then. And I was just making more money, and it was like a little easier back then. Obviously I know I used to watch you a lot. I love you, Parker. And I know like the causation correlation thing, but I don't really understand it that much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get you. Right. And here, I'm just going to tell you this. I care about this country. I really love this country. Right. And if you can trust me to at least some degree, know that what I'm telling you right now is I'm telling you everything I've learned about, everything I've been educated about. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. Right. I am not trying to be biased. I'm not like, subject to only voting for the Democratic Party. Right.
Yeah,
I grew up in a Republican household. I grew up being taught
me
that.
too.
So I'm very critical of both sides. I'm very willing to be able to accept what's a better condition. If it was a Republican that had better policy and better character, I'd be voting for that Republican. Right. I'm not beholden to the party politics bullshit system. Right. I'm beholden to what's going to benefit the American people because I care about them. Right. And if you can take that, right, if you just even want to look at all the other information, all the other policy out of the things, we can talk about that later. Right. You can vote for Kamala Harris off of that. Right. Because I'm doing this in good faith. Appreciate Galaxy. Thank you so much.
Good faith.
If you do trust me in that
sorry,
way.
I'm not that smart. Good faith just means like you're not being like
I'm being genuine. It's genuine. It's not like facetious or disingenuous, right? I'm doing this because I care about people and because I want the best for the world.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm not trying to like be partisan or anything.
Yeah, that's cool. I have another
Go ahead.
Since this is obviously personal to me, and this isn't a one reason I'm voting, if that makes sense. But I was in a state hospital because I didn't have money to afford a private institution to go to, and like, but like, who do you think would be more likely to reform like our public mental health system? Because I feel like we really need to reform that because
overwhelmingly Kamala Harris. She's been a huge proponent for mental health care, right? For healthcare being a fundamental right and not a privilege, just if you can afford it.
Yeah.
Just a massage. So the one that's going to reform the system absolutely and undeniably would be Kamala Harris. Donald Trump just wants to leave it to the private. He might even cut out some of the state-run stuff. Right?
Yeah, because like, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not trauma dumping on you right now, but like, I'm just trying to genuinely explain like what has formed my opinions, like I have bipolar disorder and I had a really bad psychotic episode, and I used to think God was talking to me, and Trump always talked about God. So I mean, I'm on meds now and thankfully they work, and I'm starting to get back into my life, and so I'm kind of like questioning everything, because now I'm like, wait a second, I felt like I was not in a good place. I just want to see more help with that, because that is a really big problem, and I don't think anybody should have trouble with finding a place to live, finding a place to go get help, having outreach programs that can reach these people who are going to be harder to reach. And that's one thing I really want to see. I'm sorry, I'm about to cry. Like, I don't really talk about this a lot.
Trust me, I get it. Like, this is like something that really hits home for a lot of people, and I think it's really important that we have policy and legislation for this type of stuff. We're proud of you. I think everyone here, I can speak for everyone. I think it's important, right, to send love and to support people in our communities like this. Right. And if our society really cared about supporting people, we would support things like this. And the reason we haven't is because of corporations' influence, is because of figures like Donald Trump, right, and Republicans that want to underfund these types of programs, that want to defund these programs because they care more about supporting corporations and rich businesses than they care about fundamentally providing, right, humanity to people. Because this isn't about, right, being the biggest, money, making the most money, profit, everything.
Yeah, honestly,
this is about
like,
taking care of our fellow individuals, our fellow humans.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Don't worry,
because I know I'm going to forget this in a second.
Go ahead.
Like, I would, if our economy didn't grow as much, but we saw a big reform with the people in our country who genuinely need it, I would be totally okay with that. I know I probably sound stupid.
No. I get it, and I think all of us would say the same thing. But the point I would say is that we can make our economy better, we can grow our economy, and we can take care of our American citizens. Because honestly speaking, taking care of American citizens, taking care of people in terms of mental health, it creates conditions where people, right, are able to work more. It creates conditions where people, right, feel better, right, so they're able to engage with family members. It increases satisfaction of life, right? All of these things create a better society, right?
Yeah.
And they create conditions that even generate more economic growth.
Yeah. And another thing I want to ask you about, if that's okay. I know you're not asking me questions. I know it's a debate. I'm sorry. So now I'm about to get a job, actually. There's this thing in the state I live in. It's called a community service board, where it's kind of like a public health, but they try and keep people out of these institutions. And I'm about to be like a peer specialist, like helping other people with bipolar and schizophrenia, because I've experienced both of those. And I would love to see that like all over the country, where there's like places for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I hate when people use the R word. I'm sorry. I've heard a few people.
I agree with you. Like, I really don't like it. I think it's so normalized in our society.
Yeah, and I work with a lot of those people, and they're like really great, and I just feel like they're misunderstood. But I just want to see a lot more of these community outreach and helping people and asking people who've been through this their genuine opinion, because I feel like there's a disconnect, where it's like, because I went to one hospital at first, and it was like we don't have no space, and it's like, you do, but it's like, you don't have a private insurance, this and that and the other, and then these people, they want to cope, and they go out on the street and do drugs. I know I'm going back to the point, but like, that's just my really
because we don't create community for people. If we created community for people, if we had these outreach programs, it would be less likely that people do those things to be able to run away, right, from things that negatively impact them, right?
Yeah.
Because ultimately speaking, that's a trauma response that people have because society is not willing to build the community, right?
Yeah.
So that people feel like they can join these types of areas. So I think it's really important, right? We need to tell people they matter. We need to tell people, right, we want to support them. We are looking out for them, and we are there for them, even in circumstances where they might not be able to take care of themselves.
Yeah, and
right? That needs to be fundamental.
That's also
it's humanity. It's about taking care of other people, right?
Yeah, that's another big reason I agree with. I'm sorry, I know I have a really bad memory, dude. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And another reason, because a lot of these people, like, that's why I would never allow Trump to get a weapon, because I feel like he isn't in the rightest state of mind right now, and like, even if he was somebody who does things. That was another part I hated about it, like, they treat people like with these problems who aren't really doing anything bad but are a threat to themselves, like people like Trump who actually have hurt other people. And I mean, although it can explain why they did it, it doesn't really excuse what they did. And I feel like a lot of people try and make excuses for what he did. And I guess now that I think about it, I don't know. I just can't really find any way in my head to be like, that's okay. Or if it was somebody in my life that I knew, like my friend, I could never be like, oh yeah, is it graped? You say, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like if my friend said like he graped a girl, like, dude, I'm never talking to you again. If
Yeah,
that
like
makes sense.
you cut them off as a friend. You cut them off as like a gym teacher. You make sure they shouldn't be gym teachers. We don't trust these people with guns. Right. The point that I'm making is that right, we wouldn't trust them in any of these other positions, but for some reason, Republicans want to vote for someone who has these same sets of criteria in history, which is just like fundamentally ridiculous. And I think it creates a worse society where these things are going to be more prevalent, right? Because people think it's more normalized and okay for people in positions of power to have those particular qualities.
Yeah.
I do appreciate you.
I probably will vote for Kamala now that I think about it, because I don't know much. I guess I'll listen more on your live, and I'll probably learn more when you talk about other topics, recent. I haven't been listening. Actually, I have today. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
I've been on for 30 minutes.
Don't worry. Listen in, right? You can learn from this if you'd like to. I think you're on the right track, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know how to leave. I'm sorry.
I got you. Don't worry.
I love you.
Thank you. I love y'all too. Wendy, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Try to get to 3 million likes, everyone. By the way, y'all, I should be on live for a little bit less than an hour, everyone.
What's up,
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Okay, why so?
All right, so like, look, here's the thing. Okay, I know that like all the violence and all the like the.
Are you driving, by the way?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm straight. So like, I understand where y'all are coming from with like all the, but like the convictions though, I feel like what do you even get convicted for?
Aubrey, thank you so much for the $2. David, thank you so much for the $2. Bretta, thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate that. I will definitely sometime. So he was convicted of 34 felonies for falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class E felony in the state of New York.
But we've all done that though. Like anybody who's gone for a loan has done that.
No,
like when I went for my car loan, my car was.
Hey, Scott, you have not falsified business records with the predicate crime of election interference. I promise you.
I falsified a car loan though.
Well,
so does that mean that I'm a felon?
No, because you didn't have a predicate crime of election interference. You just get a misdemeanor. But I wouldn't recommend saying that on live.
Well, I mean, I'm not worried about it, but like, because, I mean, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, like the Moab. I know he dropped Moabs, right? But I mean, you gotta admit though, that he does have some good leader characteristics. Like for example, who else is going to go to a leader of the Taliban and show the dude his house?
Oh my god, I've shown that doesn't like actually do anything. That's literally like.
Parker? What are you talking about? If you tell the dude like, look, bro, if you don't stop, this is what's going to happen. Like that. That's just. I mean, that's just like that.
Dude,
like,
you. I just want to let you know. You understand that you like that doesn't change anything, right? You understand like that would have happened regardless, right?
Well, what you think Kamala would have done that shit?
Kamala, yes. He was definitely not. You think he came up with that idea himself? That was literally like military advisors.
Well, yeah, because at the time we had General Mattis, who Secretary of Defense, who's a freaking legend. Like obviously that was probably something that he told Trump to do. But I mean, what I'm saying is that it still was done. Like I feel like
Julie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, and Maggie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo.
And I feel like that's a serious problem.
Yeah. So wait, what's the serious problem?
I think that we have soft leadership.
Okay, so how is Trump better?
Because we didn't have any new wars. Yeah, you're gonna bring up.
What new wars existed on the Biden-Harris administration?
You're gonna bring up that little scuffle that happened over there. And
what new wars happened under the Biden-Harris administration?
You had the whole thing with Israel and Palestine. You got
that was pre-existing. Like you understand that the conditions in Gaza, right? In terms of the West Bank, right, absolutely provoked this conflict. The illegal annexation of like the Golan Heights. The allowing for Israel to engage in illegal settlements in the West Bank, right? The Abraham Accords, where it didn't take into account the state of Palestine, right? The ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, the Nakba. And thank you, Tommy. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, Tommy. Thank you.
Well, like, don't get me wrong, though, okay? Like, what Netanyahu has done, he is definitely a war criminal. Don't get that twisted. Like he is what he is doing right now is a war crime. But on top of that, though, like the whole thing with Trump doing that whole deal with Israel, if Hamas had never attacked, we would never be in this situation.
Wait, you understand that like October 6th, the day before that, was one of the deadliest days for Palestinians ever, right? So you can't, you have to, I'm not, by the way, I think that Hamas is not justified in doing all of those things, but I think it's wrong to kill innocent civilians in any of these contexts.
I totally agree.
Right?
With
I condemn the innocent civilians being killed, right?
No,
But the point
100%.
I want to reference is that it is the case that you have to acknowledge conditions that existed in Gaza and that existed in the West Bank provoked them engaging in that conflict. Right? You can't ignore that. So to say that it was like something that you should say is the responsibility of the Biden-Harris administration in terms of whether or not it occurred, I think is a ridiculous statement. I think that October 7th would have occurred regardless of who was in office, Trump or Biden.
I mean, I don't see that, but I also don't understand either. Like,
What did Kamala Harris and Joe Biden engage in that caused that?
Well, it wasn't really them. It was what Trump had put in, because when he did that deal with Israel, I knew that Hamas was not a fan of that, and then I understand that was like the day before that was a serious toll, but I just don't see. I felt like that there was a lot more that we could have done to avoid that.
Okay, like what are you referencing?
Like just military wise, like I know we got military.
What? Like tell me.
Like I mean, we could have had our generals or whatever try to set up a deal. I mean, what Trump's deal was not.
Generals set up a deal. You don't think they'd try to do that? They'd try to do a ceasefire, right? You understand that Donald Trump actually has been telling Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire?
And that doesn't surprise me.
Okay, if that doesn't surprise you, why do you want to vote for this guy?
Well, because the thing about the dude, Parker, it's like I just feel like that if we have Kamala Harris as president, okay, sorry, my bad. I've been drinking a little bit, all right, but like my points are straight. I swear to God. Like the problem is that I just feel like if we get her in office, right, I feel like there's not going to be enough military base that China is going to take over Taiwan, and that Russia is just going to straight up.
Why hasn't that happened right now? If it was going to happen on the Biden, okay, so are you telling me that Kamala Harris is not as strong as Joe Biden?
I feel like neither one of them are.
Then why isn't China invading Taiwan right now?
Well, hear me out for a second, Parker. They're not really doing any news on this. I got guys in the Navy right now that are telling me that China's on the verge of taking over like any day now.
Okay, so they say that, but what's the evidence?
I mean, they're right there. I mean, they're literally in Guam.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just saying that they're seeing what's going on with China, and I'm just saying that like China's getting prepared.
Okay, so yeah, you don't have any evidence, just like a claim?
I mean, I don't have like any like news evidence, but I got, like I said, I got dudes in the Navy that are telling me that any day now that China is like about to start taking over Taiwan.
Okay. All right.
Supposedly, what they're saying is that they're waiting for November to be over to see who becomes president.
So they're waiting for Trump to be in office?
Maybe. I mean, I'm just saying, Parker. Like,
Otherwise, they would just do it right now.
Well, because here's the thing: is that Trump is the only president that we can agree to this. Trump is the only president that dropped Moab. So, yes.
You mean Moab. On the Middle East?
Yeah, mother of all bombs. Yeah. He's the only president to do that. So what I'm saying is,
so we're like perpetuating that he's anti-war, and then at the same time he's like so pro-war he dropped a Moab.
Well, because
he got a kill streak option in Call of Duty, and then he dropped the Moab.
No, he did drop a Moab though, 100%. You can look it up. He dropped it. But the thing about though is that if you believe it or not,
that's because he was drone striking children, right?
Well, I was about this. You just get my point. I was going to say Obama, believe it or not, he's had more airstrikes than any president of the United States in history. Nobody talks about that though.
No, actually, Trump engaged in more drone strikes, 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East.
Yes, in the time that he was president, but I'm saying though that before that, when Obama was president, he dropped more. He dropped more.
No, I said 432% increase in military drone strikes from Obama's administration. So again, if you wouldn't let a violent offender get access to a gun, right? You wouldn't let them run for president and gain
Well, I
access
mean,
to nuclear
Parker,
codes,
he was
right?
already president, and shit wasn't even that bad. Yes, I mean, you can't.
I have a
Here's the other
question.
thing, too.
If someone who committed domestic violence had a gun but didn't use their gun in any crime, should they still be able to get access to a gun even though
I'm
they
just-
committed domestic violence?
I'm just saying that, like, us as the United States, you cannot disagree that our
No, just answer the
economy.
question. Do you think someone who committed domestic violence because they didn't use the gun in any crime, they should still be able to have access to a gun?
Trump never did domestic violence, though.
Well, he engaged in sexual abuse. I'm just demonstrating that violent offenders
Dude,
you don't think.
Parker,
I'm demonstrating
how
violent
much money-
offenders. I'm demonstrating violent offenders you don't think should be able to have access to guns. So if you don't trust them with guns, you shouldn't trust them with nuclear fucking weapons, right?
Dude, what I'm saying is that I understand where you're coming from.
And then we'll try to raid someone, and maybe I'll like do like a Q&A or join the Discord or something like that again. You know, that was kind of fun. Yo, what's up, how to you?
Trump 2024.
You're a fetus, bro. You can't even vote. What the fuck are you talking about? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Julian, thank you so much for the $15.
Oh my God,
thank you
I
so
did not
much.
mean to join. I'm
Appreciate
so
it.
sorry.
Don't worry, you're good. All right, let's get the next person. Do you have water with you? Yes, I do. I have water right here. Do I like barely drink water while I'm on live? It's kind of crazy because like when I eat food, I have to drink so much water. Like I just drink so much water, but then like I'm not like super thirsty or anything. I'm like chilling. All right, let's get this next individual up here. By the way, everyone, yeah, this weekend I'm gonna be gone, y'all. I feel so weird not going live for this weekend. That's gonna be so awkward. Yeah, you voting Trump?
Shot.
What's up?
Bro, yeah, I am.
Why are you
this
voting Trump?
I feel like that, I forgot his name. Guy that came up earlier on your stream.
Greg, in the description. Thank you,
But
Greg.
it's mainly because of history and also a lot of pressure, I would say. I don't know if you wanted to get into like life background and whatever, but I'll gladly get into that if you want.
Lucas, thank you for the subscription. So yeah, like okay, so yeah, you said you want to go into background? Sure. Okay. So would you let someone who's a violent offender get access to a gun?
No, definitely not.
Okay. So if you wouldn't trust a violent offender with a gun, why would you trust them with nuclear weapons?
That's such a good point. No, that's such a good point.
Claudia, thank you for the subscription. Thank you.
Man, I need to bring that up to family. Okay, can I ask for some
That's
advice?
like the perfect argument for anyone. It's very intuitive. But yeah, go for it. What was your question?
Okay, so let me go into like why I said I was gonna vote for Trump, or why I'm voting for Trump. I still might even still vote for him nonetheless. So like I grew up in like a lot of like different I've grown on like different extremes of life where like first generation didn't come from Mexico but have a lot of family that are not doing the best right now in terms of like conditions, but luckily like my part of the family, like my immediate family, is doing like considerably more well off than the rest of my family, and it sucks, right? And I really do care for them a lot. Just there are some issues that have arisen with my personal family becoming very extremist, and I want to say extremist, like very pressuring and like dividing, where like I feel like I'll be disowned more or less if I am not Republican, because they say that, I don't know if they've been fear-mongered themselves or brainwashed or something like that. Or I don't even know if what they're saying is true, because I simply just don't have the time at the moment.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that like your vote is totally anonymous. They can't see your vote. So I mean, I know people who have like acted like they're Republican around their family, but then they still have views like that. I mean, you could try to change your family, but especially if it's like a circumstance where like people might drop you like that, like it makes sense, especially like as you feel more comfortable with those views, like doing that until you feel like you can.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like you know. Makes sense.
It's like probably like fear mongering. I don't know. Like my dad just like got TikTok and just started going crazy, but more or less like what he would say is, oh, we need to have like some sort of independence and by adding tariffs on all of like these imports universally, then we're going to be a more like
reliant economy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's gonna be relying more on like higher cost goods, right? Because it is the case that it's gonna cause prices to go up. So yes, right, we will produce more stuff in the United States, but that's only because, right, it's gonna be produced at a higher cost, right?
That
And
makes
then
sense.
your consumer prices are gonna go up. And then also it decreases the size of the economy.
Damn.
And causes our dollar to be devalued because other countries around the world are less incentivized to engage in trade with the United States. And then also, it specifically kills a lot of export jobs because other countries place tariffs on us.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, for sure.
Well, I know you want debates. I know you want probably a little more insane people for views, but I really do appreciate this a lot. I'll probably go ahead and vote. I'll let you go.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up. All right, everyone. We got 15 or so minutes left on the live, everyone. We're going to get like 1 or 2 more people onto the live. All right, let's get this next person up here. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to be on... really early tomorrow. Yeah, well, Halloween plans tomorrow. Yeah, appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. All right, glasses are working. Yeah, my girlfriend actually, what's it called? Told me to get these. What do you mean by early? I mean probably like 10 a.m. my time. Like 10, like 11, something like that. I've got to do that for sure. All right.
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Hold on. Okay. Sorry, my TV was going.
Mm-hmm. All right, why are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Well, he's had no new wars. And then, he has great economy.
No new wars, great economy. Okay, what new war happened under the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I mean, you don't technically consider it new wars, but what we're going through right now with Ukraine and stuff.
Didn't they annex Crimea in 2014?
I'm sorry?
Didn't Russia annex Crimea in 2014?
Okay, why is that our issue?
Well, I'm just saying that there was a pre-existing conflict there.
Okay, but think about it like this. How does Russia only go after us when Bush was president, Obama's president, Biden's president?
That
but
just
not
happened.
Trump?
It just happened to be that way. That doesn't mean he caused it.
Okay, well, but Trump stopped him, right?
So no, Trump didn't stop it. It just didn't happen.
Okay, correct. So, theoretically, a war is happening because Biden is supplying millions and millions of dollars worth of weapons to Ukraine. Therefore, supplying
to
war.
to defend them. What's wrong with that?
Okay, so not necessarily we are involved, but we're involved.
Yeah, do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
Don't even bring that up to me.
Why?
That's always your guys' thing.
What's the issue with me bringing that up?
Because it's just a ploy. It's just a lie.
What do you mean it's a lie?
It's ridiculous.
How is it a lie? It's literally an agreement we have.
There's a lot of agreements that we don't oblige by, but
Okay, so why shouldn't we agree with this one? Because I mean, we want other countries to uphold these particular types of nuclear peace agreements.
so give me what's Kamala's biggest accomplishment?
Inflation Reduction Act, and it's Kamala.
Okay, it's not the inflation because that wasn't even her thing. She was just the denominating factor.
She was the tie-breaking vote and helped influence to get like the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare in the bill. She was like helped to influence get the entire bill passed. So she was a huge part of why that bill passed.
What's the like? Okay, what do you guys say for people who want to buy a house? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay. Do you want a home?
Yeah.
You want a home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many people on this live are under however whatever age and own a home? Because what's the average price or what's the average?
Whatever age is in a specific age, I'd be able to identify.
Okay. What is it? Gen Z or Alpha? I don't know what they are.
I'm Gen Z.
Gen Z, right? Okay. So Alpha is whatever, like I don't know what age they are.
They're younger than us, yeah.
Well, I'm not Gen Z. I'm a millennial. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I never said you weren't.
But anyways, what do you think that people have to make in order to buy a home?
So are you trying to say like because
What's
interest
their
rates are higher
average?
now?
What needs
Crystal,
to be
thank you for the
their
subscription. Thank you so much.
what needs to be their income
To buy an average
year
home or to
to
buy
buy a
like the
home?
to buy a home in typical? Depends on where
Typical,
you
yeah.
live. Annie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Depends
Well, I
on
mean,
where you
like,
live.
what about Nevada?
I mean,
what
I'd
was
have to
the-
figure out what the average home price is in Nevada. I have to figure
Okay,
out
back in
average income in
2020,
Nevada.
back in 2020, the average income that it was needed was $75,000, and now it's over $135,000 a year just to own a home.
That's just because of, and that's not necessarily in Nevada. That's just because of interest rates.
How do you figure?
Interest rates went up because of the Federal Reserve, because of inflation. So when we reduce interest rates, the price isn't going to be as expensive in terms of what income you have to have.
But the interest rates are actually down.
They're not down fully yet.
What is it?
They're announcing the rate decreases.
Okay, but what's what's the interest rate?
Like I think it's like 5-something%. They dropped it just by 50 basis points recently. What? Oh, give me a second. What is current U.S. interest rate? Yeah, 4.75 to 5%. That's the federal
Okay,
funds rate.
and I bought my home in 2020, and it was about 4.5.
Yeah, but the federal funds rate was lower than that at that time. So yeah, in terms of that, right, depends on what house you're buying. So so inflation specifically has also gone up, right? That doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
So you're blaming it on Trump?
No, I'm saying that it was caused by COVID, supply chain issues. And Trump actually will make inflation worse because he wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff that would cause housing development to be more expensive. It would cause gas to be more expensive, groceries, a bunch of different things.
But not everything's imported from China, so.
It's not just Chinese tariffs, right? Like tariffs on China.
Okay,
Back
so
to my
why?
prescription. It's also like tariffs on the rest of the world.
We pay tariffs on everything that we export. So why shouldn't every other country have to pay tariffs on what's coming into our country?
They don't have those types of like 10 to 20% tariffs. They don't have 60 to 100% on China. That's just like a bullshit claim. They don't have those types of tariffs.
They do have tariffs though, correct?
What, like 2%?
Okay, but there's still a tariff.
The average tariff is like 2%. Okay.
Okay, but there's still a tariff.
I disagree with tariff that harms them. That doesn't harm us.
Okay, but in all reality, whatever I know Trump is proposing this, will it go through? Will there be a tariff? There should be, because if we're paying tariffs to export our stuff,
you don't know what tariffs are. If you think that tariffs are a good thing, you just don't know what they are. Like respectfully, like I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying like tariffs are very harmful. They devalue the dollar. They cause inflation, right? They decrease export jobs, right? They destroy the economy. They cause the economic growth to go down and actually be negative. So they cause the economy to contract.
Okay.
But then we want tariffs and then also want to get rid of as much immigration. I don't know how we're going to have the labor force to be able to fulfill all this production we're going to need. And without an increasing labor force continually.
Yeah, see, everything that everybody tries to talk to you about, you just come back with like what you think that you know everything, and you're just spilling out fake facts because you just get paid to vote Democrat.
Who do I get paid by?
All your little followers.
Then why did I vote Democrat before I had a platform?
Do you know that Trump was actually a registered Democrat?
I voted for Joe Biden in 2020. I didn't have a platform then. Why did I vote for Joe Biden?
Do you know that Trump was a Democrat?
Yes, of course I did. In the past he was. I'm asking you the question. Why did I vote for Joe Biden in 2020 if I'm only doing so because I'm getting quote unquote paid? I didn't get paid then. I didn't have a platform.
Okay, and do you think that Biden did a good job at presidency?
One of the best presidents we've ever had, even though I disagree with him on like foreign policy issues.
Okay, and what is Kamala going to change?
Kamala. Well, in terms of, it depends on what you're referencing. She's obviously going to have a different perspective in terms of the policy she's going to influence to get passed.
But she said that she wouldn't change one thing that Biden did.
Yeah, there's going to be a different set of Congress, right? And she conducts herself differently than just Biden does alone, right? So that's undisputed.
Yeah, because Biden just called half of America garbage.
He accidentally said that. Casey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes,
he accidentally called us garbage.
You guys will acknowledge that he has cognitive decline whenever it suits you, but not when it doesn't. Mason, thank you for the $4 for voted blue in Oklahoma today. And Yaleen, thank you so much for the $3.
Okay, but what when it suits us and what's when it's not? Explain.
Yeah, so it suits you whenever you're trying to make him look bad, but then when you're trying to make him look bad, but if you were to acknowledge that he had cognitive decline, so it would have made sense for him to say something, then you wouldn't be able to make a point that like, oh, that is true. But I mean, I do believe it. I mean, I don't know what he just said didn't like made sense if you're going to take it for what it is. What's the issue? If you support what that comedian said, you absolutely, right, are supporting garbage.
I don't know what comedian you're referring to, but
the person that went up on the Madison Square Garden thing for Donald Trump in his rally and said that that Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage.
Didn't see it.
Yeah, so I mean, this is like viral. His name is Tony Hinchcliffe. Mason, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much.
So earlier you were calling Trump a violent offender with guns. How is he's not been committed for his crimes of sexually abuse?
JD, a prescription. He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, which is a violent offense.
Substantially. So he's not a convicted criminal.
Wait, substantially? What do you mean? He is a convicted criminal. He has been convicted of 34 felonies.
Okay, and that's over some records. But so that doesn't make him a violent. That doesn't make him. But that doesn't make him.
I'm not saying he's a violent. I'm not saying. I say he's a violent offender. He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. That's a violent offense. Do you agree that's a violent offense?
But you're saying he's been convicted.
Do you agree that being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman is a violent offense?
That was for the defamation, but okay.
Defamation and sexual abuse. It's not just defamation.
Okay.
So do you agree that's a violent offense?
So let me ask you one question. You say that Democrats are...
You're not going to answer the question? Is it a violent offense?
Oh, well, you guys do this pivoting thing all the time, so I'll do it.
Wild, answer the question, and then you can talk about whatever you want.
Sexual abuse is, but it wasn't proven.
It was. He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
But actually, the jury wasn't convinced that it was sexual abuse.
Yes, they were.
It was the judge.
Nope, it was both the judge and the jury.
It was not
So why did the jury unanimously determine that he sexually abused her? Which means he forcefully penetrated her against her will, by the way.
But it's not rape.
That is exactly what it is.
No, it's not.
Amanda, I appreciate the subscription. Yes, it is. Do you agree forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is great?
There was no.
Wow, you don't think that's great?
Okay, but was I in the room? Was you in the room?
You sound insane, right? Have you been to Australia before?
No.
Do you believe Australia exists?
I mean, it says it on the map.
Yes, obviously you believe Australia exists. Not only that, but you also believe Jeffrey Epstein is guilty. Have you been there? Have you been to Epstein Island?
Did I ever say that I thought Epstein was guilty?
You don't think he's guilty?
But did I ever say that? You just said.
Wild, you're not making yourself look good right now. Do you think Epstein is guilty?
Well, yeah, because there was actual facts that led him to be guilty.
So, but you weren't there.
But there was facts, and there
were facts demonstrating Donald Trump did it as well.
But there was actual evidence.
There was actual evidence against Trump. That's why they held him civilly liable.
Okay, I think you just need to do some research and look
Dakota,
that up.
thank you so much for the subscription. I've done plenty of research. Ma'am, you're the one that hasn't done the research. I don't know what you're talking about.
But you
what's the victim's name?
There's one that was Jane something.
Yeah, so you don't even know her name. So I need to do my research. Are you trolling? You didn't even know E. Jean Carroll's name. Please, what are you talking about? You thought her name was Jane?
I said Jane. So anyways, you talk about Democrats being Christian, but yet you're sitting here like using dehumanizing words against Trump, correct?
What dehumanizing word did I use against Trump? And I'm not Christian. Matthew, thank you for the subscription. I think Christianity is false.
Okay, but earlier in the live, you were telling another guest that Democrats are more Christian.
Yeah, I think that
so if you're not Christian, so how can you?
I think their values align more with like what Christianity teaches. Yeah.
Okay.
I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I used to be a Christian.
Okay, so how is it Christian to like dehumanize somebody
like Trump? Like how Trump dehumanizes Mexican immigrants?
Illegal immigrants.
No, Mexican immigrants. Like he was doing so specifically with Mexico when he was first running. He also does it with undocumented immigrants. And by the way, you acknowledge that he dehumanizes undocumented immigrants. Crazy.
I never said that. But I said.
You just acknowledged it. I just acknowledged it.
God, you guys are so ridiculous.
Yeah, I think you're just mad that like I'm like able to call out your bullshit. You're not comfortable with someone like knowing why you're wrong.
I'm also calling out your bullshit, but okay.
What bullshit did you call out? What are you talking about?
Because you guys do this, and you're not the only one. You're another one. Like you guys.
Description. Who else?
Because we don't have our facts straight, and we want to come up here. I would love for you to debate Charlie Kirk. I've already love to see the day that he gets on.
I fucking destroyed Charlie Kirk.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, look at my link tree in my bio. I debated Charlie Kirk and fucking smoked him. Absolutely smoked Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
He's so scared he won't even debate me. He's literally too scared to debate me.
Okay.
On any platform. I literally told him I'll debate on any platform with any moderator.
But anyways, are you for the justice system?
Wait, you literally just said you get destroyed by Charlie Kirk. I've debated him and destroyed him, and you don't care about it now?
I'm just pivoting like you guys do. I mean,
literally go to my bio, like, and check it out. I appreciate
this was a question that I was This is what I was referring to, and you guys like to pivot.
And imagine on the right citing Charlie Kirk instead of citing Ben Shapiro from the right. That's crazy. First, this sunglasses. Like I even from the left can acknowledge that Ben Shapiro is leagues above Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so let me ask you: are you for the justice system? Like, are you a justice advocate?
Am I for the justice system? I mean, I agree with the justice system, like in typical senses. I have my disagreements with the justice system, of course, but
Okay,
I typically
so-
agree with. I agree with a jury determination. Typically, like for
Do
example.
you know an estimated 24 million people in the United States have been convicted of felony charges?
Okay, push the paper crane, including Trump. Push the paper crane.
Correct. He does have felony charges against him, which are not sentenced yet, but yes, he does have felony.
He's been convicted of 34 felonies.
Okay, but like using terms like felon and convicted criminal, and those are like dehumanizing. Have I ever called you out of name?
How
in
is it?
this?
Wait. Is it dehumanizing to say that like Adolf Hitler is a murderer?
But it's been discouraged
I
by.
appreciate the sunglasses. Is it dehumanizing for me to say that Adolf Hitler is a murderer? If I call a spade, that's not dehumanizing.
But Trump is a felon for
he's a convicted criminal. Like that's what he is.
papers.
He's a convicted
Papers.
criminal. He, by definition, is. That's like you saying me calling him orange is dehumanizing. He's literally orange. What are you talking about?
Well, okay.
I mean, how is that dehumanizing? Isn't it dehumanizing how he treats undocumented immigrants? Saying they're poisoning the blood of this nation?
Where's the facts for that one?
Look up Donald Trump poisoning the blood of this nation. First, I can show you an article right now if you want.
I mean, Kamala Harris did just get called
Kamala.
out for. I'll say her name however I want to, but she did just get called out for all the immigrants taking up the education costs in
That's
Oklahoma.
just ridiculous to say. So yeah, you can find this from NBC News. Trump says immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country. New York Times. Trump doubles down on migrants, quote unquote, poisoning the country.
Did you hear him say it?
Do you want me to play a video?
15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at it.
Why didn't he say Europe? That's interesting.
Just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be. Terrorism is going to be. And then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we're going to build more.
Built a
So why is
tremendous piece. He built
why-
3.5%, 3.4%.
So why is Oklahoma demanding $474 million for illegal immigrant costs?
Wait, what? Say that again. 3.7%. I mean, Brenton, think of the $5. Thank you so much. And Casey, think of the $5 from the
Why is
from the DNC.
Oklahoma asking Harris to reimburse Oklahoma for $474 million for illegal immigration costs?
I don't fucking know. What the fuck's your point?
I mean, you want her to be your president, and you can't defend.
What do you mean I can't defend? What are you talking about?
You can't defend the
You brought up some random thing about Oklahoma. Like what? That has nothing to
illegal
do with defending
because it's
Kamala
illegal
Harris.
immigration. Illegal immigration.
She didn't cause any of those things that you're referencing. She actually advocated for a bipartisan border bill, which Trump called people in Congress to undermine. There's no way that you don't
Okay, he
recognize
just called
this.
people and got it declined.
Yes, that's literally what happened. This was acknowledged by Lindsey Graham, acknowledged by Mitch McConnell. It was acknowledged by Mitt Romney. It was acknowledged by Donald Trump himself. It was acknowledged by James Langford, who helped write the bill, who was a Trump-endorsed Republican. What are you
Yeah,
talking
when they
about?
just opened the border.
There was no what bill opened the border?
Well, they obviously opened the border and it's hurting us. So, I mean,
They obviously opened the border. You can't even tell me how they opened. What policy opened the border?
they, what is it called? Rebutted all of Trump's policies.
What ones? Do you know who MTG is?
Nope.
Because I was gonna ask you if you were her or like related to her.
Who's that?
No, don't worry about it. Never mind. It's not a big deal. She's just in Congress.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because you sound just like her. Do you want to hear a clip of her? It's actually uncanny. It is unbelievable how close it is. MTG gas electric car. Here we go.
They're high now. Just wait until you're forced to drive an electric vehicle.
Speak.
She sounds old.
Deb, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. It's fucking unbelievably close.
Do I sound that old? How old is she?
She's not old. She's not even old. I disagree with MTG, but she's not old. I don't think, at least. MTG. She is Marjorie Taylor Greene. She is 50 years old. She's not old. Are you sure you aren't related to her?
I'm pretty sure I'm not related to her.
And by any chance, do you look similar to her?
No.
That's impressive. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Well, I'm surprised you don't know who she is. She's I feel like she would be your favorite person.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, is I'm actually not Democrat. I'm not Republican. I'm just whoever I feel is going to run our country the best. And Trump did that for 4 years. And there's a lot of propaganda against
Trump didn't do that, right? He's
there,
just lying to you.
You have to admit, there's lies on both sides. There's things that
I promise you, you're getting more lies from Trump.
You know what? I don't even listen to Trump half the time. I do my research and just look at what's happening and listen to other people on
And there's
stream.
no way you can come to the... Wait, do you think Trump won in 2020?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. What are you talking about? You actually genuinely believe Trump won in 2020? What do you mean you do your own research, girl? What the fuck are you talking... What research?
Okay, so now you're going to sit here and say that the election was what?
It was a free and fair election. It was the safest election in recorded history.
Okay. Your point?
If it was the safest election in recorded history, then are you saying 2016 was stolen? Trump stole 2016?
Oh, okay. I got you ass backwards.
What do you mean?
You said he won the election in 2020.
I don't think he did. He lost.
Right, but that's what you were saying. I thought you meant 2016.
Oh, wait. So you agree he lost in 2020?
Whatever the ballots say, the ballots say. I'm not going to sit here and be
why
like,
are you voting
he
for him?
freaking lost. He lost.
So why are you voting for him when he
won.
still believes that he won when there's no evidence indicating that? Mira, thank you
Okay,
so much for the
but
description.
if you're putting all the propaganda aside and you don't think Republican or you think Democrat or you think Harris or you think Trump, I'm going to look at what is going to be best for our country.
Yeah, and that's not Donald Trump.
Okay, but if you look up Harris's accomplishments and you look up Trump's accomplishments, you're going to see a far longer line of Trump accomplishments than Kamala.
Tara, thank you so much for the Wanda. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can you mention 2 economic policies Trump influenced get passed?
What was that?
Can you name 2 Trump economic policies that he influenced get passed?
Yep. Give me 1 second. Economic growth.
That's kind of like my point. You said like it was way longer. Like, what are you talking about? Sandy, I appreciate the subscription. And don't tell me you're reading the whitehouse.gov archives. Please don't tell me you're reading that.
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much. Jesus Christ, dude! I played a whole minute and 15 seconds. Jeez, fuck.
I mean, I really, I
thank you
was
so much.
just, I'm just sitting here like looking at you, watching you
Callie,
dance.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Because I really said you're funny, and then just kept watching.
Boys Cry, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, all right.
So I guess
I'm sorry. I'm gonna get off for tonight, everyone. I might go do like a Q&A or join in the Discord later. We'll see how I feel. But yeah, love y'all so much, everyone. Is there someone I can raid real quick? I can send everyone to. All right. Is there anyone I can send someone to? I appreciate the paper crane. Isaiah Santana. All right. Let's do Santana. Let's hit up Santana again. Dom2Fly 2024, everyone. Dom2Fly 24. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Dom2Fly 24. I might be on later on my other account. Parker, get a real job. Yeah, look up Dom2Fly 24. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. A lot of you go there, everyone. Let's blow up the live. Let's just give them like a bunch of viewers. Like I want them to be at like 2K, everyone. Seriously, like 2K. Okay? Go there right now. Love y'all so much. Good night, everyone.